Chapter 1. The Great Passage, a vast ocean that carries countless dreams. The elite students of the Naval Headquarters are currently undergoing their graduation assessments, the final practical training. 3 formidable naval warships, equipped with long, imposing black cannons, brave the waves with unmatched prowess. Their adversaries are equally distinguished, the notorious Tornado pirate ship, which has carved a formidable reputation in the Great Passage. It is said that their destructive power is akin to a tempest, leaving desolation in their wake and posing extreme danger. Captain Sylvia Kobit boasts a bounty of 10,000, and her 4 fierce subordinates are all wanted criminals with bounties exceeding 10,000. This pirate crew is a rare sight, with a well-balanced distribution of strength. Originally aspiring to thrive in a new world, they have unfortunately become the target of Navy. Yet they remain undaunted. 3 mere warships? Bring our ship closer. Do they think they can intimidate me? Sylvia Kobit brandished her robust arm, drawing her razor-sharp cutlass, pointing the blade forward. Kill. Eliminate these Navy scoundrels. The pirates surged forward like ravenous wolves, ferociously charging at the naval vessels. At the bow of the warship stood a man with short purple hair and a robust physique, draped in a coat emblazoned with the word justice, billowing in the wind. He is Zephyr, the chief instructor of the Naval Headquarters, known as the Black Arm, once feared across the seas for his reputation of never killing. Beside Zephyr stood a stunning beauty with flowing aquamarine hair, who gazed calmly at the fierce pirates before her. Only the man beside her could stir her heart. How dare these mere pirates be so brazen? Suddenly, a strikingly handsome young man, with a flawless complexion, snow-white skin, and long black hair, drew his blade with an air of confidence. His name is Kudyliya Nochi, the son of a naval hero, Admiral Kudyliya Rogers, a native-level resident of Marineford. With his exceptional talent and astonishing looks, his strength and popularity far surpassed that of his peers, earning him the title of a rare genius in the Navy over the past centuries. He's so handsome. Every time I see Brother Nochi, I lament that he wasn't born a woman. Hey, what are you saying? Brother Nochi is incredibly charming. A real man, you can't judge him by appearances. Huh, don't act so high and mighty. I don't believe you wouldn't pursue Brother Nochi if he turned into a beautiful woman. Sure. Focus on dealing with the pirates. Let's not let Assistant Ein hear us, or shall break our legs. Indeed, only Brother Nochi could transform the infinitely charming Assistant Ein into a gentle, caring woman. Ein listened to the raucous chatter below, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Teacher, look at them, they dare to slack off during the assessment. Shouldn't they be punished? Indeed, a punishment is warranted, Zephyr remarked with a benevolent smile. However, it is somewhat understandable after all, that rascal Nochi is quite renowned in our ranks. As his girlfriend, you shall undoubtedly have your share of worries. Teacher, On's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Though they jest and frolic, the disciples personally trained by Zephyr are not to be underestimated, even by ordinary Navy personnel. These young sailors wield various skills, employing the 6 styles, devil fruit abilities, and swordsmanship. The pirates crumble under their relentless onslaught. Captain, this group of Navy personnel is exceptional. Our forces cannot withstand them. We must flee. Nonsense. I am Sylvian Corbett, a man destined to trample the 4 emperors and become the pirate king. How can I retreat? Watch as I vanquish them. Corbett's gaze fell upon the most striking and formidable figure on the battlefield. I shall deal with you first. Prepare to meet your demise. Nochi wiped the blood from his blade with his fingertip, sheathing it with a graceful motion. His enchanting eyes glinted with a fierce intent. Are you the captain of this vessel? Indeed, I am Sylvian Corbett, the man who shall become the pirate king. A commendable aspiration, but alas, you have met your match. With a swift motion, Nochi gripped the hilt of his sword, drawing it in a single fluid stroke as his adversary approached, his speed astonishing. Many Navy soldiers were left bewildered, unaware of how he had struck. Corbett staggered back, blood spilling from his mouth, his body flailing like a disoriented kite. Is he truly stronger than I? Corbett crashed into the ship's cabin, wiping the blood from his lips, a deep gash marring his chest and staining his attire. Just as he believed his end was nigh, he cast his eyes upon a treasure chest upon the table. That I almost forgot about this. Though I am uncertain of its power, consuming it should enhance my strength, right? I cannot perish here. I must survive, for becoming the pirate king is the aspiration of my lineage. With that, Corbett retrieved a fruit of deep violet hue, spiraled like a snail, resembling a pineapple. What is this? Nochi harbored a secret, was, in fact, a traveler from another realm. The world in which he found himself was that of the manga known as One Piece. Familiar with its narrative, he instantly recognized the origin of this fruit. It was the dark fruit, renowned for possessing the most fearsome abilities in the world. Ah, so it has come to rest in your hands. How unexpected. Do you recognize it? Corbett paused, for consuming a devil fruit was a lifelong commitment that if possible, he would prefer to deliberate further, which was why he had retained this fruit. Nochi smiled casually, a sight so captivating to others, it brought serenity to their hearts. Indeed, it is known as the human fruit. An animal that consumes, it can transform into a human form, while a human will merely acquire the unfortunate ability of a landlubber. What? Corbett was taken aback. The devil fruit he had pinned his hopes upon bore such a lackluster capability. There is a flaw. Gnosis' gaze sharpened, his grip tightening around the hilt of his blade. How swift! Exclaimed the pirate, Corbett, as a flash of silver sliced through the air, crimson blood splattering in its wake. Plop! Captain, we have been defeated. Truly, Noci is the mightiest among this cohort of trainees. Remarkable! Ayn gazed at the distant silhouette of the man, her heart fluttering like a startled fawn, utterly captivated. Zephyr chuckled, to slay a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million is a rare feat among my disciples. Coupled with Gnosis' previous accolades, I foresee a substantial promotion in his military rank, at least to the position of major. Indeed, Ayn wholeheartedly agreed the man she admired was undeniably exceptional. It was time to present that gift. Noci slowly sheathed his sword, extending his flawless, jade-like right hand to retrieve the deep purple fruit, now marred with splatters of blood. I shall claim this fearsome ability for myself. Rather than consuming it immediately, Noci chose to return to the naval vessel with the fruit in hand. The pirates, utterly defeated, surrendered en masse. Noci, Ayn could no longer contain herself as she leapt into the man's embrace, her delicate face pressed against his shirt, deeply inhaling his warm, comforting scent. Ayn, am still your student. Such an intimate display before so many onlookers might not be appropriate, don't you think? Despite the beauty in his arms, Noci remained remarkably composed. Perhaps in his past life, he had been intrigued by beautiful women, but now he felt rather indifferent. There were too many vying for his attention, and he had grown rather apathetic. Ayn had been his childhood friend, slightly older than he. Years prior, sensing that Zephyr's expedition might encounter trouble, Noci had implored his friend, Admiral Kazan, to discreetly follow Zephyr. Kazan initially believed that Zephyr's strength was sufficient to protect the trainees, but eventually acquiesced to Gnosis' earnest request. To his astonishment, Gnosis' intuition proved accurate. Zephyr's new recruits faced an adversary named Weibel. Had Kazan not arrived in time, the casualties would have been grievous. Upon learning that Noci had sent Kazan to shadow him, Zephyr even paid a visit to express his gratitude. Noci clarified that his concerns stemmed solely from a desire to safeguard Ayn, while the anticipation of Weibel's attack was merely serendipitous. An admiral of the Navy is not someone easily persuaded. Even with his close ties to Kazan, Noci understood that some price must be paid for such assistance. Ayn remained unaware of Gnosis' unique ability to foresee events. She merely believed that he was concerned for her safety, fearing for her well-being. Women often care less about a man's other qualities and more about his sentiments towards them. Without a doubt, Gnosis' actions stirred her tender heart. Moreover, having grown up together in the naval headquarters, Noci, despite his younger age, exhibited a maturity that allowed him to step forward and resolve various challenges for her at critical moments. Moreover, Noki's appearance captivates the hearts of many young women, leading numerous exceptional female naval officers to intentionally draw near to him. Ayn, unwilling to let such a remarkable man slip through her fingers, promptly commenced her pursuit. Noki's requirements for a partner were modest, encompassing merely two criteria: beauty surpassing his own and a gentle, caring nature. Evidently, Ayn fulfilled these conditions, bolstered by a foundation of years of emotional connection between them. After multiple declarations of affection from Ayn, Nochi finally acquiesced to her feelings. On that day, overwhelmed with joy, she wept in her beloved's embrace for several hours. In that moment, Ayn remained tightly wrapped around Nochi, tilting her head back, her lively eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. The graduation assessment is over, you are no longer my student. Nochi rested his left hand on her waist, the soft warmth of her figure providing a delightful comfort. Is that so? As far as I know, I can only shed my student status once my new military position is confirmed. Humph, you little rascal. You may verbally refuse, but your body speaks quite the opposite. The surrounding naval officers had long grown accustomed to the sight of the two in each other's arms after years of enduring trials. Their days were either filled with romantic banter or the anticipation of it. What is it like to have a teaching assistant as a girlfriend? They experienced a taste of it through Nochi, who received an abundance of favoritism as tardiness overlooked while there's warranted an additional 20 laps around the training field. Nochi came and went as he pleased on one occasion. They even witnessed the teaching assistant not only permit his departure, but accompany him as well. Was this truly suitable for the Navy's most demanding boot camp? They never voiced complaints to Zephyr. After all, Noki's achievement spoke volumes. He was the only man in the entire boot camp proficient in all 6 forms, excelling in swordsmanship to the extent of sparring with Vice Admiral Weasel. He was the embodiment of the ideal child that every parent dreams of. Zephyr approached them with measured strides. Nochi, well done. This marks a fitting conclusion to your years as a recruit. Teacher, unblushed, emerging from Noki's embrace. What do you have there? A devil fruit? Zephyr's attention was piqued. Yes, I intend to consume it. Are you aware of the powers this fruit possesses? I have seen it in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. It is known as the Dark Fruit, wielding the most formidable power of darkness in this world. I believe it suits me perfectly. Zephyr, familiar with its notorious reputation, remarked, the Dark Fruit, the nemesis of all Devil Fruit abilities, powerful indeed, but side effects are not to be taken lightly. Ayn, linking her arm with Noki's and leaning against him, blinked her eyes inquisitively. Teacher, what are the side effects of this fruit? The Dark Fruit is a type of Logia ability. According to the encyclopedia, its user cannot evade damage like other Logia types. Rather, they actively absorb harm, doubling the pain experienced by the wielder. It is a power that truly tests one's will. Ayn was acutely aware that, as a naval officer, her partner would inevitably face numerous battles in the future, enduring the pain that accompanied them. The mere thought of him suffering such excruciating agony filled her with compassion. Noki, perhaps you should reconsider consuming it, she suggested gently. Of course, I will eat it. Mere pain is nothing to fear, Noki replied with unwavering determination in his eyes. Zephyr's satisfaction grew as he observed Noki. Excellent. The Navy requires individuals with your bold spirit to strive for strength. If you can overcome your tendency to be lazy, your future achievements will surely rival those of us seasoned veterans. Noki shook his head lightly and replied earnestly, resting is essential for replenishing my energy, allowing me to maximize my efficiency when the time comes. How can that be deemed a vice? It is in fact a virtue. Zephyr chuckled and teased. You little rascal, I can never outwit you. Ayn, aware of Noki's fastidious nature, took the dark fruit and meticulously washed its surface with clean water. Although she wished for him not to consume it, as a devoted girlfriend, how could she impede her partner's progress? Noki, when you eat it, try not to taste the fruit with your tongue. It's quite unpleasant, she advised, cradling the dark fruit in her hands as she offered it to him, drawing upon her own experience as a devil fruit user. Thank you, Noki said as he swiftly took it, biting down and swallowing it in one fluid motion. In the eyes of lovers, beauty shines, and Noki's appearance was no less than breathtaking. Ayn watched him consume the devil fruit, momentarily entranced. Such a handsome man was her boyfriend. Noki took a deep breath, and his expression suddenly grew complex. Noki, do you feel unwell? Ayn inquired. Indeed, having consumed the devil fruit, my body is struggling to adapt. I shall summon the medic at once, he replied. Ayn hurriedly rushed to the door. Noki raised his hand to stop her. I accidentally tasted the flavor. Team Marine Headquarters, Marineford, countless seagull flags emblazoned with the scales of justice fluttered in the sea breeze. A formidable military fortress, resembling a mountain, stood tall, emblazoned with the word Navy in grandiose letters, instilling awe in all who beheld it. Numerous naval ships encircled the crescent-shaped harbor, while countless armed sailors stood at attention, seemingly proclaiming solemnity and peace to the world. In the office of Admiral Aokiji, he donned an eye patch, resting his chin on one hand as he stifled a yawn. Welcome. From this day forth, you are my subordinate, a rear admiral. At such a young age, to achieve this rank in the Navy is truly rare. On the sofa within the room, a strikingly handsome man lounged with his legs crossed, his left hand supporting his porcelain-like cheek. I had expected to be assigned under Uncle Sakazuki. That was the initial plan. However, you know Sakazuki's temperament, he fears the whispers of others. Thus, he declined, and I happened to be present, so I brought you under my command. Are you not concerned about what others might say? The 3 admirals share a rather unique connection with you. If they all feared idle gossip, who would dare to claim you? Indeed, I must express my gratitude. If I were to be assigned under the command of that fellow Borsalino, who knows how he might choose to utilize me? Kazan retrieved several bottles of wine from the drawer. By the way, the group of squirrels plans to celebrate your successful graduation at your residence tonight. I shall attend as well, so you might want to return early to prepare. Are you seeking yet another opportunity for me to cook for you all? At your age, it would be wise to seek a partner. One cannot remain single for a lifetime. Kazan tousled his disheveled hair. Finding a girlfriend is far too troublesome. I would much rather spend that time indulging in a bit more sleep. A few days ago, the flying squirrel was speaking of a naval young lady who is 6 years his junior. Are you referring to that girl, Daya? Initially, their relationship seemed to flourish. Do you recall that occasion before the final assessment of the recruits when we dined at a restaurant? That day marked the first meeting between myself and the flying squirrel's girlfriend. Women, it appears, possess a penchant for comparisons. It is said that upon meeting you, she began to find fault with the flying squirrel, leading to their subsequent breakup. Is it not the case that the flying squirrel must harbor resentment towards me? It is quite rare for him to encounter a girlfriend who is both beautiful and skilled in the culinary arts. Alas, the flying squirrel has resolutely decided that prior to his marriage, you shall not meet his female friends again. Out of consideration for his heartbreak, I shall reluctantly prepare a sumptuous meal at home to offer him some comfort. Nochi departed from Kazan's office and made his way to the market behind the fortress, in search of ingredients for dinner. This fish looks splendid. It would be perfect for preparing a delightful dish of squirrel fish for them to savor. Before crossing over, Nochi worked as a chef for a time. Being in a foreign land, he inevitably yearned for the flavors of his hometown, occasionally experimenting with traditional recipes. As a result, he acquired considerable knowledge of the culinary arts of Chinese cuisine. In the world of pirates, the predominant fare consists mainly of Western and Japanese dishes, making Nochi's expertise in Chinese cuisine a rare find. Many of Nochi's friends were made through his exquisite culinary skills. The naval soldiers were enamored with the dishes he prepared, which were not only delicious but also novel. Nochi is a figure of considerable intrigue at the naval headquarters. Wherever he goes, he attracts an extraordinary amount of attention, and his charm is equally appealing to both men and women. Mr. Nochi's beauty has only intensified with time. As a woman, I find myself somewhat envious. It is essential to choose one's words carefully, for Mr. Nochi detests being described as beautiful. He prefers to be referred to as handsome. Moreover, he has now attained the rank of Rear Admiral, and from henceforth, we must address him as Admiral. With a striking appearance, exceptional capabilities, and a delightful personality, I find myself yearning to marry him. Even if it meant being a mistress, I would gladly accept such a fate. Alas, the Admiral is already in a relationship. But what of having a girlfriend? As long as there is no marriage, there remains a chance. And even if you were married, opportunities could still arise. My dear sister, such thoughts are perilous. While the naval ladies engage in discussion, one among them has already taken action. A petite, charming naval girl, blushing with shyness, approached Nochi with a box of heart-shaped chocolates, offering it with both hands and saying, "Admiral, please accept this. I crafted it with my own hands." Nochi was accustomed to such situations. A subtle smile graced his lips, radiant yet courteous. "I apologize, but I am already in a relationship. Perhaps you could offer it to someone in greater need." The young girl lowered her gaze, unable to meet the man's eyes. "Even if you decline, please accept this gift. It is my heartfelt gesture." As Nochi was about to decline once more, a stunning beauty with flowing aquamarine waves approached him, extending her hand to accept the box of chocolates. With a radiant smile, she said, "I shall accept it on his behalf. Thank you." The young girl recognized Ain, her cheeks flushing with a deep crimson as if they might burst. And waves of warmth radiated from her head. She repeatedly bowed in apology, saying, I'm so sorry for the interruption." Ain, displaying remarkable grace, opened the box in her presence and took a bite of the chocolate. "It's delightful. Everyone has the right to admire someone. I understand your feelings. I am merely a touch more fortunate to have succeeded." The men around, upon hearing this, sighed in admiration of Ain's gentle and considerate nature. However, the women discerned a hint of melancholy and a sense of unfulfilled longing in her words. Major Nochi is ultimately a man beyond their reach. Humanity often embodies contradictions. In moments of longing, one desperately desires what eludes them, yet upon attaining it, the allure may fade. Had Nochi truly forsaken Ain for any of them? Would he still be the same Nochi? Clearly not, for he would no longer embody perfection, having relinquished the most vital loyalty. Unless Ain were to abandon Nochi, which is an utterly improbable scenario, even a fool would not forsake such an exceptional man. Overwhelmed, the young woman who had just confessed hurriedly fled. Without offering any explanation for the recent events, Nochi maintained a placid demeanor and remarked that Kazan and others would be visiting his home this evening, inviting her to join. "Oh, splendid. I shall again savor the culinary delights crafted by my husband," Ain replied, entwining her arm with Nochi's, her crimson lips gently brushing against his cheek. As if marking her territory, the other young ladies felt their spirits plummet and tactfully withdrew. Nochi accompanied Ein as they continued their grocery shopping. "Boss, I'll take this chicken," he said. "All right, young man, I'll bag it for you," the vendor replied. Ein leaned against Nochi's arm, her crimson eyes blinking curiously. "Are you still adjusting to your newfound abilities? Is your body feeling all right?" Nochi smiled gently, reaching out to tousle the top of her head. "On the way back. You've already asked me a dozen times. It's just a fruit. I'm not that delicate. It's just that someone cares about you." When Nochi first encountered Ein, she was a lively and energetic girl, entirely unlike the aloof and melancholic figure portrayed in the anime of his previous life. Nochi speculated that perhaps the incident involving Weibel had precipitated her change in temperament. Presently, the calamity wrought by Weibel has been averted by him, and Ein remains the same innocent and carefree girl. "By the way, Nochi, I recall you once expressed a desire to acquire a new blade." "Indeed. It is unfortunate that the Navy's remuneration is rather meager, and renowned swords are often elusive treasures. I have yet to encounter one that truly satisfies my yearning." "Oh. If you were to obtain a distinguished sword, you would undoubtedly be overjoyed, wouldn't you?" "Certainly, but why the sudden inquiry?" "Oh, it's nothing. I merely recalled it and thought to ask." "Oh." After finishing the grocery shopping, Nochi returned home to prepare a meal. Along the way, Ain mentioned the need to return home to gather some items, temporarily parting ways with him. Nochi donned an apron and showcased his culinary skills in the kitchen. His knife work was precise and efficient, with the blade held deftly in his right hand while his left hand secured the ingredients. Drawing upon the swordsmanship he had learned, he sliced with such rapidity that phantoms of his movements appeared. He meticulously removed the scales, gills, fins, and entrails of the fish. With a swift motion of the kitchen knife, Nochi sliced through the air, leaving elegant knife marks on the fish's body. The time spent cooking flew by in an instant, and before long, the luminous moon hung high in the sky. Bang! Bang! A series of knocks echoed at the door. Nochi rushed to open the door, and before him stood a man with a mohawk and a distinctive handlebar mustache, General Squirrel. While he appeared serious and solemn on the surface, he was, in truth, quite an intriguing individual. The squirrel carried a bag of wine and chuckled. "I can already smell the delightful aroma of your cooking from outside, little Nochi. Your culinary skills remain exceptional, as ever." Following closely behind was a rather diminutive man of unremarkable appearance. "Ah, General Jiaji, you have also arrived?" The relationship between Nochi and Chatten is rather ordinary, whereas the bond with the latter is quite amicable, referring to each other as brother and sister. "Hee. I recall that your relationship with Miss Taudu is particularly good. Perhaps you might even encounter her during your visit here." Nochi chuckled helplessly, saying that Ji Yuan had informed him of his 90 declarations of love. Yet he still did not relent. The pursuit of love, after all, should be unwavering. Who knows, perhaps Miss Taudu might finally acquiesce next time. However, it is futile to force matters of the heart. Behind him, General Dalmatia, with his spotted coat, urged them forward. "Could you not continue your conversation inside? Please do not block the entrance." "My apologies," Jiaji replied with an awkward smile. Following General Dalmatia were 4 other generals, Fire Mountain, Ghost Spider, Doberman, and Stolo Berry, with Kazan bringing up the rear. In that small room, nearly half of the Navy headquarters' esteemed generals had gathered. The table was neatly arranged with dinnerware. Once all the generals were seated, the squirrel promptly opened a bottle of wine. "Nochi, we are here to celebrate your distinction as the youngest rear admiral in naval history. As the guest of honor this evening, shouldn't you toast with a bottle in honor?" Kazan had specially chilled the wine to perfection. Seeing so many people gazing at him, Nochi could find no reason to decline. He simply accepted the bottle and began to drink heartily. It was, in fact, the first time the crowd had shared a drink with Nochi, as he had always found various excuses to refuse in the past. They were taken aback by his sudden willingness. Nochi indeed did not possess a habit of consuming alcohol. However, he contemplated that given his robust constitution, he could likely tolerate a modicum of alcohol. As anticipated, after the first bottle, he remained sober, though his charming visage became flushed, rendering him particularly endearing. The men, reveling in camaraderie, could not resist the urge to tease, and even the vice admirals and generals from the naval headquarters were no exception. It was the first time they witnessed Nochi indulging in drink, and they were eager to see how he would appear inebriated, urging him to partake in another bottle. "No, I cannot be the sole drinker. Everyone must join in." "Very well, let us all partake together." Thus, the admirals accompanied him in consuming 3 cups. Nochi's cheeks flushed even more intensely, yet fortunately, his awareness remained intact. If this continued, he would inevitably become inebriated. The admirals grew increasingly eager, They had only witnessed Nosai's usual spirited demeanor and were curious to see the stark contrast once he succumbed to intoxication. After yet another 3 cups had passed, Nochi, enveloped in a haze of confusion, bowed his head and succumbed to an unusual silence. The onlookers surmised that he was inebriated, for every individual's intoxication manifests uniquely. Some become boisterous, others chatty, while many adopt a more reticent demeanor. The assembled warriors, satisfied, began to savor the meticulously crafted dishes prepared by Nochi. The fish, visually enticing, boasted a delightful balance of sweet and sour flavors, proving to be truly delectable. The chicken soup, too, was exquisite, rich in aroma and taste. Well done, Nochi. You truly possess remarkable skills. Snap. The door of the Nochi residence swung open, and Ain stepped inside, cradling a long wooden box. He noticed the assembled generals indulging in their meal, while Nochi sat silently with his head bowed. Ah, Ain has arrived, they remarked, oblivious to the palpable aura of menace that began to envelop the room. Setting the wooden box down, Ain raised his right hand, which shimmered with a violet light, and a chilling smile crept across his exquisite visage. What have you old fellows done to my Nochi? Although each of the generals surpassed Ain in prowess at that moment, they resembled ordinary men, hastily shifting blame in the face of adversity. Particularly vocal was Aokiji, who insisted it was all the work of the flying squirrels. As the distance between Ain and the squirrels diminished, they recoiled in fear, offering a nervous chuckle as they explained, he simply had too much to drink. I would never dare to do anything to him. So, you got my man drunk? Ain's eyes glinted with lethal intent. No, absolutely not. It was entirely his choice. Kazan, you agree, don't you? Ah, Ain, dear beauty, it's perfectly normal for a man to enjoy a drink when he is happy. Please, do not be alarmed. Is that so? Ain's murderous aura dissipated as he gracefully walked past the generals, arriving beside Nochi. She gently caressed his cheek, noting the warmth. Indeed, he had indulged a bit too much. Nosai caught a whiff of Ain's scent and instinctively leaned into her embrace, comfortably resting on the soft cushion. Ain's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently placed Nosai's head on her lap, allowing him to rest. The assembled generals were all seasoned bachelors, and the weasel immediately felt that the food on the table had lost its appeal. He was almost moved to tears by the dog food he was being fed. Noticing that all eyes were on her, Ain turned her head with a hint of pride and said, "What are you all staring at? Have you never seen a couple before?" The generals, their faces reddening, lowered their heads and continued to eat in silence. After a brief moment, as the effects of intoxication dissipated, he regained consciousness, his eyes opening to reveal Ain's ample chest before him. He gradually sat up, and the dormouse, astonished, inquired, "How is it that you have sobered up so swiftly?" Nochi raised his right hand, from his fingertips emanating a wisp of faint black smoke. It appeared that my ability had absorbed all the alcohol within me. Tao Tu drew forth the golden-scaled blade, which shimmered with a golden radiance under the sunlight, resembling a sword of light. He, with his hands behind his back, smiled broadly and praised, "What a beautiful blade! It is truly a work of art." Indeed, I had heard that this sword had always resided with General Zephyr. I never imagined that little Ayan could actually procure it. It must have taken considerable effort. Upon mentioning this, Tao Tu sheathed the sword, took a deep breath, and approached Nochi. With a firm pat on his shoulder and a gaze brimming with menace, she spoke with a tone thick with threat. "Little Ayan has gone to such lengths for you, and if you dare to let her down, I shall ensure you will never be a man again. Do you understand?" Nuachi felt a sudden chill beneath him and, with a helpless smile, remarked, "Sister, you ought to understand me. Without further ado, I assure you that this matter is certainly guaranteed. Indeed, the young women of the naval headquarters have pursued you fervently. Yet your heart has remained steadfastly devoted to little Ai Anne alone, which is a testament to your loyalty towards her. However, given how much little Ai Anne cherishes you, this devotion is indeed what she rightfully deserves." Nochi glanced at the time and remarked, "Lunchtime is approaching. How about Sister Tao and Sister Crane wait a moment while I prepare the meal?" No, we have official matters to attend to. Since we happened to pass by your home, we thought we would drop in for a brief visit," replied Tao Rabbit, playfully pinching Naka's cheek. Crane then added, "By the way, before we arrived, we encountered Captain Garp. He mentioned he had something to discuss with you and is likely to pay you a visit this afternoon. I felt it prudent to inform you in advance." Tao Rabbit, feeling a surge of indignation, exclaimed, "Little Nochi, if you wish to avoid seeing him, just let me know. I will help you refuse. I still feel anger recalling how he had once left you battered and bruised." Ah, Admiral Garp. Nochi and Garp share a rather unpleasant history. In his youthful audacity, Nochi sought to learn the art of boxing from Garp, even attempting to leverage Ace's identity as a means of coercion. However, this endeavor resulted in a severe beating at Garp's hands, who, in turn, threatened Nochi with dire consequences should he dare to divulge the encounter publicly. They portrayed their confrontation as a friendly sparring match, but Garp's blows were anything but gentle. Now, as Nochi reflects, he wonders how he could have committed such a foolish act. What matters most to Garp were Luffy and Ace. At that moment, he must have been misguided in some way. Nevertheless, it would be best to meet him. After all, since Vice Admiral Garp has made a special trip to see me, it would be inappropriate for me, as a junior, to decline. Crane nodded in satisfaction. Although Garp can be somewhat reckless at times, he is fundamentally a good person. Little Nochi, if there have been misunderstandings between you in the past, this is an excellent opportunity for reconciliation. As a contemporary of Garp in the Navy, Crane knows him well. She is fully aware that Garp is not a man who acts without reason. There must be a motive behind his actions towards Nochi. After Peach Rabbit and Crane departed, Nochi once again entered the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and retrieved the leftovers from yesterday, sufficient to prepare a delightful dinner for two. At the naval headquarters, his culinary skills were renowned, and many naval officers often visited his home to enjoy his cooking. Undoubtedly, through the mastery of winning others over with his delectable dishes, he forged numerous friendships. If he wished to mend his relationship with Garp, the most effective approach would undoubtedly be to start from the kitchen. If he were to come in the afternoon, Nochi realized that it was still early, and there was bread in the refrigerator. He decided to make do with a light lunch and wait to dine with Cap in the evening. However, as the clock struck past 4 in the afternoon, Cap had yet to arrive. Nochi pondered whether he would not come at all or arrive imminently, and thus he entered the kitchen to begin preparing a meal. As anticipated, after Nuachi finished cooking, he took a brief respite when a booming voice echoed from outside. Ha ha ha, young Nuachi, I have arrived. Nosai took a deep breath, noting the pleasant tone of his counterpart, which suggested a good mood. Admiral Garp, it has been quite some time. You still possess your remarkable charm, Nosai greeted with a cheerful compliment. Admiral Garp, with a robust physique akin to that of a mighty bull, held various items in his large hands, grinning widely as he replied, You are not doing too shabby yourself. You've been promoted to Rear Admiral. I have brought you tea and sunbae as a token of celebration. Nochi pondered quietly, wondering why the old man's demeanor was so unusual today. Previously, he always bore a fearsome expression upon their encounters. Garp stretched his neck and sniffed the air, captivated by the rich aroma of dishes. Nochi, have you prepared a meal? Yes, I anticipated your arrival and prepared dinner for us to share, Nochi replied. That is precisely my intention, Garp declared without hesitation, striding confidently into Naka's home. The last time I visited this place was when your father was still alive. How time flies. Did you know my father well? Nochi inquired. Of course. That rascal Rogers had more audacity than you. There isn't a soul in the naval headquarters who doesn't recognize him. Oh, I see. Nochi had heard similar sentiments from others. His father, whom he had never met, had indeed been a figure of great renown in his time. Garp, a true Epicurean, had long heard of Naka's culinary prowess. And today, he finally had the opportunity to indulge. Can shredded potatoes really achieve such flavor? The sweet and sour balance is quite delightful. This chicken dish is equally commendable. A perfect blend of sweetness and spiciness. You are truly a prodigy, Garp extolled, lavishly praising Naka's culinary skills. Nochi felt immensely gratified. Yet he dared not exhibit the slightest hint of complacency. He feared that a single misplaced word might provoke the old man into delivering another thrashing. In the past, enduring a beating was of little consequence. However, after consuming the dark fruit, he now enjoyed a doubled sensation of pain. And the initial encounter with Kapu's formidable intensity was truly unbearable. Strength, indeed. Sooner or later, I shall ensure that this old man no longer dares to strike me. After indulging in a hearty meal, Kapu leisurely picked at his teeth with a wooden skewer. Nochi smiled and inquired, Admiral Garp, do you not have something to discuss with me? Indeed, young lad, Garp replied. I recall your desire to learn the art of combat and the mastery of hockey. Am I correct? I shall provide you with an opportunity. If you assist me in a particular task, I promise to impart my knowledge to you without reservation. What task is that? Nochi asked. Traditionally, newly graduated naval recruits are assigned to various posts to gain practical experience and merit. Currently, the naval base in Roguetown, East Blue, is in need of a commanding officer, and I hope you will voluntarily apply for this position. Surely, it cannot be that simple, Nochi remarked. Indeed. My teachings are not easily attained, but I assure you, it shall not pose a significant challenge for you. Although I am unaware of how you came to know of Ace's whereabouts, at this juncture, I cannot resort to extreme measures to silence you. As long as you vow to keep this information confidential, that will suffice. Within the entire Navy, it seems that only you and I are privy to Ace's location. Soon, that rascal Ace will turn 17, and he has been clamoring to set sail as a pirate upon reaching that age. I desire for you to prevent him from entering the Grand Line, ideally persuading him to join the Navy. If that proves impossible, I would appreciate it if you could teach him some skills, such as hockey and the 6 powers. If he were to attain your level of proficiency, I would feel considerably more at ease. Nochi inquired, why do you not intervene yourself? After all, I am the grandfather who raised him since childhood. He no longer regards me as a rival. Should I attempt to stop him, he would undoubtedly find a way to escape again. Moreover, with his rebellious disposition, he would certainly be unwilling to learn the art of combat from me. Any teaching would be in vain. However, you are different. As appear not much older than he, you possess the ability to ignite the fire of ambition within him. If he resolves to succeed, vowing not to leave the East Sea until he has triumphed over you, my objectives will naturally be fulfilled. There is some wisdom in your words, young man. An opportunity lies before you. I have always been a man of my word. Are you willing to accept my proposal? Allow me a few days to ponder it. Do you realize how many individuals desire to learn from me? You are granted a chance, and you still hesitate? Nochi chuckled, acknowledging that there are indeed numerous individuals within the Navy who possess formidable martial prowess. While it is indisputable that you are the strongest, you are also the only one with specific requirements. Should I choose to settle for less and seek instruction in martial arts and hockey from Admiral Zephyr or others, they would undoubtedly be willing to teach me without charge. You make a compelling argument, Garp exclaimed, tapping his head. How about I offer an additional reward? Aside from guaranteeing to teach you hockey and combat techniques, I shall also serve as your sparring partner at any time. Whatever you wish to practice, I will be at your beck and call. Is this truly your word? I speak with unwavering sincerity. Then I shall deliberate further. Why the hesitation? Finding a sparring partner is rather simple for me. Admiral Akainu would relish the idea of having me at the training grounds every day. If I were to formally request it, he would certainly agree to be my partner. The same goes for Admiral Kazan and many others. There is no shortage of options. What must I do to secure your agreement? Garp inquired, his eyes wide and round. On top of what you have already promised, I require the assurance of 2 additional conditions. What conditions? I have yet to finalize them, but rest assured, I will not allow you to betray the Navy. Nor will I permit you to harm your loved ones. Garp clenched his teeth. For the sake of his beloved grandson, he was willing to take the plunge. Very well. I accept your terms. A promise is a promise. Nochi contemplated the prospect of having the naval hero Garp indebted to him, always ready to serve as a sparring partner. This journey to the East Sea would undoubtedly prove advantageous, just as he had recently been promoted to Rear Admiral and lacked his own team. It was an ideal opportunity to establish a firm foundation in the East Sea. Having reached an agreement, he hastened to seek Kazan's approval for a transfer to Roguetown, lest he risk having someone else assigned instead. It's too late today. I shall go tomorrow. Very well, Garp replied, though his desires had been fulfilled. The cost was far beyond his expectations, leaving him somewhat disgruntled as he stormed away. Off to the East Sea, indeed. That night, Nochi lay on his soft bed, lost in thought. Even if he approached Kazan for the transfer order tomorrow, it would still take several days to leave Marineford. During this time, he should seek out Borsalino to test his capabilities. And as for Ain, she held a position that would prevent her from accompanying him to the East Sea. He would need to spend some time comforting her. Lost in his musings, Nochi eventually drifted into slumber. The following morning, Ain, possessing the key to Naka's home, arrived with breakfast. Nochi, the sun is shining. It's time to rise. Ain. Nochi rubbed his hazy eyes and stretched lazily as he rose from his bed. At the dining table, Ain blinked and inquired, Nochi, was General Sakaski difficult with you yesterday? Not at all, Nochi replied. He merely offered me a few words of advice. It was nothing significant. Oh, Ain murmured, lowering his head to sip the soup delicately. Nochi took a bite of his sandwich, chewing thoughtfully as he spoke. In a few days, I shall be departing from Marineford for a while. Ain pondered for a moment before inquiring, will you be dispatched elsewhere? Indeed, Nochi replied. Regardless of my military rank, as a freshly graduated recruit, it is customary for me to undergo a period of training away. A trace of disappointment flickered in Ain's eyes. It seemed that they would not be able to see each other daily for some time. Though we may be apart, we can still communicate via the telephone bug. I promise to call you every day. How does that sound? Ain gently nodded. Have you decided where you will go? I plan to head to Roguetown in the East Sea. I've heard they are in need of a naval base commander, and I find it quite intriguing. Given your capabilities, should you not be assigned to the Shambody Archipelago or one of the bases within the Grand Line? Surely, a place like the East Sea would be an underutilization of your talents. Moreover, it is quite distant from headquarters. I would find it difficult to visit you. Nochi remarked that although the East Sea may be the weakest of all, it remains a part of the Four Seas, where the populace continues to suffer under the tyranny of pirates and malevolent forces. He resolved to commence with modest endeavors, safeguarding a realm of peace before aspiring to protect more territories, perhaps even the entire world. This was the declaration Nochi had meticulously crafted the previous evenings. For the matter concerning Ace was not to be divulged to others, and he could not simply venture to Roguetown without a valid reason. However, given that Ain was his most trusted confidant, Nochi chose to simplify certain details that might raise suspicions and ultimately revealed the truth to her. He merely stated that Admiral Garp had requested his assistance, omitting any mention of Ace's identity. Having grown up together, Ain was well acquainted with Naka's affairs, which could easily lead to unnecessary doubts. The grandson of Admiral Garp aspires to be a pirate? Ain exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Naka's account. Indeed. He deems me trustworthy, and thus entrusted me with the task of hindering his grandson in the East Sea. Is it true, then, that you seek to learn Admiral Garp's martial arts by going to the East Sea? She inquired. Yes. I wish to grow strong enough that no one dares to bully my loved ones, strong enough that we can pursue our desires without anyone standing in our way. The word loved ones caused a flush to rise on Ain's cheeks. Nochi, though I find it hard to part from you, as your girlfriend and future wife, I cannot impede your growth. Therefore, go forth. I shall await your return in Marineford. Ain, encountering you has been my greatest fortune. Just know this, while I am away, you must not indulge in frivolities and keep your distance from those ill-intentioned women. I have faith in your character, but one must remain vigilant, for women can be unpredictable. Nochi smiled gently, acknowledging that he was aware of his little Ain's jealousy. Hence, whenever he encountered a woman, he would promptly report to you via the phone book, assuring you of his fidelity. Would that suffice? Your words suggest that I am some sort of overbearing wife who restricts her husband's freedom, but I am certainly not. All right, you are not. Nochi chuckled softly in response. Ain let out a playful huff, tilting her head and pouting, her sparkling eyes stealthily observing Nochi. As if she were feigning anger, Nochi gently took her smooth, delicate hand, recalling the delightful Western restaurant they had visited previously. Shall I take you out for lunch? He proposed. Having just finished breakfast, the prospect of another meal so soon seemed daunting. She worried about gaining weight, as did he. Of course, we won't eat just yet. I first need to speak with General Kazan and General Borsalino regarding my transfer to Roguetown and to request their assistance in honing my abilities. Nochi, are you heading to the training grounds later? I would love to join. Ain cherished witnessing Naka's dedication to training and his earnestness in battle. Moreover, due to Naka's extraordinary charm, the number of women present during training sessions inexplicably surged, despite the fact that most had faced rejection from him on multiple occasions. Nevertheless, it was impossible for any woman to remain indifferent upon hearing that her partner was frequently pursued by others, unless she had ceased to care or had fallen out of love. Previously, Ain had accompanied Nochi to training, and she was eager to do so again. All right. You go prepare, and I shall meet you at the training grounds shortly. Yes. Ain helped Nochi don his attire, adjusting his shirt and draping the naval coat over him. Watching as he departed, she relished this feeling, as if she were already Naka's wife. Nochi traversed the bustling town and arrived at the imposing fortress that housed the headquarters. He stepped inside, making his way to the office of the Admiral, located on the upper levels of the fortress. In this world, elevators were a luxury unknown, necessitating a gradual ascent up the staircase, step by step. Nochi first arrived at Admiral Kazan's office. At that moment, Kazan was surrounded by piles of thick documents. Yet he himself wore an eye patch and lay sprawled on the desk, soundly asleep. Once again, indulging in idleness, Nochi gently tapped on the table. Kazan, a seasoned general with keen perception, almost instantly awakened. He stretched lazily and let out a prolonged yawn. Ah, Nochi, waking me from my deep slumber is somewhat impolite. Don't you think? We are both guilty of indulging during work hours. So, what brings you to me? It concerns my forthcoming field assignment as the newly appointed officer. Oh, that matter. I have yet to finalize your deployment location. Do you have any preferences? I wish to go to Roguetown in the East Blue. Roguetown. Kazan scratched his tousled curls. Given your capabilities and rank, it seems somewhat beneath you. Moreover, I have already selected someone for Roguetown, a familiar name to you, Smoker. There are reasons for my choice of Roguetown. Nochi recounted the words he had exchanged with Ein that morning. Although the East Sea was the weakest of the four seas, it remained a part of them, and its people continued to suffer under the oppression of pirates and malevolent forces. My intention is to start with the simplest of tasks, to safeguard a measure of peace in one region before striving to protect more areas, ultimately the entire world. Upon hearing this, Kazan tapped his head, exclaiming, "Ah, I see you in a new light. It seems you possess such lofty ideals. So, will you agree?" "Well, I merely mentioned to Smoker the possibility of transferring him to Roguetown. I have yet to draft the official orders. Since you were so eager to venture to the East Sea, I shall grant your wish." "Thank you, Kazan." "No need for thanks. But you must not linger in the East Sea for too long, no more than a year. After all, given your capabilities, the headquarters wishes to assign you greater responsibilities." "I understand." Kazan idly flipped through a stack of documents, resting his chin on one hand, and inquired, "Have you discussed this matter with Ein?" "I have," Nochi nodded. "I must admit, I envy you a bit. Women like Ein are rare and cherish her well. By the way, I am about to meet with Admiral Kazara. I remember you expressed a desire to witness our duel. Would you care to join?" Kazan yawned. "Let us postpone it for today. I have pressing matters to attend to. And my civil secretary is on leave, so I must handle it myself." "What is wrong with Ayaka?" "She mentioned feeling unwell. I recall Ayaka doesn't have a boyfriend. She's quite attractive and possesses a gentle, patient demeanor. Have you considered pursuing her?" "She certainly doesn't have that notion about me. Men should take the initiative. I think you should pay her a visit today." Kazan tilted his head. "I will think about it." "Then ponder it well. I shall take my leave." After Nock departed from Kazan's office, he made his way to Borsalino's chamber. "Oh, Nock the little rascal, or rather, Major Nock, what brings you to my quarters?" Borsalino inquired. Languidly perched on the purple sofa in his office, nonchalantly tending to his nails. "Heh, General Borsalino. I seek your assistance with a minor favor. Would you be so kind as to serve as my sparring partner for a few days?" Nock replied, with a playful twist of his lips, elongating his words. "In simpler terms, I need a practice partner, you see, as I am quite occupied." Nochi cast a glance at him and chuckled. "Are you preoccupied with trimming your nails? You must know that in my heart, you have always been the pinnacle of fruitability development. I believe neither Uncle Sakazuki nor Admiral Kazan can compare to you. Thus, I declined their invitations to serve as sparring partners and specifically sought you out. You're quite perceptive." The yellow ape slowly set down his nail clippers. "I can offer you some guidance, but there is a minor condition." "What condition?" "As an elderly man, it requires considerable energy to engage in combat with a spirited young lad like yourself. Thus, I will need some sustenance." Nochi immediately grasped his intention, assuring me that during these days of practice, he would personally prepare all my meals 3 times a day. "Very well," I replied. As I found myself with some leisure time, I consented to his request, starting today. Huang Yuan, taking his time to don his attire, was then led by Nochi to the training grounds. At that moment, the training area was sparsely populated. "Is that General Huang Yuan and Major Nochi? They seem to be preparing for a sparring session. This is remarkable. Hurry and summon the others, for this is a rare spectacle. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the opportunity to witness Major Nochi in action. Gather at the training grounds." The Navy personnel, originally engaged in their drills, instinctively vacated the entire area for the two, assembling in clusters outside to observe. "Your popularity is quite formidable. Ordinarily, when I engage, there aren't this many spectators," Huang Yuan remarked, hands in pockets, grinning as he surveyed the crowd. "It is merely a hollow reputation of no significance." Nochi did not draw the golden scales from his side, for today he was honing his mastery of fruit abilities rather than swordsmanship. The yellow ape inquired, "What degree of strength would be appropriate for me to employ?" "Perhaps 2 or 3 tenths to start," came the response. Nochi inhaled deeply, a thick plume of black smoke emanating from within him. Perhaps due to his innate talent, he has always been quick to learn, mastering skills such as swordsmanship and the 6 basic techniques with little effort. Currently, his starting point regarding fruit abilities seems to be notably higher than that of the average person. To successfully develop a fruit, one must thoroughly understand its advantageous characteristics. The dark fruit possesses 2 distinctive features. The first is its ability to nullify the powers of other ability users. The second is its reputed capability to convert all things into nothingness through its dark gravitational force. The former serves primarily as a support skill, while the latter can theoretically be considered an omnipotent ability. Why is this so? The ability to turn all things into nothing implies a formidable offensive potential. Furthermore, the dark fruit has a unique property that allows it to absorb damage, suggesting that even harm falls within its purview of nullification. Many focus on Blackbird writhing in pain after consuming the dark fruit, yet they overlook how swiftly his wounds heal. Without this rapid recovery, given the dominance of Haki and the awakening of various fruit abilities, it would be challenging for it to be deemed the most fearsome name. There must be a powerful capability yet to be revealed. The yellow monkey raised his right leg, the tip of his foot glowing with a brilliant light. Underestimate yourself too much, do you? In my eyes, you could at least endure this. Is that a light kick? Nochi extended his right hand, his palm open, and dark smoke swirled to form a vortex resembling a black hole. The dark water. It was the most fundamental application of the dark fruit's power. Huh? The yellow ape immediately felt an irresistible force surging towards him. He decided to take advantage of this power, stepping on the light and rushing towards Nochi. At Noki's current level, the dark water was only the size of his palm and could only be wielded with one hand. As he saw the yellow ape about to deliver a kick, Nochi swiftly used his left hand to unleash the dark water. In doing so, the suddenly redirected pull caused the yellow ape's leg, transformed into light, to collide with Noki's palm instead of other parts of his body. What a terrifying force. The yellow ape could not resist the gravitational pull of darkness and could only allow Nochi to grasp his right leg, once ensnared by the dark water. No matter how powerful one's devil fruit ability, it would become ineffective. The yellow ape found himself unable to utilize his light powers, feeling quite unaccustomed to the predicament. Nochi, fully aware of his opponent's formidable strength, showed no mercy as he engaged in combat, grasping the right leg of the yellow ape with his left hand. He extended his right index finger, aiming a thrust toward his foe's chest. The yellow ape, having now reacted, exerted force through his right leg, deftly shaking off Noki's firm grip. However, such a maneuver proved insufficient. The yellow ape once again concentrated his radiance and launched a powerful kick. Nochi hastily retreated, acutely aware that Kazara had just held back. Otherwise, he would have been unable to evade that kick given his speed. The hidden passage. The surface of Noki's body emitted an endless stream of black smoke, enveloping the entirety of the training ground. Debris gradually sank, succumbing to the thick darkness. Yet, the yellow ape remained unimpressed. Raising his right hand and extending his index finger, he leisurely unleashed a dazzling beam of light. Nochi, this level of darkness is insufficient to rival the brilliance of my light. Nochi summoned a wall of dark smoke before him, obstructing the passage of the laser. He was well aware of this fact. However, it was merely the first time he had unleashed the powers of the dark fruit, and there remained numerous aspects to explore. Nochi engaged in various tactics, exchanging blows with the yellow ape. The latter exhibited remarkable patience, accompanying him in testing his abilities. During this time, numerous Navy personnel gathered outside to witness this captivating spectacle. Truly, the Yellow Ape Admiral navigated every situation with grace and composure. Major Nochi, too, proved formidable, with each attack becoming increasingly perilous. Sisters, I've already procured the water. Once Admiral Nochi finishes, I shall be the first to present it. You actually attempted to cut in line. No, I must go and buy some as well. Ein, cradling the cup gifted to her by Nochi, allowed a slight smile to grace her lips. My Nochi would never accept anything from you. He only desires what is mine. In a series of confrontations, Nosai uncovered the secret of the dark water. The mist that constitutes the dark water is, in fact, nothing more than ordinary black smoke, while the true power to absorb the abilities of the devil fruits lies within himself. It is only through the contact of his body with that of the ability user that he can nullify their powers. This means that aside from the aspect of nullification, he can exploit the infinite gravitational pull generated by the black smoke to draw anyone to any location, not necessarily just to his own presence. Having grasped this concept, Nosai shifted his perspective and endeavored to alter the dark passage that enveloped the ground, causing the darkness not merely to cover but to swirl like a vortex of dark water. As anticipated, Kazari was once again subjected to a formidable force, and despite his ability allowing him to hover in the air, he was uncontrollably pulled downward into the black mist. Even transforming into light could not liberate him from this grasp. The dark fruit is truly terrifying. At this rate, I am on the verge of defeat. Kizaru, with his feet grounded in laser light, launched a kick towards the concentrated area of black smoke. In an instant, an explosion of light erupted upon colliding with the black smoke, where light and darkness mutually annihilated each other. Dark water. Nochi seized the opportunity, swiftly darting to the side of the yellow ape and grasping him firmly. Are you unable to utilize your abilities now? Fighting with you, young Nochi, is quite distressing. It has been ages since I felt such a sensation of being manipulated, the yellow ape remarked. This time, Naka's touch landed upon his shoulder, allowing his feet to remain unencumbered. Even without the augmentation of light speed, the force of his kicks was still beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to withstand. As Nuachi witnessed the impending kick, the speed, force, and angle rendered him unable to evade. He could only brace himself and withstand the impact with a solid block of iron. Bang! Nochi staggered backward, leaving a distinct footprint on his shirt. How painful! Nosai gritted his teeth, fortunate that Kizaru's kick was devoid of his abilities. Otherwise, he would have cried out in pain. The two engaged in a dance of combat, one bold and the other subtle, exchanging dozens of blows. This time, Kizaru exhibited even greater agility than before, leaving Nosai struggling to keep pace. Observing that Nosai appeared on the verge of exhaustion, Borsalino called for a halt. Major Nosai, let's conclude today's session. It is evident that your skills have improved significantly. Nuachi took a deep breath, suppressing the pain radiating from various parts of his body. Under the absorption of his dark physique, his internal injuries gradually dissipated into nothingness. He managed a faint smile and said, Indeed, you have worked hard today. Do not forget the promise you made. If my performance is lacking, I shall not consent to tomorrow's training. The training session between Nochi and the yellow ape lasted merely a little over an hour. However, as the saying goes, the essence of training lies not in its duration, but in its precision. Nochi initially believed that the dark fruit bore little resemblance to other natural types, and that Kizaru would offer him limited assistance, leaving him to rely predominantly on his own abilities. However, it soon became evident that he was mistaken. Although Kizaru did not provide him with verbal guidance, his actions consistently steered Nochi towards improvement. For instance, Kizaru's handling of various situations drawn to darkness helped Nochi identify the flaws and limitations in his techniques, enabling him to refine them accordingly. Overall, engaging with a true master proved immensely beneficial for his growth. There remains much for him to learn. The journey from Marineford to Roguetown would take approximately half a month without pause. This duration is attributed to the speed of the Navy's warships, coupled with the presence of sea prism stones beneath the hull, allowing for seamless navigation through the windless zones. During the past half-month, Nochi engaged in daily sparring sessions with Bogate. Initially, Bogate held a decisive advantage, yet as time progressed, Nochi's improvement was nothing short of remarkable. Before long, he was able to match Bogate almost evenly, showcasing the brilliance of a true prodigy. Even Kapu remarked on Nochi's monstrous talent in swordsmanship. In fact, this extraordinary aptitude extends beyond mere swordplay. Nochi possesses an exceptional gift in various other domains as well. The precise reasons for this are elusive. It may be attributed to the rigorous training he endured under Sakaski in his youth, or perhaps it is due to his unique physical constitution, or even some other mystical factors. During this period, Nochi became well acquainted with the Navy aboard the ship of Garp, learning about many amusing incidents that occurred during Garp's voyages. Additionally, Garp charged him a fee for boarding, which entailed cooking in the kitchen daily. Originally, Nochi was reluctant to comply. However, Garp insisted, stating that my aide had been accompanying you for sword training daily, so you ought to show some gratitude, right? It was only then that he reluctantly acquiesced. Indeed, Bogut has significantly contributed to his improvement in swordsmanship, warranting some form of recompense. After a lengthy voyage, Garp's dog-headed warship traversed the doldrums and entered the East Sea, ultimately anchoring at the port of Roguetown. Garp bellowed, Nochi, my boy, we shall part ways here. I shall be in touch with you again. And do not forget our agreement. Rest assured, Admiral Garp, and be prepared to fulfill your part of the bargain as well. Nuachi shouldered a heavy burden, filled with various items meticulously prepared by Ian for him. Bogart's cold visage revealed a faint smile. Without your company for practice, I must admit I will feel somewhat unaccustomed. Once you return to the headquarters, do not forget to seek me out again. I hope that by then, you will have surpassed me. Absolutely. Nochi leaped from the warship, setting foot upon the land of Roguetown. At the harbor of Roguetown stood a triangular archway inscribed with the name Roguetown in English. The streets were lined with a myriad of shops, bustling with crowds, marking it as one of the most prosperous towns in the East Sea. After delivering Nochi, Garp ordered the warship to depart from the harbor, continuing its journey towards the kingdom of Heya, where Windmill Village lay. Nochi entered the town bearing a large backpack. Due to his strikingly handsome appearance and the distinctive coat of a naval officer, he drew considerable attention from passers-by. What a beautiful naval officer, carrying such a hefty load. She must be incredibly strong, exclaimed one. Fool, take a closer look. That is clearly a man, retorted another. No way, a man can't be this good-looking. But judging by his physique, he certainly does not resemble a woman. As Nuachi ambled along, uninterested in engaging with passers-by, a golden-haired, big-eyed little girl suddenly appeared before him. Sister, you are so beautiful. Noki wore a sulky expression, stating, Do not call me sister. Refer to me as brother instead. Oh, brother, you are so handsome, she exclaimed. Could you perhaps choose a different word? For instance, handsome? The little girl blinked her cerulean eyes and tilted her head slightly, replying, But brother is not handsome. My father is the handsome one. Your father? Noki felt an inexplicable familiarity towards the girl, yet the specifics of their previous encounter eluded him. That little girl was, in fact, Daddy's daughter. Daddy had slain our leader, and since we are unable to exact vengeance upon him directly, we shall take retribution through his daughter. Roguetown is the most frequented locale for pirates throughout the East Sea, where lawlessness reigns almost daily. Consequently, the residents have long grown accustomed to such circumstances, retreating to a safe distance. Although the presence of the Navy and numerous bounty hunters maintains a semblance of order in the town, pirates remain undeterred, engaging in petty skirmishes from time to time. Get out of the way, woman. If you obstruct me, I shall eliminate you as well. The weaker pirates, often possessing limited experience, tend to exhibit even greater arrogance than those notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. Woman? Noki let out a cold chuckle, his right hand reaching for the golden scales. Pirates, unforgivable indeed, must be dealt with ruthlessly. The onlookers witnessed a flash of golden light as Noki, burdened by an enormous package, swiftly repositioned himself behind the group of pirates. With the completion of his blade's retraction, several pirates fell to the ground in unison, their bodies hitting the earth with a thud. Blood dripped steadily from their necks, pooling ominously on the ground. Ah, there's blood, cried the golden-haired little girl, her face stricken with fear. Who dares to harm my daughter? A man wearing a brown cowboy hat and draped in a gray cloak, adorned with an array of pistols, charged menacingly towards the golden-haired girl. The little girl grasped the man's arm and shook it vigorously. Daddy, there were bad people just now. It was this brother who protected me. Oh, you are. The man fixed his gaze upon the word justice emblazoned on Naka's back. Noki turned with a smile and said, Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, the newly appointed base commander of the Roguetown Naval Branch, Kudyliya Nochi. Colonel Dottie. It has been quite some time since we last met. How have you been? I have heard that a new naval base commander was appointed in Roguetown, but I never expected it to be you. Have you truly ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral after all these years? Quite impressive. Daddy, do you know him? Noki is a junior of my father from his time in the Navy. The conversation between the two sparked a wave of astonishment among the surrounding crowd. This extraordinarily handsome man is a Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. The previous base commander held the rank of merely colonel, and a Rear Admiral is indeed 2 ranks higher. He's so young. The security of Roguetown is surely assured now. Dottie took his daughter's hand, saying, I know the location of the naval base. Follow me, and I shall lead you there. Thank you. Nochi followed Dottie as they walked along, soon catching sight of the emblem of the Navy, the scales and seagull. The Roguetown Naval Base was modest in size, with several buildings encircling a small training ground. At the entrance of the base stood a notice board adorned with numerous pirate bounty posters. Noki recognized for among them Captain Arlong of the Arlong Pirates, Admiral Kuro of the Pirates, Crocodile, and the Clown Buggy. Mr. Daddy, have you come to claim the bounty? The station Navy officer acknowledged Daddy. Allow me to escort you to the new commander. Commander? The Navy officer looked up, and there stood a stunning beauty of unparalleled grace. Could this enchanting lady truly be our new commander? Noki, with a somber expression, remarked, If your eyes are of no use, I suggest you do away with them. Upon hearing this rather neutral tone, the Navy personnel, recognizing the robust physique of his counterpart, swiftly realized his grave error. He immediately straightened his posture, standing at attention, and implored, Sir, it was not my intention. Please forgive me. Nochi retrieved a stamped order from the headquarters and inquired, who currently holds the highest position in the base. Since the passing of Colonel Weiss, the one in charge has consistently been Sergeant Carter. Take me to see him. As you command. The Navy first set aside Nochi's package and called upon a few individuals to assist with the transport. Dottie remarked, Nochi, you carry on, we shall not intrude. The young girl, with a hint of a playful grin, chimed in, Brother, do come find me to play sometime. Certainly. Nochi smiled in response. In the corridor, his gaze was captivated by a girl with short blue hair through the window. Commander, her name is Daski. A recent addition to the Navy and a promising newcomer with remarkable potential in kendo. It is indeed worth nurturing, Nochi firmly believed. Daski, wielding a wooden sword, was engaged in combat with 3 Navy personnel, yet she maintained the upper hand, proving herself to be a valuable asset. Upon arriving at the office of the base commander, Sergeant Carter was seated on a wooden chair, diligently organizing documents. Sergeant, the new commander sent by headquarters has arrived. Carter quickly rose and rendered a salute. Your Excellency, we received notification from headquarters about your arrival 2 weeks ago, but we were unaware of your exact arrival time and thus could not extend a proper welcome. I hope for your understanding. No matter. Nosai settled into the position of base commander, once held by Carter, and casually perused the documents laid out before him. Carter remarked, This is a compilation of information regarding the Roguetown base that I have prepared for you. Some aspects may lack detail, but I shall strive to enhance it promptly. It is already commendable, Nosai replied. The records concerning the base's finances, armament, and personnel arrangements are quite clear. I appreciate your efforts. Nochi set down the documents and inquired, Are there any malevolent forces currently present in Roguetown? Aside from the pirates that make their daily rounds in Roguetown, there exists a particularly formidable group of mountain bandits. However, they merely demand protection fees and have never been known to harm the populace. Mountain bandits? The group is led by one Bartholomew, whose influence stretches over nearly all the towns surrounding Roguetown, rendering him quite powerful. The leader, Bartholomew, possesses the abilities of a certain devil fruit, making him nearly invincible. Those we have dispatched in attempts to eliminate him were utterly no match for his prowess. Do we have any specific information regarding his whereabouts? As of now, we do not, for he rarely stirs up trouble, and we have ceased monitoring him for some time. Nuachi nodded, understanding the situation. You may attend to your other matters. I will thoroughly examine these documents, he replied. Very well, Sergeant Carter responded before taking his leave. Although it is Norki's inaugural experience as the base commander, the naval base in Roguetown is relatively modest in size, making the compilation of various statistics quite manageable. Thus, it is not difficult to ascertain the situation. After reviewing the statistics compiled by Sergeant Carter, Nochi concluded that Roguetown is, on the whole, lacking in nothing. It is well-funded and possesses an ample arsenal. If one were to pinpoint a drawback, it would be the scarcity of talent. Only he himself seems capable of standing against formidable foes. The naval training is rather lax, with minimal practice time during ordinary days, which undoubtedly accounts for the low combat effectiveness. Nochi intends to implement a more rigorous training regimen, having witnessed the naval drills at headquarters. He aims to elevate his subordinates' combat proficiency to the standards of the main base, taking advantage of the small number of personnel for easier management. While the sailors may initially find the transition challenging, they will undoubtedly acclimatize over time. Furthermore, he seeks to promote Daski, as her swordsmanship talent is arguably on par with that of any vice admiral within the Navy. After all, even without the guidance of a renowned master in the original narrative, she managed to become a moderately famous swordswoman. Daski possesses an extraordinary resilience and an admirable capacity for endurance. If not her, then whom should he cultivate? Thus, that very afternoon, Nochi summoned all the sailors at the base to the training ground for a motivational address. Upon learning that the new base commander is a rear admiral from headquarters and the youngest in history, the sailors felt an overwhelming respect for him. Nochi presented the training regimen he had meticulously devised. Each day spanned 24 hours, allocating 8 hours for sleep, 2 hours for meals, and 10 hours dedicated solely to training, leaving 4 hours for leisure activities, an exceptionally balanced approach to work and rest. According to military protocol, it was Sergeant Carter's responsibility to lead the exercises. Carter executed his duties with diligence. However, as he entered middle age, his capacity for further accomplishments waned. Consequently, to the astonishment of all, Nochi unusually promoted the recently enlisted Daski. Daski's prowess far exceeded that of the average sailor, a fact that was evident to all. Nonetheless, the notion of a newcomer leading them stirred discontent among the sailors. Even Daski herself felt a lack of confidence. Imploring the esteemed Major General to consider appointing someone else to this role, Nosai had anticipated such a reaction from the crowd and chuckled. How about we make a wager? If within a week, I can compel Dashki to single-handedly defeat all of you. Then you shall acknowledge her prowess, and none shall utter a word regarding qualifications. Carter was the first to acquiesce, declaring, I concur with the proposal of the Major General. I agree as well. So do I. The consensus among them was clear. Although Dashki possessed remarkable talent, a week was an exceedingly brief period, and it was improbable for her to achieve any significant advancement. Thus, it was settled, until the outcome of the wager, Sergeant Carter would temporarily lead the training sessions. At your command. Dashki remained behind, while the others were dismissed. Major General. Your expectations of me are exceedingly high. I fear I may not be able to meet your objectives. Dashki bowed her head, her heart filled with anxiety. As she worried that her shortcomings might sow discord within the base and tarnish Nosai's reputation, Nochi did not provide an explanation but inquired, Do you possess your own dagger? Indeed. Bring it forth. Please wait a moment. Dashki hurriedly departed and soon returned, cradling a blade. Sir Major, this is a treasured heirloom of my family, known as Shiyu. Crafted by a renowned artisan. Nuachi casually retrieved a wooden sword from a barrel at the edge of the training ground. Now, using Shiyu. Try to defeat me wielding this wooden sword. Are you serious? I fear I might hurt you. A subtle smile graced the corners of Naka's lips, revealing an exquisite smile. You lack the capability to harm me. Come, make your move. Do take care, Dashki replied, adjusting her black-rimmed glasses, with hands firmly gripping the hilt of her Shiyu blade. She inhaled deeply and struck. Yet, unexpectedly, Naka's sword was remarkably swift. Before her initial strike could descend, the wooden blade had already clashed against Shiyu's body. Crash! Dashki's hand slipped from the hilt, and Shiyu fell heavily to the ground. What did you glean from that strike? Quick, extraordinarily quick. The force was formidable as well. My dear Major, you are truly formidable. Nochi inquired once more, Do you wish to learn the art of swordsmanship with me? Dashki nodded earnestly. As my disciple. The sole stipulation is that you must always have faith in your master's words. Therefore, do not doubt your ability to accomplish the tasks I assign to you. If I say it is possible, then it is unequivocally so. Do you understand? I understand. Dashki replied, her bright eyes radiating unwavering determination. Nochi casually tossed the wooden sword back into the barrel. Your swordsmanship is currently in its nascent stage, and establishing a solid foundation is of paramount importance. Therefore, starting today, in addition to your daily drills, you must swing the sword 3,000 times each day. Is there any objection? None. Excellent. Let us not delay. We shall commence immediately. Dashki retrieved Shiyu from the ground, gripping the hilt tightly above her head before bringing it down swiftly, repeating the motion. The force is too feeble. Can you truly strike another with such strength? I apologize. Dashki took a deep breath, recalibrating her focus, gradually increasing the intensity of her swings. Maintain your form. Have you lowered your stance out of laziness? I'm so sorry. This was Dashki's first experience with such rigorous instruction. It appeared her previous teacher had not held her to the same standards, as she was a woman. Naka's actions brought her a profound sense of comfort. Thus, even though Dashki was utterly exhausted, she resolved to exert every ounce of her strength to meet Naka's expectations. Tightening her nerves and ensuring that each movement of her arms conformed to the standards expected of a swordsman. After a considerable amount of time had passed, noticing that her movements were executed with precision, Nochi ceased to offer corrections and allowed her to practice at her own pace. He had yet to unpack the luggage he brought from headquarters, having merely instructed someone to deliver it to his room. The commander's quarters were distinct from the ordinary naval dormitories, occupying a secluded area. The furnishings within were modest and antiquated, exuding a profound sense of nostalgia. Nochi meticulously extracted item after item from the package, first arranging the bed with care, and then methodically placing each object into the cabinet. After approximately an hour, he finally completed the organization. Through the window, Nosai observed Dashki, drenched in sweat and gritting her teeth, persevering in her swordplay, which filled him with a sense of gratification. 3,000 strokes represented a considerable intensity for her at this moment. He recalled his own journey, realizing that no matter how gifted one may be, a solid foundation must be built gradually, step by step. The affairs of the base had been effectively arranged. Nochi retrieved his communicator and dialed the number of Ein, who was far away at headquarters. Ein seemed to have been anticipating the call, as he answered promptly. Nochi, is that you? Yes, I have arrived in Roguetown. The surroundings here are quite pleasant, and I even took on an apprentice. It wouldn't happen to be a female apprentice, would it? Ein's gentle smile gradually froze. Sometimes, a woman's intuition is remarkably accurate. Indeed it is. Nochi has always been straightforward. I merely regard her as a disciple. She is still young, merely 10, yet possesses remarkable talent in swordsmanship. Given my current lack of personnel, I wish to nurture her potential diligently. Upon hearing this, I felt a slight sense of relief and replied with a smile, "Rest assured, I am not so easily envious. Having a disciple is quite commendable. And Nochi is on her way to becoming an excellent teacher. How have you been lately?" I continued. "A new batch of naval recruits has arrived, and Zephyr and I are busy preparing our teaching plans. Moreover, with Nochi absent, I find myself missing you dearly. I often visit your home every 2 or 3 days to tidy up, and I take the opportunity to lie in your bed, inhaling the familiar scent, which brings me a sense of comfort while I sleep. Do not develop any peculiar habits," Nochi teased. My only habit has always been you. I cherish everything that belongs to you." The two indulged in sweet nothings for a while. Suddenly, I proposed, "Nochi, would you consider sleeping alongside me in the future?" "What do you mean by sleeping together?" "We could communicate all night using the telephone bug, allowing us to hear each other's breathing, as if you were right by my side." This method of remote companionship was quite common in Naka's previous life, yet it was surprising to see Ain adopt it now. However, the telephone bug is not merely a device. It possesses life and can grow weary. Engaging in prolonged communication throughout the night may very well lead to its demise. Through the round, bulging eyes of the telephone bug, Nochi discerned an unmistakable fear. "I am fine, but the telephone bug cannot endure this. If it continues like this, our telephone bugs may soon meet their demise. How about we refrain from contacting each other all night and instead dedicate a fixed time each evening to converse?" "That could work. Although I currently have a matter to attend to, I shall call you back shortly." Upon witnessing Daki complete her sword practice, Nochi lay exhausted on the ground, resembling a spent figure. As her mentor, he could not neglect her well-being. "Very well, you carry on with your tasks. I shall await your return." Nochi hung up the phone, donned a naval jacket, and arrived at the training ground. Dasichi panted heavily, her limbs aching intensely, sweat completely soaking her glasses and attire. "Major General, I have fulfilled your request." "Well done." Nochi expressed his affirmation. Dasuki, at that moment, was unlikely to rise, and it would not do to allow her to remain on the ground, lest she catch a chill. Thus, Nochi had no choice but to lift her in a princess carry, asking, "Where is your dormitory?" "I shall escort you back." Dasuki, with great effort, raised her arm and pointed upwards, apologizing. "I am sorry, General, for the trouble I have caused you." Nochi replied, "It is but a trifling matter, as it is my duty as your mentor." Nochi identified her position and, holding her close, strode purposefully toward the staircase. Along the way, they encountered several sailors, who did not dwell on the encounter, for they had witnessed Dasuki's sword training in its entirety. As the commander of the base, it is entirely natural for Nochi to take care of his subordinates. Within the entire naval base, there are merely 2 female personnel. Consequently, the girls' dormitory is confined to a single room, which, in consideration of privacy concerns, has been discreetly allocated to a corner on the 2nd floor. Nochi raised his hand and knocked gently on the door. "Daki, you have returned quite late today." The door opened to reveal a girl with long black hair, her youthful and charming countenance complemented by a petite and delicate figure. "Oh, you are the Major General." The girl, serving as the cook in the base, had never seen Nochi's visage before, yet she recognized the insignia on his coat. Nochi nodded and stepped into the room, gently laying Dashien on the bed. She was utterly fatigued from her training today, so please take good care of her. "Of course," the girl replied, her gaze firmly fixed on Naka's striking visage. His unparalleled beauty did nothing to diminish the masculine aura that enveloped him, complemented by his tender and considerate gestures. In that moment, the girl felt her heart flutter like a startled doe. She had fallen in love, her very first affection for a man. Previously, she had shown no interest in the opposite sex, finding herself more drawn to feminine beauty and the allure of women. Yet, upon encountering Nochi, a mere glance had completely transformed her perspective. How could a man possess such exquisite charm? Given that they were in a girl's dormitory, Nochi could not linger for long. After offering his words of care, he exited the room. "I must win him over." The girl raised her small fist, making a resolute decision. Love cannot be confined to the heart. It must be boldly expressed. As the saying goes, to capture a man's heart, one must first conquer his stomach. The girl was confident in her culinary skills and believed she could surely win over the esteemed major. Starting tomorrow, the major's 3 meals a day would be lovingly prepared by me, Andalai Gaya Terena. The night had grown late. Nochi returned to his room and contacted Ein using a telecommunication device, engaging in conversation for a while before succumbing to slumber. With matters at the base nearly settled, he had no pressing concerns and desired to indulge in a leisurely sleep. However, the tranquility of the early morning was abruptly shattered by a series of knocks at the door, rousing him from his rest. Feeling irritable, Nochi approached the door and discovered a naval officer standing outside, holding a tray adorned with an exquisite breakfast that was visually enticing. "Good morning, Major. I have brought you breakfast," the naval officer said, somewhat nervously. "Oh, thank you." Nochi received it with surprise. It turns out that being the head of the base comes with such privileges. Curiously, as Nochi picked up one of the sandwiches, he noticed that a heart symbol was drawn on the bread with ketchup. However, he did not dwell on it and took a bite, finishing it off before lying down for a short nap. When he awoke once more, the sailors were diligently practicing on the training grounds. Nochi observed with a hint of admiration that Dashki was diligently practicing, unfazed by the exhaustion of having swung her sword 3,000 times the previous day. Indeed, he had not misjudged her character. Nochi donned his attire, affixed his sword, and resolved to take a stroll through the streets. Perhaps it was due to the rumors circulating among pirates about a naval major general stationed in Roguetown. As Nochi traversed the road, he encountered no signs of pirates. Eventually, he arrived at the entrance of a weapon shop. Was this not the very establishment where Zaro had visited in the original narrative? The shop, albeit modest in size, was replete with an impressive assortment of weaponry, all meticulously arranged. On the shelves, within wooden barrels, and against the walls, one could find an array of armors, sharp blades, and long spears, showcasing a rich diversity. "Welcome to our establishment. You must be the newly appointed major. A pleasure to finally meet you," the proprietor exclaimed. "Should you desire anything, do not hesitate to inform me. I can offer you a 10% discount." The weapon shop maintained a close relationship with the Navy, and thus, the owner had always fostered a good rapport with the naval forces of Roguetown, a situation that remained true to this day. Nochi glanced around with a smile and remarked, "Surely, many pirates or nefarious forces come here to procure their goods." Ibn Song was momentarily taken aback. As the proprietor of a weapon shop, how could he completely dissociate himself from such dark elements? Moreover, he had indeed sold to them and even took pride in the notoriety achieved by others wielding his weapons. Naturally, he dared not admit this and hurriedly masked his inner turmoil with a smile, exclaiming, "You jest. We are a venerable establishment, known for our integrity and transparency. How could we possibly have any ties with pirates? Is that so?" Nochi casually picked up a knife, his fingers gliding over the blade. "As far as I am aware, the naval forces in Roguetown have not recorded any weapon purchases for quite some time. Thus, aside from pirates, it seems that only bounty hunters would frequent this establishment. Considering the apparent prosperity of your business, is it possible that Roguetown is home to such a multitude of bounty hunters? Or do these hunters frequently require new weaponry?" Ibn Song remarked that with the pirates' frequent presence in Roguetown, it is quite common for ordinary citizens to purchase weapons for self-defense. "Since you appear to have a clear conscience, might I take a glance at your ledger?" "Sir, the ledger is one of the most vital components of a business. It cannot be so casually revealed. Even if you are a member of the Navy, such tyranny is unwarranted." "Oh." As Naki's gaze sharpened, a formidable aura enveloped him, causing Ibn Song to break into a sweat and tumble to the ground. Just when Ibn Song believed his end was nigh, Nochi unexpectedly shifted his attention elsewhere. "Very well," he conceded. "You are right. The Navy cannot coerce others, for that would render them no different from pirates." Nosai rummaged through a wooden barrel filled with inferior swords. As a swordsman, even without having seen a catalog of renowned blades, he could instinctively discern the quality of a sword. "I've found it." Nochi unsheathed the third generation of the Ghost Che, concealed within the inferior blade, its fiery floral patterns rendering it exceptionally exquisite. "My lord, that blade." Ibn Song hesitated, for he had already noticed the golden scale hanging at Naki's waist. As a connoisseur of weaponry, he could discern the identity of the sword merely from its hilt. A major general from the headquarters wielding the formidable De Kwai Dao of the 21st caliber must undoubtedly be a top-tier swordsman, without uttering a word. He could recognize the third generation of the Ghost Che. "I shall claim this sword." Although Nochi is a swordsman of singular prowess, wielding but a single blade, he harbors a passion for collecting renowned swords. Previously, circumstances did not permit him the opportunity, but now that chance has presented itself, how could he possibly let it slip away? Moreover, he is eager to master the art of dual wielding and, indeed, the trifecta of blades with remarkable ease. Are you truly intent on employing a cursed blade, my lord? Throughout history, no swordsman who has wielded such a weapon has met a favorable end. As the proprietor of a weapon shop, Ipponmatsu adheres to a moral code that forbids him from exploiting others for monetary gain, especially when it comes to matters of life and death. In his eyes, selling a cursed sword to a customer is tantamount to endangering their very existence. Naki toyed with the third-generation Guetai, chuckling, the so-called cursed blade merely serves to intimidate the uninitiated. The reason a demonic sword turns against its master lies not in any inherent curse, but rather in the failure of the wielder to earn the sword's recognition. As long as the swordsman possesses formidable skills, the phenomenon of a blade rebelling against its master will not arise. Upon hearing this, Ibn Song experienced a moment of enlightenment. Fully convinced by Naki's words, having spent considerable time in the Grand Line and engaged in battles with unimaginable strong adversaries, he undoubtedly possessed a broader perspective than his own. By the way, do you have any renowned swords in your possession? Nuachi recalls that the treasure of Ibn Song is the Snow Walk, a blade of exceptional craftsmanship. However, it seems that you, my esteemed adult, have already found your heart's desire. I wish to entrust this knife to a more deserving warrior. Very well. How much shall I pay to acquire the third generation of Guetai? I fear that in my lifetime, I may encounter only you capable of wielding this blade. Consider it a gift to commemorate our meeting. Ibn Song was greatly intimidated by his presence and dared not ask for money. Ha ha ha, I shall humbly accept your generosity. Noki joyfully accepted the third generation of the Ghost Blade and left the weapon shop with great delight, having just acquired a new dagger. Despite knowing that it pales in comparison to the Golden Scale, Noki still yearned to test its sharpness. In truth, Noki's excursion today had two primary objectives. One was to familiarize himself with the geographical layout of Roguetown, and the other was to eliminate a few pirates to establish his reputation, serving as a warning to all in the East Sea. The Navy often preferred to apprehend individuals, seldom resorting to immediate justice against pirates on the spot. Noki believes that merely capturing a few pirates is insufficient to convey the gravity of their peril. It is only through eradicating the root of the problem that one can truly grasp the risks associated with piracy. Once one has chosen the path of a pirate, one must be prepared to face the depths of hell. In this regard, he has been somewhat influenced by Admiral Akainu. However, he is far less ruthless than Akainu. He only seeks to eliminate evildoers, whereas Akainu sometimes goes so far as to annihilate civilians in his relentless pursuit of complete eradication of future threats. As Noki made his way to the harbor, he beheld a pirate ship anchored there, with the crew busily transporting supplies aboard. Ahoy, my comrades! Let us set sail for the Grand Line and seize the greatest treasures of this world. Whoever dares to obstruct us shall meet their demise, ha ha ha. I have heard whispers of many beautiful maidens within the Grand Line. We must capture a few to keep me company at night. There is a certain allure to women who belong to others. How many have you pursued from the villages we plundered? Haven't you had your fill? It is time for a change in taste. Amidst their laughter and revelry, a towering golden sword energy surged toward them. The colossal pirate ship was severed in two in an instant. What just transpired? This smooth cut, could it be that the ship was cleaved by a blade? Surely, this cannot be real. Noki slowly sheathed his blade, reflecting on the fact that the third generation of the Ghost Slayer still did not feel as comfortable to wield as the Golden Scale. The ship cutter, a skill reserved for the illustrious swordsman. Now, it was time to cleanse the blemishes. Nosai smiled faintly, the wisps of black smoke lending an air of wickedness to his extraordinary visage. Thick, dark fog rose, enveloping the pirate ship from all directions. What on earth is this? The pirates, in a state of panic, drew their pistols from their trousers and fired repeatedly into the blackness, yet their efforts proved utterly futile. The dark mist continued to advance at a visible pace. The smoke is corroding our ship. What mysterious force is this? Could it be divine retribution? It must be. For who else possesses such power? Captain, think of a way. The ship's supplies, cannons, flags, and everything else were gradually being consumed by the encroaching darkness. The pirates watched helplessly as their vessel shrank under the assault of the black fog. In their despair, they huddled together, trembling, preoccupied only with the desire to preserve their lives. Help! Someone save us. We no longer wish to be pirates. Let us return home. I have a wife and a child under 2 years old. Grant me another chance, and I promise I will forsake piracy. Tears streamed down the faces of the pirates, many weeping uncontrollably, while some repeatedly struck their heads against the walls, lamenting their choice to embrace the life of a pirate. The captain no longer entertained dreams of conquering the Grand Line. He was solely focused on one question. Who is this formidable entity that seeks their demise? The darkness could absorb everything, including sound. Thus, Nochi was oblivious to their confessions and had no desire to listen. In a matter of moments, the darkness obliterated the entirety of the pirate crew from this world. Passers-by bore witness to this unfolding scene. The sight of a single strike severing the massive pirate ship shattered their understanding of reality. The fact that Nochi could make an entire pirate crew vanish into thin air rendered the term monster inadequate to describe this newly appointed naval officer. He was indeed a monster among monsters. Nochi, after several years, has you truly reached such an extraordinary level? This is no ordinary rear admiral's prowess. You must possess at least the abilities of a vice admiral. Colonel Dottie, are you also here? Nochi turned to face the middle-aged man with a scruffy beard. Oh, the pirate captain's pilot, whom you just dispatched, had a bounty of 1.5 million berries, making him somewhat renowned in the East Sea. I had come here with the intention of slaying him to claim the reward, only to find you had already beaten me to it. 1.5 million. Nochi, intrigued, inquired. Approximately how much can you earn in Roguetown in a single day? On a good day, I might make 2 to 3 million berries. While on a less fortunate day, around 10,000, came the reply. Roguetown sees a constant influx of pirates, many of whom are weak and thus easily defeated. However, if future pirates are all vanquished as effortlessly as today, my earnings will diminish significantly. As a mere major, my monthly salary hovers around 500,000. Yet you can amass that sum in a single day. I must admit, I feel somewhat disheartened. Nochi humbly acknowledges that he does not possess an elevated spiritual realm. Yet he still harbors aspirations for a materialistic life. Upon reflection, as a naval officer, the avenues for financial gain are rather limited. One may either seek promotions for increased salaries, engage in side ventures, or, should one's professional ethics wane slightly, accept bribes. The latter option is best left aside. Nochi feared being discovered by Sakasaki, leading him to contemplate a self-imposed demise. Moreover, he has always been forthright. How could he commit such a heinous act? After much contemplation, Nochi realized that the naval regulations did not explicitly prohibit collaboration with bounty hunters for profit. Even if there were such stipulations, they had escaped his memory. After all, the theoretical examination had been graded by Ein. Why bother with arduous study when connections could facilitate one's success? Nevertheless, he pressed on. Colonel Dottie, I have a proposal, he began. Yes? Please, do share, Dottie replied. Regardless of whether it is I who defeats the pirates or you, let us consider all victories as your spoils. This way, you stand to gain more bounty without the fear of competition from me. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement, is it not? Dottie chuckled. You are always seeking profit. What is it that you desire? Ah, I seek but a modest share. 60% of the bounty for any pirate I vanquish would suffice, Nochi replied with a grin. Haha, so that is your intention. Not only do you eliminate a formidable rival, but you also gain a partner. This proposal is indeed commendable. I accept. Splendid. Nochi continued. There is another matter I wish to entrust to you. What is it? Have you heard of Bartholomew and his crew? Few residents of Roguetown are unfamiliar with that name. Are you planning to confront them? Indeed, I would like you to investigate Bartholomew's current whereabouts. Very well. I shall keep an eye out for you. Thank you kindly. A dark mist once again enveloped Nochi. Liberation. The remnants of a pirate ship and the corpses of pirates cascaded forth from the boundless shadows, landing before Dottie with a resounding clatter. Among them, there should be the bounty hunter you mentioned. This time, I shall not claim the reward, treating it instead as compensation for your assistance in the investigation. Ah, indeed. At this moment, the pirate ship lay in ruins, utterly reduced to mere splinters of wood. The pirates themselves bore grievous wounds, their deaths a harrowing sight to behold. Even Dottie, who had battled through the Grand Line for many years, found himself profoundly shaken by this scene. Such formidable fruit abilities. After identifying the bounty hunter, Dottie hoisted the body onto his shoulder and returned to the naval base alongside Nochi. Nochi personally assisted Dottie in signing the capture certificate. After receiving his bounty, Dottie hurriedly went to find his daughter. He is undoubtedly a devoted father, wishing to be by his daughter's side every hour of every day. Any suitor who becomes his son-in-law is sure to face a challenging life. Bored and weary, Nochi found himself languishing in ennui. His gaze fixed upon Sergeant Carter at the training ground. After observing for a while, he discerned no apparent issues. Everything seemed to unfold in accordance with his meticulously devised plan. However, it became evident that the naval soldiers lacked adequate conditioning, with many struggling to keep pace with the training regimen, requiring a longer respite than he had stipulated. Nochi is well aware of the principle that haste can lead to folly. Allowing them a week to acclimate is, in fact, quite reasonable. Just as Nuachi was about to drift into slumber, a knock resounded at his door. "Your Excellency, the time for afternoon tea has arrived. Since you missed lunch, the kitchen has specially prepared a dessert for your enjoyment. It seems that life in this base is quite pleasant, even accommodating afternoon tea." Nochi, feeling quite hungry, accepted the tray from the hands of the sailor outside the door. He observed a heart symbol crafted from strawberry jam atop the cream cake, identical to the heart he had seen during breakfast. Could this be a signature touch of the kitchen at the naval base in Roguetown? Nochi undoubtedly comprehended that this was a girl's way of expressing affection towards a boy. However, there were only 2 women in the entire base. Daski was perpetually engaged in training, leaving her no time for such matters. As for the other woman, he had only met her once. It could hardly be described as love at first sight, could it? Nuachi gently caressed his chin, as fair as jade, with his charm. It seems that there are indeed no shortage of women who fall in love at first sight. Noki is certainly not a cad. Upon contemplating this possibility, he promptly set down his plate and made his way to the kitchen, believing it best to clarify matters regarding his already committed relationship. Nochi entered the kitchen, where naval chefs were diligently preparing dinner for the soldiers. "Major General, what brings you here?" inquired a chef adorned with a tall white hat as he approached. "Oh, I'm merely taking a look around. After all, as a newcomer, my understanding of the base has thus far been confined to literature. I have yet to experience it firsthand. Would you like me to provide you with an overview?" "No need. Please continue with your work." The kitchen was of modest proportions, neither too large nor too small, but rather of a medium size. Nosai glanced up and discovered the sole female chef within the base. It must be her, he thought. Consequently, Nosai stealthily approached the young woman. At that moment, she was entirely absorbed in preparing a dish, completely oblivious to the presence of someone standing beside her. Her culinary skills were commendable. After a moment of contemplation, Nochi suddenly spoke. The young girl finally became aware of his presence, turning her head to behold the striking features of the man before her. Instantly, a deep crimson hue enveloped her cheeks, and in a reflexive response, her legs instinctively recoiled, resulting in an unfortunate twist of her ankle. Nuachi, with swift reflexes, promptly supported her waist. The moment he made contact, the young girl reacted even more intensely, letting out an excited cry. In an instant, all eyes in the kitchen turned towards them. The girl finally regained her composure, hurriedly steadying herself, and pushed the man in front of her away. With her head bowed and her cheeks flushed, she struggled to articulate her words, stammering, "May I ask what you need from me?" Upon witnessing her demeanor, Nuachi's conviction in his judgment grew ever stronger. In truth, there was nothing of significance. He merely wished to inquire whether it was she who prepared the breakfast and afternoon tea today. "Indeed. How did it fare? Was it to your liking?" The young girl gazed at him with eager anticipation. The taste was rather delightful. Yet what? Noki glanced around at the people present, sensing that a blunt refusal might be rather inappropriate. Thus, he opted for a different approach, saying, "Your cooking style reminds me of my girlfriend back at the naval headquarters. Each time she prepares my bento, she always adds a heart-shaped symbol." At that moment, his girlfriend, Traina, was momentarily struck dumb. The esteemed Major General has a girlfriend? A girlfriend? Indeed. What should I do? I absolutely cannot admit my feelings for the Major General. Otherwise, I would surely face rejection. Ignoring the peculiar gazes of the chefs, Traina gradually composed herself, her mind racing, and then spoke with unusual calmness. "Major General, my heart symbol carries a different connotation from that of your girlfriend." "What do you mean by that?" Traina continued her fabrication. "A heart symbolizes not only the love between a couple but also the respect and admiration that subordinates hold for their superior. The reason I adorned your meal in such a manner is to convey the warmth of the Roguetown Navy and to express our admiration and reverence for you as our leader." Is there truly such an interpretation? Upon careful reflection, Noki realized that it seemed quite reasonable. Who decreed that affection must invariably signify romantic love? However, Nuachi is not foolish. The recent reaction from the other party is far from the simple affection of a subordinate towards a superior. Nonetheless, the little chef has already learned of his relationship status. The objective has been achieved, and there is no need to delve deeper. Thus, it is indeed a source of joy that I, as a superior, can earn such respect from my subordinates. I shall continue to strive forward. Nochi reached out and gently patted her shoulder. Traina's heart raced uncontrollably. After he departed, a wave of whispers filled the kitchen. Having known Traina for many years, Her colleagues had never witnessed her take such a keen interest in any officer or peer. Who would believe her now, claiming respect for an officer? Traina glared fiercely at the others, demanding, "What are you all staring at? Get back to work." As the most skilled cook in the kitchen, she had participated in numerous culinary competitions in Roguetown, consistently achieving remarkable results, her status only second to the head chef. The other cooks chuckled at her petite and endearing demeanor. The head chef mused aloud, noting that Traina had reached the age of youthful infatuation. Traina's face flushed with embarrassment. Her thoughts were no longer on cooking. She set down her spatula and ran out of the kitchen. Back in her dormitory, Traina buried her head beneath the blankets, replaying the earlier events in her mind. What should she do? The major had a girlfriend, and they appeared to be deeply in love. Was she really going to give up on her rare feelings? No. It was unlikely she would encounter a man better than the major in her lifetime. Even if it meant competing, she was determined to win him over. After all, they weren't married yet. Everyone had a chance based on their own merits. However, relying solely on her culinary skills wouldn't win the major's heart. What other advantages did she possess? Standing before the mirror, Traina pondered her petite figure. In terms of physical attributes, she seemed to lack any advantage. How frustrating. Why couldn't she grow just a little taller? The path of maturity was not for her. It seemed she would have to embrace a more charming persona. She hoped the major would be fond of her type. Stealing her resolve, Traina returned to the kitchen. Her culinary plans could not be so easily interrupted. After all, sincerity in love, regardless of gender, was of utmost importance. As long as she persevered, the major would eventually recognize her worth. For now, she would persist in her efforts until she could devise other strategies. After resolving the concerns of his admirers, Nochi retreated to his room and fell into a deep slumber. During his peaceful repose, the Navy finally concluded their arduous first day of training. Having finished dinner, they each returned to their quarters to rest, save for Dasky, who ventured to the training grounds to continue her sword practice. Traina, noticing Dasky's prolonged absence, suddenly recalled that Dasky had mentioned last night that the Major General seemed to have taken her as a disciple. A pang of envy stirred within Traina. How fortunate Dasky was to forge such a strong bond with the Major General merely on their first day of acquaintance. Could she, too, aspire to become the Major General's apprentice? Clearly, that was an impossibility, given her lackluster talent in combat. Unless, of course, the Major General possessed remarkable culinary skills as well. But that seemed implausible. A man who is both handsome and formidable, as well as adept in the kitchen, is a rare gem indeed. When the appointed time for her conversation with Ian arrived, Nochi was roused by the incessant ringing of his phone. Their chat was quite simple, revolving around the recounting of their daily experiences. Ian's day was mundane, primarily devoted to preparing for her teaching duties. As she listened to Nochi's day unfold, what began as a simple narrative gradually stirred within her an uncontrollable sense of jealousy. Indeed, there was a wicked woman attempting to ensnare Nochi. Although Nochi had rebuffed her advances, who could guarantee that the woman would relent? Just as Nochi had repeatedly dismissed Ian's confessions in the past, she had never truly given up. Alas, Ian was stationed far away at the naval headquarters, powerless to protect her man. How she wished for a trustworthy individual to keep watch over him. The moment this thought crossed her mind, she hastily dismissed it. For the adage rings true, one must guard against both fire and theft, and the threat of betrayal by one's closest confidants is not a new phenomenon. It was far more reassuring to take matters into her own hands. Yet, she found herself unable to transfer from headquarters. Ian's frustration grew. Had she been a typical woman, she might have resorted to threats, crying and creating a scene to compel her man to steer clear of other women. But Ian was not so foolish. Such actions would merely provide other women with an opportunity. However, she could not remain passive and overly magnanimous either. Remembering the insurance that the Peach Rabbit had previously arranged for her, she said, "Nochi, there's one more thing I forgot to mention. Sister Jiyuan recently recommended some books to me again, and I felt it would be rude to decline her, so I accepted a few. However, they remain untouched in the bookshelf." Nuachi was utterly infuriated. That troublesome older sister, Taotu Jiyuan, seemed determined to lead Ian astray. Once I return to the headquarters, I shall certainly confront her and engage in a thorough discussion. Nochi repeatedly admonished Ian to refrain from perusing the books provided by Jiyuan, though Ian refrained from mentioning their initial agreement. It was evident that Nochi had recalled it herself. Her objective had been achieved. However, while this method proved effective once or twice, its frequent application would inevitably provoke Naka's disdain. I needed to devise alternative strategies. Having an exceptional boyfriend was indeed a source of vexation. The moments spent in Roguetown were both simple and fulfilling, even though Nochi had made it clear that she had a girlfriend. and was still able to relish the culinary delights meticulously prepared by Tarina. He also gleaned insights about Tarina from others, discovering that she was one of the renowned chefs of the East Sea, famously dubbed the second chef of the East Sea. At the East Sea culinary competition held in Roguetown, she had repeatedly secured second place, earning the moniker Millennium Runner-Up. The first place consistently went to Carmen, a chef hailing from the esteemed seaside restaurant Bartai, who was a prodigy of Zep and a senior apprentice to Sanji. Tarina despised any mention of her title as second of the East Sea, as she was deeply concerned about losing to her peers in her area of expertise. Nochi contemplated that when the next culinary competition arose, it would be a splendid idea to impart some skills to her, assisting her in securing the coveted first place, thus expressing her gratitude for the countless meals he had been provided over time. Moreover, Dottie lived up to expectations, dedicating 4 days to track down Bartholomew, who resided in a quaint village in the countryside of Roguetown. Upon learning of the situation, Nochi promptly resolved to embark on his journey. The island on which Roguetown is situated is vast, encompassing not merely a single town but also a myriad of quaint villages nestled in its embrace. Bartholomew, a preeminent figure among the mountain bandits, holds dominion over nearly all the villages in proximity to Roguetown, exacting tribute in the form of protection fees. Unlike the typical marauders who revel in pillage and destruction, Bartholomew possesses a certain decency. He primarily contends with rival bandits for territory, subsequently soliciting fees from the villagers for his safeguarding services. In instances where he encounters particularly impoverished hamlets, he graciously adjusts his demands for protection to accommodate their circumstances. In essence, his operations bear a striking resemblance to the security company Nochi once knew in his past life. It is akin to receiving payment for providing guardianship. Albeit while the security personnel operate passively, Bartholomew compels the villagers to accept his protection. Initially, the villagers were reluctant to embrace Bartholomew, yet as time progressed, they came to recognize his formidable prowess. With him in their midst, no one dared trespass upon their land. Consequently, they acknowledged his presence, even going so far as to aid Bartholomew in concealing his whereabouts from the Navy. After all, when the Navy failed to fulfill its duty to protect them, Bartholomew, at a price they found acceptable, effectively accomplished what the Navy could not, revealing the stark contrast in their efficacy. In the countryside, Nuachi strolled along a narrow path when a group of individuals suddenly emerged. At the forefront stood a striking woman with a mane of red and yellow hair, her features captivating and her physique alluring. Draped in a deep blue agent's jacket, her ample bosom was modestly concealed by thick white fabric, while she hefted a hefty iron rod upon her shoulder. Chewing on a vegetable root, she spoke with an air of dominance. "Hey, what brings the naval trash here? Didn't we teach you a lesson last time? Are you itching for more? Who are you?" "I am Dezaya, the deputy leader of Bartholomew's faction. You seem unfamiliar. A newcomer, perhaps? Did you just refer to me as a woman?" With a radiant smile illuminating his face, Nochi suddenly took a great step forward, extending his index finger to deliver a merciless thrust aimed at his opponent's chest. Dezaya was instantly sent flying like a kite severed from its string, spewing blood as he careened through the air for several meters before crashing into the fields. The vice leader? The bandits stood in stunned silence. To defeat the vice leader with a single blow, could this man truly be a monster? "Quick, summon the chief. A formidable foe has arrived." Nochi nonchalantly allowed the bandits to return and relay their message, leisurely trailing behind them. Bartholomew, in the midst of relieving himself behind a neighbor's house, was abruptly informed that his childhood companion, Dezaya, had been knocked unconscious. Although he had never particularly favored Dezaya, they had grown up together, and he could not simply turn a blind eye. TCH, women are nothing but trouble. Bartholomew hastily pulled up his trousers, shoved his hands into his pockets, and ambled towards the outskirts of the village. Nochi caught sight of a man with a lush green rooster comb, and he instantly recognized him as Bartholomew, the man endowed with an invincible barrier. Bartholomew, carelessly picking at his nose, clearly regarded Nochi with disdain and remarked, "You possess considerable strength, I must admit. I had thought Dezaya was the pinnacle among women, yet here stands someone even more formidable." Observing Nochi's grim expression, his subordinates hastily interjected, "Boss, he's a man." The deputy leader Dezaya was defeated by this fellow simply due to a misjudgment of gender. "Do you truly believe I could be vanquished in a single blow?" Bartholomew's visage darkened ominously. "Our illustrious leader possesses unmatched prowess, thus such a fate is implausible." With an irreverent demeanor, Bartholomew brazenly reached into his trousers to scratch an itch. Noticing the scornful glare from Nochi, he nonchalantly retorted, "Displeased with me, are you? If you find me intolerable, come and strike me." As he spoke, he leaned forward provocatively. Nochi discerned the presence of a transparent barrier erected before him, which emboldened his audacity. However, before the fruit of darkness, all abilities rendered themselves utterly ineffective. Nochi opened the palm of his right hand, and the black vortex reached forward. Bartholomew had yet to realize that his barrier had vanished. Thus, Nochi extended his left hand and delivered a resounding slap. Smack! The force behind Naka's slap was formidable. Bartholomew, caught entirely off guard, had believed that his barrier was impenetrable. However, the reality proved to be vastly different from his expectations. Bartholomew received a resounding slap across his face, and the overwhelming power sent his body spinning through an astonishing 1,080 degrees before he crashed to the ground, rolling 3 additional times. It seems he is a fellow excessively reliant on his abilities. With a casual strike, Nochi nearly incapacitated his opponent, revealing the considerable weakness of Bartholomew's martial prowess. It is hardly surprising, given that the barrier fruit possesses an almost invincible defensive capability, setting a remarkably high baseline. The scarcity of formidable adversaries in the East Blue means Bartholomew seldom encounters anyone capable of challenging him. A person who believes themselves to be invincible naturally ceases to strive for improvement. Enel from Skypiea serves as a vivid testament to this. "Boss!" exclaimed a few of his subordinates, their mouths agape, as nearly popping out as the situation unfolded quite differently from their expectations. Bartholomew's face was severely swollen. Yet this tough man, despite enduring such a heavy blow, silently gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. "How could you possibly breach my barrier?" Bartholomew murmured, clutching his puffy face, struggling to articulate his words. "Would you like to know?" Nochi chuckled playfully, beckoning him with a finger, challenging him to uncover the truth on his own. Bartholomew, unaccustomed to such provocation, crossed his index and middle fingers to conjure a formidable layer of transparent barrier. He then raised his fist and thrust it forward, the barrier surging towards Nochi with remarkable speed. "Dark waters." Nochi raised his right hand, a swirling vortex of darkness revolving in his palm. Confronted by an imposing barrier, he courageously pressed forward and reached out to touch it. The onlookers believed Nochi was doomed. Yet, in the next moment, they were astounded to witness the so-called invincible barrier of Bartholomew shatter under this seemingly mundane touch. Was that all there was to it? Nochi casually clapped his hands, exuding an air of effortless mastery. This must be a jest. Bartholomew, taken aback, was filled with disbelief. He summoned 3 barriers in succession, directing them relentlessly towards Nochi. The outcome remained unchanged. Regardless of the thickness or speed of the barriers, Nochi merely grazed them, and they were instantly obliterated. The suction of Nochi's vortex suddenly intensified. Bartholomew's body was irresistibly drawn forward, propelled uncontrollably. In an instant, Nochi seized him by the neck, raised his left fist, deliberately withholding some of his strength, and struck Bartholomew's abdomen. Bartholomew writhed in agony upon the ground, groaning in pain. Meanwhile, Desire, who had been rescued by her subordinates, limped forward and witnessed this scene firsthand. Although Desire harbored disdain for Bartholomew's character and appearance, she held a profound admiration for his prowess, bordering on reverence. She revered the strong. Now, seeing Bartholomew utterly powerless against Nochi, reduced to a pitiful state, shattered Desire's perception. It was astonishing to realize such formidable individuals existed in the world. Upon first encountering Nochi, Desire had assumed he was merely a pretty face, after being defeated. She had only considered him somewhat capable. One cannot judge by appearances. Desire had now fully grasped the meaning of this adage. "Deputy Leader, our boss is in trouble. We must rush to his aid." "Deputy Leader." The subordinates were taken aback. They had not realized how different Desire appeared. Gone was her imposing demeanor, replaced by a rosy complexion, exuding the demeanor of a young girl. What a handsome man. Desire was no ordinary woman. Her definition of handsome referred not to Nochi's looks, but to her admiration and acknowledgement of his strength. Bartholomew truly embodied a warrior's spirit, refusing to concede despite his battered state, rising to charge at Nochi with fervor. Nochi did not wish to take his life. Thus he intentionally held back his strength. "Taste my punch." Raging kick. Iron block fist technique. Bartholomew was struck down 7 times in succession, experiencing for the very first time a profound sense of helplessness. He was astonished at how much stronger his opponent had become. With a serious expression, Bartholomew wiped the crimson blood from the corner of his mouth, his arms trembling as they supported his body, and with a sudden burst of determination, he rose to his feet. Nochi anticipated a counterattack, extending his right index finger in readiness. To his astonishment, Bartholomew took 2 steps forward, his legs giving way as he knelt before him, uttering a startling request. "Please allow me the honor of being your fan." Witnessing this scene, his companions also followed suit and knelt down. "Is that so?" Nochi found himself taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. "Do you disagree? In all my years, you are the only individual whose strength has the power to overshadow mine. I am willing to acknowledge you as my idol. Please, I implore you to accept me." Bartholomew gazed up with bloodshot eyes, brimming with anticipation. Nochi remarked, "It is possible. However, my followers are not easily won over. There is a condition." "What condition?" "Bring your subordinates to join the Navy." The reason why Nochi has shown mercy multiple times is that he seeks to win him over and subsequently recruit him into the Navy. The Navy? Bartholomew was momentarily taken aback. Is it really that simple to join? Indeed, Bartholomew had previously held a deep disdain for the Navy, as he had often bested them in combat. However, after encountering Nochi, his perception shifted significantly. He realized that the Navy harbors such formidable combat prowess. "Very well. I am willing to join the Navy," Bartholomew resolved. "We are willing too. Wherever the boss goes, we shall follow." His subordinates echoed in unison. Desire also raised her hand, expressing her desire to join. The swift progression of events left Nochi feeling somewhat surreal, as he had prepared extensively for this conversation. However, Bartholomew continued. "Before I join the Navy, I have a few matters to arrange. I kindly ask for half a month's time. After that, I will certainly seek you out at the Navy base. That is acceptable. Do you require my assistance?" Bartholomew quickly shook his head, insisting it was unnecessary, as they were merely a band of petty thieves, not warranting his intervention. "Very well. Half a month is no issue." Nochi was in no rush. "By the way, I have yet to inquire about your name." Bartholomew felt a wave of embarrassment. How could he not know the name of his idol? He was a rather unworthy fan. "Kudyliya Nochi, Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters." "Such a person of your caliber holds merely the rank of Rear Admiral?" Bartholomew and the others exclaimed in surprise. "Well, military rank does not solely reflect one's strength. If we must quantify it, my power should be at the level of a Vice Admiral, with considerable room for further advancement." "Indeed, you appear quite youthful. The future Chief of the Navy must surely be you." Bartholomew had never been one to flatter, yet perhaps due to an innate fan quality, his compliments flowed effortlessly. Unlike Bartholomew and his companions who wished to become Nochi's admirers, Desire had different aspirations. She approached Nochi earnestly, requesting, "Please accept me as your disciple." "You?" Nochi scrutinized her intently. Desire nodded vigorously. "I refuse," Nochi stated flatly. Desire's heart plummeted. "Why? Was it because I had insulted you earlier?" Nochi shook his head. "I am not so petty. To become my disciple, one must possess not only a certain level of combat talent, but also an indomitable spirit. Do you possess such qualities?" "I do," Desire replied, puffing out his chest. "Words alone are insufficient. You must demonstrate your capabilities." "How can one prove themselves?" "Quite simply. I shall devise a week-long training regimen for you. If you can endure it, I will accept you as my apprentice." "It is settled then. You must not deceive me. I am a man of my word." "Very well, Bartholomew. I shall return with Master Nochi. After all, one person suffices to handle that band of mountain bandits." Bartholomew expressed his discontent, voicing his objections. "This is unfair. Why do you have the privilege of meeting with Master Nochi daily while I am relegated to menial labor?" "I too desire the guidance of Master Nochi." Desire, hands on her hips, replied, "Because I cannot single-handedly defeat a group of bandits." "Can't you take your underlings with you? Moreover, you have been responsible for managing our extensive territories. In my opinion, it would be best for Master Nochi and me to return first while you deal with those trivial matters. Can you not exhibit a sense of chivalry? Have you not heard of the principle of ladies first? And now you bring up ladies first? How did you?" The two continued to bicker for the better part of the day. Unable to bear the situation any longer, Nochi interjected, suggesting that it would be fairer to let chance determine who would accompany him first by means of a game of rock, paper, scissors. "Sounds good," replied the others. "Indeed. You always have a solution, Senior Nochi." Desire and Bartholomew poised themselves, ready to strike simultaneously. Desire chose scissors, while Bartholomew opted for paper. The outcome was evident. Desire leaped with excitement, exclaiming, "I won. Master, please take me back." "Cursed fate," lamented Bartholomew, filled with regret and helplessness. as he could only watch Desire skip away joyously beside Nochi. Listen up, everyone. We depart tonight to eradicate the vile Redlow gang and reunite with Senior Nochi at the earliest. Charge forth. Nochi returned to the naval base with Desire. Sergeant Carter, having previously engaged with Bartholomew's gang, recognized Desire's identity and inquired, General, how did you bring this bandit back? Nochi cast a glance at him and remarked, choose your words wisely. From this day forth, Bartholomew and his crew shall no longer be regarded as a force of malevolence, but rather as integral members of our naval force in Roguetown. Shall I repeat that? No need. Sergeant Carter stood at attention. I shall promptly commence preparations to welcome our new recruits. Indeed. Nochi nodded. Sergeant Carter possessed average abilities, yet his efficiency in executing tasks was commendable, rendering him a competent subordinate. Nochi recalled that during his last visit to Dasky's dormitory, he had noticed 2 vacant beds within. Consequently, he decided to accompany Desire to settle into the dormitory first. Nochi, while walking, remarked that since she had joined the Navy, she must adhere to its regulations. Thus, her attire and speech must be transformed. Do you understand? Rest assured, Master, I shall diligently strive to be a well-behaved and obedient member of the Navy. Nochi was amused by her, obedient and docile. Is that the standard for a naval officer? Isn't it? Desire scratched his head, resembling a tomboy. Speaking of naval regulations, even I cannot recall them all. However, my other apprentice should be quite familiar with them. Let me introduce you. You have another apprentice? Indeed. The one practicing with the sword is she. With her prowess, defeating 2 of you should pose no challenge. Nochi's gaze shifted to the window. Her? Desire expressed his disdain. Perceiving Dasky as frail and delicate, likely unable to withstand even a single blow from him. If you doubt it, you may challenge her to a sparring match. Very well. Nochi led Desire to the training ground. Glimmering beads of sweat cascaded down Dasky's cheeks like rain, soaking the sandy terrain of the training field. General. Dasky continued her swordplay with unwavering focus. Please pause for a moment. This is Desire, a new addition to the Navy. She wishes to spar with you. Adjusting her glasses, Dasky lifted her gaze to Desire, noting the striking aura of determination in her features. The beauty of her visage radiating an intimidating presence that instilled a sense of trepidation within her. General, Nochi interrupted her words, emphasizing that she should exert her full capabilities without concern for victory or defeat. Very well, Dasky acquiesced, setting Shiyu aside and retrieving 2 wooden swords from a barrel, handing one to Desire. Although Desire was not accustomed to wielding a sword, her established combat style rendered the choice of weapon inconsequential to her prowess. Prepare yourself, Desire exclaimed, launching the first strike by raising the wooden sword and attacking Dasky with fervor. After nearly a week of intensive training, Dasky's body had undergone a remarkable transformation, resulting in astonishingly swift swordplay, with significant enhancements in both power and accuracy. In a mere exchange, Desire's reckless and uncoordinated assault was effortlessly countered. Dasky's wooden sword struck Desire's abdomen. Already injured, this blow exacerbated her condition. I shall not be outdone by a mere child. Desire gritted her teeth, accelerating the speed of her attacks. Faced with Desire's fierce onslaught, Dasky remained composed, consistently anticipating her opponent's moves. Opening, Dasky shouted, bringing her wooden sword down decisively. Desire, caught off guard by an attack from an unforeseen angle, instinctively closed her eyes in panic. Moments later, the anticipated searing pain did not manifest. Instead, a potent aura of masculinity enveloped her, causing her cheeks to flush uncontrollably. At a critical juncture, Nochi skillfully pinched the wooden sword with his fingers. My apologies, Major. I was too focused and nearly harmed my comrade. Injuries are inevitable in sparring. You performed admirably. It seems I am destined to win the wager tomorrow. Nochi refers to the agreement established upon his arrival in Roguetown, wherein it was stipulated that if Dasky could single-handedly vanquish all the naval forces, he would be promoted to sergeant, taking over from Sergeant Carter to lead the training of the entire team. Dasky smiled gently, humbly attributing her prowess to the teachings of the esteemed Admiral. No need to elevate my status, Nochi shook his head. Thus far, your progress is solely the result of your own efforts. I have yet to impart any knowledge to you. General, you are far too modest, Dasky replied earnestly. Without your encouragement and support, I would never have embarked on such training. On the other side, Desire felt a wave of shame wash over her. Realizing her previous disdain for Dasky, not only had she lost, but now she required Nochi's assistance to rescue her. Nonetheless, This also attested to Noki's formidable prowess and commendable teaching abilities. After all, if he could cultivate Daisuke into such a formidable individual, he undoubtedly possessed the capacity to instruct her as well. Nosai said to Daisuke, "Desire will be your dormitory companion from now on. Please take some time to teach her the naval protocols and temper her disposition." "Certainly," Daisuke replied, casting a glance at Desire, who was hiding behind Nosai. Noticing the gaze directed at her, Desire quickly lowered her head, unable to meet Daisuke's eyes. "All right, continue your practice. I will take Desire to her dormitory for a brief tour." "Understood, Major General. Please take care." Daisuke picked up Shiyu and resumed her swordplay, silently counting the repetitions. 2055, 2056, 2057. Upon leaving the training ground, Desire let out a long sigh of relief. She wrapped her arms around Nosai's right arm and earnestly implored, "Master, please tell me about the training plan you mentioned earlier. I wish to grow stronger." "Are you ready?" "I am prepared." Noki gently stroked his pristine chin, pondering momentarily. "You lack a foundation in swordsmanship, and your proficiency with other weapons is equally dismal. The only discernible advantage you possess is your remarkable physical strength. Thus, it is evident that training in unarmed combat would be more suitable for you." Desire listened intently, eager for what would follow. "Well," he mused. Nosai, taking into account Dezaya's physical condition, swiftly constructed a framework in his mind. The Navy engages in daily rigorous training routines. And in addition to adhering to the collective exercises, you are required to undertake an additional set of 500 push-ups, a 10-kilometer endurance run, and an hour of planking, among nearly 10 other tasks he enumerated. Upon hearing these demands, Dezaya felt a shiver run down his spine. "Master, you must be jesting with me, are you not?" "Of course not," Nosai replied. "I have already stated that only those who possess sufficient talent and perseverance are worthy of becoming my disciple. Should you meet these requirements, I will acknowledge your status and impart to you more profound skills. If you cannot, then I suggest you seek another mentor. You need not rush to respond. I shall grant you a day to ponder this." Dezaya, biting his silver teeth, declared without hesitation, "There is no need for contemplation. I accept your training regimen. If I endure for a week, you will then accept me as your disciple, correct?" "Indeed. I understand now. I shall certainly prove my worth to you." Noki accompanied Dezaya to the girls' dormitory and raised his hand to knock on the door. At that moment, Triana was resting inside. When she opened the door, she was astonished to find none other than the esteemed Major General she had longed for. Instantly, Triana felt a wave of shyness wash over her, her cheeks adorning a delightful blush. "What brings you here?" she inquired. Nosai chose to selectively disregard her expression and pulled Dezaya from behind, saying, "This is the new naval recruit, Dezaya. I would like her to reside in your room, if that is acceptable." "Of course," came the reply. The dormitory was originally designed for 4 occupants, but had been accommodating only 2 due to the presence of merely 2 women in the entire naval base. "Please take good care of her. Dezaya has a background as a mountain bandit and possesses a rather unrestrained personality. I hope you can be understanding. Should she act out of line, I permit you and Daisuke to administer appropriate discipline." Dezaya murmured to herself, feeling as though she were being treated like a child. "Rest assured, Major, I will get along with her splendidly," Teresa assured confidently. After Norki concluded his business, he stretched languidly, weary after a long day. It was time to retreat to his quarters for a restful slumber. Dezaya sat stiffly at the edge of the bed, acutely aware that, due to the events involving Daisuke, she could no longer underestimate anyone within the Navy. Perhaps Triana was a formidable expert as well. Triana scrutinized Dezaya's appearance and cautiously inquired, "Were you invited into the Navy by the Major General?" Dezaya nodded gently. "What is your relationship with the Major General?" "I am his apprentice. Though he has yet to officially acknowledge me, I shall soon earn his recognition." "Another apprentice?" Triana hastily asked. "Was it your first day meeting him?" "Indeed. I even sparred with him this morning and suffered a dismal defeat. He. Triana felt a pang of inequality in her heart. If she could become the Major General's apprentice under such circumstances, why couldn't she? Nock returned to his room and took a brief nap. Suddenly, the phone began to ring, emitting a persistent buzzing sound. Noki initially believed it was Ein on the line, but what emerged from the phone was a voice imbued with age and grandeur. "Haha. Young Noki, how fare you in Roguetown?" It was Admiral Garp. "I was wondering when you would reach out to me. These past few days, I have been preoccupied with disciplining 2 unruly boys, leaving me no time to seek you out. Ace continues to pester me daily, yearning to set sail as a pirate. It seems I can no longer deter him. It will be up to you now. Ha ha ha. Do you have any intelligence? Ace's birthday falls on January 1st. Since he mentioned wanting to embark at 17, given his impatient nature, it is likely he will set sail around his birthday. Nochi glanced at the calendar, noting that there was still over a month until the new year. Garp then added that it was also possible he might set sail a few days earlier. Given this, I must remain vigilant during this period, keeping an eye out for any news regarding him. Nochi, my boy, I have great faith in you. To be candid, preparations for teaching the art of combat and the mastery of dominance are all in place. We are merely awaiting your return from your mission to the headquarters. Therefore, give it your all. Nochi hung up the phone. Shortly thereafter, Ain called again. Nochi, has anyone contacted you just now? I have been unable to reach you. Admiral Cap mentioned matters concerning his grandson. Oh, I see. Nock lay in bed, sharing the delightful news of his successful subjugation of Bartholomew and his entourage with Ain. Clearly, Ain's attention was predominantly fixated on the fact that he had acquired yet another female disciple. According to Nock, the woman named Desire was persistently seeking to become his apprentice solely for the purpose of enhancing her own prowess. Nochi was perplexed. How could Ain, being a woman herself, possibly be oblivious? The relationship between a male mentor and a female disciple is often the most susceptible to distortion. This thought led Ain to harbor suspicions regarding Dashki as well. In her view, they might both be exploiting the kindness of their respective men, harboring no benevolent intentions. If this continued, who could tell how many women might ensnare Nochi? Ain lay restless on the grand bed in Naka's home, tossing and turning, her thoughts spiraling, making sleep elusive. The following day, Ain, as per her usual routine, arrived at Zephyr's office to assist the chief instructor in organizing and analyzing the intelligence of the trainees. Zephyr observed that Ain seemed to be lacking in rest, her spirit notably diminished, and her work efficiency considerably below par. Is something troubling you? Zephyr inquired. Years ago, his wife and child had fallen victim to pirates. He had since nurtured his disciples as if they were his own children, thus he was particularly attentive to Ain, his devoted disciple of many years. Moreover, as an orphan, Ain had practically grown up under his watchful eye, their bond transcending that of a father and daughter, akin to something even deeper. I'm fine, just a restless night, Ain replied, becoming aware of her own unusual demeanor and promptly giving her cheeks a brisk pat to awaken her senses. Having lived for the better part of his life, Zephyr had encountered countless individuals and situations. It was immediately apparent to him that Ain's insomnia stemmed from Nochi. Indeed, Ain conceded, realizing she could not conceal the truth from her mentor. Zephyr removed his glasses, rubbing the weary lines etched on his face. You two have been inseparable since childhood. If my presence were to create a rift between a loving couple, how would it reflect on me as an elder? I have made enough regrettable choices in my life. I do not wish to add another in my twilight years. Teacher, Ain's large, shimmering eyes glistened with emotion. Zephyr chuckled. Fortunately, Nochi is a subordinate of Kazan. Had it been Borsalino, my words would likely carry far less weight. Meanwhile, within the naval base of Roguetown, Dashki wielded a wooden sword, engaging in combat with nearly 30 naval officers in succession. After a week of rigorous training, their fighting capabilities had significantly escalated. Desire, observing from the sidelines, was astounded and found it hard to believe that this was the same group that once comprised the navy of Roguetown. Dashki maintained an exceptionally calm demeanor, opting to retreat to a corner to avoid being flanked by the multitude of naval officers employing a swarm tactic. Despite appearing unchanged on the surface, each of her strikes was imbued with a strength and precision far beyond what her former self could muster. Although the naval officers were numerous, Dashki's position permitted only 3 to attack her at once, forcing them to adopt a rotating strategy, one after another. Desire grimaced, finding it infuriating to witness a group of men ganging up on a solitary woman. Nochi remarked, "What of men? What of women? In my view, all are equal. Even the friliest of men can become mere ornaments or useless beings. Conversely, how can formidable women not ascend to the pinnacle of the world? You, who dwell long in the East Sea, possess a narrow perspective. On the great maritime pathways, there are numerous powerful women whose strength surpasses that of men, such as the renowned pirate empress, Boa Hancock, or the formidable Big Mom, both of whom are mightier than you can imagine. While I may hold my own against the former, the latter is indeed beyond my capabilities. Desire believes Nochi to be sufficiently strong. It is hard to fathom what a being even stronger would resemble." Major, an intelligence officer from the Navy, rushed in, panting heavily. "A devil fruit user is causing chaos in the town, injuring many. It appears to be the notorious lion, Goroka, with a bounty of 9 million berries." "Oh," Nochi responded, intrigued, as this was the first he had heard of pirates causing disturbances in the town. Desire, unable to contain his excitement, urged, "Master, take me with you. Bringing you along would only slow me down." Nochi spoke as he stepped forward, creating ripples that spread outward, walking upon the air and ascending higher and higher. Desire was left dumbfounded. "Master, what is this technique? I wish to learn it too." "We shall discuss it once you have passed the week-long trial," came the reply. Nochi gazed down upon the tumultuous town, pinpointing the source of the chaos, and sped towards it with great haste. "Ha ha ha, this power is simply exhilarating. Hand over the money." A towering figure, 2 meters tall with golden curls and a robust, formidable physique, roared through the streets like a wild beast. "Daddy, it looks so fierce." The golden-haired girl clutched the arm of the man in the brown robe, seeking refuge behind him, her lively eyes timidly observing the lion wreaking havoc in the town. With a calm demeanor, Daddy reached for the handgun concealed within his coat. "Fear not, my dear daughter. Watch as Daddy handles this." The lion's blood-red eyes locked onto Daddy, regarding him as prey, and with a toothy grin, it taunted, "So, you are the renowned bounty hunter of Roguetown, Daddy, accompanied by your child? Killing you will surely inflate my bounty. Come and try if you have the gall." Daddy maintained an air of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed by the terrifying creature before him. "Die!" The lion bellowed, raising its heavy paw, claws extended, legs coiled, and lunged forward with its gaping maw. Just as Daddy prepared to fire, a flash of golden light darted before his eyes. In an instant, a thud echoed through the air. The lion's head tumbled to the ground, blood gushing forth. Daddy hastily shielded his daughter's eyes. The scene was far too gruesome. As Nochi landed gracefully, he slowly sheathed his blade, gazing at the scene drenched in blood with a tinge of regret, as if he had exerted himself excessively. "Brother, you've come too," remarked the little lowly, her eyes still concealed. Nox unleashed the darkness, devouring the corpse and bloodstains of the mighty lion Goroka. Only then did Daddy release his grip. The little girl leaped joyfully into Nox's embrace, exclaiming with innocent curiosity, "Where has the big monster gone?" Nochi chuckled. "Of course, it was your father who triumphed, resulting in quite a handsome bounty. It seems little Daddy will soon have new clothes to wear." Daddy, with a resigned smile, replied, "Are you subtly hinting that I ought to share my earnings with you? Had I arrived just a moment later, these 9 million berries would have been of no concern to me." Nochi chuckled lightly. The little girl, listening to their conversation, tilted her head and asked, "Daddy, what are you talking about with brother?" "It's nothing," he replied. Nochi gently patted the little girl's head. Daddy reached out to lift his daughter, saying, "I will first take Sarah home, and then return to find you to redeem the bounty." Daddy had never taken his daughter with him to work. This encounter was purely coincidental, compelling him to take action. "All right." Nodding in agreement, Noir embarked on his journey back. Nochi passed by the fruit stall and deliberately purchased a bag of crimson apples. While disposing of the pirate corpses, he distinctly sensed the darkness absorbing not just bloodstains and lifeless bodies. It seemed to be assimilating something else as well. If Nochi's conjecture was correct, it must have been the power of a devil fruit. After consuming the dark fruit, within Nox's body lies an infinite void, where all things consumed by darkness are eternally preserved. Nochi attempted to utilize the absorption ability, yet found himself incapable. This revelation illuminated that the infinite space was not intrinsically unified with his physical form. Thus, Nochi grasped an apple in his palm and unleashed the dark liberation upon it. Before his eyes, the apple visibly transformed, its skin developed peculiar patterns, and its entire shape morphed from that of an apple into a pear-like form. Is this how Blackbeard hunts ability users? What would transpire if one were to unleash the power of a devil fruit within their own body? Nochi shook his head and casually tossed the acquired devil fruit into his bag. As is widely known, consuming 2 devil fruits would be fatal. Nochi had no desire to gamble with his own life. What if recklessly unleashing the power within his body proved too much for him to bear? After all, he didn't possess Blackbeard's inhuman constitution that allowed perpetual wakefulness. This particular devil fruit's abilities simply weren't worth the risk. Nochi returned to the naval base, where the battle between Dasky and the naval forces was nearing its conclusion. On the training ground, only Sergeant Carter remained steadfast, a seasoned warrior. Sergeant Carter was unfortunately hindered by his diminishing abilities and advancing age, leaving him gasping for breath as he struggled to keep up. In contrast, Dasky, full of youthful vigor, had honed her swordsmanship through intensive practice in recent days, significantly enhancing both her strength and endurance. With a fierce battle cry, Dasky gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, unleashing a flurry of strikes with the swiftness of a tempest. Sergeant Carter fought valiantly, almost at the cost of his life, to defend against her relentless onslaught. Aware of his inferiority to Dasky, he was nonetheless unwilling to succumb to the indignity of defeat, for pride held great significance in his eyes. To lose to a young girl who had only recently joined the Navy was an unbearable source of shame for him. Although the outcome of the battle was all but decided, he resolved to fight to the bitter end, upholding the dignity of an old sailor. Nochi observed these events with keen awareness. Not everyone possesses the composure to face being surpassed by their juniors, and he is indeed one among them. Unlike Carter, Nochi encourages his successors to surpass him, yet he strives to prevent others from doing so. In the face of absolute strength, perseverance often seems trivial. Dasky, with her kind heart, habitually considers the perspectives of others, but this does not imply that she will show mercy on the battlefield. She understands profoundly that leniency towards an enemy is cruelty towards oneself, and sparing an opponent in combat is a form of insult. Thus, when Dasky identified the glaring flaws in Carter's movements, she did not hesitate to launch her attack. The wooden sword struck forcefully against the chest of Sergeant Carter. As he prepared to defend himself, Dasky deftly redirected the blade mid-air, striking his wrist instead. Crack! Accompanied by a sharp sound, the wooden sword fell to the ground. Carter had been defeated. Sergeant, the spirits of the Navy personnel were exceedingly low. It was one thing to have so many against one, but to ultimately lose left them with a deep sense of shame. Carter exhaled deeply. While sorrow filled his heart, the burden on his shoulders lightened considerably. Congratulations, Sergeant Dasky. You have triumphed. There is no need for further words. A loss is a loss. From this day forth, I entrust my duties to you, hoping you will lead the Navy of Roguetown to greater heights. With these words, Carter withdrew a cigarette from his pocket and departed with a forlorn silhouette. Noting the situation, Nochi chose to remain silent. The other naval officers, enduring the pain coursing through their bodies, gradually rose and followed Carter. Feeling somewhat disheartened as they exited the training ground, they required time to process the events that had unfolded. As Dasky observed her comrades, each displaying a countenance of disappointment and dejection, she felt a pang of sympathy. Did I err in my actions, Major? She pondered. You have done quite well. This is the harsh reality they must eventually confront, replied Desire, grinning as he draped an arm over Dasky's shoulders. You were truly remarkable. I felt a surge of excitement watching you. No wonder you are the one who defeated me. I wasn't that impressive, Dasky murmured, her cheeks flushing as she cast her gaze downward. With a serious expression, Nochi addressed, Daki, heed my command. Present. Daki stood at attention. In my capacity as the commander of the Roguetown base and Rear Admiral of the Navy, I hereby promote you to the rank of Navy Sergeant. Do you have any objections? None. Daki responded with every ounce of strength, her voice resounding powerfully. Excellent. Starting tomorrow, you shall lead all naval personnel in Roguetown for training. As for other duties, I shall have Sergeant Carter gradually instruct you. Yes, Admiral. After accepting the order, Daki clutched her wooden sword, her gaze fixed intently on Nochi. Admiral, may you continue to teach me the art of swordsmanship? Nochi chuckled and said, Of course. You are my apprentice. Are you prepared to face even more rigorous training? Daji nodded vigorously. I am ready. Upon hearing this, Desire rushed towards Nochi, wrapping her arms around his, and cheerfully exclaimed, Master, do not forget about me. You must first pass my test before we discuss anything further. Humph. I shall commence my training tomorrow. It is merely physical conditioning, and I am not daunted by it. Desire was brimming with confidence. Let us hope so. As dusk approached, Dottie came to Nochi to exchange for his bounty. According to their agreement, Nochi received a substantial sum of 5 million berries. To put it bluntly, he had not encountered such a significant amount of money in many years. After all, the naval salary was often spent on daily living expenses, leaving little room for savings. In the evening, Nochi, as usual, spoke on the phone with Ein and informed him that she had significant matters to attend to in the near future and regrettably, she may not be able to communicate with him daily. Nochi considers it quite normal to remind Ein to pay attention to her health, asserting that even amidst busyness, one must adhere to the principle of moderation. Ein sweetly acquiesced. Life in Roguetown is both fulfilling and simple. Since her promotion to sergeant, Dasky has garnered consistent praise from the Navy due to her diligent work ethic, erasing any previous discontent. Although Sergeant Carter's duties have not been entirely relinquished, Nochi continues to entrust him with certain responsibilities within the base. Dasky and Carter serve as Nochi's right and left hands, complementing each other with their distinctive strengths, Dasky overseeing military affairs while Carter manages administrative tasks. Desire trains with fervor. To be candid, Nosai held little expectation for her. However, Desai's resilience and her willingness to risk her life in pursuit of strength have captured Nosai's admiration. He began to contemplate how to expedite and enhance Desai's growth and power. Despite possessing a Zoan-type devil fruit, he feels that such an ordinary ability does not befit someone of his caliber, since he can wield the power of darkness for hunting. He believes it is imperative to provide his disciples and subordinates with the finest and most suitable abilities. Therefore, until he discovers an appropriate power, Nosai refrains from allowing his subordinates to consume the fruit. Additionally, Nosai dedicates a specific time each day to instruct Daisuke in swordsmanship. Based on his understanding and experience, he believes that whether in physical combat or swordplay, it is far more effective to engage in practical training rather than indulge in lengthy theoretical discussions. This is his pedagogical approach. Practice takes precedence. Nuachi deliberately restrained his own prowess during his sparring sessions with Daisuke, ensuring that he was only marginally superior to her, allowing her to gradually accumulate experience through both combat and defeat. Simultaneously, the sword training remained indispensable, with the repetitions increasing from 3,000 to 5,000. As the fundamentals could not be neglected. In the blink of an eye, yet another week had elapsed, as Nuachi had already spent half a month in Roguetown. On this particular afternoon, a naval officer dutifully delivered lunch to the base commander. Noki unexpectedly discovered that today's lunch style was markedly different from that of recent times. Seemingly not crafted by Tarina's hand. Has that little girl finally changed her heart? Nochi specifically sought out the head chef to inquire about Tarina's situation and learned that the new culinary competition in Roguetown was about to commence. Tarina, in her fervent quest to surpass her longtime rival Carmen, has been practicing tirelessly, day and night. As for his lunch, it was indeed prepared by Tarina, but merely a trial dish of her latest culinary creations. Nochi has always wished to repay the kindness that Tarina has shown him through her culinary creations. He could never acquiesce to her affections, for indulging in free meals contradicts his principles. Now, the opportunity has finally presented itself. The cooking competition is Tarina's battlefield. Nuachi resolved to assist her in achieving victory, liberating her from the notorious label of Eternal Second. In the stillness of the night, the luminous full moon hung high in the sky. Nochi stepped into the kitchen, where the chefs had retreated for their rest, leaving only Serena, flushed and engrossed in her culinary endeavors. A solitary dim light illuminated the cutting board on the table. This is insufficient. I cannot possibly outshine that woman. I must enact further modifications. The flavor is slightly too sweet. I shall reduce the sugar next time. As Serena murmured to herself, wholly absorbed in the preparation of the next dish, a hand unexpectedly rested upon her left shoulder. Her expression froze, and she slowly turned her head. Due to the dimness of the kitchen, she failed to recognize the identity of her visitor, perceiving only a shadowy figure. Naturally timid and fatigued from a long day of cooking, her senses were heightened to every motion around her. "Ah!" the girl shrieked, startled. Leaping from the ground as if propelled by fear, soaring 3 meters high, Nochi was taken aback by the intensity of Trina's reaction to his mere touch. Instinctively, he reached out to catch the delicate form of the young girl. With her eyes tightly shut, Trina curled up in his embrace. The sudden surge of masculine energy enveloping her, instilling a profound sense of safety within her. She burrowed deeper into him, even daring to lift her head slightly to seek more of that comforting presence. Nosai's expression darkened, as he pondered whether the girl was being deliberately provocative. Observing her relentless advances, he withdrew his hand. Without his support, Triana lost her balance and fell with a soft cry. In truth, the moment Triana was embraced by Nosai, she recognized his true identity and intended to seize the opportunity to deepen their bond. However, it seemed her intentions had been unveiled. Sitting on the ground, she pitiably rubbed the aching area, her large eyes glistening with unshed tears, exuding a sense of melancholic reproach. How was it that the esteemed Major General treated Daisuke and Desire with such tenderness and care, yet appeared transformed in her presence? Seeing her gaze fixed upon him, Noki let out a helpless smile. "If you harbored no ulterior motives, would I treat you this way? I nearly kissed you." Nochi coughed twice, his expression impassive, and remarked, "I have heard that you intend to participate in the culinary competition in Roguetown." "Oh, how does the Major General know?" she inquired. "Your head chef informed me," he replied. Upon hearing this, Trina felt a surge of delight. It seemed that the Major General held some regard for her. Otherwise, why would he venture into the kitchen at such a late hour? Nochi continued, "I happen to possess some culinary insights that might assist you in winning the competition." Consider it my humble recompense for your daily efforts in preparing meals for me. Does the Major General also engage in cooking? Well, I have a rudimentary understanding. Nochi withdrew a piece of paper from his pocket, declaring, "This is a dish I have meticulously devised, with the ingredients and steps clearly outlined. It should aid you in your victory." Buddha jumps over the wall, such an intriguing name. Triana gazed at the intricate ingredients and the elaborate procedures detailed on the note, unable to suppress her astonishment. "I have never encountered such a method of cooking. Did you truly create this?" Noki pondered for a moment and concluded that, perhaps, he was the only one capable of such a feat in this world. Tarina took a deep breath, cradling the recipe as if it were a treasured relic. Just a few days prior, she had been wishing that the esteemed Major General possessed culinary prowess. Little did she know that her dream would come to fruition. Such a Major General only intensified her infatuation. Who, she wondered, was the woman who had claimed him? She was determined to win him back. The Major General belonged to her. As Tarina examined the recipe, she noticed that many of the ingredient quantities were described merely as a pinch or to taste, without specific measurements. As one of the top chefs in the Eastern Sea, she could rely on her instinct to ascertain the precise amounts needed. However, would this not mean relinquishing a remarkable opportunity to draw closer to the Major General? "Major General, this recipe you have given me is indeed impressive. However, many of the steps and descriptions are unfamiliar to me. Could you kindly guide me through them, step by step?" "Certainly." Noki recalled that the recipes in this world were measured in grams, clearly specifying the quantity of each ingredient. His culinary skills relied solely on intuition, rendering such precision unattainable. As the hour grew late, he suggested, "Wait until you gather all the ingredients, then come find me. I shall demonstrate the preparation for you." "Very well, Major," Trainer replied. "You should rest early. I shall take my leave now." As she gazed at Naka's handsome silhouette, her heart raced with excitement. How wonderful it would be to receive instruction from the Major, just like Dashki and Desire. She resolved to quickly gather the necessary ingredients, planning to feign ignorance to entice him into teaching her multiple times. The ingredients for Buddha Jumps Over the Wall included several items that did not exist in this realm. However, after years of research, Noki had identified suitable substitutes. Consequently, Trina found it relatively easy to collect them all, to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. She personally financed 6 sets of ingredients. She was not deterred by the possibility of failure. Rather, she feared the absence of opportunity. With the culinary competition merely 3 days away, confident in her abilities, she believed she would master the dish within that time frame. Trina was unconcerned about whether Naka's teaching would enable her to surpass Carmen's culinary prowess. At worst, she could settle for second place. There were many competitions, but only one major. In this comparison, Trina unhesitatingly chose the latter, despite her desire to shed the title of perennial runner-up. Her yearning for Naka's approval outweighed all else. No matter how skilled Carmen is, she remains an old maid. Once I find a partner, she will be envious beyond measure. Trina's plans were well laid. The chefs at the naval base were astonished to see Noki enter wearing an apron, their eyes wide with disbelief. "The Major can cook?" they murmured. "What a remarkable man." The entirety of the kitchen's attention was fixed upon Noki, and Trina, standing beside him, felt the heat rise to her cheeks. She wished to turn and scold them, but feared tarnishing her perfect image in Naka's eyes. Noki, undeterred by his surroundings, began to prepare the ingredients, while Tarina eagerly assisted him. As a professional chef, Tarina possessed an uncanny ability to anticipate Naka's next move. She could discern his intentions with a mere glance. The preparation of Buddha Jumps Over the Wall is a time-consuming endeavor. Setting aside the other steps, the slow simmering alone requires an hour. One is a man at his most handsome. Each individual may hold a distinct perspective. However, Tarina believes that a man is at his most alluring when he is cooking in the kitchen. Mesmerized by Naka's deft techniques, Tarina found herself utterly captivated. She deliberately inched closer to him, initiating subtle gestures, brushing against him here and there. Such firm muscles. His skin was smoother and more delicate than that of a woman. A visage adorned with an abundance of collagen. Nosai could no longer endure it. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, "Have you had your fill?" "Not nearly enough." A lifetime of touch would still fall short. Trina instinctively uttered the truth. Trina's delicate visage instantly flushed with a deep crimson as she stammered, "Major General." "What I meant was..." Nuachi shifted aside, displaying a look of disdain as he remarked, "Don't just watch me. Observe how I prepare the dish." "Oh," he added after approximately an hour had passed. Nosai gently placed the lid on the pot and, with a casual push, nudged away the lingering presence of Tarina beside him. He clapped his hands together and declared, "Well then, All that remains is to wait. You keep an eye on things here. I shall return for a brief rest. General. Wait, Tarina exclaimed, grasping his arm. What is it? Nochi inquired, noticing the glistening innocence in her large eyes as she looked up at him with a touch of distress. General, there are some aspects I do not fully comprehend. Could you possibly teach me once more? Did you not grasp it? He asked. Yes, yes. Tarina fervently nodded in affirmation. Nochi found himself at a loss for words. He believed that with Tarina's culinary skills, a single demonstration should suffice. Have you truly not grasped it? He inquired. Tarina solemnly nodded in affirmation. Very well, I shall teach you once more. Do we have the necessary ingredients? We do, indeed. She replied. This time, she was determined to pay close attention. Rest assured, my dear Major. Thus, Nochi methodically repeated the process, covering the pot with a lid. Taking a deep breath, he asked, Have you finally learned it this time? Tarina shook her head, still wearing an expression of pitiful dismay. Nochi discerned the truth. This young girl was merely seeking an opportunity to engage with him. His expression darkened as he brusquely remarked, Tarina, as the commander of the naval base in Roguetown. My duties are demanding. It is a rare occasion for me to spare time to instruct you, and yet you persist in this frivolity. Have you mastered the lesson or not? Tarina, feeling a twinge of fear at his demeanor, was well aware of the Major General's routine. Apart from his daily strolls and his instruction of Dasky and swordsmanship upon returning to the base, his schedule hardly constituted a flurry of obligations. When the Major General spoke a falsehood, his eyes betrayed no flicker. Taking a bold stance, Tarina declared, Major General, many of the steps in this dish are entirely unfamiliar to me. Thus, I am progressing rather slowly. If you doubt my words, you may inquire of the other chefs present. They will attest that they have never encountered this method of cooking before. The other chefs nodded in agreement, recognizing that, at this juncture, they must feign ignorance. Nochi let out a sigh and decided to conclude the lesson for today, promising to continue tomorrow. Yes, thank you, esteemed Major General. Nuachi emerged from the kitchen, yearning to retreat to his chamber for a well-deserved rest. However, after taking only a few steps, he was suddenly approached by Dazaya. Clad in a navy uniform and with his coat flung open. Master, he exclaimed, you promised that once I passed the test, you would teach me the more profound techniques of body arts. When shall we commence? I can scarcely contain my eagerness. Meanwhile, Dasky arrived, cradling Shiyu in her arms. My Lord Major General, she inquired, shall we cancel today's sword practice? Naki suddenly realized the formidable prowess of the Navy's Chief Instructor, Zephyr. He found it troublesome to teach merely 3 individuals, let alone the multitude of sailors in the boot camp. Darskai, Dazaya, accompany me to the training grounds. I shall instruct both swordsmanship and physical techniques simultaneously. All right, Dazaya exclaimed with great enthusiasm. A day filled with activity ensued. That evening, Nuachi returned home and fell into a deep slumber. Sir Major General, Bartholomew and his entourage are at the entrance of our base. Claiming they are here to see you, Sergeant Carter called out, knocking vigorously on the door from outside. Nuachi gazed out of the window, the sunlight piercing and bright. Wasn't it said that it would take half a month? It has arrived rather swiftly. Nochi donned a naval coat and refreshed himself with clean water before stepping out with Carter to meet Bartholomew. Senior Nochi, we have arrived. Bartholomew stood outside the base with his entourage, resembling a gang demonstrating their might. One might mistakenly believe that the naval base had been overtaken by a criminal organization. Carter, distribute a few naval uniforms to each of them, and kindly explain the naval regulations to them. At your command. Nochi cast a glance at Bartholomew and the others, asserting that the paramount principle of joining the Navy is to adhere to regulations. Should anyone breach military discipline, I shall show no mercy, regardless of who it may be. Bartholomew, baring his devilish fangs, thumped his chest in assurance, declaring, Fear not, Senior Nochi, with me overseeing them, there will be no issues whatsoever. Nochi remarked softly, My greatest concern is you. Your actions during our first encounter left a lasting impression on me. Bartholomew scratched his chicken-like hairstyle, offering an awkward smile. The dormitory and supplies for Bartholomew and his companions had been prepared by Sergeant Carter a week prior. Dazaya searched for Nochi everywhere, only to discover that Bartholomew was also present. You arrived rather swiftly, didn't you? Master, the physical techniques you taught me yesterday, I've grasped some of the concepts. Come over, and I shall demonstrate. Bartholomew interjected, feeling a bit disgruntled. Hey, Nochi Senpai is helping me acclimate to this new environment. Shouldn't we observe a certain order? The Major General has already personally agreed to have me as his disciple. Do you believe a disciple is more important than a fan? Naturally, the disciple must be prioritized. How cunning, Noki-senpai. Allow me to become your disciple as well. Heh, aside from wielding the abilities of the fruit, do you possess any other skills? What can my master teach you? Whatever you can learn, I can learn too. Pa, cease your grandiose claims. I have endured a week of grueling training, while you couldn't last even a single day. I see you, you stubborn girl, are in need of a good thrashing. The two continued their banter with increasing joy. Nochi felt overwhelmed and bellowed, enough. Senior, Master, Desire, you shall perform an additional 1,000 push-ups today, should you fail to complete them. Do not dare to call me your master again. What? What do you mean what? Hurry up and go. Oh. Reluctantly, Desire made his way to the training ground. Bartholomew, thinking Nochi favored him more, made a face at Desire. However, Nochi swiftly turned and reprimanded him, questioning whether it was amusing to merely flaunt one's verbal prowess. Since you claim that what Desire can accomplish, you too can achieve, from tomorrow onward, you shall train alongside Desire. Absolutely, Senior Nochi, Bartholomew replied cheerfully. At that moment, a naval officer approached, saluted with precision, and presented a document with both hands. Major General, this is the message just received from headquarters. Noki opened the document and discovered that it detailed the destruction of the naval ship from the 3rd Division by the pirate fisherman Arlong, with no survivors among the crew. Arlong, he mused, now that this news has reached me, I cannot turn a blind eye. Sergeant Carter inquired beside him, are you planning to lead an expedition? Indeed, he replied. Noki cast a glance at Bartholomew and remarked, previously, I feared that without my presence in Roguetown, chaos might ensue. However, with Bartholomew here, that concern is alleviated. Bartholomew understood and, with a cheerful grin, responded, Senior Noki, you can rest assured to entrust Roguetown to me. There is nothing I excel at more than safeguarding villages and towns. With my presence, I guarantee that no one will dare to lay a finger on the townsfolk. Sergeant Carter inquired, when does the esteemed Major General intend to depart? As soon as possible, Noki replied. After all, for every day we delay in eradicating the pirates, the populace suffers longer under their tyranny. Then I shall immediately dispatch personnel to prepare the necessary supplies for our expedition. Should we also notify the 3rd Division in advance? After all, Arlong's territory falls under their jurisdiction. Yes, inform them to prepare for the aftermath following Arlong's defeat. Understood. The arrangements for Bartholomew and his crew were set in motion. Noki entered the kitchen, fulfilling the promise made yesterday to continue teaching Tarina the art of cooking. The 2 exquisite dishes of Buddha jumps over the wall he prepared the previous day had been sampled by the chefs, and they were indeed a rare culinary masterpiece. It would not be an exaggeration to declare it the finest dish in the entire East China Sea. This time, Tarina finally mastered the technique. She requested Noki to stay and, before his very eyes, meticulously executed the entire cooking process herself. Noki was quite satisfied, feeling that his efforts had not been in vain. Well done, he remarked. It was rare for Triana to receive such praise from Noki, and her heart swelled with joy. Lowering her head and twirling her fingers nervously, she said, Thank you, Major General, for teaching me to cook. Will you be able to attend the competition in 2 days? I would like you to present my award. In 2 days, Noki replied with a gentle shake of his head. The pirates in the East Sea have become increasingly rampant. I must leave Logtown tomorrow to carry out a purge, and I fear I will not witness your performance. Oh, Triana said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. She had originally planned to declare her feelings to Noki during the award ceremony, but it seemed that opportunity would have to wait. For this expedition, Noki brought along Dashki and Desire, leaving Bartholomew and Carter to guard Logtown. Although Bartholomew envied Desire for accompanying Noki, he felt a deep sense of responsibility. He could not betray his idol's trust by failing in such an important task. Moreover, Noki assigned a task to Carter and Bartholomew, instructing them to keep an eye out for any young individuals arriving at Logtown. If a boy wearing an orange cowboy hat with freckles appeared, they were to apprehend him without fail. After conveying these instructions, Noki set sail aboard a warship, heading straight for the heart of Arlong's territory. EC, Navy's 3rd Division. Colonel Mouse received news from Logtown that Major General Kudyliya Nochi had set sail towards the domain of the pirate Arlong and would soon arrive. Stroking his slender mustache, Colonel Mouse inquired about this Major General's background. He is quite renowned in the headquarters, reputed to have personally slain a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. This complicates matters, he mused. Arlong may not stand a chance against him. If Arlong reveals our collusion to this Major General in a bid for survival, we are doomed. What shall we do, Colonel? What can we do? I will personally contact Arlong and advise him to prepare. It would be best if he could defeat this Major General. Furthermore, keep a close watch on the situation in Roguetown. If the Navy lands there, notify me immediately. Understood. East Sea, Arlong Park. A sharp-nosed, serrated fishman sat solemnly in a spacious, comfortable stone chair. He was taken aback that a Major General from the headquarters would come to such a small place in the East Sea. Brother Arlong. The sturdy cadre crewbie said in a deep voice, remember when we followed Brother Tiger? We faced 3 or 4 Major Generals from the headquarters and managed just fine. Now, it is merely one. That is also true. Around outwardly acquiesced, yet internally he felt a profound trepidation. For he understood that the former fishman pirate crew thrived primarily due to the formidable powers of Tiger and Jinbei. Despite his lack of respect for Jinbei, there was no denying that the latter's strength surpassed his own, a fact well acknowledged by the other fishmen. Moreover, their prolonged stay in the East Blue, a region marked by generally feeble strength, had rendered them almost incapable of engaging in a serious battle for many years, thus diminishing their prowess significantly. In the event of a confrontation, they were likely to find themselves at a considerable disadvantage. Around recognized that humanity is an exceedingly avaricious species, hence, it would be prudent to first attempt to entice them with wealth and beauty, and should that fail, then they could resort to a desperate struggle. The naval warship sailed swiftly, reaching the vicinity of Around's stronghold within a mere few days. Dasky, serving as the ship's first officer, commanded the sailors on deck to prepare for combat. Desire, eager and ready for action, had long heard tales of the fishmen's exceptional capabilities and was keen to witness them firsthand. As the warship approached the shore, a group of fishmen surged forth from the depths of the sea. Enemies ahead, exclaimed the lookout, swiftly identifying the threat. Dasky unsheathed her sword, Shiyu, and stood at the bow of the ship, her voice ringing clear. We are the Navy of Roguetown, and we urge you to cease your futile resistance and surrender promptly to avoid unnecessary casualties. The officer, Gio, called out loudly, who is the commander aboard this vessel? I am an officer of the Around pirate crew, and under the captain's orders, I wish to establish a rapport with you. This is a gift prepared by our captain for you. With that, the fishmen tossed several crates onto the ship. Upon opening one, Desire discovered it brimming with cash berries. Dasky, incensed, retorted, what do you take us for? As members of the Navy, we cannot be swayed by mere riches. Jill coldly replied, ah, young lady, this is not your place to speak. Hurry and summon your commander to meet me. Captain Around has not only prepared money, but also sumptuous food and beautiful maidens, all awaiting your esteemed commander. Nosai emerged from the cabin, yawning languidly. It is commendable of Captain Aaron to offer such an opportunity. After all, when fortune comes without effort, who would refuse it? Dasky accepted all. However, Major General, you must not. Before Dasky's words could finish, Nosai swiftly drew his blade, and a series of piercing golden arcs of light sliced through the air, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. The fishmen, caught off guard by the swiftness of his strike, were unaware as the lethal energy swept across their bodies. The ocean was instantly stained a vivid crimson. Remarkable, the naval officers gasped in astonishment, for it was their first true witnessing of the Major's prowess. Daki's expression was somewhat intricate. Despite her formidable strength, she remained a novice. Nochi noticed Dasky's silence and inquired, do you have something to say to me? My lord, are you not being a tad too cruel? Dasky mustered her courage to respond. Norki smiled faintly and remarked, I have witnessed countless towns ravaged by pirates along the Great Sea route, and the only words that come to mind are utterly abominable. Men, women, the elderly, and children are slaughtered by pirates as if they were mere livestock. Some commit these atrocities for the sake of wealth, while others do so purely for amusement. If you had the misfortune to witness such scenes, you would certainly understand that piracy is an unforgivable profession, deserving of no pity. Dasky inquired, have you ever felt sorrow for those who have suffered, Major General? Noki shook his head, stating that he was no sage, merely experiencing a subtle stirring within. But certainly not sorrow. I grasped your meaning. Although Dasky still harbored some apprehensions, she appeared considerably more at ease than before. Noki nodded gently. Dasky then exclaimed, the warship has docked. Everyone prepare to disembark. In Cocoa West Village, a villager burst into the police station, panting, Aegean, I bring good news. The Navy has landed. The Navy? Aegean exclaimed with uncontainable joy, his voice trembling. After all these years, there was finally a naval force capable of vanquishing the fishmen and setting foot on this island. We are saved. Quickly, take me there. Nochi led the way, strolling leisurely as if taking a casual walk with an elderly gentleman. Desire urged, Master, do hasten. I can hardly contain my eagerness to confront the merman. Nuachi remarked calmly, if you believe you can single-handedly confront all the fishmen, I permit you to proceed ahead. Really? You want to engage in any fishing enforcement? Certainly not. Very well. Desaya, reassured, set off with great strides. Dasky expressed her concern, Major General, do you think she will be all right? Rest assured. She will not meet her demise. A group led by Nosai traversed the rustic path for a while. Suddenly, an elderly man with a scarred face approached them, standing at attention and saluting. I am Ajin, the security officer of Cocoa Village. May I inquire who you are, sir? I am Rear Admiral Rogert, the base commander of Kudyliya Nochi. Ajin was utterly astonished to learn that he was in the presence of an admiral. In his lifetime, he had only encountered a colonel, and the rank of Rear Admiral was 2 tiers above that. Not to mention, he was an admiral from the headquarters. With a Rear Admiral on their side, could they possibly fear dealing with Along? Nuachi continued, not long ago, the Naval 3rd Division's warships attempted to land on this island, only to be completely annihilated by Aaron's subordinates. Upon hearing of this incident, I have come to seek vengeance for them. Oh, you must be weary from your journey. Allow me to escort you back to the village for a brief respite, after which I shall take you to confront Aaron. Although Ajin was eager to defeat Aaron, he did not neglect the customary hospitality. There is no need for rest. Simply take me to Aaron at once. Very well, please follow me. Ajin led Nuachi and the others across fields and through forests, arriving at the grand and magnificent entrance of Aaron Park. Strangely, they had encountered not a single fishman along the way. As Ajin pondered this anomaly, they suddenly spotted a fishman collapsed at the entrance of Aaron Park, seemingly having been attacked. Nochi elucidated that one of his subordinates had set off before him, and it was likely her doing. Truly, the esteemed Major General's prowess extends even to her subordinates. Upon entering Along Park, Desaya found himself embroiled in an intense battle with Kruby, a master of fishman karate and a member of the Along pirate crew. Kruby unleashed a devastating fishman karate technique, upper palm explosion. With a powerful strike, he sent forth a wave of fierce winds. Desaya, refusing to be outdone, brandished an iron rod procured from unknown origins to counter the attack. Meanwhile, the octopus fishman, Xiaoba, armed with 8 blades, attempted a sneak attack on Desaya from behind. Observing the unfolding chaos, Dasky swiftly drew her sword, Xiu, to parry Xiaoba's onslaught of 8 sword strikes, declaring, Your opponent is me. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Desaya retorted, Dasky, I can handle them without your assistance. Dasky replied earnestly, This is not the time for bravado. Let us each confront one foe. Along's expression turned grave as he commanded, Boys, eliminate them. Understood, Brother Along. The fishmen, their faces twisted with ferocity, charged forward with an assortment of weapons, exclaiming, Attack. Nochi issued commands. The Navy of Roguetown charged forward valiantly, engaging in fierce combat with the fishmen. Ajin stood beside Nochi, whispering in inquiry, Admiral, will you not intervene? It is a rare opportunity for practical training. Let them have this experience to prevent faltering on the battlefield in the future. Training? Ajin let out a bitter smile. This admiral seemed to hold little regard for Along. The daily training regimen devised by Nosai has significantly enhanced the combat prowess of his naval forces, surpassing that of other branches in the East China Sea. As swords clashed and fists flew, the air was filled with the cacophony of anguished cries. Witnessing his compatriots fall one after another, Along's fury surged within him. He spread his webbed hands and struck towards a young sailor with great force. Noki's gaze sharpened as he propelled himself off the ground with an almost imperceptible speed. The young naval officer, sensing the rush of air, believed his end was near, yet, upon reopening his eyes, he discovered the figure of the Major General standing protectively before him. You are the Major General from headquarters, and I shall make you wish for a fate worse than death. Noki raised an eyebrow and said in a deep voice, What did you say? Along was still unaware that he had inadvertently crossed Naka's threshold. He swung his robust arms and delivered a powerful punch. Nochi raised his right arm, extending his index finger to jab repeatedly at Aaron's chest, arms, and abdomen, delivering dozens of strikes with such rapidity that phantoms seemed to emerge. Wow! Aaron staggered back, blood gushing from his mouth. Meanwhile, Dasky faced the chaotic 8-sword technique of Little 8, gripping the hilt of her sword tightly. As all 8 blades descended simultaneously, She parried one with a swift motion and seized the opportunity as her opponent withdrew to defend, raising Shiyu and swinging it forward with great force. Slash of Shiyu. Sizzle. A deep crimson wound appeared on Little Eight's chest, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed. Desire, engaged in combat with Kubi, continually recalled the martial techniques Nochi had demonstrated to her. According to Nochi, with her current physique, grasping one or two of the 6 styles should not pose a challenge. She had been diligently working towards this goal. Gradually, she seemed to discover a sense of clarity, her slender fingers pointing at Kubi's chest. Finger gun. A sharp crack echoed from within Kubi as a bone shattered. That cursed woman, the fishman karate's lethal technique. Downward kick. Iron block. Desire summoned all her muscular strength, remaining steadfast. Following this, she unleashed her finger once more. Finger gun. Finger gun. Finger gun. Kubi coughed up blood repeatedly. Desire offered her opponent no respite, continuing to strike until Kubi remained motionless. Noki unleashed the powers of the dark fruit, an endless abyss of darkness oozing from his fair skin, enveloping the entirety of Arlong Park, eroding the walls, the ground, and the very floors above. Dark Devour. What is this phenomenon? The fighting fishmen displayed expressions of sheer terror as an overwhelming force of suction gripped their feet, as if countless hands were pulling them into the black mist. Arlong clenched his steel teeth, agony coursing through every part of his body. Were it not for his unwavering determination, he would have succumbed to unconsciousness long ago, however. The excessive blood loss from his wounds rendered him precariously close to collapse, with timely bandaging becoming a matter of urgency. The dark mist in Naka's palm transformed into a swirling vortex. With a swift motion of his right hand, he grasped Along's neck, and a suffocating darkness spread from Along's throat to engulf his entire being. "Let me go, you wretched human," Along exclaimed, his bulging fish eyes wide with terror. Bloodshot and frantic as he struggled in vain against the overwhelming pull of the dark waters. His efforts were futile. He could only succumb to the encroaching shadows, his body gradually being devoured by the darkness. When the shadows finally receded, the fishmen were astounded to discover that the once mighty Along had vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed in this world at all. A Jin stood by, stunned, witnessing the fall of Along, whom he had once deemed invincible, defeated in such a simple yet profound manner. Along, brother. The fishmen seethed with rage, their teeth gritted, brandishing their knives as they charged desperately towards Noki. Yet, their feet were ensnared by the darkness, each step feeling akin to an insurmountable challenge, let alone the prospect of taking a life. The structures, trees, and all else in Along Park began to crumble under the relentless pressure of the infinite gravity, gradually dissolving into nothingness amidst the corrosive dark. The naval officers, witnessing the Vice Admiral's display of power for the first time, were taken aback. They had previously known Noki for his exceptional swordsmanship, but they had not anticipated the extent of his formidable abilities. The exquisite visage of Nosai bore an air of aloofness, with a cascade of lustrous black hair billowing in the wind. Her slender, alabaster legs drew attention, and when complemented by wisps of swirling black smoke, she resembled a formidable queen. Even with the knowledge of her male identity, the hearts of all present fluttered in response. Noki possesses a robust physique, though not in a hulking manner. Thus, setting aside his ample attributes and the flatness where it should be, he is undeniably a rare beauty. The sailors dare only to entertain such thoughts in the recesses of their minds. Should Noki ever discover their musings, even 10 lives would not suffice. The vast Arlong Park lies defenseless in the darkness, the once thriving mansion now reduced to a desolate expanse. All the corpses of the fishmen have been cleared away by Noki. Arlong and his cadre, all of them wanted criminals, have been captured to exchange for a handsome bounty from Daddy, undoubtedly a considerable fortune. Ajian feels as though he is living in a dream. Is it truly possible that the fishman pirate crew, who once claimed this island, has vanished so easily? It seems almost too effortless, too astonishing to comprehend. Desire, brimming with excitement, rushes to Noki and exclaims, "Master, did you see? I have mastered 2 of the 6 styles. Praise me, please." "Very well," Noki responds. Noki offered only a brief comment, which felt somewhat indifferent. Nevertheless, Desire remained joyful, as her recent experience revealed that Naka's prowess surpassed her expectations, leading her to admire him even more. What young girl does not dream of a hero? The Noki people are exceptionally beautiful, possessing remarkable strength and nearing perfection in every aspect. Even the indifferent Desire, who has never been enamored with men, finds her heart stirred. "Regroup," she commanded, having dealt with Aaron. Nuachi intends to return to Roguetown at the earliest opportunity. However, Ajian obstructs him. bowing deeply and earnestly expressing his gratitude. Esteemed Major General, I implore you to visit Cocoa West Village. Although our village is not affluent, we wish to host a banquet to express our heartfelt thanks to our benefactor. Please grant us this opportunity. Nochi shook his head and remarked, eradicating pirates is the duty of our navy. Arriving late to rescue you is hardly a matter of pride. If we were to accept the villagers' gratitude, would it not leave us utterly ashamed? You are correct, he continued, yet I still wish to express my gratitude for your kindness. Please, accept it. Nosai fell silent for a moment before stating, very well, Dasky, please retrieve the seized spoils and deliver them to the villagers, for they rightfully belong to them. Understood, Major. Dasky responded, hastily making her way to the warship. Aegean led the group, guiding Nosai and his companions to Cocoa West Village. It was evident that the village was not affluent, yet everything was orderly, with occasional signs of the destruction wrought by the fishmen. The villagers, having heard of the navy's arrival, gathered in anticipation. Did Aegean and Along fall? Inquired a blue-haired, dark-skinned beauty, her gaze fixed on Nosai, who presented an alluring visage. Aegean excitedly nodded, proclaiming, fellow villagers, I witnessed with my own eyes that every member of the Fishman pirate crew has been defeated by our esteemed navy. They shall no longer terrorize our town. Is that true? How wonderful. The nightmare of the navy has finally come to an end. The villagers erupted in jubilant cheers. Dear friends, let us celebrate the return of peace and tranquility to Cocoa West Village. Let us host a feast. Such joyous news warrants at least a week of festivities. Absolutely. The blue-haired maiden pulled Aegean aside, eager to learn more about the details. When she heard that Nosai alone had caused the entire Along Park to vanish in a thin air, her lips parted in astonishment, wide enough to fit an egg. Could there truly be someone so powerful? Aegean replied gravely, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Oh, she murmured. Nochi gazed quietly at the most dazzling man in the entire venue. Through Aegean's descriptions, she could vividly conjure an image in her mind of Nochi triumphantly defeating pirates. As she pondered, her delicate face grew increasingly flushed, her heart racing tumultuously, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sensation. Could it be that I have developed feelings for him? How could that be possible? Nochi was taken aback, despite having met for the first time and exchanged not a single word. Could this be the legendary phenomenon of love at first sight? Nochi chuckled self-deprecatingly, pondering how a love at first sight could possibly matter. After all, a distinguished major general from the headquarters could hardly take notice of a simple country girl like her. In the evening, the sailors and villagers reveled in a night of unrestrained celebration. Nochi sat alone in a corner, sipping on juice. Desire attempted to coax Nochi into joining the villagers for a dance, only to be met with a merciless rejection. Nochi sat opposite Nochi, her beautiful eyes fixed upon the strikingly handsome man before her. Now that Nochi was alone, it was evidently the perfect opportunity to strike up a conversation. Yet she remained apprehensive, for their disparate social standings rendered their encounter seemingly inappropriate. Alas, she sighed. Nochi made a resolute decision. Should she let this opportunity slip by? It was unlikely she would encounter another in her lifetime. After all, the worst that could happen was a rejection, which was hardly fatal. Thus, she approached Naka's table and, with an air of grace, seated herself beside him. Excuse me, may I sit here? She inquired. Nochi cast a glance at her. He had a recollection of this woman. Nokigo sat beside her beloved, her cheeks flushed with color, uncertain of what to say, fearful that a single misstep might provoke disdain. It was, however, Nokichi who broke the silence, inquiring about the burdensome existence under the oppressive rule of pirates. Indeed, the events of today leave me with an uncanny sense of being ensnared in a dream. Ever since the Navy has suffered repeated defeats at the hands of Arlong, I never imagined I would one day escape the dominion of the fishmen. Their racial superiority is undeniably disheartening. The fishmen I recall stand in stark contrast to you. Within the Grand Line, they are predominantly enslaved. Nokigo could scarcely believe her ears. Truly, the fishmen possess a natural physical prowess that exceeds that of humans. Yet this world is ultimately dominated by humanity. In terms of both numbers and overall strength, the fishmen fall short. When one race possesses overwhelming power over another, racial discrimination inevitably arises. Having endured the tyranny of Arlong, you should grasp this concept. Are you suggesting that in the Grand Line, it is the fishmen who are the oppressed? Indeed, Arlong's incessant disparagement of humanity is merely a manifestation of his own inner aspirations. Many fishmen have suffered inhuman abuse from a young age. Their identities and statuses are often inferior to even those of beggars. When they appear before humans, they are met with scorn, and in the face of such inequity, their retaliatory actions, akin to Arlong's, are entirely expected. It would be far more peculiar for them not to react. So there exists such a hidden truth. I once believed Arlong's words to be genuine. Yet the reality is strikingly contrary, Nochigo reflected with a sigh. Nuachi inquired once more, "Do you have any other relatives at home?" "Indeed," I replied. "I have a sister. She is, in fact, a member of the Aaron Pirates. However, do not hastily judge her as a villain, for there are reasons behind her choices." Noki recounts Nami's childhood stories to Nochi. "In that case, your sister possesses quite a talent. If she is willing, why not have her come to Logtown to seek me out? I can introduce her to a broader world." "Is that true?" Noki was taken aback, as she had always harbored a sense of guilt towards Nami. Nami had made numerous sacrifices for the village and for her. If she could accompany someone like Noki to grow, to embark on adventures, and to fulfill her dreams, it might indeed be a fitting destination. "I have always kept my promises." Noki nodded, yet added, "However, your sister may not necessarily wish to join the Navy." Noki confidently assured, "Rest assured, even if she is reluctant, I will persuade her to join." "You really wish for her to enlist in the Navy?" Noki inquired with curiosity. "Of course. What could possibly be wrong with serving in the Navy? The salary is particularly low," Noki lamented. "That does pose a bit of a dilemma, especially since my sister is quite the financial enthusiast." Naki's tone became hesitant. Nochi held little expectation. Should she choose to come, she would be warmly welcomed at any time. There was no need for coercion if she was reluctant. For each person harbors their own aspirations. Nochigo responded with a sound. The two gradually found themselves in a state of silence, devoid of words to share. Until Nochigo departed with the Navy, she ultimately did not take a further step, always feeling a sense of estrangement due to their differing identities. The hour grew late, and Nochigo commanded everyone to rest, intending to set out for Roguetown the following day. The next morning, Dasky reported to Nochigo, "Major General, the naval vessels of the 3rd Division have docked, and Colonel Mouse, the base commander, has come in person. Would you like to meet him?" "Colonel Mouse?" Noki recalls that in the original work, there seemed to be a clandestine connection with Aaron. Upon reflection, it becomes evident. The news of Naki's impending assault on Alone was communicated solely to the 3rd Division, aside from the naval forces in Roguetown. It was evident yesterday that Alone's faction had prior knowledge of his approach. Otherwise, they would not have dispatched individuals to await him in the nearby waters. Given that the inhabitants of Roguetown could not have leaked this information, it must have originated from the 3rd Division, influenced by Akainu. Noki harbors a profound disdain for deserters and the corrupt Navy, believing that such a Navy is even worse than pirates. "You shall remain on the warship on standby while I go to investigate." After Noki finished speaking, he stepped into the air, employing the moonwalk technique as he hurried towards Cocoa West Village. Upon seeing yet another group of Navy officers arriving, Ajian and the villagers assumed they were also there to eliminate Arlong and intended to clarify the situation. However, the leading officer, Colonel Mouse, took the initiative to clarify their intentions. "I have already heard the news of the pirate Arlong's defeat at the hands of Major Noki. I have come primarily to eradicate the remnants of Arlong's crew." Ajian replied with a smile. "Sir, all members of the Fishman pirate crew have already been subdued. There are no remnants left." Noki Gao suddenly sensed an ominous shift. Colonel Mouse, stroking his slender whiskers, let out a cold huff. "The pirate thief Nami. I have heard she is also a member of the Arlong pirates." "Nami?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. Ajian hurriedly clarified, "You misunderstand. Nami's affiliation with the Arlong pirates was not without reason." "I care not for the reasons," Colonel Mouse retorted. "A pirate is a pirate and deserves punishment. Where is she? Deliver her forthwith." "Nochigo Island. Nami recently departed and is no longer on the island." "Is that so? Then take me to her residence. For I have heard that she has acquired quite a number of ill-gotten gains in recent years, which ought to be confiscated." Nokia, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Do you not possess any sense of reason? She has rightfully acquired her wealth through her own merit. On what grounds can it be confiscated? She has robbed from pirates." "From villains." Colonel Mouse retorted, "She herself is a pirate. Should the Navy then tolerate the illicit actions of one criminal against another? If you continue this discourse, I shall have no choice but to apprehend you on the charges of harboring fugitives." "You." Nochigo gritted his teeth. Ajian let out a long sigh. Wishing that the Major General were still present, he would take you to Nami's residence. "That's exactly right." Colonel Mouse felt a surge of joy within. He recalled how Arlong had previously informed him about Nami's efforts to save money to redeem the village. and they had agreed that once she was nearing the accumulation of 10,000 berries, he would lead a naval force to seize all of Nami's funds and share the spoils equally. Now that Arlong had fallen, if he did not act now to acquire the money, when would he? After all, the Major General had already departed, and surprisingly, his collusion with the pirates had not yet been discovered. It seemed that fate was smiling upon him. Ha ha ha. Colonel Mouse envisioned himself acquiring treasures worth millions of berries and indulging in lavish excess in the grand town, completely oblivious to the figure descending before him. Colonel. The colonel's aide was taken aback. What is it? Mouse asked, irritated. The aide pointed ahead. Mouse turned to look and, at first glance, thought he beheld an exquisite woman. Just as a lecherous expression began to form on his face, he noticed the military insignia on her shoulder, and he immediately fell prostrate, stammering, "I'm a Major General." Noci's cold gaze fixated on the flustered Colonel Mouse before him, and he inquired in a low voice, "Are you afraid of me?" "Afraid? How could I possibly fear a Major General? I am merely excited, truly excited, to see you," Colonel Mouse replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow and forcing a smile. "I overheard your recent conversation quite clearly," Noci stated nonchalantly. "My lord, I spoke nothing but the truth. The pirate thief Nami is indeed a pirate. The items she has seized from other pirates surely qualify as stolen goods, do they not?" "Indeed, they certainly do. However, before delving into the issue of the pirate thief, I would like to first address your concerns." Colonel Mouse, his eyes darting nervously, hastily knelt before me, lamenting his incompetence in allowing the pirate Arlong to wreak havoc for so many years. "Please, punish me for my failures. I can comprehend that everyone's capabilities are finite. If one dedicates themselves to eradicating pirates yet repeatedly faces defeat, it cannot be said that they bear guilt, despite the absence of merit. However, the voice of Major Noci has risen an octave. Colonel, can you assure me that you have not entertained any dubious notions?" Colonel Mouse, having mastered the art of lying without a flicker of an eyelid, nodded repeatedly, assuring, "Indeed, I can guarantee it, Your Excellency." "Is that so?" "The information regarding my encirclement of Aaron was known only to my people in Roguetown and the 3rd Division. How, then, did Aaron come to possess this knowledge?" Colonel Mouse inwardly cursed his oversight. How could he have forgotten this detail? Should he claim that it was leaked by the Navy of Roguetown? As Nochi observed his prolonged silence, he flicked his thumb, revealing the glint of his golden blade, which cast a shimmering light upon Colonel Mouse's profile. "I am a member of the Navy, trained by Admiral Akainu," he declared. "The Admiral's approach has always been one of ruthless precision, preferring to mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than to let one slip away. Since none of you dare to confess, I shall have no choice but to eradicate all of you and report back to headquarters, claiming that you fell at the hands of the pirate Arlong." Colonel Mouse hesitated, his resolve wavering. The Marines from the 3rd Division observed Nochi's blade, their bodies trembling with trepidation. The first officer could no longer contain himself, pointing an accusatory finger at Mouse, proclaiming loudly, "Sir, it is he who conspired with Arlong for monetary gain. We merely acted under duress, compelled by his influence to conspire alongside him." Enraged, Colonel Mouse retorted, "Do not slander me with such baseless accusations." Yet before he could finish his sentence, a flash of gold dazzled the eyes of the onlookers, followed by a spray of crimson blood that splattered across the face of the first officer. Nochi, witnessing the scene beside him, felt his legs weaken, collapsing to the ground. One after another, these naval commanders were mercilessly slain. "My lord, the Major General," stammered the aide, his legs trembling uncontrollably as he instinctively reached to touch the blood smeared across his face. Nochi slowly sheathed his knife, ignoring the astonished expression frozen on Colonel Mouse's face. "Regardless of whether the Colonel had coerced you or you had acted of your own volition, I do not wish to witness such occurrences again. Should it happen a second time, I shall take it upon myself to eradicate the pest within the Navy, even at the risk of demotion. Do you understand?" "Yes, understood," the sailors replied, trembling and eager to comply. "Sir, how should we deal with this guilty colonel?" "Quite simply. Since he claimed to be here to cleanse the remnants of Alron, we shall report that he met his demise at the hands of pirates, while also presenting several pieces of evidence linking him to their collusion. Do not mention anything regarding my involvement. Although Nochi is well connected, with Sakaski backing him, the Navy adheres to its own regulations. Should the news of his unilateral execution come to light, it would inevitably impact his future prospects. Thus, confidentiality is paramount." The sailors understand his intent. "Rest assured, Admiral, this matter will remain confidential," they assure him. They have contemplated reporting Nochi to headquarters. Yet the disparity in status is glaring. One is a long-serving, high-ranking rear admiral, while the others are mere ordinary sailors devoid of any accomplishments or standing. It is abundantly clear whom one would choose to believe. Nochi gently nodded and turned to face the higher-ranking officers of Nochi. Ultimately, today's event stemmed from the lax discipline within the Navy. As a naval officer, I extend my sincere apologies to you all and hope for your forgiveness. Aegean interjected. How could we allow a major general to apologize to us? You are our benefactor. Without you, the fishman pirates would still be wreaking havoc in this land. And these corrupt naval officers would continue to oppress the villagers of Cocoa West under the guise of justice. Regardless, this apology should not fall upon your shoulders. Upon hearing this, the Navy of the 3rd Division felt an overwhelming sense of shame, and the adjutant led the way in bowing deeply to the villagers. Nochi coldly remarked, Do you think mere apologies suffice? The 3rd Division must have amassed considerable wealth over the years. I demand that you distribute all of it to the villages affected by Arlong's actions. I shall appoint individuals to oversee this process. Should you dare to indulge in corruption again, be aware of the consequences. Yes, Major General, we would never dare, replied one. Who would provoke a naval officer capable of effortlessly dispatching a naval colonel? Nokiga stared blankly at the man before her, whose delicate appearance belied a strikingly masculine aura, creating a compelling contrast. He was undeniably handsome. Who could resist such a valiant and resolute hero? Begone, Nokiga commanded. Yes, the sailors, as if granted a reprieve, fled at a pace 3 or 4 times faster than usual. Nochi did not linger excessively. After bidding farewell to the villagers, he gracefully departed. Noki made a silent determination to ensure that her younger sister would join the Navy, serving under the command of Major General Nochi. For it was only in this manner that she might have a chance to reconnect with the Major General. Noki did not explain to Daisuke and Desire what he had been up to. He merely commanded the warship to return to Roguetown. Meanwhile, a tall girl with flowing azure hair stepped onto the land of Roguetown, her fair legs striding into the bustling commercial street. You reckless fool. This place is under the protection of Bartholomew. How dare you cause a disturbance here? If Noki were to find out, he would undoubtedly say that I, as his fan, have failed in my duties and would never forgive me. Noki. Ain involuntarily halted, glancing in the direction of the voice. A man with a green rooster comb was repeatedly stomping on the faces of several pirates, seemingly unsatisfied as he occasionally spat on the ground. Many onlookers gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. Is this black on black? As a member of the Navy, Ain's sense of justice was deeply ingrained in her being. She stepped forward, unsheathing the curved blades at her sides. Who are you? Don't interrupt me while I'm working. Bartholomew, noticing the fierce approach of a woman, paid her no heed. Prepare to meet your end. Overestimating yourself. Bartholomew crossed his fingers, revealing a mouthful of devilish sharp teeth. Barrier impact. Suddenly, Ain recalled that Noki had mentioned on the phone that he had recruited a user of the barrier fruit as a fan. Someone from a bandit background? Could this be that very person? With this thought, she sheathed her blades once more. Ain unleashed her observation haki, pinpointing the location of the barrier. With a slight bend of her legs, she leapt over the transparent barrier and raised her right hand, summoning a bright lavender flame that gently touched Bartholomew's shoulder. Bartholomew's body visibly shrank, eventually transforming into a child of about 10 years old, his voice now childlike. Why have I turned into this? What is your relation to Noki? Ain's cold voice pierced through the air. Why should I tell you? Change me back, you vile woman. Bartholomew's clothes now hung excessively large on his transformed self, making movement cumbersome. Because I am a colonel of the Navy, Noki's girlfriend, and future wife. Is that reason sufficient? Ain's crimson eyes glimmered with a hint of menace. Bartholomew stared wide-eyed, stuttering. Why you are Noki-senpai's girlfriend? Indeed. Bartholomew, taken aback by the revelation, quickly knelt in supplication. I was wrong, senpai. Please punish me. Had I known your identity, I would never have spoken such words. Please, do not inform Noki-senpai. He will abandon me. Observing his panicked, childlike demeanor, Ain found it highly amusing and smiled warmly. I can keep your secret and help you return to your original form, but I have a small request. Please, do tell. Bartholomew perked up his ears, listening intently. Since you are a fan of Nochi, you certainly wouldn't wish for his reputation to be tarnished, would you? Absolutely, came the reply. If Nochi were to be burdened with the label of infidelity, how do you think others would perceive him? While I believe that a capable man having multiple wives is not inherently wrong, it would still invite scrutiny. Therefore, in order to preserve the image of your idol, what do you think should be done? Bartholomew stroked his chin thoughtfully and, with a sudden realization, exclaimed, "Senior, I understand. I will absolutely not allow those wicked women to approach Senior Nochi. Yes, that is precisely what I would like you to do." I nudged Bartholomew again, activating the effects of the reverse-back fruit. Bartholomew returned to his original state, thumping his chest and assuring, "Senior, I vow to fulfill your mission." I nodded gently, then excitedly inquired, "By the way, where's Nochi now?" She wished to surprise her beloved. He recently led a team out to sea to eradicate pirates, so he is likely to be away for a few more days. Not here. Disappointment flickered in Ein's eyes. Bartholomew kindly escorted Ein back to the naval base. Upon seeing Bartholomew enter the commanding officer's office with a woman, Carter, the sergeant, inquired with curiosity, "Who is this?" Ein presented an official transfer order approved by the headquarters, declaring, "I am Colonel of the Navy Headquarters, here to serve as the Deputy Commander of the Roguetown base." Sergeant Carter confirmed the order's validity and quickly stood to salute. "My apologies, Colonel. I did not receive any prior notification of your arrival. I will prepare a room for your rest and office immediately." Ein shook her head. "That won't be necessary. Just arrange for me and Nochi to have adjoining rooms." Sergeant Carter was slightly bewildered. Bartholomew clarified, "Senior Ein holds another identity. She is to be the future wife of Senior Nochi, so of course, they should reside together." Sergeant Carter had always thought that Nochi was engrossed in military affairs and had little interest in women, especially since he frequently observed Tarina, Desire, and Dasky hovering around Nochi. If you had an idea, you should have acted on it sooner. It turns out she was already taken, and inquired about the location of Nochi's room, obtained the key, bid farewell to the two, and independently opened the door to enter Nochi's abode. The air was thick with scent she recognized all too well. Regrettably, she could not meet the person. Ein lay upon the soft, grand bed, lifted the neatly folded quilt, and draped it over herself, inhaling deeply the comforting aroma of the bedding. Having traveled from headquarters, she had scarcely found a moment to rest. Now, surrounded by the familiar essence of her beloved, she felt an unusual sense of tranquility and soon drifted into slumber. A few days prior, Tarina had triumphed over Sanji's senior female chef, Carmen, thanks to the Buddha jumps-over-the-wall recipe that Nochi had taught her. Carmen, a woman passionately devoted to culinary arts, was determined to master any dish she did not yet know how to prepare. Thus, she followed Tarina back to the naval base, where she began her role as a chef, all in an effort to learn from Nochi. Tarina loathed Carmen, but was powerless to prevent her from enlisting. She could only watch in exasperation as Carmen became both her roommate and comrade, crossing paths daily, which was utterly infuriating. At the same time, Tarina eagerly awaited Nochi's return from battle. Capturing the attention of the esteemed major was her utmost priority and her sole wish. To achieve this desire, Tarina was willing to sacrifice everything. Today, as usual, Tarina approached Nochi's room, fully aware that Nochi was absent, yet unable to suppress her yearning curiosity. She came to take a peek. To her surprise, the door to the major's chamber was ajar. With her heart brimming with curiosity, Tarina peered through the crack in the door with her wide, glistening eyes. The room was empty. Summoning her courage, she pushed the door open, eager to discover the nature of the major's quarters. Due to the bed's placement in a corner, Tarina did not notice the sleeping Aang. Like a curious child, she began to explore, touching this and that, even timidly opening Nochi's wardrobe. Having only seen the major in uniform, she was astonished to find such an array of garments, imagining how splendid they would look when worn. Yet her curiosity remained unsated, and she ventured further, arriving at the bedside. Noticing the quilt was slightly bulging. As though something within was moving, she reached out and grasped it, eliciting a soft, delicate moan. In that moment, Tarina suddenly realized what she had uncovered and swiftly pulled back the quilt, revealing a blue-haired woman nestled within. Aang, deep in her slumber, was stirred awake by the commotion. Her pleasant dreams shattered. She had been on the verge of a long-awaited kiss with Nochi, only to be abruptly pulled from her reverie. The one who awakened her was a woman, and she distinctly recalled being in Nochi's room. How dare this woman intrude? Aang fixed a cold, piercing gaze upon the petite figure before her, her voice laced with frost. "Who are you?" Due to Aang removing her military uniform before sleeping, leaving her in nothing but a flimsy undergarment, Tarina, having never encountered her before, mistakenly assumed she was a woman secretly enamored with Nochi, sneaking into his quarters. Consequently, Tarina, emboldened, puffed out her rather unremarkable chest and retorted, "Who are you?" Haha. The audacity of the other party made Aang both amused and infuriated. She had never heard of someone so brazenly pursuing another's boyfriend. As Nochi's first and only girlfriend, Ain was not lacking in confidence. I am a colonel of the naval headquarters, his childhood friend, current girlfriend, and future wife. And you? Trina was taken aback. She had envisioned countless scenarios of meeting Nochi's girlfriend, yet she never anticipated such a dramatic reality. Aye. Trina stammered, her face flushed. After much contemplation, she realized that her relationship with Nochi was merely a typical superior-subordinate dynamic, leaving her with no justification for intruding upon his space. Unable to articulate her thoughts, Ain's gaze fell upon Trina's insignia. She was merely a private. In a moment of desperation, Trina impulsively blurted, "You claim to be the girlfriend of a major general. What proof do you have? Why should I believe you? What if you're just a counterfeit, harboring unrequited feelings for him within the naval headquarters?" Immediately regretting her words, she thought, wasn't she just inviting her own demise? Ha. Ain let out a cold laugh, retrieving a silver necklace from around her neck, at the end of which dangled a photo of her and Nochi in an intimate embrace. Do you think this suffices to validate my identity? If not, I have plenty more. As Trina watched Ain produce item after item, she implored her to stop, each revelation piercing her already fragile psyche. At this juncture, an apology from Trina would be futile, and she had no desire to apologize. They were not married. Why should she play the role of the legitimate partner? This line of thought served to bolster her resolve, preventing her mindset from completely unraveling. Taking a deep breath, Trina turned to leave. Wait, Ain called out, her eyes alight with fury. You have yet to explain why you are in my man's room. Trina muttered under her breath. Is there really a need to elaborate? I have feelings for Major General Nochi. Regardless of your rank, you have no right to deter my affections. Ain's right hand ignited with a faint violet flame, her smile radiant. As a member of the Navy, I indeed have no authority, but as Nochi's girlfriend, what do you intend to do? After all, I am your comrade. Stay calm. Hey, don't. Days later, Nochi and his team returned to Roguetown. Sergeant Carter and Bartholomew, having learned the news, arrived at the port early to greet them. Senior Nochi, you have finally returned. I have safeguarded Roguetown splendidly in your absence, and there were no issues whatsoever. Bartholomew chuckled softly, discreetly omitting some trivial details. Commendable indeed. Nock nodded in affirmation. Sergeant Carter hesitated nearby, seemingly grappling with his thoughts. What is it? Nock observed the peculiar expression on Carter's face. It's nothing, my lord. Let us hasten back to the naval base, Sergeant Carter replied in a fluster. Clearly at a loss for fabricating a lie, Nochi's expression darkened. Could it be that something significant occurred in Roguetown during my absence? Indeed. It is quite a considerable matter, though it may not align with your expectations. You shall discover the truth for yourself, Bartholomew added, and I assure you, it will bring you immense joy. Dezaya, following closely behind Nochi, wore a look of astonishment. Can you truly accomplish something that would please the master? Surely. It cannot be that you have made a blunder and are now seeking excuses. Nonsense. How dare you? I have always been steadfast in my words. Do not tarnish my reputation before Nochi. Beware, for I shall not hesitate to confront you. Come on, I am not the same as I once was. Dezaya showed no signs of fear. Nosai disregarded the two individuals, striding ahead towards the naval base. As he passed through the gates of the base, he inquired, Carter, what on earth transpired? Upon hearing the question, Nochi was suddenly approached by a small figure who clung to his legs, a tender and fragile voice lamenting, Major General. You have finally returned. Little one? Nochi was momentarily taken aback. Major General, I am Trina. Perhaps due to her transformation into a child, her emotions were difficult to control, and her rosy little face was streaked with tears and snot. Trina, how did you come to look like this? Nochi harbored a suspicion in his heart, for he knew only one entity capable of such a feat. Nochi. With a waft of fragrant air, a soft feminine form leapt into his embrace. Trina's petite stature could hardly compete with an adult's, as she was forcefully pushed aside by a pair of delicate legs. Ain, it has been ages. What brings you to Roguetown? Nochi held the lovely lady in his arms, and the joy of their reunion filled his heart. I missed you so much that I couldn't sleep for days. Teacher Zephyr, fearing my longing might lead to illness, kindly requested General Kazan to transfer me to your side. Ain nestled her head against Nochi's chest, greedily inhaling his unwavering masculine energy. Seeing that the Major General was preoccupied with his girlfriend and neglecting her, Trina's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, cascading down her cheeks. In front of so many witnesses, Nochi could not allow Trina to continue weeping. He understood that her tears were not born of deep sorrow, but rather were a manifestation of a child's physiological response. Perhaps you might revert her back? He suggested. I find children quite delightful. They are so endearing and pose no threat to my affections. It seems a perfect solution. You truly leave me at a loss. With a resigned smile, Nochi pushed aside Ain, his right hand coalescing into a swirling black vortex, seizing hold of Trina's slender arm. Dark water. In an instant, Trina's body began to expand rapidly, her head, torso, and limbs swiftly returning to their original form. Thank you, Major. I'm back to normal, Trina exclaimed joyfully. Eager to embrace Nochi and plant a fervent kiss on him, only to be deftly evaded. Ain, hiding behind Nochi, muttered, Little sprite, dare you provoke my husband again? And I shall turn you back into a child. Humph. Trina, thoroughly intimidated by Ain, found herself unable to meet the other's gaze. Her recent days spent in the innocence of childhood had left her with lingering psychological shadows. Major Nochi is indeed pitiable, having chosen such a duplicitous woman, outwardly pure and aloof, yet harboring a cunning heart. Unlike me, who can only feel sympathy for the Major. One day, I shall ensure that the Major sees the true nature of this woman. Ain turned her gaze towards the somewhat novel-looking Dasky beside her and smiled, inquiring, Nochi, is this one of your disciples? Colonel, I am Dasky. I look forward to your guidance. Please, just call me Ain from now on. No need for such formality. Very well, Ain's sister. Ain could discern that Dasky possessed a clear gaze, devoid of malice, genuinely seeking to learn from Nochi. Within a span of mere minutes, Desire and Bartholomew had already determined the victor. Bartholomew proudly boasted, while Desire bore the marks of defeat. Upon learning of Ain's arrival from Bartholomew, Desire, clutching her swollen face, managed to force a smile and said, Greetings, esteemed mistress. I am Desire, a disciple of Major Nochi. Ain responded with a gentle smile. It became evident that she had been somewhat flustered. Initially believing that all of Nochi's female acquaintances sought him for his physical attributes, she had only encountered Trina thus far. This made matters simpler. Ain was confident in her ability to bring Trina to heel. Nochi is well aware of Ain's subtle thoughts. He neither opposes nor disapproves, but rather offers his support. Trina has been persistently clinging to him, causing him considerable distress. With Ain serving as a shield, he can likely set aside this concern. After exchanging introductions, Nochi instructed everyone to return to their respective posts, while he and Ain departed the naval base, stepping into a world of their own in the town. Ain nestled against Nochi's shoulder, wrapping his arm around him, sweetly murmuring that being by Nochi's side is the most comfortable place to be. Nuachi reached out to embrace her waist, playfully brushing her delicate nose. I had been pondering your prolonged silence, wondering if you had encountered some difficulties. Yet it seems you were merely planning to surprise me. Are you pleased? Indeed, I am. However, with your arrival here, it appears that Teacher Zephyr has lost a capable aide, undoubtedly increasing the daily workload. Although our instructor has recruited a new assistant, the familiar rapport and working methods must be re-established, which will certainly have some repercussions. Ain, with a serious expression, stated that we must not betray the trust of our teacher. We must strive diligently to make the world a better place and fulfill the responsibilities expected of a naval officer. Nochi nodded slightly. Nochi, I arrived in quite a rush and brought little luggage. Would you accompany me to do some shopping? I know a few splendid stores we could explore. I am at your service, he replied. Meanwhile, as a couple joyfully indulged in their shopping, Trina returned to the dormitory in a state of despair. TSK. Have you encountered your esteemed Major General? You look utterly defeated. What a shame. What did you say? Trina glared at the woman before her, adorned with striking makeup and flowing crimson locks. I spoke no falsehood. Were you not toyed with by that naval colonel? Trina stammered. I was simply unprepared. Next time, I shall certainly triumph over her. Pah, anyone can boast, Carmen scoffed. You did nothing but lecture me, a mere defeated foe. I have no interest in your Major General. I merely wish to learn culinary skills from him. Trina rolled her eyes. Then you should persuade him to teach you. I will go, and you shall witness how I handle the situation, Carmen retorted, though in truth, she was as inexperienced as the rest. Yet, words once spoken are like water spilled. They cannot be taken back, and she could only brace herself for what lay ahead. As evening descended, Nochi and Ain returned to the base, carrying an array of bags. Ain, where is your room? Allow me to show you, Ain replied, leading Nochi up the staircase. They navigated through the corridor, making several turns until they arrived at a door. This is it. Is this my room? As they traversed the road, an unsettling feeling began to creep in. Indeed, I expertly inserted the key into the lock. Nochi gazed at the newly adorned room, momentarily taken aback. It was evident that Ian had put considerable thought into this transformation. Previously, while his room had been neat and tidy, it had leaned towards a rather austere style. Now, this modest space was embellished with numerous delightful decorations, including photographs of cherished moments shared between him and Ian. Ian retrieved clothes from her bag, meticulously folding them before placing them in the wardrobe. Unperturbed as she set some intimate garments alongside Nochi's belongings, Nochi drew out a chair and sat down, quietly observing. Long ago, at the naval headquarters, Ian frequently visited his home. Thus, even upon learning of the news regarding their impending cohabitation, he exhibited little reaction. Only, Nuachi cast a glance at the cramped single bed, realizing that another bed would need to be moved in. After all, he was a vigorous young man. Occasional excitement was bearable, but too much of it could lead to unintended consequences. Marriage, indeed. Nochi pondered with his chin in hand. Perhaps he would only consider it once he possessed the strength to rival a general, without sufficient power to establish a family. The cautionary tale of Zephyr loomed large before him. Nosai harbored no desire to leave any regrets in life. Sergeant Carter, exhibiting remarkable efficiency, prepared a single bed that very evening and moved it into Nosai's room. Upon hearing of this development, Desire jestingly chided Carter for his lack of romantic insight, warning him to be wary of the lady of the house in the future. Carter, utterly perplexed, could not comprehend the admonition. He was merely executing the orders of the esteemed general. Had he truly erred in his actions? Even though Ian and Nosai did not share the same bed, their beds were positioned perilously close, nearly touching. Thus, the following morning, Ian found himself awakening in Nosai's embrace. However, Nosai, deeply asleep and rising late, feigned ignorance of the situation. Carmen approached the door to Nosai's room, meticulously adjusting her attire, and after ensuring everything was in order, gently tapped on the door a few times. Nochi has a habit of indulging in slumber, typically rising only by noon. Ain rubbed her sleepy eyes, tidied her attire before the mirror, and after a few minutes, hurried to open the door. Carmen awaited patiently, and when the door finally swung open, her heart leaped with joy, only to be met by someone she had not anticipated, the colonel. May I inquire if the Major General is present? Ain, through her interactions with Tarina, had become acquainted with Carmen, who had joined the Navy to hone her culinary skills. Nochi is still asleep. If you seek to learn, it would be wise to wait until he awakens, she advised. Oh, very well, Carmen said, glancing around cautiously to ensure no one was nearby before whispering, Colonel, could you speak a few kind words on my behalf to the Major General? In return, I am willing to keep an eye on Tarina. If Tarina were to hear this, she would undoubtedly be infuriated, questioning the notion of such manipulation. It is possible, but I cannot guarantee that Nochi will acquiesce, Ain replied. As long as you are willing to speak, I appreciate it, Colonel. Ain hesitated briefly, her striking red eyes blinking thoughtfully. All right, I shall comply. Thank you, Carmen exclaimed, her face lighting up as she opened her arms for a hearty embrace. Ain felt the warmth of Carmen's ample embrace and suddenly regretted her decision. She hoped she wasn't inviting trouble into her home. Colonel, you may rest assured that I will keep a close watch on Tarina. From this day forth, I shall document her every move and report back to you, Carmen pledged earnestly. Unbeknownst to Tarina, who was diligently preparing breakfast for the Major General in the kitchen, a spy had been placed right beside her. Ain smiled and said, there is no need for such dramatics. It makes me appear as though I am a tyrannical officer who grants no privacy to my subordinates. Just relay any matters concerning Nochi to me. Then I shall await your good news, Carmen replied, fully aware of Ain's significant standing in Naka's regard, which assured her of success. Indeed, Ain nodded. Shortly after Carmen departed, a sailor approached the door to Naka's room, nervously handing a breakfast tray to Ain. Colonel, this is your and the Major General's breakfast. The tray displayed a stark contrast. One meal was exquisitely presented with a sandwich, a rolled cake, and a cup of latte, while the other was merely a few slices of bread and a glass of milk. Ain recognized immediately that these were prepared by Tarina, deliberately designed to provoke her. The little girl is too inexperienced, Ain mused. Returning to the room, she gently patted Naka's back to rouse him, speaking in a soft, soothing tone. It is time to rise and partake in breakfast. You may return to slumber afterward. In the past, while stationed at the headquarters, Nochi often overslept and missed breakfast, and Ain had routinely awakened him, ensuring he ate before returning to sleep. Oh, Nochi, in a daze, sat up. Ain picked up a sandwich and gently placed it before Naka's lips. Nosai labored to swallow a few bites. Ain noticed remnants at the corners of No-Sai's mouth and gently took a tissue to wipe them clean. Subsequently, he picked up another piece of cake, feeding it to the man bite by bite. After Norki swiftly finished his meal, he collapsed back into slumber. Ain cradled his face, allowing him to rest upon her lap, and gently pressed her luscious, crimson lips upon the man's brow. By midday, Norki was thoroughly awake. He stretched languidly, recalling fragments of the events from the morning. One must admit that Ain's considerate care was indeed quite delightful. However, at that moment, Ain was no longer present in the room. Noki recalled that the corpses of Aaron and his gang lay in the dark recesses, awaiting his departure to seek out Daddy, intending to deliver the bodies to him in exchange for a bounty. Although the naval forces in Roguetown were well aware that Aaron had fallen to his hand, the capture warrant required his signature for validation. A little manipulation here, and there would not be deemed inappropriate. This action should not be classified as embezzlement. As the saying goes, a gentleman cherishes wealth, acquiring it through rightful means. He merely sought an alternative method of redeeming his reward. Should he report Aaron's gang through the naval protocol directly to headquarters, he would only receive a bounty of approximately 100,000 berries. However, if he were to extract it from Daddy, the sum would be significantly greater. With this thought in mind, Noki donned his naval coat and stepped out. Passing by the training grounds, Noki heard the diligent sounds of the Navy's rigorous training. To his surprise, Dashki and Desaya were not following their comrades as usual, but were instead being personally instructed by Ain. Catching a glimpse of Noki, Ain approached him with a smile. "Have you awakened?" Dashki and Desaya also greeted Noki, calling him Master, Admiral. "Indeed," Noki replied, placing a hand on Ain's shoulder. He smiled at his two apprentices. "This is my former teacher, from whom I learned many techniques in swordsmanship and martial arts. You must cherish the opportunity to be taught by her." Ain's cheeks flushed as she playfully retorted, "Do not elevate me so. You trained under me for merely a month, and I was no match for you. Where is the mastery you speak of? How could you say that? If it weren't for your relentless companionship during training, I would not have progressed as swiftly as I did," Noki stated sincerely. The reason he stood out among the many in the Navy was undeniably due to Ain's significant influence on his development. Norki continued, "Moreover, Ain is a professional teaching assistant, having spent years under the tutelage of the former admiral and currently serving as the chief instructor at the Navy headquarters, guiding the new recruits. Her teaching experience far surpasses mine." "Ain, is what the Major General said true?" Dashki and Desaya gazed at her with admiration. "It is indeed true," Ain replied, feeling a sense of pride under the girl's attentive gazes. "Given your current levels, my instruction will yield better results than Norki's. However, for the highest realms of mastery, it is best for Norki himself to teach, for I have only recently attained this level myself." Desaya embraced Ain from behind, pressing against her back with enthusiasm, and cheerfully exclaimed, "Teacher, we shall rely on you for the next few days." "Ain, we entrust ourselves to you," Dashki added. "Continue your training." "I must step out for a moment," Norki said, turning to leave. "Wait a moment," Ain interjected, extending a delicate hand to pull him aside. "Norki, Carmen visited you this morning." "Carmen?" Nochi found the name somewhat familiar, yet he could not immediately recall where he had encountered it. "She is the woman who lost to Tarina in culinary skills," Ain pointed out. "Oh, what brings her to the naval base to seek me?" "She joined the Navy to learn your culinary art. This morning, she wished to request your mentorship, but you were asleep, so I sent her back for now." "Another request for mentorship?" Noki felt somewhat overwhelmed. Managing two apprentices was already proving to be a challenge, and adding another would likely lead to exhaustion. Thus, he thought better of it, for he was not akin to Teacher Zephyr, who possessed the energy to nurture so many students. Ain, holding Naka's hand, playfully swayed his arm and said, "In recent days, I have been responsible for arranging the training for Dashki and Desaya. If you could spare some time, why not teach her a bit? After all, culinary skills are not as demanding as combat, and Carmen has a solid foundation, so it wouldn't take long at all." Nosai remarked with a peculiar expression, "You seem rather unusual today, speaking on behalf of others." Ain, not wishing to conceal anything from her partner, disclosed the conditions proposed by Cayman. Her lovely visage flushed a rosy hue, and her eyes sparkled like autumn waters as she glanced at him, softly murmuring, "Isn't it all for you?" "Ah, now I understand," he replied. Noki chuckled heartily and said, "All right, since my dear Ain has requested it, I shall comply. You go tell her to wait for me in the kitchen after dinner." "Ain exclaimed, planting a kiss on him. Naka's cheeks were plump and radiant, evoking a sense of envy even from her, a woman herself. Although Ain was also a natural beauty, her prolonged stay in the military had prevented her from maintaining her appearance. Yet, Which young lady does not cherish beauty? She would inevitably employ some skincare measures. Nonetheless, compared to Nochi, who never bothered with skincare, Anne felt slightly lacking. She mused that if her man were to be born a woman, he would surely be a beauty that could cause turmoil in the world. Ugh, why am I even thinking about such things? Isn't my Nochi man enough already? Nuachi departed from the naval base, wandering the streets in search of Dadi's whereabouts. To his knowledge, Dadi should be in town hunting pirates at this hour. Indeed, Nochi ultimately discovered Dadi in a narrow alleyway. Dadi had just dealt with a band of pirates and was hoisting the corpse of a bounty criminal, preparing to head to the naval base to exchange it for a reward. Oh, Nochi, you returned rather swiftly, he remarked. Indeed. I have come to present you with the bodies of Arlong's crew. You may exchange them for your bounty shortly. As he spoke, a mass of solidified black smoke billowed from Naka's back, revealing a collection of fishermen's corpses, accompanied by a foul stench. Dadi pinched his nose and remarked, "It is well known that Arlong was defeated by you. It seems rather inappropriate for me to profit from these corpses. Rest assured, no one will concern themselves with such trivialities. Over 10 million berries is but a trifling sum for the headquarters, and even if they inquire, I harbor no fear. The protocol for bounty exchange states that one must either capture a living criminal or present their corpse at the naval base for identity verification to receive payment. With the multitude of bounty hunters across the globe, who can guarantee that every criminal was slain by the bounty hunter themselves, it is inevitable that some will be picked up along the way. Thus, your situation would merely be considered a fortunate find, rather than an act of deceit." "You present a valid point," Dadi nodded. "Since you have articulated it so, it would be remiss to refuse free money. There's another matter," Nochi continued. Dadi, sensing his intent, chuckled. "I knew you wouldn't let me have the upper hand so easily. Speak, what is it?" "I would like you to keep an eye out for a particular individual. He is expected to arrive at Roguetown within a month." "Oh?" Dadi inquired. "This person is a 17-year-old boy with freckles on his cheeks, donning an orange cowboy hat. Should you encounter him in town, please notify me immediately at the naval base." "I will be vigilant," Dadi affirmed with a nod. "Very well. Let us return to the base together," Nochi proposed, turning to depart. Dadi looked at the putrid corpses and hesitated. "Could you possibly take them back for now and bring them out once we are near the base? The odor is quite overwhelming." Nochi smiled gently, "Of course." Upon arriving outside the base, Dadi dragged along alone and several other cadre members of the fishermen pirates to collect their bounty. The Navy personnel, though puzzled, dared not voice their concerns with Nochi present. Once Dadi completed the transaction and departed, and entered the room, glancing at the stacks of berries on the table, and expressed his apprehension. "Nochi, is it truly wise for you to act in this manner?" Nochi retorted, "Ein. Do you recall the regulations concerning bounty hunters and the issuance of bounties within the Navy? Is it not determined by the evidence presented?" Ein murmured the words softly, suddenly enlightened. With a touch of exasperation, she cast a sidelong glance at Nochi. It was quite surprising that despite never having passed the Navy's regulations course, Nochi had become remarkably adept in navigating the intricacies of such loopholes. Nochi playfully brushed aside the strands of hair that obstructed his view and chuckled. "I only recently figured this out myself." Unsettled beside Nochi, tenderly arranging the locks of hair at the back of his head. "What do you need so much money for? Our lives are already quite satisfactory." "Well, there will always be things we desire to purchase. It's prudent to have some funds readily available, so we won't be distressed later when we find something we want but can't afford." "That's a valid point, however. We must ensure that General Sakaski remains oblivious to this matter." The ethereal and exquisite visage of Nosai bore an expression of helpless resignation. "If Uncle Sakasuki were to learn of this matter, he would certainly disregard any regulations and would not hesitate to inflict a grievous punishment upon me." Ain, with her sparkling eyes filled with affection, gazed tenderly at the man's profile and gently remarked, "If Nosai were to be rendered incapacitated, I would devote my life to caring for you." Although I felt deeply touched, I couldn't help but retort, "Could you perhaps wish for something more favorable for me?" Nosai replied, "Well, I trust that by then, Nosai will possess such formidable strength that he need no longer fear Admiral Sakasuki. Strong enough to rightfully bring me home as his bride." That was much more acceptable. Nochi was content. In the afternoon, I once again went to train Dashki and Desire. Nachi indulged in a brief afternoon nap, managing to stay awake through dinner, and to his surprise, he could still fall asleep after just waking up. In the kitchen, Carmen was overjoyed to learn of the message Nachi had asked Ian to convey, eagerly donning her chef's attire in anticipation. Upon hearing that Carmen had indeed persuaded Ian and Nachi, Triana, curious and skeptical, insisted on staying behind to witness the unfolding events. My apologies for arriving late. Nochi arrived rather late. Major General, you truly came, exclaimed Trina, her eyes wide with surprise. Oh, Trina is here as well, Carmen remarked, wielding a spatula to deliver a playful swat to Trina's head. Now you should accept your defeat, you little brat. I am indeed superior to you. Why you? Trina stammered. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she stomped her feet in frustration. What do you mean? The Major General only said to teach me. You ought to hurry back to your dormitory and stop eavesdropping. Carmen puffed out her chest proudly, as if it could embrace all. Trina bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, gazing pitiably at Nochi. As Nochi's heart softened, he thought, well, having more onlookers is no hindrance. You are called Carmen, are you not? Today, I shall teach you a dish known as ants climbing a tree. The ingredients for this dish are quite common, all readily available in the kitchen. Pay close attention to how I balance the seasonings for each ingredient. Carmen's attention was swiftly captivated by Nochi's culinary skills, while Trina too watched with rapt concentration. Before long, a splendid dish emerged. The sight revealed vibrant red minced meat adhering to the translucent vermicelli, exquisite and visually appealing. Carmen and Trina each took a bite. The flavor was light yet delightfully smooth and delicious, exuding a unique charm. After teaching the dish, Nochi departed, leaving behind a list of ingredients for them to prepare in advance, promising to continue the next day. Carmen, driven by a fierce competitive spirit, did not want Trina to accompany her in the culinary arts, so she rushed on to complain the following day. Ayn, after listening, found herself at a loss. After all, Trina was merely seeking to learn cooking, and unless she displayed any seductive behavior towards Nochi, Ayn could not intervene without consequence. Otherwise, if word got out, it would reflect poorly on her authority as a commander, implying she was abusing her power to intimidate a subordinate. Returning to her dormitory, Carmen pondered deeply and devised a cunning plan. Ayn had mentioned that only if Trina exhibited any flirtatious behavior towards Nochi would she take action. So Carmen resolved to create an opportunity for Trina to cultivate some ambiguity with the Major General the following day. Once her plan succeeded, she would report back to Ayn. Thus, Ayn would be compelled to intervene, and Trina would no longer have the chance to learn culinary skills from the Major General. Underestimating me, indeed. The next evening, Trina returned to the kitchen to learn, and despite Carmen's attempts to chase her away, she remained. While Nochi was demonstrating culinary techniques for the two of them, Carmen leaned close to Trina and whispered, in the stillness of the night, with Colonel Ayn rarely by the Major General's side. Don't you wish to take advantage of the situation? Images flooded Trina's mind. However, despite her myriad thoughts, they remained mere fanciful musings, devoid of actionable plans. Observing the confusion in Trina's eyes, Carmen teased, "Foolish girl, if you can't even grasp this, how do you expect to compete for a man with someone else's girlfriend? Allow me to reluctantly teach you a few tricks." Teach me? Are you really that generous? Trina blinked, regarding her with skepticism. Of course, but there are conditions, Carmen replied, lifting her chin with pride. What conditions? If you manage to win over the Major General, he will surely impart to you some unique cooking methods. At that point, you must share every detail with me, without reservation. Trina recognized Carmen's obsession with culinary arts had reached a fervent level. She would go to great lengths to enhance her skills, even joining the Navy if necessary. Thus, she found herself persuaded. I agree. Good. A sly smile graced Carmen's beautiful face. Now, with the Major General and Colonel Ayn deeply entwined, it would be nearly impossible to insert oneself into their relationship through ordinary means. Therefore, you must take a more proactive and audacious approach. After all, men are creatures driven by their baser instincts. If you can ignite the Major General's desires, once the deed is done, what do you think will happen? Trina's eyes brightened at this notion, yet as she contemplated further, hesitation crept in. He would undoubtedly care for me. But can a relationship built on such foundations truly be lasting and happy? Carmen silently scoffed, amused. She had merely been speaking whimsically. Yet Trina genuinely believed she could win the Major General's heart. General Nochi's heart is not made of steel, as long as you persistently show him kindness. You will eventually move him. For now, it is paramount to establish a relationship first. As Nochi listened to the hushed whispers of the two women behind him, he found their conversation increasingly absurd. Despite their attempts to lower their voices, how could he, with his level of observation hockey, possibly fail to hear them? Nochi turned around, her delicate face clouded with displeasure. Have you had enough? It seems you possess no interest in my culinary skills. If that is the case, I shall refrain from teaching you. Just as she was about to step out of the kitchen, the two women hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. "My lord, you have misunderstood. We were discussing matters of cuisine," Carmen quickly clarified. Aokiji raised an eyebrow, her smile imbued with a touch of icy allure. "Who claimed that men were creatures governed by their lower halves, and who asserted that raw rice inevitably transforms into cooked grain. It appeared that you had overheard." Carmen was utterly perplexed. Her voice was sufficiently hushed, nearly a whisper against Terena's ear, yet how could the Major General still perceive her? Nochi had always been disinclined to instruct them. Now, with a valid reason to excuse himself and retreat for rest, he seized the opportunity and strode out with purpose. Triana watched helplessly as her beloved Major departed, fearing that she might never again have the chance to learn culinary skills from him. Her heart brimmed with anger, which she directed squarely at the instigator, Carmen. "It is all your fault. If it weren't for your incessant prattling behind me, this situation would never have arisen." Carmen, having suffered both loss and humiliation that day, was equally incensed and retorted with a fiery glare. "How dare you blame me? If you hadn't insisted on lingering here to learn, we wouldn't be in this predicament." "Humph." Triana placed her hands on her hips, engaging Carmen in a heated exchange of accusations. Within the confines of the base commander's quarters, Naka's early return aroused Ain's curiosity. Why was the lesson concluded so swiftly today? Nochi candidly relayed all that he had witnessed to Ain. Upon hearing this, Ain was filled with indignation. "What a betrayal, Carmen. Just days after agreeing to keep an eye on Terina, she has already turned her allegiance. It is fortunate that you uncovered this, Nochi. Otherwise, I would still be in the dark." Nochi stifled a yawn and turned over in bed, remarking that neither of them were to be underestimated. "Ain, you must tread carefully," she advised. "I shall wholeheartedly support you." Ain nodded in agreement, a smile gracing her lips. With Nochi's backing, they felt invincible. Before long, Nochi succumbed to slumber, while Ain, having attended to her tasks, quietly lifted the covers and nestled into the warm embrace of the man beside her. In the days that followed, Carmen and Trina found themselves in particularly dire circumstances. Ain was far from a naive and innocent girl. The day after the incident, Carmen rushed to Ain, eager to clarify the events of the previous day. However, Ain remained skeptical of her words. Even if they were truthful, it was always prudent to take preventive measures. From that moment on, the naval base in Roguetown welcomed two prodigious little chefs. Despite their tender years, they possessed culinary skills that surpassed those of seasoned chefs, undeniably earning the titles of the finest cooking talents in the East Sea. With Ain instructing her apprentice and managing the trivialities of cooking, Nochi's daily responsibilities became significantly lighter. Beyond dining, strolling, and occasionally indulging in shopping dates with Ain, his days were filled predominantly with sleep, leading to a remarkably leisurely existence. This serene routine persisted until mid-January. Nochi gazed out the window at the sun, a rare moment of insomnia enveloping him. Why had he not received any news of that scoundrel Ace? Could it be that they had inadvertently missed him, and Ace had already ventured into the Grand Line? That seemed implausible. In recent days, apart from instructing Daddy to keep a watchful eye on Ace's whereabouts, he had dispatched numerous naval officers throughout the town to search for him, making the chance of missing him exceedingly slim. Moreover, the absence of any reports about Ace in the newspapers indicated that he must still be in the East Sea. As Nochi pondered, a naval officer burst into the office, panting and exclaiming, "Major General, the person you seek has appeared. On the square. Brother Bartholomew has already kept an eye on him, ensuring not to raise any alarm. At last, he has arrived." Nochi had to concede that a leisurely life indeed brought a sense of tranquility to the heart. However, he was acutely aware that such a life of idleness was still premature for him. He wished to resolve the matter with Ace as soon as possible and return to the naval headquarters, where he could further enhance his abilities. Nochi hastily donned his naval coat and, clutching Jinlin and the third generation of ghostly weapons, rushed towards the square of Roguetown. Meanwhile, a youthful girl with orange hair gazed at the somewhat dilapidated buildings of the naval base from a distance, murmuring to herself, "This must be the place." The square of Roguetown was bustling with a continuous flow of people, with a tall execution platform erected prominently in the area. A young boy, adorned with an orange cowboy hat and a brown shirt, looked up at the summit of the platform, his expression grave. "Did someone really perish here? What are you saying, Ace?" Beside the boy, a man whose upper face was concealed by a black mask surveyed the surroundings, holding a notebook and a pen in his hands, continuously jotting down notes. "It's nothing, just lamenting that the Pirate King met such an ignoble end in this place. I swear, I shall never die so spinelessly." Ace clenched his fists tightly. Dios chuckled helplessly. Rather than pondering on how to meet your demise, shouldn't you consider where to find a ship and crew? Do you truly wish to venture into the Grand Line unprepared? Ace stroked his chin, contemplating for a considerable time. Perhaps that might not be such a bad idea. Stop spouting nonsense. Even if you are an adept of a Logia-type devil fruit, fearless of sky or land, you must still fear the sea, right? That little boat we have certainly won't withstand the tempests of the Grand Line. If anything goes awry, we'll both be fish food. That makes sense. But where can we find a ship? Just then, a gender-neutral voice reached their ears. Are you looking for a ship? Indeed, Dios replied, turning toward the source of the voice, only to be met by an extraordinarily handsome naval officer. Dios recalled Ace's incessant declarations of his ambition to become the pirate king. He would inevitably become a pirate, thus establishing an adversarial relationship with the Navy. However, since they were not yet bounty targets, they felt an unusual sense of security in the presence of the Navy. Yet, Ace's reaction left Dios astounded and even incensed. Ace, with enthusiasm gleaming in his eyes, cracked his knuckles and grinned. Finally, a naval officer. Just in time to test out the new techniques I've been devising these days. Does one dare to strike at the Navy? Are you, perchance, a pirate? Nochi inquired softly. Indeed, I aspire to be the king of the pirates. Bartholomew observed the unfolding situation from the shadows, noticing that the insolent youth seemed intent on confronting his esteemed elder, Nochi. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge forth. But fortunately, he was restrained by other Navy personnel. Brother, have you forgotten the orders of the Major? We must not interfere with him, no matter what transpires. I cannot abide this boy's disrespect towards Elder Nochi. Exercise patience. We shall seize our opportunity to address him later. Flames flickered from Ace's clenched fists, poised to strike. Yet Nochi raised his hand to halt him. If you wish to fight, do so in a secluded place. Engaging in battle here would endanger the civilians. Very well. Ace replied decisively, glancing at the onlookers who had turned their gaze toward him. Deus sighed deeply. He was not concerned about Ace's potential defeat, but regrettably, the ordinary lives of the people were drawing to a close. Once Ace vanquished this Navy soldier, a bounty would swiftly be issued, and he would become an accomplice to the wanted criminal. The three then moved to an open expanse of land. Nochi yawned and said, "You may strike first." Flames erupted once more from Ace's entire body as he warned, "Be cautious." With a resounding shout, "Fire fist." Ace swung his right fist with great force, the seething flames taking the shape of a fist as they surged forward to strike Nochi. The resplendent figure of Nuachi stood serenely, unperturbed, until the flames encroached within 3 meters of him, at which point he leisurely raised his right hand, a black vortex swirling in his palm. Dark water. Ace witnessed in disbelief as the surging flames gradually dissipated into nothingness. What manner of ability is this? Ace inquired with curiosity, yet his hands remained unyielding, his 2 index fingers crossing to form a cruciform. Accompanied by the tumultuous flames, a brilliant cross-shaped beam shot forth. Nochi remained steadfast, exhibiting no inclination to evade, as tendrils of dark smoke enveloped his form. Boom! The crossfire ignited a searing flame, casting a luminous glow upon the darkness, merely stirring ripples in its depths. Impressive, Ace remarked, his admiration palpable, as he intensified his focus on the battle. Flames swirled around his figure, coiling with ferocity, before he unleashed another strike. This time, the fiery fist he conjured was distinctly larger than his previous assault. Nochi's right hand reached for the hilt of Jinlin's blade, confronted by an unstoppable crimson flame that seemed capable of consuming all in its path. Gradually, he drew the sword, sweeping it forward, unleashing an invisible wave of sword energy. To behold, that ferocious inferno was cleaved in twain, leaving Nochi unscathed. It is my turn now. Nochi chose not to employ the powers of the dark fruit to overpower Ace, but instead opted for physical combat. Swift as the wind, Ace realized that his opponent had vanished. His gaze darted around, desperately seeking to locate him. Suddenly, he felt a constriction around his neck. Thud! Dias's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the scene unfold. To him, it appeared that Nochi had merely dashed in front of Ace and toppled him with ease. Ace attributed his defeat to carelessness and underestimation of his adversary. His expression grew increasingly solemn as he declared, "This time, I have lost, but I assure you, I shall prevail next time. Will you dare to face me again?" Certainly. Nochi and he once again assumed their stances. Ace no longer bore any trace of amusement. Tendrils of flame swiftly surged and flickered around him. He executed that familiar punching motion, declaring, "Flame fist." The flames coalesced into the shape of a fist, hurtling towards Nochi with great speed. Shave. Nochi swiftly appeared behind Ace, raising his right hand, the black vortex in his palms swirling with increasing intensity. Ace felt an overwhelming force of suction rushing towards him, and before he knew it, he found himself once again grasped by Nochi around the neck. A tumult of emotion surged within Ace. To his dismay, his second challenge had ended in an even more disastrous defeat than the first. The primary reasons why Nochi can comprehensively suppress Ace are twofold. Firstly, Ace, having just acquired his powers, has yet to develop many of his techniques, and his application remains rudimentary. Nochi's dark fruit naturally counters those with abilities, rendering Ace, as a novice, nearly powerless when confronted with the dark waters. Secondly, there is the matter of physical prowess. Although Ace possesses considerable strength, having diligently trained throughout his life, he still pales in comparison to someone like Nochi, who has undergone systematic training for years. Ace is a man brimming with confidence, rarely having faced defeat in his life. He initially believed that acquiring the flame fruit would empower him to carve out a name for himself in the Grand Line. However, he has yet to even leave the East Blue, having been bested twice by a mere naval officer who appears to be of similar age, almost a peer. Such a reality is unbearable for him, leading to a complete collapse of his mentality. Gazing at the stunningly beautiful and irresistibly charming man before him, Ace resolves to overcome him. He vows not to leave Roguetown until he has secured victory. Lying on the ground, filled with a mix of bitterness and determination, he clenches his teeth and resolutely states, "I have lost. Go ahead and kill me." Dios, in a state of frantic urgency, shouts at Ace, "What foolishness are you uttering? How can you contemplate dying here? We are not yet bounty hunters. There is still time for regret. If you simply yield, this naval officer will surely spare you." A true man knows when to bend. Do not be so fixated on momentary victories and defeats. Ace closes his eyes, his expression serene as he calmly replies, "Rather than beg for mercy from my enemy and live a life so ignobly, I would prefer to die." "You fool." Dio shifts his gaze towards Nochi, his mind racing as he contemplates how to rescue Ace from this dire predicament. In truth, Ace does not wish to die. He has yet to discover the answers to the questions that have haunted him throughout his life, nor has he fulfilled the promises made to his sworn brothers. Yet, he cannot relinquish the dignity that resides in his heart, or perhaps it is a certain obsession that he cannot abandon. Nochi observed the subtle shifts in Ace's expression, loosening his grip from the boy's neck. He casually brushed off the dust that clung to his clothing from the scuffle and remarked, "Your companion has reminded me that you are not yet a pirate, merely a wretched boy with a strength slightly above that of an ordinary person. As a member of the Navy, I cannot indulge in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. With your meager abilities, you would find no escape from death in the Grand Line. Why should I sully my hands?" Having spoken, he turned and strode away, his sleeves sweeping elegantly behind him. Deus hurried forward to assist Ace. Yet, Ace forcefully pushed him aside, regaining his footing as crimson flames ignited around him once more. He declared with fervor, "As long as I draw breath, the battle is far from over. If you do not slay me, I will inevitably defeat you and trample you beneath my feet. I will not depart from this place until that goal is achieved." Nochi came to a halt, having anticipated Ace's response. Clenching his right fist, he offered a chilling smile and declared, "Since you wish to court death so eagerly, I shall oblige." Ace, startled by Naka's sudden disappearance, felt a jolt of fear. Drawing upon the experience from their previous encounters, he remained on high alert, refusing to let his guard down. Dio, concerned that his presence might hinder Ace's performance, took a few steps back. Flame barrier. Ace's flames surged violently, coalescing into a vast circle that formed a towering wall of fire around him. With this, that fellow should be unable to breach his defenses for the time being. Such naivety. Nochi gracefully executed the moonwalk, gliding through the air. Fire fist. Ace understood that he must not allow him to descend. He raised his fist and unleashed a fierce blaze of scorching flames, attempting to thwart his opponent. No-sized feet stirred up ripples in the air as he swiftly dodged, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. With a subtle exertion of strength, a resounding sonic boom erupted, and he gracefully touched down, his toes barely grazing the ground. The resplendent glow of the golden scales in his hand shimmered brilliantly, momentarily blinding Ace. "Slash," Nochi softly murmured. Deftly reversing the blade, and with the back of the knife, he swiftly struck across Ace's midsection. Although it was the back of the blade, the power wielded through Naka's swordsmanship was formidable nonetheless. Ace let out a gasp, spewing forth a mouthful of crimson liquid. Clutching his waist where the distinct traces of blood were evident. His handsome visage, at that moment, contorted in pain. "You're still alive, huh?" Nochi let out a deliberate sigh, his figure flickering as he appeared behind Ace, his index finger imbued with a formidable aura, thrusting forward with precision. In his hands, the finger gun unleashed a force rivaling that of a bomb, one with extraordinary penetrating power. At this moment, Ace could no longer withstand the assault. His eyes rolled back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Ace, Dias, risking his own life, positioned himself before Nochi, pleading, "Noble Marine, grant him mercy. I shall do my utmost to guide him towards righteousness. I beseech you for another chance." He perceived that Ace still clung to a thread of life. Yet should Nochi strike again, even with the slightest touch, Ace's fragile existence would surely be extinguished. Noki, in truth, is reluctant to take action, should he eliminate Ace. Would not Garp pursue him across the globe? The reason for his heavy-handed approach is twofold. He seeks to ignite Ace's conviction to triumph over him, while simultaneously honing his skills. In the realm of One Piece, individuals often uncover boundless potential when teetering on the brink of death. The original work presents Luffy as a prime example. Through repeated experiences of near-death resurrection, he remarkably awakened the gum-gum fruit into the human fruit, mythical Zoan type, Nika form. Of course, not everyone possesses such extraordinary capabilities. Typically, only those with exceptional talent are afforded such fortune. As the son of the Pirate King, Ace has undergone Garp's rigorous training alongside Luffy since childhood. Setting aside the mythical Zoan abilities, his remarkable vitality should be comparable to Luffy's, evidently meeting the required criteria. The quicker Ace grows stronger, the sooner Noki can fulfill the task entrusted to him by Garp. Upon contemplating this, Nochi resolved that each encounter with Ace would be met with a determination to leave him in a state of near defeat. As for the peril that Ace's newfound strength might pose, it was nothing more than a jest. Nochi was not exaggerating his own prowess, even 3 years hence. When Ace would rise to prominence as the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, he would still find himself subdued by Nochi in his current form. Dios anxiously awaited Nochi's response, yet the latter remained uncommunicative. "Sir Navy, do you have any further requests?" Nochi's piercing gaze fixated coldly upon Dors, sending an unsettling shiver coursing through his entire being, causing his legs to tremble involuntarily. Each passing second felt interminable, as if a year had elapsed. Is it life or death? A word of clarity would suffice. What manner of torment is this? At last, the luscious crimson of Nox's lips parted, her voice resonating with authority as she commanded, "Take him away, as far as you can, and vanish from my sight forever." She was acutely aware that Ace's injuries could not be delayed. He had to remain at the hospital in Roguetown for treatment. This meant Dors could not extricate Ace from the town during his unconscious state. Once Ace regained consciousness, he had made it abundantly clear he would not depart from Roguetown without defeating Dors first. Thus, Nock held no concern for their escape. Hearing her words, Dors was overjoyed. "I shall take him now," he exclaimed, bending down to hoist Ace upon his back and sprinting away, fearful that Nock might reconsider. Noki smiled faintly and rose to return to the naval base. Meanwhile, in the office of the commander of the Roguetown Naval Base, Ein observed the beautiful young girl with short orange hair before him and inquired, "Are you here to see Major Noki for a particular reason?" The girl retrieved a letter, meticulously wrapped in pink paper, from her bosom. "I hail from Cocoa West Village. This is a letter from my sister to Major Noki of Roguetown. She believes that once the Major reads this letter, he will surely accept me. May I take a look?" Ein had an inkling that the contents of this letter were far from ordinary, as such elaborate packaging was typically reserved for love letters. The girl shook her head, stating, "My sister specifically instructed me to deliver this directly into Major Noki's hands. Women are often driven by insatiable curiosity. The more mysterious the matter, the more intrigued they become." With her sparkling eyes crescent-shaped from a smile, Ein gently said, "I am Naka's fiancé. There is no distinction between us. Handing the letter to me is no different than presenting it to Noki himself." "Major Noki has a fiancé?" The girl had secretly opened the letter and was well aware of its contents. To her, it seemed that Noki was unaware of this fact. Otherwise, how could he be entangled with a woman who was already committed? "Very well," Nami conceded, relinquishing the letter. At this point, there was no need for further concealment. Ein patiently opened the envelope and unfolded the letter, reading it meticulously, word by word. Indeed, it was a love letter. As she read the enchanting phrases inscribed within, a tinge of jealousy stirred in her heart, though she felt no anger. After all, since her relationship with Noki had been established, he had received not 100, but dozens of love letters, a fact she had long since grown accustomed to. With a hint of apology gracing her lovely features, Nami said, "I'm sorry. My sister seems unaware that Major Nochi has a fiancée. I hope you can understand some of the contents." "It's quite all right," Ain replied, setting the letter aside. "I see it mentions that you are an exceptional navigator." Nami nodded gently, puffing out her chest with pride. "At the very least, I have yet to meet a navigator more skilled than myself." "I see. Do you possess any other talents?" Nami pondered for a moment before responding, "Currently, I work as a pirate thief, specializing in stealing treasures from pirates to earn a living. If one must speak of talents, my thieving skills rank among the best in the entire East Sea." I did not disdain Nami's less than reputable methods. To her, strength and skill bore no inherent morality, only the wielder determined their righteousness. "Have you ever ventured into the Grand Line?" I inquired once more. Nami, bewildered, shook her head. She had heard that the climate of the Grand Line was utterly distinct from that of the Four Seas, a realm of knowledge beyond her grasp. Within this naval base, there existed a library replete with numerous tomes concerning the Grand Line, available for perusal at will. "I shall make the necessary arrangements with the librarian," she assured. "Our stay in Roguetown shall not be lengthy. Sooner or later, we must return to the naval headquarters. I hope that by that time, you will be adept at fulfilling the role of navigator aboard our vessel." I understood that one could not assess a person's abilities and character merely through a few words. Thus, she resolved to observe further. If the girl truly possessed the talent as stated in the letter, it would not be too late to elevate her position. Nami had always harbored a keen interest in maritime literature, and upon hearing she could freely explore the books, her heart brimmed with joy, simultaneously fostering a growing fondness for Ain. Being somewhat of a money-minded individual, Nami cautiously inquired, "May I ask how much my monthly salary would be as a new recruit in the Navy?" Ain patiently elucidated her query. As a newcomer, besides accommodation and meals, a salary of berries would be disbursed monthly. "What? A mere 600,000 berries per year?" Nami could not help but express her disdain. No wonder Nojiko had advised her to brace herself. Ain summoned Sergeant Carter, and due to the female dormitory being fully occupied, she instructed him to prepare a room adjacent to the girls' quarters for Nami's accommodation. However, assigning Nami to a room alone felt somewhat biased. Ain intended for the women to be dispersed to enhance their quality of life, suggesting that Nami share quarters with Daisuke and Desaya, while Triana could room with Carmen. Upon receiving the order, Carter led Nami and several sailors to tidy the room. Shortly thereafter, Nojiko returned to her office, noticing a letter resting on her desk. She casually inquired, "What is this?" "A love letter addressed to you. Rather well written. Would you care to read it?" Ain remarked as she handed the envelope to him, seemingly indifferent. In truth, her lips had pursed in a subtle display of jealousy, the unspoken sentiment evident. Nochi waved dismissively, reclining on the sofa within the room. "There's nothing of importance, so I shall not concern myself with it." Yet, truth be told, there was indeed a matter of significance. Oh, this letter was delivered by a young girl named Nami. It was penned by her sister, stating that an agreement had been reached to enlist her sister in the military service. "Nami, you say?" Nochi was taken aback today, not only by Ace, but also by an unexpected surprise. If one were to ponder who the most comprehensive and pivotal character in the original narrative is, Nochi would assert that it is neither Luffy nor Zoro, but rather Nami. Why, you may ask? Because Nami serves as the true navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates, effectively embodying half the captaincy. She deftly manages the daily operations, orchestrates plans, oversees financial matters, and selects the routes, all under her capable guidance. Were Nami to be replaced by another navigator, the Straw Hat crew, devoid of their protagonist's radiant aura, would find it exceedingly challenging to traverse the Grand Line. After all, there exists no other navigator in this world quite as versatile as Nami, unless Oda decides to create another, for there is virtually nothing she cannot accomplish. Nochi contemplated the possibility of having Nami replace Sergeant Carter, as he had never envisioned Carter as a member of his future team. The reasoning remained the same. Carter was too advanced in age and possessed only mediocre abilities. Even if he were to bring him into the Grand Line, Nochi could not guarantee his survival against the vicious pirates that awaited them. Rather than risk his demise and evoke sorrow, it would be wiser to allow him to live out his days in Roguetown. Thus, I decided to have her study in the library for a few days, after which I would assign her a position commensurate with her capabilities. NOC nodded in agreement, finding the arrangement quite reasonable. She indeed had much to learn. Ain rose and positioned himself behind NOC, his slender hands resting upon his shoulders, gently kneading them. "NOC, you encountered Admiral Garp's grandson today, did you not?" Indeed. That little rascal is quite impressive. At such a tender age, he already possesses the powers of a natural fruit user. After all, he is the grandson of Admiral Garp. So he must be extraordinary. You didn't leave him incapacitated, did you? I exercised restraint. He merely lost consciousness for a while. A few days' rest, and he shall recover. I couldn't help but shoot him a disapproving glance. You call that restraint? Aren't you concerned that Admiral Garp might learn of this and come charging from the Navy headquarters to confront you? Would you care to place a wager with me? What are the stakes? I will inform Admiral Garp about my encounter with Ace, and if he does not become furious, I win. Conversely, if he does, you win. And the loser must fulfill a reasonable condition for the victor. Very well. Ein felt confident that regardless of the outcome, he would not be at a disadvantage. And he agreed with a smile. Nochi produced a telephone book. He possessed a directory that contained all the contact numbers of the naval officers' offices. This was provided to him as a customary measure upon his promotion to the rank of Rear Admiral, facilitating communication among the officers. Nochi dialed the number recorded in his notebook, connecting to Admiral Garp's office. Moments later, the call was answered. Hello, who is this? The voice on the other end was not that of Garp, but rather that of the familiar Major Bogart. Major Bogart, this is Nochi. I would like to speak with Admiral Garp. Is he available? Admiral Garp is currently having tea with Admiral Sengoku. Please hold on. I will fetch him for you. Thank you. Bogart quickly approached Admiral Sengoku's office door, knocked twice, and entered. Admiral Garp, you have a call. Garp, holding a bag of senbei and munching noisily, inquired. Is it urgent? Bogart glanced at Sengoku, who was engrossed in reviewing documents behind his black-rimmed frog glasses, and subtly nodded. I see. Garp and Bogart shared a long-standing understanding. Quickly grasping that this was likely a matter that should remain undisclosed to Sengoku, probably concerning that troublesome brat Ace, Garp uncrossed his legs, stood up, and snatched the bag of senbei from Sengoku's desk, chuckling, Old friend, I must be off. I'll come by for tea another day. Hey, you old rascal. That was my snack. Sengoku, bemused by Garp's childish antics, could only shake his head as Garp slipped away. Upon returning to his office, Garp picked up the Din Mushi's receiver, pinching his nose with his pinky as he asked, Hey, Nochi, how are the matters I entrusted to you progressing? He had already confirmed his suspicions from Bogart's earlier remarks. Nochi gazed at Ein's exquisite profile and remarked, I have encountered your grandson, Ace. He possesses considerable strength and has become the wielder of the natural type flame fruit. Oh, is that so? That lad is indeed quite fortunate. Garp chuckled heartily. Fortunate? Nochi chuckled lightly. It is well known that the flame fruit is hardly sought after, even by dogs, for in the New World, individuals capable of wielding fire are as common as the very ground we tread upon. Of course, this assertion is heavily laced with jest. The flame fruit does possess its strengths, albeit it falls short when juxtaposed with other premier abilities. After all, according to the established lore, it is merely a subordinate power to the magma fruit. Yet, in the grand tapestry of existence, absolutes are rarity. Who can truly predict the transformations that may arise upon the awakening of the flame fruit? Nochi continued, in order to better unleash Ace's potential without revealing my true intentions, I plan to employ a rather rigorous training method. You wouldn't mind, would you? Garp, intrigued, inquired, how rigorous? Merely leaving him battered and on the brink of unconsciousness after each session, replied Nochi with a nonchalant tone, as if discussing an unrelated matter. Ha ha ha, you rascal. You've hit upon the same idea as I. As long as you don't beat Ace to death or render him incapacitated, I shall wholeheartedly support your methods, Garp chuckled. After all, he had employed similar tactics when training Luffy and Ace, often pushing them to the very edge of their limits, a method that had proven effective. Ein, listening nearby, shook his head in disbelief. What kind of grandfather is this? Most would cradle their grandchildren in their palms, yet Garp takes the opposite approach, laughing heartily while encouraging the torment of his grandson. Indeed, this naval hero defied conventional reasoning. Nochi comprehended Garp's intentions. He merely wished to cultivate Ace into a formidable man, akin to the legendary pirate King Roger, instilling in him the resilience forged through hardship so that when true peril arose, he would possess the strength to survive. Your reassurance brings me comfort. Should any other matters arise, I shall reach out to you again. Nochi hung up the phone and smiled at Ein, declaring, It appears I am the victor. A mysterious blush crept across Ein's lovely visage. What condition does Nochi wish for me to agree to? She inquired. I have yet to determine that. Perhaps I shall present it later when I have made up my mind. Oh, I understood Naka's intentions. He relished seizing opportunities to propose conditions that were particularly flexible, thus allowing him to maintain the upper hand in most matters. She had learned this lesson the hard way. Yet she could never quite resist the allure of Naka's charm. How could one possibly refuse the chance for someone they admired to casually acquiesce to a request? In a street of Roguetown, Bartholomew and his gang were violently assaulting several menacing-looking thugs and a heavily made-up woman. Their aggression stemmed from the thugs' failure to pay for their purchases, which resulted in Bartholomew, while serving justice as a naval officer, inadvertently losing track of his senior, Nochi. The shopkeeper, witnessing the disheveled state of the battered individuals, felt a pang of compassion and stepped forward to plead, "Noble naval officer, please cease this. Further violence may result in a fatality." One of the thugs muttered incoherently, his swollen face rendering his words unintelligible. Bartholomew, still unsatisfied, spat disdainfully upon their faces before departing with his fellow officers. Shortly after Bartholomew's exit, the group of beaten thugs helped each other to the harbor, where they found a burly man. The man was taken aback by their appearance. "What has happened to you?" With considerable effort, they recounted the entire ordeal. "So, you encountered the Navy. Did you not identify yourselves?" The man's brow furrowed in evident anger. "Captain, the Navy acted without honor. Before we could even speak, they attacked us, leaving us no chance to defend ourselves." "Humph. In the past, our people ventured into Roguetown to gather supplies, and the Navy turned a blind eye, maintaining a mutual non-interference. Now, they have dared to strike us? This is intolerable. Lord Crick is currently seeking opportunities to enhance his reputation. Since Roguetown is proving to be troublesome, I shall propose an assault to Lord Crick." "Understood. Let us set sail and rendezvous with Lord Crick." In the Roguetown hospital, Dors entrusted Ace to the doctor, who took him into the ward to tend to his wounds. As he contemplated the medical expenses, it became evident that he lacked sufficient funds, prompting him to seek employment. Dors soon discovered a restaurant in need of temporary workers, offering attractive wages along with meals and accommodation, and thus settled there for the time being. Ace's recovery was swift. Within 2 days, he was able to move about normally. Upon learning that Dors was laboring from dawn till dusk to repay his medical bills, he felt a surge of gratitude and temporarily set aside his aspirations of challenging Nochi, joining the workforce instead. Since he was still healing, this opportunity allowed him to rest and recuperate. That evening, Bartholomew arrived at their former favorite restaurant with his gang. In their days as mountain bandits, they had cherished this establishment, initially intending to bring along their esteemed elder, Nochi, but were met with a stern refusal. Growing weary of the monotonous meals at their base, both Teresa and Carmen, despite their exceptional culinary skills, consistently prepared the same few dishes. It was said that the menu of the esteemed Rear Admiral varied daily without repetition. Bartholomew leaned back, perusing the menu, and remarked, "Nochi cannot be like us. If he were just an ordinary person, could he still remain the idol in our hearts?" "Indeed, brother, you speak truth," came the agreement. "Waiter, take our order." Coming right up, Dors approached their table with the order slip. Noticing the naval uniforms they wore, he breathed a sigh of relief upon confirming that Nochi was not among them. "Esteemed naval gentlemen, what would you like to eat?" Bartholomew scrutinized Dors's face. "Ah, you're the new waiter, aren't you? You seem somewhat familiar." With a smile, Dors replied, "Perhaps it is merely a trick of the mind." Bartholomew dismissed the thought and casually ordered several dishes. Ace stood by the serving counter, eagerly awaiting the steaming dishes as they emerged from the kitchen. He balanced a plate in one hand and made his way to Bartholomew's table. "Brother, it's that fellow." One of the gang members recognized Ace first. Bartholomew, upon seeing Ace, sprang to his feet, slamming the table. No wonder he seemed familiar. He is one of those who publicly disrespected Elder Nochi just days ago. They did not recognize Dors, but Ace had made a lasting impression as they had sought him for quite some time. Navy. Ace, still haunted by the encounter with Nochi, instinctively hurled the plate he was carrying, splattering soup all over Bartholomew and his companions. "You little brat, I'll kill you." Bartholomew seethed with rage, intertwining his fingers to conjure a transparent, solid barrier that swept forward. Unyielding, Ace raised his fist and declared, "Fire fist." A fierce flame surged toward Bartholomew and his gang. The fire clashed with the barrier, igniting a cascade of sparks. "Don't fight here." The boss was anxiously stamping his feet, while the patrons screamed and fled the restaurant. "Calm down, brother. This is not a place for fighting." The naval subordinate rushed forward to grasp Bartholomew's arm. Realizing the situation, Bartholomew slapped the young man's face in panic, exclaiming, "Oh no, I've caused trouble." If Senior Nochi finds out, I'll surely be in for it. Brother, do not panic. The only way to make amends now is to subdue this brat, suggested the subordinate. Sound reasoning. Dios observed the escalating situation, tightly gripping Ace's hand as they took off in haste. Stop right there. Bartholomew led a group of Navy officers in frantic pursuit, and soon they dashed out of Roguetown. Ace shook off Dios's grip, declaring, "What are we running from? Just a bunch of insignificant foes. Watch me deal with them." Dios was more concerned about their commanding officer rather than the Navy officers. However, they had already exited the confines of Roguetown, so it was unlikely that the officer would arrive promptly. Ace, resolve this swiftly, Dios urged. I know, Ace replied, his fists igniting with a brilliant, surging flame. You little brat. Bartholomew assumed the standard posture to summon a barrier, preparing for the encounter. Fire fist. Barrier impact. The two launched their attacks almost simultaneously. The roaring flames crashed against the barrier, illuminating the night sky. Too weak. Bartholomew smirked, controlling the barrier to push forward. Damn it. Ace recognized that Bartholomew was indeed formidable. A fitting subordinate of that individual. Divine fire. Ignis. Ace conjured two flame spears resembling long lances and hurled them with a mighty shout. Futile. My barrier cannot be breached by anyone but Senior Nochi. Watch out. As the barrier advanced, Ace shoved Dios aside, intending to absorb the impact himself. To his surprise, the barrier merely grazed his body, leaving him unscathed. Bartholomew was taken aback, bewildered. Unwilling to accept defeat, he summoned another layer of the barrier and charged at Ace. Flames enveloped Ace anew, swirling around him as the temperature soared dramatically. He raised his arm and unleashed a fierce strike. Mirror fire. A torrent of flames surged towards Bartholomew. I told you it's useless. Prepare to die. Bartholomew bellowed. The result was no different from before. The flames failed to penetrate the transparent barrier, and the barrier inflicted no tangible harm on Ace. The two exchanged blows for over half an hour, neither able to gain the upper hand. As night fell, the glow of fire was unmistakably vivid. Nochi effortlessly located the two individuals, his feet hovering in the void before descending gracefully. His icy gaze swept across the crowd. Bartholomew, do you not have something you should elucidate to me? At this moment, both Bartholomew and Ace were panting heavily, clearly having expended considerable energy. And you? Why are you still on this island? I believe I instructed you to vanish from my sight forever. Nochi's gaze lingered on Dios, emanating a palpable aura of menace. Senior Nochi, please allow me to explain. The situation is enough. We shall discuss this later. Nochi interrupted, raising his hand to silence him. Ace clenched his teeth fiercely, his eyes fixed intently on the strikingly handsome man before him. I shall not leave this island until I have defeated you. Fire fist. Recently, Nochi reflected on the fire fist and noted that the black smoke of the dark fruit bears a certain resemblance to flames. If Ace can conjure the fire fist, why could he not develop a similar ability? Thus, a brand new skill emerged. Black hand. Nochi extended his right arm, and black smoke rapidly emanated from his pristine, snow-white skin, enveloping his entire arm within mere seconds. He then aimed at Ace's fiery fist and swung his punch forward. In an instant, the black mist expanded, transforming into a colossal hand that entirely enveloped the fire punch, devouring it and rendering it into nothingness. Crossfire. Ace interlaced his index fingers, unleashing a beam of flame. Dark finger gun. Nochi extended his index finger, from which dark smoke emanated, resembling several serpents entwined with one another, piercing through the searing flames and colliding directly with Ace's chest. Wow. Ace, already burdened with injuries, found his situation exacerbated. Be careful. Diaz hurriedly supported the swaying, blood-spitting Ace. Bartholomew and his companions in the rear erupted in applause, exclaiming, Well done, Senior Nochi. After battling this insufferable brat for such an extended period without inflicting a single wound, Senior Nochi managed to severely injure him in just 2 moves. Truly, he is my idol. Bartholomew's face radiated admiration. Nochi's gaze lingered on Ace for a moment, before he elevated his voice slightly to elucidate. He possesses the abilities of a natural-type user. Typical attacks are ineffective against him. Only the powers of Haki or seawater, as well as the strength of sea prism stone, can inflict harm upon such individuals. Bartholomew had some knowledge of seawater and sea prism stone, but Haki was an entirely foreign concept to him. Nochi-senpai, what is Haki? He inquired. Nochi replied, it is a force that lies dormant within the human body. What I just employed was a form of Haki known as armament Haki, exemplified as follows. Nochi swiftly propelled himself forward, arriving before Ace. his fists enveloped in a glistening black aura. He then unleashed a powerful punch that struck Ace squarely in the abdomen. The immense force of the blow was so potent that it even inflicted harm upon Dias from a distance, causing both men to collapse. "Incredible!" exclaimed Bartholomew and the others, their eyes filled with admiration. "How infuriating!" Ace cried out upon witnessing his comrade's injury, despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body. He gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. "Dias, run. I will cover your retreat. I cannot be a burden to you any longer." With that, flames surged within Ace, erupting in a fierce blaze that formed a towering wall of fire, encircling Nochi and Bartholomew. Dias understood Ace's intentions. If he did not flee at this moment, both their lives would be forfeit, making the sacrifice utterly futile. Thus, he hastily rose and sprinted desperately into the distance. Nochi's eyes, as cold as a wintry night, emitted a glimmering chill, an unseen aura of lethal intent suffocating Ace, leaving him breathless. "I had offered you the opportunity to depart. Since you failed to appreciate it, you cannot blame me." With that, Nock's figure shifted, seemingly disregarding the searing flames, and directly obstructed Dios's path. Dios's pupils constricted, fear unmistakably etched in his gaze. Spear. Nock's right index finger thrust into Dias's chest, blood trickling down the skin and falling to the ground in a rhythmic patter. "Stop this at once," Ace roared, his fury erupting like a volcano. A seething inferno reflecting the tempestuous rage within him, he could not abide anyone harming his comrades. Before encountering Ace, Dias was merely an ordinary rider, only to be met with a resounding buzz in his head, his mind plunging into a void as he collapsed to his knees, losing consciousness. Flame fist. Ace's eyes blazed crimson, his visage contorted in a grimace as he lunged at Nochi, fist raised. A cold chuckle escaped Nochi's lips as he faced Ace's chaotic and furious strike. He first employed the technique of dark water to neutralize the attack. Then, he raised his fist and delivered a powerful blow to Ace's head. You are far too weak, so weak that you cannot even protect your own comrades." Ace's vision began to blur, yet he persisted in his struggle to rise. Even Bartholomew could not help but commend his remarkable tenacity. "It is time to put an end to this." As Nochi lifted his long leg, he aimed for Ace's waist and suddenly descended. Raging foot. Thud. I was utterly defeated once again. This was the last thought lingering in Ace's mind before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Ace lay sprawled on the ground, the blood flowing from his wound staining the earth a deep crimson. Nochi confirmed that Ace had completely lost consciousness. He dusted off his clothes, disregarding the two individuals on the ground who were barely clinging to life, as well as the Navy officers, including Bartholomew, and strode directly towards the town. "Nochi-senpai, wait for us," Bartholomew called out, hastening to catch up with him along with his companions. Time passed, though its measure was unclear. A man draped in a brown cloak, with a scruffy beard, approached the two youths. That Nochi really ought to be more considerate. If he didn't want them to perish, he should have been gentler. Such severe injuries must incur significant medical and nutritional expenses. What a waste. At the Roguetown Navy base, Desire, having heard about her childhood friend Bartholomew's misadventure, couldn't help but revel in his predicament. Look at you now. Under different circumstances, Bartholomew would never have allowed Desire to behave so audaciously in his presence. But now he had no choice but to endure it, given his current disgrace. Bartholomew and his companions knelt on the floor, too apprehensive to meet the gazes of Nochi and Ein. Throughout their return to the base, Nochi remained silent, which only deepened their unease. Nochi had been observing Bartholomew's criminal tendencies for quite some time. Initially, Nochi assigned Sergeant Carter to provide them with professional training and education, instilling in them the noble ideals of the Navy. Regrettably, the results were rather negligible. Since that moment, Nochi understood that in order to fully transform Bartholomew and his companions into the Navy, something beyond mere subtle influence was required to stimulate them. Clearly, today presented an excellent opportunity. It was time for them to profoundly comprehend the gravity of violating regulations. Nochi gazed at them, his imposing presence casting a heavy pall over the atmosphere within the room, rendering even the usually carefree Desire hesitant to act up in his presence. "Bartholomew, you are undoubtedly aware of the explicit regulations within the Navy that prohibit brawling and fighting, are you not?" "Senior, I am aware, but that fellow had previously offended you, and in a moment of impulse, I couldn't restrain myself from striking him. Moreover, did you not also take action later? This indicates that my actions were not entirely unjustifiable. Does it not? What do you believe is the purpose of the Navy's existence?" Nochi suddenly posed a question. Certainly, it is to maintain social stability and combat criminal elements. Bartholomew replied decisively, as these fundamental principles were clear to him. Your actions today may have succeeded in confronting the forces of evil. But do you truly believe you have upheld anything? At this, Bartholomew found himself at a loss for words. Nochi sneered, I fear that rather than preserving peace, your actions have only served to disrupt the tranquility of this town. A flourishing restaurant, operating normally, has been utterly destroyed due to your momentary impulse. Do you comprehend what this signifies for an ordinary family? It signifies the loss of their livelihood, the possibility that they may suffer from cold and hunger. Bartholomew hastily replied, Rest assured, I will compensate them. Do you truly believe that mere compensation can resolve this issue so simplistically? If the Navy were to act recklessly like you, disregarding the consequences, it would inevitably lead to tragic scenarios where entire towns are sacrificed in the pursuit of eradicating a few pirates. At that point, do you think there would be any distinction between the Navy and the pirates? They might well be more fearsome than the pirates themselves. Bartholomew fell into a contemplative silence. Nochi continued, stating that he did not care what reasons motivated their enlistment in the Navy. Once they had chosen to join, they must uphold its responsibilities and fulfill its obligations. If they could not do so, then he saw no merit in their continued presence in the Navy and permitted them to withdraw. Senior Nochi, we can meet the Navy's expectations. Please do not cast us aside. Bartholomew exclaimed anxiously upon hearing this. Indeed, Senior, grant us another chance. The others echoed fervently. Ein, sensing the situation had nearly escalated, interjected gently, Nochi, they have only recently joined the Navy. It is natural for them to require time to adjust, and mistakes are inevitable. Please forgive them this time and allow them the opportunity to atone. Senior Ein is correct. We will surely make amends, Bartholomew assured, thumping his chest. As a man of honor, my word is unbreakable. After a moment of contemplation, Nochi stated, that being said, punishment must be administered. Bartholomew, I recall you once mentioned that the physical training Desire can endure, you too can withstand, correct? Of course. Then, in addition to compensating the hotel for all losses, you shall undergo an additional 2 weeks of training, with an intensity twice that which Desire initially faced, supervised by Desire herself. During this period, should you fail to comply with any reasonable arrangements made by Desire, it will be treated as a breach of military discipline. Bartholomew glared at the smug Desire beside him. Are you suggesting she train me? Your temperament is far too unruly. Desire was once like you, but she has made significant improvements of late. It would be beneficial for her to share her experiences with you, don't you think? Very well. Bartholomew grit his teeth and accepted. As for the rest of you, the daily training regimen will be doubled for 2 weeks, under the supervision of Sergeant Dasky. Understood, sir. The younger members responded in unison. Then it is settled. All training will commence tomorrow. You may return to rest now. Desire gave Bartholomew a hearty pat on the back, chuckling, Come on, little apprentice, for the next 2 weeks. You must obediently heed the coach's guidance. You are merely assigned to supervise me. How dare you presume to instruct me? You dare to speak so arrogantly? Tomorrow, you shall face an additional doubling of your training. This is the authority bestowed upon me by the master. Do you have an objection to the master's decision? None. Just you wait. Another doubling it is. Hey, are you trying to kill me? In the following period, the progress of Nochi's bandit transformation plan has been remarkably smooth, particularly with Bartholomew, who, under the discipline of Desire, is now so exhausted each day that he barely utters more than a few words. His temper has gradually softened. During this period, Nochi also had his first encounter with Yami. There are few women at the naval base, and the girl with her striking orange hair is truly one of a kind. Thus, even though Nochi had never seen her in person, he recognized her at a glance. Upon meeting the renowned naval major for the first time, Yami finally understood why her sister had been enchanted by him. Such an exquisitely handsome man is surely unmatched in the world. Even she, a young beauty herself, found him breathtaking. Good day, Major. Yami greeted him with a relatively standard military salute. To Nochi's eyes, her salute appeared rather endearing. Perhaps due to Yami's youth and youthful appearance, she seemed to be merely around 10 years old. Hello, he replied. Nock glanced at the book she cradled in her arms and inquired, What knowledge have you recently acquired? Well, I am engrossed in a book about the Grand Line, which has greatly expanded my horizons. I yearn to experience the Grand Line firsthand, Yami replied, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. There will be opportunities, he remarked. I have heard that your knowledge extends beyond mere navigation, does it not? Major, are you referring to my profession as a pirate thief? Yami blinked, Feeling a sudden flutter of nervousness within, Nochi shook his head, stating that he had conversed briefly with your sister about your affairs. From her words, it became evident that your abilities extend far beyond these mere two. What else did my sister mention? Nami pondered for a moment, realizing that she seemed to possess no other remarkable skills to showcase. She conveyed that you are a well-rounded talent, possessing knowledge not only in navigation and thievery but also in other realms, including financial management and personnel coordination. Of course, Nochi did not divulge all this to him, for Nami would not bother to verify such a statement. Nochi expressed himself as he intended. Nami chuckled, shyly brushing the back of her head, and remarked, "My sister tends to exaggerate my qualities. I merely possess a life experience that is somewhat richer than the average. I am not as remarkable as she claims." Nochi gazed upon her exquisite countenance and remarked that she had claimed he was a mere money enthusiast, suggesting that with sufficient funds, he could seemingly accomplish anything. Admittedly, I am indeed quite taken with wealth. However, before Nami could finish her sentence, Nochi casually retrieved a substantial stack of bills from the pocket of his naval coat. With just a glance, she estimated it to be approximately 1 million. "Major General, what is it that you desire of me?" Nami immediately altered her tone, her expression brimming with eagerness. Nochi has retrieved the money once again. It was not specifically intended for Nami, but merely happened to be tucked away in his pocket. "It is inconsequential. I shall merely conduct an experiment. Please, continue with your affairs." "Ah, esteemed Major, the price is indeed negotiable. I possess certain skills in various other domains." Upon noticing Naka's intention to depart, Nami hurriedly called out to him, "This is a rare opportunity to earn some money. As a professional financial enthusiast, one must never overlook any potential for profit." Nochi paused for a moment and reflected before speaking. "My future vessel is in need of an individual capable of managing personnel, finances, resources, and various other affairs. If you can adeptly fulfill the role of a navigator while simultaneously taking on these responsibilities, I would not hesitate to offer you additional rewards atop your current naval salary. However, as of now, I have no immediate opportunities for your talents." "How much are we talking about?" Nami inquired cautiously. "Certainly more than your current salary. If you excel in your duties, I can assure you a promotion. The higher your rank, the greater your remuneration. Furthermore, if you practice your combat skills while completing the first 2 tasks, the rewards will be doubled." In Naka's eyes, Nami possessed an extraordinary talent that, with proper cultivation, could render her an invaluable ally in the future. Compared to such prospects, monetary compensation seemed trivial. Nami silently calculated and realized that if she met all of Naka's expectations, she could earn at least 10,000 berries a month, which was 10 times her current salary. Over the course of a year, that would amount to 6 million berries. Faced with the allure of wealth, Nami's resistance dwindled almost to nothing. With her eyes sparkling, she immediately declared, "Major, it's settled then. You must not go back on your word. I have always kept my promises." "Excellent. However, I have one more request to make of you, Major." "What is it?" Nami pressed her finger against her softly tinted lips, her lively eyes blinking with eagerness. "Regarding the management skills you mentioned, I can certainly learn through books, but when it comes to combat techniques, I fear that merely practicing with the troops won't meet your standards. Therefore, I would like to ask you to persuade Colonel Ain to allow me to train alongside Dashki and Desire." Nami shared a dormitory with Dashki and Desire, and from her roommates, she had gleaned a sense of how stringent the Major's requirements were. Navigation was Nami's forte, and managing affairs posed no challenge. However, combat was her weakest area. Despite her years of experience navigating the treacherous waters of piracy, her prowess was not much greater than that of an average individual. "This matter." Nochi nodded. "I shall mention it to Ain. Whether she agrees will depend on your performance." "Thank you, Major." Nami flashed a charming smile, her confidence clearly evident. After bidding farewell to Nami, Nochi returned to the entrance of his office, where the sounds of a girl's cries echoed from within. "Colonel, I recognize my mistakes. I implore you to transform me back into an adult. I promise to keep a vigilant eye on that deceitful girl. I swear my loyalty. Carmen, you vile woman, always plotting my betrayal. Once I revert, you shall pay dearly for your schemes." "Huh, you still dare to hope for a reversal? Do you truly believe the Colonel would acquiesce? Shall he allow you to return to adulthood merely to seduce another's husband? It's not solely in her power to reverse this. I can always seek the General's assistance. Do not assume I am oblivious. You have approached the General several times in secret, yet he remains steadfastly aligned with the Colonel. How could he possibly assist you?" Nochi listened to a few more exchanges, pressing his forehead in irritation, overwhelmed with a sense of nausea. He resolutely abandoned the idea of entering, opting instead to retreat to his chamber for rest. Meanwhile, at the Roguetown hospital, is this heaven? Ace slowly opened his eyes, the bright sunlight outside somewhat blinding. You are finally awake, Dias remarked, closing his notebook and placing his pen down. We are not dead. A passing bounty hunter saved us. Ace raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sunlight, propping himself up on the bed's railing. Ah, what good fortune. Now that you are awake, I shall book our tickets to leave this perilous place at once. We must never encounter that terrifying navy again. Ace rubbed his eyes and replied, Dias, I am not ready to leave just yet. Are you still contemplating defeating that man? Had it not been for sheer luck, you would have perished twice already. Ace threw off the covers, donned his shoes, and stood resolutely, clenching his fists. I must conquer him. Otherwise, even upon entering the Grand Line, formidable foes like him will arise. To dominate these seas and attain the title of the freest person in the world, I must surpass him. There is no alternative. You fool, Dias exclaimed, stamping his feet in frustration. Ace continued solemnly, I understand the peril involved. Thus, Dias, to avoid burdening you, you should leave Roguetown on your own. What nonsense! We promised to embark on this adventure together. How can you renege midway? It's merely a life. What is there to lament? As a man, what is there to fear? If you wish to act recklessly, I shall accompany you to the end. Dias, thank you. No need for thanks. We are partners. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a stranger, a middle-aged man. Ah, you both seem quite lively. Who are you? Ace's demeanor shifted to caution upon seeing the unfamiliar figure. Dias promptly introduced, this is Daddy, a renowned bounty hunter of Roguetown. He is the one who saved us. Ah, I see, Ace responded, bowing deeply to Daddy in gratitude. This kindness shall not be forgotten. Daddy waved his hand and retrieved a bill from his coat pocket. No need for pleasantries. I am not saving you for free. This is the amount I have spent on you over the past few days. Charging you double should not be considered excessive, would it? Dios took the bill and noted that double the amount would roughly total around 3 million berries. For them, that was rather substantial, requiring several months of frugality and hard work to accumulate. Ace nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this sum was indeed reasonable. Compared to the life-saving favor, it was insignificant. We will gather the amount and return it to you promptly, he assured. Very well, Dottie replied. By the way, judging by your attire, are you bounty hunters as well? Ace shook his head. No, we are, but Dios quickly covered Ace's mouth. Yes, we are indeed bounty hunters. Many wanted criminals arrive in this town daily. If you possess sufficient strength, you could attempt to hunt some down and swiftly earn 3 million berries. Oh, thank you for your advice, Dios said with a smile. Dottie scrutinized them for a moment. I shall take my leave now. Rest well. Should I discover that you have absconded without settling your debts, do not expect mercy. That will never happen, Dios vowed, thumping his chest in assurance. Once Dottie had departed, Dios released his grip on Ace's mouth and admonished him. You fool. Do you wish to attract trouble? For the time being, refrain from mentioning our pirate status to anyone, unless you seek a needless demise. It is best to avoid the Navy until your injuries are fully healed. Ace realized that his actions had indeed been reckless. To protect his companions, he must learn the virtue of patience. He could no longer allow Dios to suffer injuries on his behalf. After leaving the hospital, Dottie walked directly to the Navy base. Mr. Dottie, what brings you here? Ian inquired, having just seen off Triana and Carmen. I am looking for Nochi. Has he gone out? At this hour. Nochi was likely still asleep in his room. If it's urgent, you may share it with me, and I will convey your message to him once he awakens, Ian suggested. Dottie adjusted his cowboy hat and smiled warmly. You still dote on Nochi, don't you? I envy him. Ian's pale face flushed slightly at the remark. Well, it's not that significant. I merely wanted to inform Nochi that the 2 boys he asked me to look after have nearly recovered. Lately, I find him somewhat perplexing. He seems to be holding back, which is not his usual style. Ian smiled knowingly. Indeed, Nochi can be quite inscrutable at times. Dottie harbored a suspicion that these 2 individuals were concealing something from him. However, he understood the wisdom of knowing as little as possible. He refrained from asking unnecessary questions and thus departed after delivering his message. At this moment, in a certain area of the East Sea, a colossal pirate ship lay quietly upon the waves. The vessel boasted 3 decks, its prow adorned with the fierce visage of a black panther, and its sides lined with ominous cannon ports that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. Even a naval warship would concede defeat in its presence. Lord Crick. Captain Diallo seeks an audience. Let him enter. As you command. Shortly thereafter, a burly man entered the captain's quarters, trembling as he surveyed the gleaming weapons adorning the walls. Stealing a furtive glance at the imposing figure before him, clad in resplendent golden armor, he felt perspiration bead upon his brow. This was Crick, the tyrant of the East Sea, the formidable pirate admiral. Diallo, what brings you to me? Esteemed admiral, I have heard whispers that you are in search of new plundering targets. I have a suggestion that, if heeded, would undoubtedly solidify your reputation as the sovereign of the East Sea, causing the world to tremble at your name. Oh, pray, enlighten me. Crick straightened slightly, clearly intrigued. You must have heard of the newly appointed Rear Admiral in Roguetown, who, shortly after his arrival, vanquished your greatest rival, the Fishman pirates. Crick curled his lips in a derisive smile, dismissing the notion with disdain. That mere rabble of Arlong does not warrant being my foe, should I wish it. Obliterating him would be but a trifling matter. Indeed, you speak true, Admiral. My words are merely the musings of the less formidable. After all, apart from the Crick pirates, all other pirates in the East Sea are insignificant insects. Ha ha ha, well said. Do continue. Though the Fishman pirates pale in comparison to you, the fact that this Rear Admiral could annihilate them has indeed stirred quite a commotion in the East Sea. Forgive my candor, Admiral, but many now believe this naval officer could best you, though such a notion is absurd. Crick raised his arm and slammed it onto the table, the force of his blow splitting the surface in two. Preposterous. A throng of ignorant fools. It seems my recent leniency has allowed them to forget my might. Crick, who prided himself as the strongest, was acutely sensitive to the opinions of others. He desired that all tremble before him, respect him, and revere him. Should anyone dare to challenge his supremacy, he would unhesitatingly annihilate them by any means necessary. Please, temper your fury. I believe these sentiments stem from the new naval officer. If you were to personally defeat him and display his head upon your ship's prow, the entire East Sea would undoubtedly submit once more to your dominion. You speak wisely. Convey my orders, summon my entire fleet at once. In 3 days, we shall converge upon Roguetown, and I shall reduce it to rubble. Regardless of where the pirate king may have perished, I am determined to make it abundantly clear to all that I am the sovereign of these waters. The esteemed admiral is wise. On that day, Nochi learned from Ein about the resurrection of Ace and Doflamingo. As the saying goes, moderation is key. Thus, Nochi resolved to allow them a few days of rest before seeking them out for some recreation. Nochi conveyed Nami's desire to seek mentorship to Ein. Ein was more than willing to teach Nami. However, at Naka's suggestion, the necessary evaluation process could not be overlooked. Thus, Ein devised a training regimen for Nami akin to that of Daski and Desire. Enticed by the prospect of wealth, Nami's motivation became boundless. The mere thought of future promotions and salary increases invigorated her spirit. Over the course of 3 days, Nochi earned several million berries by eliminating wanted criminals, transforming himself from an ordinary individual with around 1 million berries into a wealthy figure boasting tens of millions. Nochi gazed upon the renowned blade, Jinlin, which shimmered with golden brilliance under the sun, and felt it was time to assist Ein in acquiring some items. As a swordswoman, Ein was not adept at wielding an ordinary longsword. Rather, she was accustomed to the finesse of dual daggers. Nuachi recalled that the 2 daggers Ein currently wielded were purchased long before her graduation, and they had been in use for quite some time, their quality being merely mediocre. Although gifting a girl weapons seemed to him in his past life an exceedingly masculine gesture as a member of the Navy. Accustomed to the companionship of arms, they held far greater value and significance than any other possessions. On this day, as dawn broke, Nochi, with great rarity, took the soft and delicate hand of Ein and led her into the finest weapon shop in Roguetown. Upon hearing Nochi's enthusiastic invitation to go shopping, Ein felt a surge of joy and adorned herself with a light makeup to accompany him, only to find herself unexpectedly ushered into a weapon shop. Major, what brings you here again? The proprietor, Boss Song, inquired, still haunted by the lingering psychological impact of Nochi's previous visit. Am I not welcome? Nochi's beautiful eyes glinted with an icy gaze as she regarded him. Of course, you are. I have been eagerly anticipating your return. Is this enchanting lady your girlfriend? Feel free to select any weapon you desire. I shall offer you a 20% discount, the largest reduction in the history of our establishment. Nochi turned to Ein with a gentle smile, remarking, This is the very shop where I previously acquired the 3rd-generation ghost cutter. Do not be deceived by its modest size. The quality of weapons here is on par with that of our headquarters. Even Song readily chimed in, Indeed. After all, Roguetown is the region with the highest demand for weaponry in the East Sea. I assure you, the goods here are nothing short of exquisite. Nochi, brimming with confidence, declared, "Bring forth the finest short swords in the shop. Do not fret about the prices." "All right." Ein grasped Naka's slender, warm, and strong hand tightly, feeling a surge of warmth within. "Noki, I find my blade quite comfortable to wield. The money you've painstakingly saved does not need to be entirely spent here. It would be wiser to reserve it for more significant matters in the future." Nosai gently brushed her delicate nose with his other hand. "I lost my parents at a young age, and apart from my uncle Sakaski, who raised me, my only remaining relative is Ein. Nothing holds greater significance than family. Thus, in my perspective, spending money on you is an investment in what truly matters." Nosai, Ein gazed at the man before her eyes glistening with unshed tears, filled with tender affection. Beside them, even Song felt utterly uncomfortable, as if showered with an abundance of dog food. Fortunately, he was a married man, possessing a stronger resistance in such matters. Suddenly, a deafening sound shattered the exquisite atmosphere. Cannon fire. What is happening? Nochi and Ein immediately dashed out of the shop, their hearts racing. The crowd on the street, filled with curiosity, perked up their ears to discern the unfolding events. Suddenly, from the direction of the southern docks, a throng of pallid and panicked individuals burst into the gathering, shouting fervently, "Run! The fleet of the Click pirate crew is approaching." No sooner had the words left their lips than a series of thunderous explosions resonated from the south, illuminating the sky with fiery eruptions and billowing plumes of black smoke. The Click pirate crew, renowned as the most formidable pirate organization in the East Sea, boasting nearly 5,000 crew members and numerous ships. What could possibly bring them to Roguetown? This is dire. With the meager naval strength of the town, how could they ever hope to withstand Click? It is said that this notorious crew pillages towns and leaves no survivors. As the reality of the impending peril dawned upon the townsfolk, they discarded their belongings, some even forsaking their partners, desperately fleeing northward in a frantic attempt to escape before Click set foot on the island. "Nochi, what shall we do?" Ein, grasping the gravity of the situation, wore an unusually grave expression. Noki grasped the hilt of the golden-scaled sword at his waist, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes as he spoke in a low voice. "Ein, return to the base and mobilize everyone to maintain order in the town. Ensure the populace remains calm. I shall confront this audacious pirate." "Very well. Take care of yourself. I will swiftly arrange for Daski and Desire to assist you." Ein unhesitatingly placed his trust in Naka's strength and judgment, striding forward with long legs, employing the moon-step technique to leap into the air, racing towards the base in the most direct line possible. In the southern waters of Roguetown, Cleek donned resplendent golden armor, standing at the bow of the flagship, the fearless warship, his cape billowing in the wind. "Ha! Order all pirate ships to keep the cannon fire relentless until the entire town is engulfed in flames." "As you command, Admiral." Cannonballs erupted from the ominous mouths of the cannons, raining down upon buildings and the ground like a torrential downpour. "Watch out." Ace leapt into the air, kicking away a cannonball that had been aimed at Dias. How infuriating. It is one thing to be bullied by the Navy, but these mere pirates dare to attack my comrades? I shall deal with them. Dias grasped his arm, pointing towards the sky with his other hand. "Wait, Ace. Do you see who that is?" "That fellow." Ace looked up, spotting the ethereal visage in the sky, a face he had long yearned to contend with. Who else could it be? Dias remarked, with him in action. "It is merely a matter of time before the pirates are vanquished. Let's refrain from wading through this murky water. Your priority now is to recover." Ace took a deep breath, gradually loosening his clenched fist. "You are right. I have been impulsive. Let us depart." "Indeed." Dias silently exhaled in relief. Ace had finally matured somewhat. It seemed the previous brushes with death had not been entirely detrimental for him. Naka's toes grazed the ground, landing amidst the artillery's fury, as a dense, black smoke rapidly emanated from beneath his feet, spreading outward. Soon, the inferno that had ignited nearby was consumed by darkness, dissolving into nothingness. From a distance, Creek beheld the once raging flames engulfing the town extinguished in an instant. Just as he pondered this phenomenon, a wave of black smoke, seemingly emerging from nowhere, began to envelop all positions within reach of his pirate ship's cannon fire. "Captain, our adversary appears to possess considerable skill," remarked a man clad in gray beside Creek. "Ha! Merely a flamboyant trick. I shall see how long it can endure. Continue bombarding with cannon fire." The pirate ship unleashed a barrage, the thunderous roars sending chills through the hearts of the townsfolk in Roguetown. Yet, the black smoke acted like an unfathomable quagmire, regardless of the number of cannonballs fired. It remained unscathed. "Admiral, The cannonballs seem entirely ineffective against that black smoke. Perhaps we should cease fire and conserve our ammunition? Suggested Fleet Officer Eddieman. Very well. Order all hands to stand by. Creek, ever astute, realized that since they could not presently contend with the smoke, the most prudent course of action would be to wait. He was skeptical that the smoke could persist indefinitely. If need be, he would disperse the fleet and launch an assault from all directions. The reason he had refrained from adopting a scattered strategy from the outset was due to the safety in maintaining a united front. Despite his bravado, Creek felt a twinge of apprehension towards the Rear Admiral of the Navy. The two sides remained locked in a stalemate for a moment. Rear Admiral Dasky, accompanied by Desire and Bartholomew, hastily arrived, while Sister Ein was engaged in comforting the townspeople. She has sent us to assist you. The warships are ready and can set sail at any moment. Nochi shook his head, asserting that there was no need for warships. Their prolonged survival was merely a consequence of his concern that the artillery shells would inflict greater devastation upon the town. Now that you have arrived, it is high time for their lives to come to an end. What you mean, Dasky, Desire, Bartholomew. I command you to lead the charge and intercept all incoming shells aimed at the town. Let not a single one escape your grasp. Bartholomew chuckled mischievously. Nochi, my esteemed predecessor, this is precisely my forte. Just watch and see. Desire, somewhat vexed, pleaded, Master, allow me to accompany you in vanquishing the pirates. It has been several weeks since I last engaged in a proper battle, and my hands are itching for action. Nochi cast her gaze upon her. Speaking with an air of indifference, there will be plenty of battles to fight in the future. Obedience to orders is paramount. Oh, Desire replied reluctantly. Chief, the black mist has dissipated. The gray-clad man's eyes narrowed. A naval officer approaches us. It must be the Rear Admiral from headquarters. I can sense the killing intent emanating from him. Plick grinned, his visage twisted into a menacing smile. Continue bombarding the town with the entire fleet. Furthermore, bring that man down with gunfire. Understood. Fire. Blast them. Bartholomew unleashed the largest barrier he had ever created. Desire, utilizing the moonwalk technique she had recently mastered, darted through the buildings, kicking cannonballs away one after another. Meanwhile, Dasky, wielding her shigure, swiftly maneuvered with her body techniques, cleaving the cannonballs in twain with her sword energy. The remaining Navy personnel exerted their utmost effort. For a brief moment, not a single cannonball struck the ground of Roguetown. Nochi, with his feet suspended in midair, stirred ripples across the surface. As bullets hurtled toward him, he astutely utilized his observation hockey to discern the trajectory of the incoming projectiles, deftly enveloping himself in armament hockey for defense. This maneuver instilled a false sense of invincibility in the pirates, leading them to question, what is this? Bullets are ineffective? How could that be possible? Is he clad in armor? Krieg listened intently to his subordinate's report, bewilderment etched on his face. I don't know. But we aimed several shots directly at his face. Surely he cannot conceal armor there as well. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated through the air, prompting Krieg to turn towards the sound, only to witness pirate ships being sliced in half with astonishing precision, their severed edges smooth as if crafted by a blade. What kind of jest is this? Krieg's lips twitched in disbelief as he beheld the strikingly beautiful Navy officer cleave a vessel in two with a single stroke. What a formidable swordsman! If I could recruit her into my ranks, my ascendance to supremacy over the Grand Line would be inevitable. The man in gray cast a cold glance at his captain's lecherous grin. Captain, are you intrigued by men as well? You believe he is a man? What a pity such a handsome visage is wasted on a male. I had considered sparing his life. Yet, he is likely not so easily dispatched. Are you questioning my strength, Akin? The captain's prowess is beyond doubt, Akin asserted, but the opponent is no mere foe. Krieg scoffed dismissively, unconcerned. Akin, step forth and let me unleash you. Otherwise, it seems your fleet may suffer considerable losses. Understood. Akin leaped nimbly onto another ship, ready to engage. Nosai was consumed by a bloodthirsty frenzy, wielding the golden spear that glimmered like a lightsaber under the sun's rays. With a sweeping strike, he felled a row of pirates or cleaved through a ship. Blood stained the decks and layers, pouring into the sea and imparting a deep crimson hue to its waters. The pirates were not deserving of pity. Akin, aboard a pirate vessel, approached Nosai's ship, brandishing 2 iron rods, ignoring his fallen comrades. His gaze was entirely fixated upon Nosai, a rare encounter with a formidable adversary. Let me be your challenger. With a swift motion, blood gushed forth like a fountain. Captain. The pirates, witnessing the swift decapitation of the once invincible Akin, whose bounty reached 11 million berries, second only to their leader Crick, were paralyzed with fear. Even Crick, who fancied himself invincible, couldn't help but take a step back, cold sweat cascading down his back. Though Akin was no match for him, Crick understood that he could not dispose of his opponent with a mere stroke. Moreover, from the previous exchange, it was evident that the Navy regarded Akin with utter disdain. Leader, the officers of Crick's pirate crew observed their men rushing towards their doom, their faces ashen and legs trembling involuntarily. Shall we consider retreating? Retreat, Crick thundered, seizing one of his men by the throat, his formidable grip snapping it with a grimace. Anyone who dares to suggest retreating will share his fate. But, my lord, the Navy is overwhelmingly strong. In mere moments, they have destroyed over 10 ships and slaughtered thousands of our comrades. Our captain has also fallen. We fear we cannot match his strength. Ha, 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 Crick replied with a sinister smile. What does his strength matter? Have you forgotten the weapon I possess? Are you referring to? Prepare the gas masks. I intend for him to kneel before me in death. As Nuachi wielded the golden scales in his hand, it was indeed his first experience of taking so many lives. One cannot help but acknowledge that the exhilarating sensation of the blade gliding through the flesh of his adversaries left him somewhat entranced. He began to comprehend why individuals like Yuji Shiryo, the director of the Advancement City, found it impossible to restrain their murderous desires. And he understood why there existed so many malevolent beings who reveled in trampling upon the sanctity of life. No wonder. Nuachi gradually ceased his actions with the knife. The pirates trembled as they encircled him, yet none dared to take the initiative and become the first to act. Nosai gradually sheathed his golden blade, leaving the surrounding pirates utterly perplexed. Could it be that he intended to surrender? Noki bent down, his right hand extended, palm touching the deck. What do you intend to do? A pirate bravely inquired. Of course, to eliminate you. An endless abyss of darkness surged forth from Naka's palm, swirling rapidly like a vortex. I'm being pulled in. Help. Someone save me. Let yourselves be consumed by the darkness. Black hole. As Noki suddenly unleashed his power, the vortex of darkness expanded in scale, drawing Creek's fleet uncontrollably toward its center. That bastard. Creek watched helplessly as his ships were shattered and consumed by the strange black mist, his heart aching as if bleeding. He could not allow this madness to continue. He donned a gas mask, removed the shield from his shoulder, and aimed at the man at the heart of the black mist. This was not merely a shield. It concealed a launching device. Die, gas shell H5. Boom. Dark Devour. Nosai gathered the darkness in his palm and raised his hand to seize the poisonous orb. Seeking death, are we? Creek believed the outcome was already determined. Indeed, it was. In the following moment, Nosai swiftly appeared before him, drawing two blades, his right hand wielding the golden scale, and his left, the third-generation ghost slash. It was his first foray into the dual-wielding technique. A chance to hone his skills. Flash. He couldn't be bothered to name his sword techniques, so when he launched an attack with the blades, he either remained silent or simply uttered the word slash. This was a lesson learned from the world's foremost swordsman, Hawkeye, where a basic attack equated to a grand technique. Despite Nosai having never laid eyes on Hawkeye, Creek felt an overwhelming chill envelop him. It was the breath of death. Wait. You were just poisoned, right? I have the antidote. Don't kill me. Thud. Creek's armor shattered, one arm severed. A deep gash appeared across his chest as he uttered his final words. I am the overlord of the East Blue. Plop. Admiral. Noki sheathed the third generation of the ghostly blade, murmuring to himself that his proficiency in the art of dual wielding was lacking, opting instead to wield a single blade for the time being. The officers of the Krieg pirates, upon witnessing Noki approach with his weapon drawn, pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, Noble Navy officer, we surrender. We capitulate. Allow us to enter prison. Spare our lives. I possess treasures that I shall offer you. Just grant us our lives, and we will concede to your every demand. At that moment, Noki's eyes resembled frigid, deep pools of water, imbued with a chilling stillness that sent shivers down the spines of the pirates, for pirates deserved no mercy. Within mere hours, the entire Krieg pirate crew was annihilated. Upon Noki's return to the docks of Roguetown, Dasky deliberately maintained a certain distance, contemplating how to speak yet unsure of the words. Desire, too, felt hesitant to engage Noki casually, and even Bartholomew exhibited signs of trepidation. Lives had been extinguished so swiftly? Let us depart. Noki had a glimmer of understanding regarding their innermost thoughts. Such brutal slaughter was indeed difficult to accept. However, Noki firmly believed that as a result of this battle, The number of pirates in the East Sea would be reduced by at least half, not in the sense of having killed half of them, but rather because with him guarding the East Sea, no one would dare to become a pirate again. Upon returning to the base, I learned about this event from Dasky and others. She felt that Naka's approach was entirely justified, albeit somewhat extreme. Nuachi lay upon his modest cot, and despite having been raised in a military camp, an unsettling turmoil lingered within him. The anguished cries of pirates echoed relentlessly in his mind, rendering sleep a rare and elusive companion. Creak. The door swung open, and the gentle, soothing voice of Ain graced his ears. Do you regret it? Nochi shook his head, asserting that even if granted another opportunity to choose, he would make the same decision. Ain sat at the edge of the bed, gently lifting his head to rest upon his smooth, delicate thigh. His slender fingers caressed the glossy, ebony strands of hair. Rest now, regardless of what may transpire. I shall accompany you until the very end. Nochi and Ain shall never be separated. He had intended to do something special for you today. Yet it was you who ended up caring for him. How arduous it must have been for you. Noki turned over, lying on his side with his eyes closed. He was indeed fatigued. The news of the complete annihilation of the clique pirates swiftly spread across the East Blue through various newspapers, reaching even the naval headquarters. Kazan gazed thoughtfully at the newspaper in his hands, while Kizaru wore a look of utter astonishment. Akainu, rarely in good spirits, felt a rare joy. That insufferable brat had finally done something that aligned with his desires. Within the confines of Garp's residence, Zephyr inquired, "What brings you to seek my company?" Garp fixed his gaze upon several bottles of liquor laid out on the table. Zephyr uncorked a bottle, smiling as he said, "It was indeed your idea to send that young rascal Noki to the East Blue, wasn't it?" "Hey, old man, one must make unfounded accusations without evidence," Garp retorted, tilting his mouth in a manner that suggested he was caught in a misdeed. "While others may not comprehend you, I am well aware of your little schemes." Zephyr retrieved today's newspaper and asked, "What is your perspective on Naka's situation?" Garp replied, "It is only natural for the Navy to eliminate pirates. Albeit the methods may be rather harsh, this act serves as a warning to others. The East Blue should experience a greater peace henceforth. From you." "It is rare to hear such a rational assessment," Zephyr remarked, taking a sip from the bottle. "Having grown up alongside Sakazuki, I used to worry that he might follow a similarly extreme path. However, through my observations, while he shares some ideals of justice with Sakazuki, he is not entirely the same. He may appear ruthless, yet he possesses compassion, and coupled with his extraordinary talent, he is destined to become a pillar of the Navy." Garp, picking his nose, mused, "Indeed, but alas, there is that matter lingering. The celestial dragons will never permit him to wield significant power. Furthermore, he will inevitably learn the truth of the circumstances, and whether he remains in the Navy thereafter is still uncertain." "Are you referring to the death of Kudyliya Rogers?" Zephyr furrowed his brow. Over the years, Naka's mother has not made any contact with him. Surely, they should have resolved their grievances by now. Garp laughed heartily. "It's not so simple. Let us disregard those troubling matters. You came to drink with me, did you not? Today we shall not return until we are inebriated. You sly old fox." Zephyr smiled helplessly and lifted the bottle. The destruction wrought by Creek upon Roguetown was considerable. Many homes and shops suffered severe losses due to this assault. In response, Nochi, as the commanding officer of the local naval base, felt a sense of responsibility and allocated a portion of the base's funds to assist the townsfolk in their rebuilding efforts. Furthermore, Nochi returned with Ain to a weapons shop in a nearby forest, where he spent around 10 million berries to equip Ain with the finest sword and sheath available. It is noteworthy that ever since the annihilation of the Creek pirates, Roguetown has become more peaceful. The one most troubled by this change was Dottie, the bounty hunter, who used to encounter pirates with ease but now found himself going days without a single sighting. It seemed that pirates had reached a tacit understanding to steer clear of Roguetown. Since Nochi single-handedly eradicated the Creek pirates, he had instilled a sense of reverence among pirates, Navy personnel, and civilians alike. Rumors had begun to circulate among the populace regarding Nochi's alleged penchant for bloodshed. Consequently, whenever Nochi ventured outside, the streets were largely deserted. Despite knowing that Nochi was a good man, the townspeople hesitated to approach him, as humanity often harbors fear and caution towards that which is more powerful than itself. Though the Navy in Roguetown harbored some trepidation towards Nochi, they were also aware of his noble intentions. Regardless of external opinions, they steadfastly chose to support their commander unconditionally. Dasky, Desire, and Bartholomew continued to place their unwavering trust in Nochi. It is worth mentioning that the young girl, Treyina, remained steadfast in her loyalty. Even during Nochi's lowest moments of popularity, always seeking to win his favor. Even Ain could not help but admire her determination. However, Nochi was a man of principle and would never yield to any demands. Through their time together, Ain had developed a certain fondness for both Triana and Carmen, especially given their unwavering loyalty to Nochi. As a result, she made an exception and transformed them back into adults. However, both parties had agreed that should either of them act inappropriately towards Nochi without Ain's consent, she would revert them back to childhood, with a minimum duration of 6 months. Thus, even if Triana harbored any ill intentions, the threat of Ain's consequences kept her in check, leading her to remain indoors each day, concocting her so-called strategies to win over the Major. Carmen was eager to learn culinary skills from the Major and stood resolute in her position. Even though Ain had not tasked her with monitoring Triana, she proactively reported Trina's recent activities. Having realized that the only path to convincing the Major was through winning Ain's approval, all the pirates in the East Blue avoided Nochi, with one notable exception who not only did not shy away, but boldly approached. Instead, he rushed to the entrance of the naval base, calling out for Nochi to emerge. This individual is none other than the son of the pirate king Joel D. Roger, who would later be known by the moniker Fire Fist, Portgas d'Ace. Nochi had accurately gauged the timing. He originally intended to seek him out, yet unexpectedly, the other party had come to him. You truly possess an extraordinary fate. After the last encounter when you were so severely beaten, how is it that you still draw breath? AIC stood tall, fists clenched, his piercing gaze fixated on the man before him, who wore a languid expression yet exuded an extraordinary beauty. He declared, enough with the idle chatter. Let us find a place to engage in another bout. Nochi gazed at him and remarked calmly. The recent demise of the Krieg pirates should have enlightened you rogues that before me, the only fate that awaits pirates is death. Under such circumstances, I must commend your audacity for seeking me out. Ace adjusted his cowboy hat, his tone resolute. If I feared death, I would never have set sail. Well said. You brash lad. Surely you witnessed the attack of the Krieg pirates on the town. Do you truly believe that is the freedom you seek? Is it worth your own liberty to trample upon the freedom of others? Does your conscience not ache? Nochi continued to inquire. There exists a code of honor among pirates. I shall never become such a pirate. Nochi let out a cold laugh, remarking that it is easy to speak eloquently. In this world, there is no shortage of pirates who set sail in the name of so-called righteousness, seemingly dedicated to eradicating evil and promoting good. Little do they realize. They merely uphold their own beliefs, acting not in accordance with absolute fairness. Often, such individuals pose a greater threat to society than ordinary pirates. The kind of pirate you aspire to be is likely akin to them, Ace stated, regardless of the circumstances. The life I wish to lead is one where I can make all my own decisions. I believe that only in such a manner can one live a life devoid of regrets. Navi, while you still have the chance to turn back before committing heinous acts, it is not too late to reconsider. Hey, the word regret has never existed in my vocabulary. Why do you sound like my old man, rambling on? If you intend to take action, do so swiftly. Nochi was acutely aware that Ace was a man of unwavering conviction, one who would remain steadfast in his beliefs unto death. Thus, any further discourse would be futile. To propose that he nurture a future pirate was, in essence, contrary to his principles. Nevertheless, as a member of the Navy, guided by his own sense of justice, he felt compelled to encourage others towards righteousness. Since Ace was not yet a pirate, even though it was clear he would eventually become a significant threat to the Navy, Nochi found no justification for eliminating him before that eventuality came to pass. After all, Ace, in his current state, could merely be regarded as a somewhat formidable commoner. This understanding was also a reason for Naka's initial agreement to assist Garp in training Ace. He was not solely motivated by Garp's martial prowess, but rather upheld his own principles and boundaries. Having articulated his stance so clearly, it would indeed be unreasonable not to take action now. Thus, he resolved to let Ace strive for survival against him. As Nochi concluded his words, darkness coalesced in the palm of his right hand. While employing Shave to bridge the distance, he simultaneously wielded dark water to ensnare Ace's body. To think that a confrontation would erupt here, Ace was taken aback, completely unprepared. By the time he regained his composure, it was already too late. Nochi seized him by the neck and hoisted him into the air. Damn it, Ace exclaimed, rendered powerless by the dark water's influence. His physical prowess paled in comparison to Nochi's. No matter how fiercely he struggled, it proved futile. He could only watch helplessly as he was dragged out of the town and then forcefully hurled to the ground. Let me witness the true extent of your claimed ability to defeat me. Prepare yourself for my fire fist. Ace hastily rose, launching a punch infused with seething, expansive flames that unleashed a wave of intense heat towards Nochi. His ability development had indeed made significant strides. Nochi similarly unleashed a punch, as the unfathomable darkness coalesced into the shape of a fist, colliding with flames. Ace, witnessing the initial clash, was elated to find their strengths evenly matched, with neither gaining the upper hand. However, such a moment was fleeting. The dark mist released by the dark fruit could be deemed the most formidable manifestation among all Logia-type fruits. This is because it transcends ordinary natural powers. Ice can be vanquished by fire, while fire is outmatched by the more searing magma, as per original lore, illustrating the interdependent relationships of these elemental attributes. Yet darkness stands apart. Even the radiance of Kazara cannot penetrate the shroud of the dark water, rendering it nearly invincible. The dark fruit is aptly labeled the most malevolent of abilities for good reason, as it embodies the ultimate elemental force capable of devouring all and reducing it to nothingness. In the original narrative, Ace's great flame ring, the Flame Emperor, possesses immense power. Yet, when confronted with Blackbeard's darkness, it fails to inflict any harm, illustrating that even the mightiest elemental forces cannot elude the insatiable consumption of darkness. The dark fist of Nochi was momentarily ensnared by flames, yet it swiftly pierced through the obstruction, striking at the heart of the matter. Mirror Flame. Ace exerted every ounce of his strength, unleashing a vast expanse of flames that surged and boiled forth, forming a formidable barrier. As darkness devoured a portion, the flames replenished it in kind, resulting in an astonishing equilibrium between the two forces. Nuachi could discern that the opponent's actions were exceedingly exhausting. However, for AIC to believe he could contend with him on equal footing was utterly premature by a decade. It was high time for him to adopt a more serious demeanor. Snip! The silhouette of Nochi vanished like a wraith, instantly appearing beside Ace. Is this truly your utmost capability? Ace exclaimed, this is bad. He hastily retracted the flames and raised his arm in defense. Finger gun. Bang. Gritting his teeth, Ace steadfastly endured, retreating several paces. Not bad. He did not vomit blood as he had in the past. Nochi was slightly taken aback, but soon thrust out a finger once more. This time, Ace did not attempt to defend. Instead, he raised his fist, engulfed in searing flames, and struck out, determined to exchange injury for injury. Confronted by the fierce blaze, Naka's figure vanished again, only to reappear behind Ace. Do you think I am a fool like you? Bang. The formidable penetrating power of the finger gun inflicted severe damage to Ace's internal organs, causing him to spit out blood with a gasp. He had begun to grow accustomed to the taste of his own blood and the pain of injuries. After being beaten by Nochi so many times, he was becoming somewhat desensitized to it. Damn it! Ace, undeterred, still sought to retaliate. However, Nochi offered him no respite, relentlessly landing successive strikes upon Ace's body. In the battlefield, there is no second chance. Do not be naive. Ace endured nearly 10 consecutive blows from Nochi before collapsing once more. This time, it was likely his final battle, and he had fallen in such a humiliating manner. How regretful. Nock gazed coldly with unfeeling eyes at the man who lay struggling in a pool of blood. Ace's chest heaved continuously, his voice weak as he implored, surely this time, you will grant me a swift end. Nochi fell into a contemplative silence, shaking his head. I have changed my mind. It would be too regrettable for you to perish in such a manner. What is it that you truly desire? To humiliate me? Ace's emotions surged. It is not out of the question. I have previously stated that taking your life would merely soil my hands. I only eliminate those pirates and nefarious factions I deem worthy of such an end, and you, quite evidently, do not meet my criteria. Worthy? Ace let out a bitter laugh. By your standards, I am hardly even a pirate. Nochi did not respond and turned to walk towards the town. Ace gathered all his strength and shouted with fervor, I will earn your recognition. I will make you see me as a true pirate, as a worthy opponent. One day, I shall defeat you. Is that so? Then put in the effort, you frog at the bottom of the well. Subsequently, Dias found Ace once more and took him back to the hospital. The doctors were astonished. It was the first time they had encountered someone with such resilience, surviving numerous severe injuries. Dias was at a loss for words. Could he truly say Ace was fortunate? If he were truly lucky, he wouldn't have ended up in such a state. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, nearly half a year had passed. During this period, Roguetown experienced its most peaceful and stable times since the onset of the Great Pirate Era. Pirates were no longer frequent visitors, to this small town. The common folk lived in harmony, free from the threats and dangers of violence. This tranquility extended across the entire East Blue. Following the downfall of the Creek pirates, the remaining pirates in the East Blue had quieted significantly. Among them, the cunning Kuro was recently captured by a Navy officer named Monka. However, Monka did not apprehend the real Kuro. As in the original tale, Kuro had infiltrated the home of Lady Kaya in Syrup Village, posing as a butler and plotting to usurp her inheritance. Meanwhile, the clown Buggy had slipped into a semi-retired state, with the Navy branch having heard little from him in quite some time. After 6 months of foundational training, the strength of Daz Bones, Desire, and Bartholomew had seen remarkable improvement, particularly in their physical combat skills. Nami, lured by the temptation of wealth, diligently worked towards becoming a versatile asset, making significant progress. Each day, aside from slumber and occasionally accompanying on leisurely outings, Nochi would also provide guidance from time to time during Dashki and her companions' training. Meanwhile, through the relentless efforts of Carmen and Trina, Ain succeeded in persuading Nochi to resume teaching them the culinary arts. As for Ace, he had been bested by Nochi a total of 22 times over the past 6 months, yet he persisted in his attempts, facing defeat repeatedly. Under Nochi's deliberate guidance, Ace's abilities saw significant enhancement, much to Garp's satisfaction. Thus, their ordinary days unfolded in a simple yet fulfilling manner. Kazan had once remarked to Nochi that he could only spend a year at East Blue at most. However, the tranquility and stability of East Blue rendered any further stay devoid of purpose. Consequently, the Navy headquarters issued a transfer order, commanding Nochi to return immediately, as the new base commander of Roguetown would be Colonel Smoker from the Navy headquarters. Upon receiving his orders, Nochi immediately commenced preparations for his return to headquarters. His time in Roguetown had indeed grown tedious. Such monotonous days were clearly not befitting someone of his age. According to the plan, he intended to select the finest elite from the Roguetown Navy to accompany him back to headquarters. The list had long been finalized. Dasky, Desire, Bartholomew, and Nami, all included without exception. Additionally, Bartholomew's subordinates would also be taken along, for among the ruffians, they were exceptional. In terms of logistics, Teresa and Carmen, as the most skilled chefs, were undoubtedly the best candidates to be included in the entourage. Sergeant Carter, upon hearing the announced list devoid of his name, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Despite having anticipated this outcome, he bore no ill will towards Nochi. Rather, he lamented his own inadequacies. Perhaps, had he encountered the Rear Admiral earlier, the outcome might have been different. Nochi's reaction to Carter was anticipated, although he would not alter his decision. He resolved to bestow upon him a parting gift as a token of recognition for Carter's efforts during this time. 6 months prior, he had triumphed over a pirate with animal-based abilities and had kept the devil fruit, acquired through the principle of darkness devouring all, stored in his room. Major, are you truly giving this to me? Carter exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the fruit adorned with peculiar stripes in his hands. Yes, you have always aspired to enhance your strength, and this is the only way I can assist you. After my departure, Colonel Smoker, who will succeed me as the base commander, is also a formidable Navy officer. With this power, you will undoubtedly become his right-hand man. Protect this sacred land well in my absence. Indeed, your kindness during this time will forever remain etched in my memory. Carter knelt in a gesture of gratitude. The naval vessel docked at Roguetown was singular, belonging exclusively to the Roguetown Navy, and Nochi had no authority to commandeer it. Moreover, as a rear admiral, Nochi's fleet was expected to be outfitted by the headquarters, equipped with facilities incomparable to those of branch naval vessels. In the past 6 months, Nochi and Kazan have had several telephone conversations. Nochi promptly submitted an application to establish a formal position at headquarters, a privilege he is entitled to as a senior officer. The warship assigned to Nochi will be arriving under the command of Smoker, who is en route to Roguetown to assume the role of base commander. Upon learning from Kazan some time ago about his transfer to Roguetown, Smoker departed from headquarters even before the official orders were issued, as is his decisive nature. Consequently, the interval between Smoker's arrival in Roguetown and Nochi receiving his transfer orders was a mere 2 days. At the southern dock of Roguetown, a man with gleaming silver hair, 2 cigars clenched between his teeth, and a bold demeanor enveloped in a misty aura descended from the towering naval vessel. Nochi, it's been a while. I've heard you've accomplished great things in the East Blue. The charming visage of Nochi revealed a faint smile, and the pleasantries could be set aside. Smoker, it has been quite a while. There is something that has been weighing on my mind. Back then, you often had me call you Commander. Now, it is your turn to address me as Commander. Go on, say it so I can hear it. How boring, Smoker retorted, feigning aloofness as he crossed his arms. The two had crossed paths at the Navy headquarters when he held the rank of colonel, while Nochi was merely a novice recruit. Now, time had shifted, and the colonel's rank paled in comparison to Nochi's two-tiered advancement to rear admiral, though he generally paid little heed to rank. A sense of embarrassment lingered. Ayn cast a helpless glance at her partner, recognizing that men often remain perpetually childlike. Colonel Smoker, this is Sergeant Carter. He will assist you in managing the affairs of the base in the days to come. He's a reliable officer. Sergeant Carter saluted with the utmost formality and seriousness, saying, Colonel, I am Carter. I look forward to your guidance. Very well, Smoker acknowledged with a nod, his gaze drifting towards the throngs gathered on the dock and the neatly arranged supply crates. Are you departing today? Indeed, Kazan's orders were to return promptly. Now that all preparations are complete, there is no need for further delay, Nochi replied. That's good. Smoker was about to continue when a commotion erupted from a distance. Wait, we haven't determined the final outcome yet. Ace, with his arm heavily bandaged, limped towards Nochi. And who might this be? Smoker inquired with curiosity, sensing that this youth possessed extraordinary strength. Just a troublesome brat consumed by daydreams, came the dismissive response. Naka's captivating gaze was fixed upon Ace's face. You have been defeated by me over 20 times. The outcome has long been established. Undoubtedly, I am the victor. I am about to return to headquarters and lack the time to continue this game with you. Should you insist on following me, I would not mind bringing you along to headquarters. I am certain your grandfather would be quite pleased to witness such a scene. Old man? Ace suddenly realized. For this was the first time Nochi had mentioned Garp. He had previously been perplexed by Naka's reluctance to kill him. Was it truly merely to humiliate him? Initially, he thought so, but he gradually came to understand that Nochi seemed to be deliberately training him, enhancing his fruit abilities, physical techniques, and hockey. Every time Nuachi left him bruised and battered, it seemed as though he were subtly guiding him. He initially dismissed it as mere illusion. But when Nuachi mentioned Cap, everything became crystal clear. It turned out that the entire affair was orchestrated by that old man. Ailey unraveled the situation and, unable to contain his frustration, clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, What a meddlesome fool. Does he truly perceive me as a mere child? How could I have been so thoroughly schooled by the enemy for such an extended period? Seeing the furious expression on his face, Nochi shook his head slightly, realizing that he was still too naive to comprehend the heartfelt concerns of his elders. Adolescents like him, in the throes of puberty, often yearn for independence and a separation from their parents and guardians. It is only upon maturing and experiencing loss that they come to realize the folly of their earlier notions. He chose to disregard Ace from that moment on. Admiral Nochi commanded his navy to begin transferring supplies and luggage onto the warships, exchanging positions with the navy led by Smoker. Upon hearing the news of Naka's departure, the residents of Roguetown hurried to bid him farewell. Although they had often felt intimidated by him, they had witnessed his benevolence over the past year and regarded him as a truly considerate official. Dottie also arrived. Oh, isn't that Smoker? Dottie noticed the silver-haired man beside Nochi from a distance. What a surprise to see you here. Smoker and Dottie, both contemporaries in the Navy, shared a decent rapport. Colonel Dottie, Smoker will be taking my position from now on. You must be delighted to reunite with an old friend, Nochi remarked with a slight smile. What is there to be delighted about? Dottie sighed heavily, wearing a forlorn expression. Smoker's prowess is among the finest in the East Blue. With either of you guarding Roguetown, my hopes of replicating last year's earnings are utterly dashed. As a bounty hunter, Dottie's income stemmed from capturing pirate fugitives. For the past 6 months, with Nochi around, pirates had scarcely ventured into Roguetown. The rare occasions when they did cross paths, Nochi would seize the opportunity first, forcing Dottie to set sail and toil for his earnings. In the past, he could easily earn a substantial sum merely by wandering through the town. Both Smoker and Nochi exhibited similar dispositions towards pirates, and it seemed that Roguetown would remain a place where pirates dared not tread. Soon, Dashiji arrived to report, Major, everything is ready. We can depart at any time. Very well, Nochi replied. Nochi turned to Smog and Daddy, saying, I shall take my leave now. Take good care of yourselves. Take care. Nochi, Ace suddenly shouted, I will defeat you on the Grand Line. Ignoring him, Nochi ascended the warship. Raise anchor, set sail. The residents of Roguetown gazed at the receding vessel, waving farewell. Ace's eyes shone with determination as he stared into the distance. Old man, I will prove myself to you. At the bow of the ship, Nami held a map of the East Blue. Fine. Our next destination is Mount Levis, correct? We will navigate through the waterways to enter the Grand Line? I gently shook her head, smiling as she replied, typically, conventional ships would indeed take that route. However, we are aboard a naval warship. What difference does that make? Nami inquired, tilting her head in confusion. That is a closely guarded secret. The naval warships are equipped with sea stone at the hull. Due to the energy emitted by sea stone, reminiscent of the sea itself, we can evade detection by sea kings, allowing us to traverse the calm belts directly into the Grand Line. I see, Nami remarked, her understanding deepened through her studies. She couldn't help but admire the ingenuity of the Navy. Such a method would not readily occur to ordinary individuals. Nochi also stepped forward to the bow of the ship. Nami, as per our agreement, you shall henceforth be a pivotal presence aboard this vessel. Are you prepared to face the challenges that lie ahead? Naturally. Rather than pondering such matters, the Major General might do well to consider whether his purse is sufficiently stocked. By the way, shouldn't you perhaps provide me with a deposit to kindle my enthusiasm? Nock cast a fleeting glance at her, remarking that salaries are dispersed in mid-month, questioning her audacity to anticipate remuneration without having fulfilled her duties. How fortunate would that be? Alas, she had diligently toiled for 6 months to accomplish his tasks. Yet even a modicum of reward from the Major General remained elusive, such stinginess, despite possessing a wealth of knowledge. This being her inaugural foray into practical application necessitated utmost caution. Should any mishap occur, her wages would be at risk and deductions would be made from her original salary. Major General, your proficiency in exploiting your subordinates is indeed remarkable. Sister Ein, do enlighten him. I find Nock's assertions to be quite valid. You two commanders have conspired to torment me. Even aboard the naval vessel, Nock and Ein's quarters were still arranged in proximity, and they had grown accustomed to their cohabitation. As the commander of the entire warship, Nochi delegated all necessary tasks to his subordinates, remaining unburdened and spending most of his days napping in his quarters. Whenever matters arose, it was his aide, Ein, who tended to them. The ship navigated through the calm belt safely, entering the Grand Line. Nami, with her extensive knowledge, adeptly managed the peculiar weather and currents of the Grand Line. The junior officers, Dasky, Desaya, and Bartholomew, operated under Nami's guidance, ensuring that the naval crew worked in perfect order. The warship continued its journey until it neared Alabasta. Colonel, a vessel has appeared ahead. It seems to bear the flag of pirates. I glanced back at Noki's cabin, knowing that the commander was likely deep in slumber. Believing that a mere pirate did not warrant his intervention. Bring the ship closer. Dasky, Desaya, you two lead the charge and ensure the complete annihilation of the pirates. Understood. Desaya exclaimed, eager to test her strength, finally presented with an opportunity to engage. Dasky, gripping the hilt of her sword, murmured, one cannot be careless with pirates on the Grand Line. As the warship approached, Desaya took the lead, leaping onto the pirate ship with grace, her fingers swiftly striking at the enemies. Board the ship, brothers. Let us fight. Dasky followed closely, her sword dancing through the air, accompanied by flashes of steel, as numerous pirates fell before her might. Bartholomew and his crew quickly followed suit. The pirates resisted for merely a handful of minutes before they were utterly defeated. Desaya, kicking down a surrendering pirate, expressed her dissatisfaction. Is that all? Why are they so weak? Colonel, what should we do with these pirates? Dasky inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Ein replied, adhering to Noki's usual principle, execute them all on the spot. Wait, we surrender. Aren't the Navy known to treat captives kindly? The pirate captain shouted, eyes wide and face flushed. Bartholomew, hearing this, delivered a swift kick to his face, retorting, you think you can demand mercy? Ein, our superior, has decreed your death, and you shall meet it. One after another, the pirates fell. Finally, it was the turn of a young girl with water blue hair, tied in a ponytail, her striking makeup contrasting her perilous situation. As the gun's muzzle pressed against her forehead, the fear of death overwhelmed her, prompting her to cry out, don't shoot. I'm not a pirate. I am Princess Vivi of Alabasta. Bartholomew responded with a resounding slap, leaving a visible mark on her face. How dare you impersonate a princess in these times? Do you think you deserve such a title? Hold on, Ein interjected, sensing something amiss. She had encountered numerous pirates with various tales of survival, but this was the first time she had met one claiming to be a princess. If you claim to be Princess Vivi, can you tell me her full name? The young girl touched the blazing imprint on her flushed cheek, kneeling on the hard deck, her tear-filled eyes shimmering with vulnerability. With a trembling voice, she nodded fervently, Nanafaruta Lawivi. Ain sensed an unexpected turn of events. She ordered the crew to bring the girl aboard the warship, deciding to wait until Nochi awoke before making further decisions. Alone. The girl hugged her knees while seated on a chair. Ain prepared a cup of warm milk for her, as it was quite possible that she was indeed the princess. And it was prudent to care for her with caution. The warship continued its voyage towards the naval headquarters. By afternoon, Nochi finally roused from his slumber. And Ain meticulously conveyed the girl's circumstances to him. Princess Vivi? Upon hearing this, Nochi came to the realization that this young lady must indeed be Nefertari Vivi, the princess of Alabasta. His recollection of the original narrative indicated that Vivi had infiltrated the Baroque works, led by the warlord Crocodile, at this very juncture in order to uncover the truth behind the internal turmoil in Alabasta. To his astonishment, he had nearly mistaken the princess for a pirate and almost struck her down. Under the guidance of Ain, Nochi approached Vivi. You claim to be the princess of the Alabasta kingdom? Indeed, Vivi replied with a gentle nod. Then what brings you aboard a pirate ship, associating with pirates? Because. Vivi recounted her entire story. She explained how she infiltrated Baroque works, the reasons behind her actions, and how she ultimately became a member of the crew. Upon hearing this, Ain expressed admiration for the princess's sacrifices made for her nation. Humans are creatures of perception. Upon encountering the exceedingly beautiful Nochi, Vivi instinctively felt a certain fondness for her. Baroque Works is a criminal organization, and the Navy, as the embodiment of justice, cannot turn a blind eye, can they? Navy officer, may I kindly request? Before she could finish her words, Nochi interrupted her. I apologize, Your Highness. But the Baroque Works is indeed within the naval extermination zone. However, I lack orders from headquarters and cannot arbitrarily intervene in the internal affairs of a nation. So I must decline. Are you, as the Navy, simply going to stand by and watch as the member nations of the world are obliterated and occupied by malevolent forces? If so, what right do you have to claim justice? How can you justify the exorbitant funds that Alabasta has contributed to the world government over the years? Vivi's inner fury transformed into boundless courage. In the face of her nation's plight, she could no longer be concerned with the facade of a princess. She slammed her hand on the table and shouted. Her anger stemmed not only from Nochi's refusal to assist her country, but also from the resentment of having been struck moments before. As the princess of Alabasta, a superpower of the Grand Line, Vivi, while not as delicate as typical noblewomen, found it difficult to endure such indignities. Nochi gazed at her with calm composure and replied unhurriedly, Your Highness, I implore you to remain tranquil. My assertion that we cannot act at this moment does not imply a perpetual inability to assist. As you have just articulated, the primary objective of the Baroque Workshop is the Kingdom of Alabastan. Consequently, any action we undertake against the Baroque Workshop will inevitably pertain to your nation's internal affairs. Thus, I must first return to headquarters to report this matter to my superiors and obtain their permission before we can extend our assistance. Realization dawned upon her, and she said, I apologize for my misunderstanding. Vivi recognized her previous impulsiveness, bowed her head, and sincerely offered her apologies to Nochi. It is of no consequence, he reassured her. Nochi continued, stating that if Her Highness the Princess were to place her trust in him, he could assure her of the eradication of the Baroque works, thereby resolving the crisis plaguing the Kingdom of Alabasta. As a naval officer, he harbors a profound disdain for those pirates who brutalize and exploit innocent civilians. Crocodile, in his relentless pursuit of seizing the Alabasta kingdom, has employed the minions of Baroque works to utilize dance powder to siphon off rainfall, resulting in the tragic demise of countless innocents due to drought and plunging the once harmonious society into chaos. This, undoubtedly, falls within the realm of his abhorrence. Sooner or later, he shall ensure their swift demise. Vivi once more bowed deeply in gratitude, expressing her thanks on behalf of the royal family of Alabasta. She vowed that she would express her gratitude properly after the destruction of Baroque works. To dismantle Baroque works, it is imperative to first vanquish their leader, Crocodile. However, this individual is shielded by his status as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, without first devising a means to nullify this protective identity. Any rash attempt on his life would undoubtedly lead to a cascade of complications. Nochi is an astute individual who wishes to avoid entanglements arising from such matters. After all, the 7 warlords are intricately connected to the world government, and despite his extensive connections within the Navy, offending them is not to be taken lightly. The world government places immense importance on its reputation, Should the Navy casually defeat a warlord of their choosing and publicly denounce their misdeeds, it would undoubtedly be a slap in the face to them, an occurrence the world government would never permit. Your Highness, since you place your trust in me, I implore you to return to the royal capital of Alabasta. It is far too perilous for you to wander alone in the world. We shall escort you back to Alabasta, but I wish to remain with Baroque Works to gather intelligence. This could provide valuable assistance to the Navy. Vivi hesitated. Nochi shook his head. The Navy's intelligence apparatus operates with far greater efficiency than yours. Such risk is not warranted. Very well, I appreciate your efforts, Vivi conceded, recognizing the validity of his argument. Had the Navy made their intentions to assist known earlier, she would have never taken the risk of infiltrating Baroque Works. Nochi gazed at the crimson mark imprinted on Vivi's delicate cheek, a stark reminder of his failure to maintain control, resulting in harm to Her Highness. He earnestly hoped that the princess would find it in her heart to forgive him. It's quite all right, truly, she replied, brushing it off with grace. Vivi deemed the price of enduring a slap to be a small sacrifice for the peace of the kingdom, especially considering her previous identity as a pirate. She could hardly blame anyone for the blow she received. Eager to foster a bond with Nochi, she blinked shyly and inquired, "May I ask your name?" "I am Commodore Kudyliya Nochi of the Navy headquarters," he responded. Vivi nodded gently, testing the waters. "May I call you Sister Nochi?" Nosai's expression darkened immediately. His face as cold as water, and with a huff of course not, he turned and exited the room. Vivi looked at Ayn in confusion, wondering if she had said something wrong. Ayn awkwardly chuckled, stating that Nosai was merely handsome, but in reality, he was a man. Vivi's cheeks flushed instantly. She had assumed from the beginning that Nosai was a flat-chested woman. Was it possible for a man to be so strikingly beautiful? Princess Vivi herself was a great beauty. Yet she conceded that, in terms of appearance, she fell short compared to Nosai. This revelation utterly transformed her understanding. Ayn retrieved the ship's transponder snail, saying, "Your Highness, please use this to contact the ministers of the Alabasta Kingdom. To avoid unnecessary complications, we can only escort you to the dock. The remainder of your journey should be under the protection of the Royal Guard." All right. The naval warship was equipped with permanent pointers leading to many of the world government's allied nations, including Alabasta. The ship altered its course midway, and, being in the vicinity of Alabasta, it took only a day to deliver Princess Vivi to the southern port city of Nanohana. On the Royal Guard's side, the one sent to welcome her was the renowned guardian of Alabasta, Gaka the Jackal. "Your Highness, you have finally returned. The king has been frantic upon hearing of your departure." The man in the black cloak stepped forward eagerly as the princess disembarked from the warship. "Uncle Gaka, I'm fine." Gaka's gaze fell upon the large handprint on Vivi's flawless face, and he erupted in fury, demanding to know who had struck her. "Tell me his name. No matter where he flees, I will not rest until I have avenged you." They usually treated the princess as if she were a treasure, terrified of her being harmed. How could anyone dare to slap the princess? It was unthinkable. Bartholomew stood on the warship, hands in his pockets, completely dismissing Gaka's concerns. As long as Nosai and Ayn had not reprimanded him, he would heed no one else's words. With the invincible barrier fruit, he felt invincible. Fearing a conflict between Gaka and the Navy, Vivi concocted a benevolent fib, stating that it was a pirate who had assaulted her, and thanks to the Navy's intervention, she had managed to escape. The pirate who had attacked her had been completely annihilated by Major Nosai. Vivi rushed to Nosai's side to introduce him to Gaka. "This is Major Nosai. He is a formidable male Navy officer." Gaka was taken aback by Nosai's appearance and extended his hand, saying amicably, "Major, on behalf of the Alabasta royal family, I express our gratitude to you." "It is my duty. No need for such formalities," Nosai replied graciously. Nosai cast a lingering glance at Vivi. "The princess has been returned, and I am burdened with official duties, so I shall not linger any longer. Please wait a moment." Gaka commanded his subordinates to bring forth several large crates, containing an assortment of fruits and vegetables, a modest token of appreciation, which I hope you will graciously accept. Knock nodded, instructing several sailors to load the cargo onto the ship. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "I have heard that Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, resides within your kingdom. He is not as straightforward as he may appear. You must remain vigilant and not be deceived by superficial appearances." "What do you mean?" Gaka sensed an underlying message in the other's words. "For now, that is all I can disclose." Having concluded his words, Nochi returned to the naval vessel, setting sail once more. Gaka gazed at the ship gradually vanishing into the distance before turning to Vivi, the princess, recalling what Nochi had just said. Vivi sighed softly, admitting, "I am not entirely certain. I have only exchanged a few words with him, and this is the first time I have heard such things. However, I can assure you that following his counsel is invariably prudent." She lamented her earlier indiscretion in addressing Nochi as sister, for since that moment, he had ceased to acknowledge her. Otherwise, perhaps she could have gleaned more information. Upon reflection, Vivi realized that when Nochi listened to her description of the Baroque workshop, he appeared to be burdened with deep thoughts, as if he were already acquainted with the details she shared. Could it be that the Navy had long been observing the Baroque workshop, yet had refrained from action due to some undisclosed reason? Is that so? Nochi was not in haste regarding the affairs of Alabasta, calculating the timeline. It seemed that Crocodile had only just begun his nefarious scheme involving dance powder to undermine the Nefertari royal family. With more than 2 years remaining before the actual execution of his plan to seize the kingdom, Nochi must find the reasons and evidence to depose Crocodile within the next 2 years, a task not daunting for one well-versed in the intricacies of the plot. The immediate priority, however, is to return to headquarters and train under Garp to enhance his strength. With power, everything else will fall into place. Ultimately, he remains insufficiently formidable. After a period of sailing, Nochi's warship passed through the towering gates of justice and finally returned to the familiar naval headquarters of Marineford. This is indeed the legendary Marine headquarters. What an impressive sight. How could Desire and the other Navy officers have ever witnessed such grandeur? They were left speechless, much like rural villagers stepping into a bustling city for the first time. Ein, please assist them in familiarizing themselves with the headquarters. I need to report to Kazan first. All right, I shall seek you out later this evening. Un responded with a nod. Nochi leaped down from the warship, making his way towards the imposing fortress of headquarters. Both Garp and Kazan's offices were situated on the same floor. Thus, upon reaching the top level, Nochi unexpectedly encountered Garp. "Ah, young Nochi, you have returned," Garp exclaimed with a broad grin, patting him on the shoulder. "You performed admirably on your mission. I was just thinking of praising you in person, rather than accolades." "Admiral Garp, I am eager to immerse myself in training and master your exceptional martial arts," Nochi replied earnestly. "Not a problem at all. I am fully prepared." "Whenever you wish, we can commence your training today," Garp said, his mouth stretched into a wide smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Nochi felt an inexplicable sense of unease, yet he could not articulate what exactly felt amiss. With ample time still ahead, he resolved that once he reported to Admiral Kazan, they would commence their endeavors. "Very well, just come directly to my office when the time comes. I shall await your arrival," Garp said, striding away with a buoyant spirit. Nochi rapped twice on the door, and upon hearing the invitation to enter, he pushed the door open and stepped into the room. What greeted his eyes was still the disheveled figure of Kazan. However, beside him stood a mature woman of remarkable beauty, adorned with black-rimmed glasses. Nochi is acquainted with her. The administrative secretary of Kazan, Ayaka, who frequently assists the lethargic Kazan in managing various trivial matters, much like Ein does by his side. Hence, Nochi encouraged Aokiji that a little effort could liberate him from the shackles of singlehood. It now appears that Kazan has somewhat heeded his advice, at least. In contrast to their previous interactions, where they exchanged little beyond work-related dialogue, they now seem capable of engaging in casual conversation. "Welcome back, Nochi," Ayaka said, lifting a hefty stack of documents with a smile. "Admiral Kazan, I shall take my leave now." Kazan replied, cradling his chin with one hand, nodding silently. Once Ayaka departed, Kazan finally spoke. "Nochi, you have performed admirably in the East Blue. According to the department's statistics, during your tenure in Roguetown, the crime rate across the East Blue has significantly diminished, and even the fleet admiral has verbally commended your efforts. It's merely a matter of bringing a semblance of tranquility to the weakest sea of pirates. It is hardly remarkable. By the way, you specifically mentioned in your transfer order for me to return promptly. Could it be that you have a new assignment in mind for me?" "Indeed. A world noble is scheduled to embark on a tour in a certain country along the Grand Line. Although the exact date has yet to be determined, it is anticipated to occur in the near future. They may have heard of your exploits and have expressly requested you to undertake the role of their escort, which is why I urged your early return. To escort the celestial dragons?" Nochi wore a distressed expression. "Can't you help me refuse?" he lamented. "You must know that I despise such matters." Kazan replied, "Alas, I attempted to assist you in declining, but their resolve is exceedingly strong. They insist on having you. I am at a loss. Consider it a journey instead. The chances of encountering celestial dragons in the first half of the Grand Line are few and far between. You should be safe. Is that truly the case?" Nochi pondered, aware that often the seemingly safest endeavors are fraught with unforeseen complications. Moreover, his reluctance to protect the celestial dragons stemmed not from a fear of formidable foes, but from a disdain for their actions. Should he witness the celestial dragons inflicting harm upon innocent civilians, he could not guarantee that he would restrain his hand from the blade. Kazan perceived his apprehension. Rest assured, your sole responsibility is to ensure safety during the voyage. Generally, the opportunities for direct encounters with the celestial dragons are rare, with the entire organization of CP agents safeguarding their presence. Very well then, Nochi conceded. As I lack the authority to refuse, I shall accept this fate. Nochi engaged in a brief conversation with Kazan, discussing the trivial happenings that transpired at headquarters during his absence of 1 year. From Kazan, he learned that the Weasel had found a new girlfriend. Additionally, Vice Admiral Kaki had professed his affection to Peach Bunny several times, only to be rebuffed as usual. Nochi exited Kazan's office and made a beeline for Garp. Garp, in a remarkably generous manner, promptly led him to the training grounds without uttering a single word of hesitation. As Nochi observed the clenched fists, the bones creaking ominously, a sudden realization washed over him. This was not a mere preparatory gesture. It was a prelude to violence. Could it be that Garp, harboring resentment for Ace's fate, sought to exact vengeance under the guise of instruction? Admiral, what is this? Nochi inquired, a hint of trepidation evident in his voice. Ah, young Nochi, did you not wish for me to impart the art of fist-fighting? I shall indeed teach you. Garp replied, continuing his warm-up routine with vigorous arm swings and leg stretches. Should you not first elucidate the fundamental principles and insights of the training before we engage in practical combat? Nochi gazed at Garp, whose fist was significantly larger than a sandbag, and an instinctive fear surged within him. A few years prior, he had nearly met his demise under the weight of those iron fists. It was the closest he had ever come to death. Since consuming the dark fruit, Nochi had consistently strived to evade harm, for the doubled sensation of pain was truly a torment to the psyche. Even with his unwavering conviction, he dared not be careless. Should he endure a single blow from Garp, he could scarcely guarantee that he would not cry out in agony before the onlookers. As for the principles and understanding, the method by which I forged my iron fists can be distilled into 4 words, tempered 100 times to steel. To hone these fists, I utilized mountains in place of sandbags, having shattered 8 mountains in the process. Nochi, my boy, you have rendered me an immense service. I feel remiss to have you strike mountains on my behalf. Thus, allow me to serve as your sandbag and assist you in your training. Ha ha ha. In a moment of speechlessness, Nochi fell silent, and then inquired, So you wish to remain still while I strike? No, 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 Garp exclaimed, raising his fist high, a peculiar smile spreading across his rugged face. I have always held the belief that it is only when one's life hangs by a thread, facing imminent peril, that one can awaken boundless potential within oneself, thus accelerating one's progress. Therefore, young Nochi, let us engage in a bout with your fists. Allow me to reassure you, I shall judiciously moderate the strength of my blows. Upon hearing this, Nuachi hesitated, still entangled in the dilemma of experiencing double the pain. He had previously trained using this method, yet at that time, he was not burdened by the malevolent buff of doubled agony. After a moment of internal struggle, Nochi gritted his teeth, bent his legs, and propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Admiral Garp, beware of the iron fist technique. Humph, Garp grinned, his teeth gleaming. As he stepped back with his right leg, his gaze intensifying as he clenched his fist and unleashed a powerful strike. Boom. The 2 fists collided, their formidable energies clashing and unleashing a tempest of force. Not bad at all, you little rascal. Garp's arm muscles swelled, veins protruding as he exerted even more strength. What incredible power! A chilling sensation enveloped Nochi as the fist in his vision grew larger. With a resounding crash, Garp's straightforward, yet overwhelming iron fist struck mercilessly against Nochi's exquisitely beautiful face. That hurts. Despite having consumed the dark fruit for nearly a year and spending most of that time in the East Sea, a place devoid of formidable foes, this was nearly his first encounter with an attack that posed a genuine threat. Ugh! Nochi rolled on the ground for several laps, his eyes a fiery red as he forcefully covered his mouth, barely managing to stifle a scream. It was then that Rear Admiral Garp recalled, almost forgetting, that you are a user of the dark fruit. My training must be quite unbearable for you. Do you wish to cease? No, absolutely not. Nochi uttered each word with gritted teeth. The dark power within him surged, absorbing damage while simultaneously healing himself, returning the excruciating pain back to his nerves. The dark fruit. Unlike other natural abilities, indiscriminately absorbed all attacks, whether imbued with haki or not, manifesting a pain that was doubled in intensity, rendering it arguably the least affected natural ability by haki. Nochi profoundly sensed the formidable power of the dark fruit. However, it was rather self-destructive. It was manageable when facing those weaker than oneself. Yet, when confronted with a foe of superior strength or equal prowess, if one's willpower is not sufficiently robust, this power may not only fail to assist you, but could indeed become your greatest burden. Proceed. Nochi had adapted for a while, his demeanor strikingly calm. A tranquility so profound it instilled a sense of fear. He bit his lip tightly, striving to maintain his composure. Ultimately, he was still a man who valued his pride, fully aware of the adage that clinging to one's dignity could lead to suffering. All right, Garp declared resolutely. Now, prepare yourself, for I shall strike consecutively. Here it comes. Nochi steeled himself, gazing at the fist that approached with increasing proximity. What appeared to be a simple strike was, in truth, imbued with boundless experience and skill. The angle of the punch and the precision of its target were nearly flawless. Beneath the terrifying might of that blow, time and space seemed to freeze, rendering Nochi's attempts to evade futile. He could do nothing but bravely advance, raising his own fist to meet the impending force. What mere physical pain could possibly hinder his forward momentum? Nochi repeatedly engaged in combat with Garp, each time being sent flying, the excruciating pain in his mind gradually numbing him. He must endure. He has to endure. Only through this can he become stronger. The training grounds of the Navy are open to all, accessible to anyone who wishes to enter. The passing sailors soon noticed the figures of Nochi and Garp, two illustrious figures renowned throughout the headquarters, quickly drawing a large crowd. Has Major Nochi returned? He has suffered greatly. After all, his opponent is the legendary Navy hero, Vice Admiral Garp. Just then, Peach Rabbit, fortuitously passing by, overheard the mention of Nochi and Garp's names. She immediately set aside her tasks and rushed to the training ground, her voice brimming with indignation. How dare that old man Garp bully my Nochi? This time, I must have a serious discussion with him. She vividly recalled the state in which Nochi had been left by Garp in the past. Such an occurrence must never be allowed to happen again. You stubborn little brat. Quite the fighter you are. Not bad. Not bad at all. You suit my taste, Garp remarked, pleased with Nochi's relentless spirit. As he watched him rise again after each fall, Nochi is enduring waves of unimaginable pain, as if his entire nervous system has become numb. Gradually, a phrase begins to emerge in his mind, to suffer endlessly without weariness. This is the path of the Azura. Azura, is it a specter of anguish? Nochi appeared to have gained some insight. Just as he was earnestly absorbing the essence of Garp's powerful punches, a sharp cry interrupted them. Stop this at once. Almost immediately, an incredibly fierce pink sword aura surged towards Garp. Ji Yuan, what are you doing? Garp, enveloped in a thick layer of haki, shattered the sword aura with a single punch. Tao stood protectively in front of the panting and swaying Nochi, sternly declaring, Garp, I will not permit you to lay a finger on young Nochi again. Garp scratched his head, responding, Ji Yuan, I believe you may have misunderstood. I am merely training him. Training? Tao turned to Nochi with a look of confusion. Nochi inhaled deeply several times. Yet the relentless pain within him continued to torment his being. He forced a stiff smile and addressed Sister Peach Rabbit, explaining that it was he who had requested Vice Admiral Garp to teach him the art of combat. However, the intensity of this training seemed excessively grueling. Sister Peach Rabbit furrowed her brow tightly. Having watched Nochi grow up, it was the first time she had witnessed him in such agony. Despite Nochi's deliberate attempts to conceal his discomfort, how could he evade her perceptive gaze? Even during the initial phase of his training under Sakazuki, the ordeal had not been this extreme. Hiss. Nochi clenched his fist, a smile still adorning his face. Sister, I truly am fine. That certainly does not appear to be the case. Tao exclaimed, her concern evident as she reached out to steady Nochi's body. Her hands roamed over him, and she discovered that, in terms of injuries, he was indeed not as severely harmed as she had feared. Kapu picked up the coat from the ground and draped it over himself, casually digging into his nostrils with his pinky. Nochi, you performed admirably today. Let us conclude the training here for now. Would you care to join me for a cup of tea? Ji Yuan is welcome to join as well. Nochi publicly declined the assistance offered by Peach Rabbit, insisting on walking unaided. Garp led the two into a tea shop. Along the way, Nochi confided in Peach Rabbit about the source of his anguish. It turned out that it was the consequence of his fruit abilities. Indeed, every advantage carries its own disadvantages. Garp, familiar with the routine, skillfully brewed a cup of tea, and remarked, "Ji-Yuan, your presence reminds me of that scoundrel Rogers. I recall that you two were involved for a time back in the day, weren't you?" After much effort, Noki finally alleviated the pain within his body. But the tea he had just taken a sip of was immediately expelled. Could it be that Sister Peach Rabbit and his father once shared a romantic relationship? A blush swiftly adorned Peach Rabbit's previously pristine face, and with a raised eyebrow, she exclaimed, "Little Cap, do not speak recklessly. We were merely slightly closer than ordinary friends back in the day. We were certainly not in a romantic relationship, especially with Noki standing right here." In response, Cap burst into hearty laughter, saying, all right, whatever you say." Upon first hearing of this matter, Noki tentatively inquired, "Sister Tautu and my father are quite familiar?" "Well, your father, much like you in your youth, was an exceptional naval officer. I happen to know him rather well," replied Garp. "Young Noki, you must have heard others speak of your father's past exploits on numerous occasions, haven't you?" Noki shook his head, stating quite the contrary. Few had ever mentioned it to him, and Uncle Sakaski only brought it up occasionally. Peach Rabbit sighed deeply, reflecting on the sudden demise of Rogers. An event that remains too painful for us to recall, thus it is only natural that it is not brought up in conversation. As Garp prepared the tea, pouring it into cups, he mused that Rogers had indeed risen from humble beginnings. Unlike Kazan, Sakaski, and other high-ranking officers who were disciples of Zephyr, he initially was merely an inconsequential petty officer in the headquarters. For reasons unknown, his strength surged dramatically, resulting in numerous accomplishments, ultimately propelling him to the rank of Rear Admiral. Had it not been for the subsequent misfortune, he would undoubtedly hold a position among the 3 admirals today. What sort of misfortune could it have been? Noki was particularly intrigued as it pertained to his father. Garp sipped his tea, falling into contemplative silence. A profound sorrow flickered in the beautiful eyes of Peach Rabbit as she recounted the pirate that Rogers once hunted, named Katarina Devon, famously known as the Silver Moon Hunter. Given Rogers' prowess, it should have been a trivial task for him to lead his team in vanquishing her. However, she appeared to be well prepared, laying an ambush. Your father and his subordinates fought valiantly, ultimately perishing alongside the enemy. By the time our forces located him, there were no survivors aboard his ship. Only the lifeless bodies of pirates and Navy personnel. Upon hearing this, Nock could not help but let out a sigh. It seemed that his presence had triggered a sort of butterfly effect in this world. For instance, according to the original narrative, there was no character named Kudyliya Rogers. And the Silver Moon Hunter, Katarina Dupont, had not met her demise but was instead imprisoned. Well, let us not dwell on those sorrowful matters. How have you and I been faring lately? Tautu Shuan inquired, gently rubbing her reddened eyes with a smile. Not bad. Nock strategically sipped his tea. Is that all? I heard you two have been cohabitating in the East Sea for over half a year. Has nothing transpired between you? Tautu revealed a mischievous smile. Of course not, sister. What do you take me for? Tautu murmured softly, casting a hint of doubt on Nock's masculinity. Sister. Her words undoubtedly struck a nerve with Nock. Had it been anyone else, he would have retaliated swiftly. Oh dear. Tautu suddenly recalled that Chief Advisor Crane had assigned her a task. In her distraction with Nock and Garp, she had completely forgotten about it. I must take my leave now, little Garp. Remember not to bully my Nock. Tautu Shiwan hurriedly departed. With no one else around, Garp inquired about Ace. Although the message conveyed through the transponder snail had been quite clear, Garp still wished to confirm it in person. Ace said he wants to settle the score with you in the Grand Line. His indomitable spirit remains unchanged. Ha ha ha. Noki spoke solemnly. General, you must be aware of my stance towards pirates. Should I encounter him on the Grand Line in the future, I shall show no mercy. I understand, for if I were in your position, I would act similarly. If Ace were to meet his demise at your hands one day, I would harbor no hatred towards you. After all, the path he chooses is his alone. After a brief conversation between Nuachi and Kapu, they emerged from the tea house at dinner time, each returning to their own homes, having agreed to reconvene at the training ground the following day to continue their practice. It had been nearly a year since they last met. Noki once again stepped through the threshold. You have returned, he remarked. He had anticipated a scene filled with dust and chaos, yet Ian had arrived earlier, diligently tidying up the room. Have Dasky and the others settled in? Indeed. They have been comfortably arranged. I ensured each was escorted to their respective dormitories and distributed a copy of the regulations along with a map, informing them of both your and my addresses for any potential inquiries. Ian emerged from the kitchen, carrying several plates of delectable dishes. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? I prepared these especially for you. knowing that training with Admiral Garp must have been exhausting. Do indulge. You need to replenish your strength. How did I know I sought training with Admiral Garp? I happened to overhear rumors in the street about you and the Admiral at the training grounds. So I quietly went to take a look. Seeing you in such a state has tugged at my heartstrings. However, I understand that you are striving to improve, and my presence would likely be a distraction. Thus, I thought it best to return early and assist with some chores. This is my way of supporting you. You wouldn't hold it against me, would you, Nochi? A faint smile graced Naka's lips as he reached out to Towseline's hair. You've worked hard. Although Ein's culinary skills paled in comparison to Naka's, they were more than sufficient for a comforting home-cooked meal. That evening, Ein chose not to stay and returned to his own home. After all, it was Naka's first day back, and tomorrow, visitors would undoubtedly arrive, perhaps even Admiral Sakazuki himself. It would not do to be caught off guard as he had been last time. The following morning, a knock at the door roused Nochi from his slumber. However, it was not Admiral Sakazuki who stood outside, but rather his fellow Admiral, Borsalino. Ah, Nochi, did you miss your old friend? I certainly missed you. Nochi gazed at the lecherous grin upon the other's face, involuntarily shuddering as he chuckled. Admiral Borsalino, have you sought me out so early for a purpose? Is it not permissible to seek you out without a pressing matter? Your aloofness wounds this old man's heart, he replied with a hearty laugh. Ah, Admiral. Your humor remains ever so delightful. Nochi managed a rather awkward smile. With his hands tucked into his pockets and a slight smirk, the yellow monkey remarked, Indeed. I do have a matter of importance to discuss with you. Please, come in and elaborate at your leisure. Nochi invited Kazara to sit on the sofa and poured him a cup of hot water. Kazara picked up the cup with one hand and took a sip. Nochi. Oh no, Major Nochi, he remarked, you ought to be aware that, in addition to my duties as a general, I also oversee the Navy's scientific division. Indeed. Nochi nodded in acknowledgement. Kizaru continued, the scientific division has recently been conducting experiments and research on enabling objects to consume devil fruits, and the progress has been quite favorable. Not long ago, the Navy seized a rare mythical zoan fruit, which was precisely what we needed for our research, and I appropriated it for our use. So, what is it that you require my assistance with? The mythical zoan fruit differs significantly from ordinary zoan fruits. Even an inanimate object, upon consuming it, can acquire human-like intelligence. However, once an object gains sentience, it becomes far less manageable by humans. Yesterday, due to a lapse in oversight by my subordinates, it managed to escape. Given its ability to transform freely, even I cannot locate it amidst the vast crowd. I recall that your dark fruit possesses the ability to attract other devil fruits. Might you assist me in retrieving it? Otherwise, losing such a mythical zoan ability could jeopardize months of my salary, which is quite distressing. Kazara slowly elucidated the entire matter. Nochi let out a bitter smile, remarking that the general had perhaps overestimated him. While it was true that he could absorb the powers of the devil fruit, the vastness of Marineford rendered any notion of complete coverage implausible. Rest assured, after its escape, I promptly ordered the lockdown of the science division. Aside from myself, no one is permitted to enter or exit. Thus, the area you need to encompass is merely a modest section of the science division. Nochi pondered for a moment before inquiring, might you reveal to me the name and abilities of that devil fruit? It would certainly aid me in my search. Certainly, replied the general. It is the Inu no Mi, a mythical zoan type, taking the form of a nine-tailed fox. Its power allows the user to transform into the appearance of any person or object, even mimicking their tactile sensations. The nine-tailed fox. Nosai recalled that it was the formidable power of the pirate Katarina Devon, who had perished alongside his father. Under the guidance of Kizaru, Nosai ambled down the street, ultimately arriving before a structure encircled by towering gray and white walls. Admiral, you have returned, saluted the naval officer stationed at the gate. Indeed, this is Rear Admiral Nosai. What is the situation? The officer responded, not a single fly has escaped. Excellent, Kazara glanced at Nosai. Let us proceed. The next steps are yours to undertake. Nochi entered the heavily guarded edifice, and despite his long residence in Marineford, it was his inaugural visit. Admiral Borsalino, I recall that numerous areas here are strictly classified. Am I infringing upon regulations by wandering about? The old man assured him, as long as you refrain from any egregious actions, there shall be no issues. If complications arise, let Sakazuki bear the burden. The yellow monkey maintained his signature smile. This research facility not only had floors above ground but also extensive subterranean levels. The upper floors were primarily for administrative personnel, while the lower sections housed the researchers. The yellow monkey guided Nochi from the lowest subterranean level. instructing him to employ dark water for a thorough search. Throughout this process, Nochi encountered a plethora of novel items, yet conspicuously absent were any pacifists, as they had yet to be developed. Presently, the scientific division concentrated its efforts primarily on the study of devil fruits. In a mere span of minutes, Nochi encountered various weapons that had ingested devil fruits, blades capable of transforming into elephants, pistols morphing into dogs, and even a llama cannon. They explored every corner meticulously. Oddly, where could that item have disappeared to? The two meandered back to the entrance. Nochi scrutinized the naval officers standing guard and remarked, as the saying goes, the most perilous places are often the safest. Could it be hiding among the ranks of the Navy, quietly biding its time for the opportune moment to flee? Indeed, Nochi. You speak with wisdom, replied Kizaru, his gaze concealed behind his sunglasses, drifting towards a particular direction. Dark waters. The swirling vortex of darkness within Naki's palm pulsated. Oh woo. One of the Navy members sprang into action. In an instant, he transformed into a pristine white fox, darting swiftly between the legs of the crowd, making a desperate bid to escape beyond the towering walls. Yada no Kagami. Hold on, General. Leave it to me, Nochi confidently declared. Upon hearing this, Kizaru halted his movements. The pull of the dark waters intensified. The white fox, with its 9 tails, quickened its pace, yet the effort became increasingly futile. It clawed desperately at the ground, but could not withstand the allure of the darkness, being drawn backwards with relentless force. Nochi successfully grasped the little creature by its neck. As the dark waters countered the demonic power, the fox reverted to its original form, adorned in a pristine naval jacket. Nochi could have directly handed it over to Kizaru, but his ulterior motives led him to deliberately swallow the garment into the abyss, rendering it into nothingness. Consequently, the power of the demon naturally fell into his grasp. Oh! A glimmer sparked in Kizaru's eyes. Having lived for so long, he was not oblivious to Naki's intentions. Yet, in the presence of so many onlookers, he chose to feign ignorance. Finally, he had caught it. In doing so, he absolved himself of responsibility. He was not mistaken, since the power had fallen into Naki's hands. The accountability would now rest upon Naki's superior, Kazan, or his uncle, Sakazuki, leaving him entirely unscathed. As Nochi observed that the other party had not uncovered his ruse, he decided to play the fool, saying, Indeed, my lord, I have assisted you in resolving this predicament. Do not forget that you owe me a favor in the future. Truly, regardless of the circumstances, I am no longer subject to punishment. Young one, I indeed owe you a debt of gratitude. Huang Yuan's primary concern lies in determining who bears the responsibility for detachment from matters that do not concern him is one of his guiding principles. Since this issue no longer pertains to him, it is deemed resolved. My lord, if all is well, I shall take my leave. I still need to seek out Vice Admiral Garp for some training today. Nochi, having committed a misdeed, felt a twinge of guilt within. Yet the rare opportunity to acquire the powers of a supreme devil fruit was too precious to forsake. Kizaru wore an enigmatic smile, saying, Go on then. I have matters to attend to and shall not see you off any further. Farewell, young Nochi. Nochi exited the scientific department and made his way back home. In just a few short hours, he had acquired an extraordinary ability, a rare stroke of fortune indeed. It is worth mentioning that in the original narrative, there was an incident involving an item that had consumed the fruit of a mythical beast, leading to its escape. However, it was not limited to just this singular instance, as each possessed the transformative powers. Nochi, having recently witnessed numerous items consumed by the devil fruit, found himself enveloped in curiosity. It is worth noting that his dark liberation appears to possess the ability to manipulate the flow of devil fruit powers. Previously, in Roguetown, he had employed this very method to channel the abilities into a piece of fruit. Thus, could he perhaps directly infuse his powers into inanimate objects? Nochi resolved to undertake an experiment, retrieving several fruits from the refrigerator to guard against the potential escape of the demonic power in the event of failure. He surveyed his surroundings. The golden scale and the third-generation ghost were rather precious and thus unsuitable as subjects for his trial. Consequently, he opted for one of his naval cloaks, reasoning that the recently acquired ability might adhere more effectively to a similar object. After all, with his capacity to manipulate dark water, he could readily reclaim the demonic power, rendering the endeavor devoid of any significant risk. In truth, Nochi was aware that the method by which the Navy permitted objects to ingest the fruits involved the so-called bloodline factors. However, various considerations suggested that bloodline factors likely did not encompass the entirety of the explanation for the devil fruits and may even be rather superficial. If the devil fruits merely possessed a bloodline akin to DNA, the original narrative would not have alluded to the notion that Zoan-type fruits often exhibit a form of inherent will when discussing the human fruit, mythical beast type, and Nika form. This indicates that the nature of the devil fruits is far more complex than it appears. In Nochi's perspective, while maybe more closely aligned with the essence of the soul, the pristine white hand of Nuachi emanated tendrils of black mist, enveloping the garments strewn upon the ground, yet refraining from drawing them in. Liberation. Nochi harnessed the enigmatic demonic power within the space. Moments later, his garments emanated a radiant white glow. Subsequently, a snow-white pom-pom materialized before him, blinking its dark eyes and raising 9 fluffy tails, seemingly scrutinizing the man before it. Had he succeeded? Nochi reached out a hand to touch it. The white fox lifted its head, gently sniffing his fingertips at his astonishment. It uttered words in the human tongue, a flavor so familiar. Truly, it was a mythical beast, capable of speech. Yet, it appeared somewhat timid, swiftly retreating to maintain a distance from Nochi with its 4 slender legs. Nuachi recalled that there were several sausages in the refrigerator, so he took them out and placed them on the table. The fox, catching a whiff of the rich aroma of meat, hesitated momentarily but ultimately leaped onto the table and bent down to feast. Nochi seized the opportunity to gently stroke its pure, soft fur. Perhaps due to the fact that the white fox's essence resembles the garments Nochi often dons, it did not shy away from his touch. Nochi extended his hand to embrace it. The white fox initially struggled, but soon settled down obediently in his arms. It found the scent emanating from Nock's body quite comforting. As the scheduled training time approached, Nochi grew anxious about leaving the fox unattended. Hence, he hurried to Ain, seeking her assistance and watching over it. So adorable! The girl was particularly captivated by the fluffy creature, and Ain was no exception. Nochi, where did you acquire this little fox? Ain mistakenly assumed that it was a pet gifted to her by Nochi. Nosai recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. It was then that Ain realized that this little creature was, in fact, a mythical beast. Would you be so kind as to help me take care of it? Of course, Nosai replied readily. Ain attempted to take the white fox from Nosai's hands. The fox, however, showed some reluctance, blinking its small eyes and gazing pitifully at Nosai. Nochi gently stroked its head and chuckled. Ain is the person I trust most. She will take good care of you. I have important matters to attend to and shall return to you this evening. The white fox tilted its head in contemplation, and with a flick of its 9 tails, transformed and draped itself over Nochi. It seems, Ain smiled tenderly, that this little one does not wish to part from you. Nuachi, with a sense of helplessness, remarked that even under such circumstances, he could not take her along. He feared that Garp might strike without restraint, potentially ruining the clothing. The white fox transformed once more, this time adopting the appearance of Ayanda, timidly grasping Nuachi's hand. Then I shall follow you like this. That should be acceptable, right? Absolutely not. Ain promptly rejected the notion, despite the awareness that the other was merely an article of clothing, albeit in her likeness. Ain could not shake the discomfort that enveloped her thoughts. Nochi was astonished by the changes, attempting to touch other parts of Ain, only to discover that they also possessed a tactile sensation. Why? Ain tilted her head, perplexed. Because Ain found herself at a loss for words. She certainly could not admit to feeling jealous over an article of clothing. Nochi came to her rescue, for you have just arrived in this world, where there is much to learn and comprehend. Ain is an excellent teacher. She can impart this knowledge to you, correct? Ain nodded. Indeed. Very well then. Ain reluctantly acquiesced. After Nochi departed, Ain gazed at the figure before him, a perfect replica of himself, and curiously inquired, Can you assume another form? Indeed, responded Nochi, revealing his exquisite visage to Ain. Instinctively, Ain reached out, touching and prodding. There was a notable difference in texture, for while the appearance and voice were identical, the essence was not. You should retain my likeness, Ain mused, feeling a pang of guilt towards Nochi. Did this not imply her interaction with another man? Oh, the white fox seemed rather inept at conversation. Do you have a name? No. Shall I bestow one upon you? Very well. Your fur is as white as snow. May I call you Little Black? That is acceptable. Little Black, come here. I have a delightful treat for you. At the training ground, Garp bellowed, You little rascal. And only on the 2nd day you dare to keep me waiting. Should you be tardy again, you'll taste the bitterness of my wrath. Nochi, upon hearing this, smiled wryly and replied, Vice Admiral, have I not already endured enough hardships under your command? Garp clenched his fist, revealing a broad grin as he laughed heartily and said, You cheeky lad, let me see how much you have progressed since yesterday. All right. Nochi, with nerves taut and concentration heightened to a remarkable 200%, unleashed the full extent of his observation haki, bracing himself for Garp's imminent assault. The attack came as a complete surprise, despite Nochi's utmost efforts to focus his attention. By the time he processed the situation, Garp's fist was already mere inches from his face. Nochi braced himself and raised his fist to meet the challenge. Bang! The two fists collided, unleashing a fierce wave of force. Garp uttered a surprised "oh," as he was taken aback by the evident improvement in Nochi's punching power compared to the previous day, although it had not reached an astonishing level. For someone of Garp's caliber, any enhancement, however slight, could only be achieved after a significant period of rigorous training. After all, not everyone possesses the extraordinary talent of a demigod, capable of experiencing qualitative improvement following a single battle. Setting aside the protagonist's halo, even the likes of Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and the current three admirals have honed their formidable combat prowess through countless training sessions and the refining nature of battle. Thus, Nochi's innate talent filled Garp with immense astonishment. It was no wonder that Zephyr had recently heaped praise upon this brash young man. Quite impressive, Garp remarked with a slight smile, exerting himself once more. Recreating the scene from the previous day, and once again, Nochi was sent reeling from a blow to the face. Major, may I offer you a suggestion? While training is essential, might we refrain from striking the face? Despite Nochi's frustration with his youthful appearance, he would rather endure the current state than bear the scars that would mar his visage. Garp raised his fist for another strike, laughing heartily. I believe this will further ignite your motivation to improve. Prepare to receive my punch. Nochi murmured to himself, surely you harbor a grudge against me for frequently striking ace. He then raised his fist once more to engage. The two fought for quite some time. Dazaya and Daisuke, along with Nami, happened to pass by. Is that not our master? How could he be so thoroughly bested by an old man? Dazaya exclaimed, her mouth agape, upon overhearing the surrounding discussions. Nami discerned the old man's identity and remarked, after all, the opponent of Major General is the renowned hero of the Navy, Garp. It is said that even before the onset of the Great Pirate Era, he relentlessly pursued the Pirate King. Although Major General Nochi is formidable in his own right, being in his early 20s and capable of contending with such an adversary is quite impressive. Daisuke nodded in realization. Our Major General is so powerful yet still strives for improvement. We must not lag behind. Let us train after lunch. Indeed. Nochi and Cap continued their training until dinner time, pausing briefly to consume some rice crackers to stave off their hunger. Nosai returned home to Ein with a disheveled appearance. At that moment, Ein had prepared a sumptuous dinner comprising 4 dishes and a soup, featuring 2 meat and 2 vegetable options, all delectable and inviting. Little Black, in the guise of a white fox, gazed longingly at the food on the table, drooling with anticipation. Nosai, come and join us for dinner. Little Black. No licking the plates. Little Black? Nochi expressed a sense of surprise. Ein untied her apron and smiled, saying, I am the one who named the little fox. Oh. How fitting. It seems you two have developed a wonderful bond. Nochi initially believed that satisfying his curiosity would allow him to transform the demonic power back into fruit. However, it seems prudent to reconsider this decision. Previously, when capturing abilities in the scientific department, he did not experience such sentiments. Now, having established a certain level of interaction, he perceives that the little black creature, having consumed the fruit, possesses genuine emotions akin to those of a human. To deprive it of its abilities would be tantamount to extinguishing its very existence. Nosai never flinches when it comes to those he deems deserving of death. Yet, he refrains from taking the lives of those or creatures he believes should be spared. The innocent Xiaohong has committed no wrong, and to casually strip it of its life would contradict Nosai's principles. Ein transformed Xiaohong into a human form, providing it with utensils for dining. Obediently, Xiaohong assumed Ain's likeness. Awkwardly grasping a spoon, Ein and Nosai sat at one side of the table, while Xiaohong, with its sparkling, soulful eyes, yearned to draw closer to Nosai. Ein treated Xiaohong with a distinct kindness, for to her, Xiaohong was merely an article of clothing, at best a pet, posing no threat to her standing. Thus, she exhibited great tolerance, allowing Xiaohong to pull up a chair beside Nosai. This evoked a peculiar sensation within Nosai. Xiaohong and Ein seemed as if sculpted from the same mold, akin to twin sisters, while he found himself the unworthy man amidst their twin presence. Ein frequently served dishes into Nosai's bowl, while Xiaohong clumsily navigated its utensils. Despite possessing human intellect, it had yet to master the requisite skills of humankind. Thus, Nochi occasionally lent a helping hand to it. The two individuals and the beast harmoniously enjoyed their dinner time. In the kitchen, Nochi assisted Ain with the dishes, while the little black one stood nearby, watching with wide eyes. Curiously, Nochi inquired, "Xiaohei, can your illusion be cast upon others?" "I am uncertain," Ain replied, shaking his head. "Why not attempt it now? Try transforming me into another form." "Very well," Xiaohei responded, stepping closer to Nochi, as 9 ethereal white tails unfurled behind him, swaying gently. Ain, unable to suppress his desire to reach out and caress them, thought to himself how utterly adorable they appeared. Xiaohei held his breath, summoning all his strength, his face flushing a deep crimson. Nuachi, somewhat speechless, remarked, "Is this an action of illusion? Why do I feel as though you are blinking like a little black creature? I cannot quite discern how the transformation occurs. It simply happened before when I wished for it." Ain smiled and replied, "It is entirely normal to be unskilled on your first day of acquiring such abilities. Take your time to acclimate." Noc nodded in agreement, affirming the statement. Indeed, it was the first time he had encountered the ability to develop items, and whether it would be successful remained an enigma. To his knowledge, ordinary animal-type abilities could not reach such a level of development. Their intelligence merely corresponded to their capabilities, often falling short of the creatures they emulated. However, this was not necessarily the case for phantom beasts. The beings corresponding to the fruits of phantom beasts were almost godlike entities in this world, and the extent of their latent potential remained uncertain. Little Black tilted its head, quietly observing the actions of Ain and Noc, completely unaware that it was an excessively conspicuous light bulb. In the days that followed, every day, Nochi departs punctually to the training grounds, willingly subjecting himself to a vigorous beating from Admiral Garp, which has proven remarkably effective. His punching power now approaches 3/4 of Garp's formidable strength. However, as he endeavors to reach even greater heights, the enhancement of his speed has begun to diminish. Nevertheless, Garp perceives Nochi's potential as nothing short of extraordinary, acknowledging internally that he did not progress as swiftly as Nochi has. Xiaohei, ever diligent in his studies, often observes the affectionate exchanges between Nochi and Ain, instinctively emulating their behavior. On one occasion, Xiaohei even took the initiative to kiss Nochi, startling both Nochi and Ain, who promptly took the time to educate Xiaohei on the nuances of human interaction. On this particular day, Ain stayed overnight at Nochi's residence. They reclined upon a plush double bed, with Xiaohei curled up contentedly on Nochi's chest, sleeping soundly. Suddenly, a stern and chilling voice pierced the tranquility. Bang. Bang. It was Admiral Sakazuki. Ain rubbed her sleepy eyes and immediately awoke, giving Nochi a firm nudge. Upon awakening, Nochi was disheartened by the sounds emanating from outside. Despite his return home for several days, Sakazuki had not sought him out. It was only on the day when Ain was present that he chose to make an appearance. Nochi even harbored suspicions that his uncle might be engaged in the unsavory activities of stalking and voyeurism, deliberately waiting for him to reveal a slip before intervening. However, Akainu would never stoop to such trivialities. If he found Nochi displeasing, he would surely reprimand him, regardless of justification or pretext. Nochi remained calm and composed, preparing himself for the impending reprimand. As Ain donned his attire, he transformed Little Black into its original form and draped it over himself before opening the door. He was met with the stern visage of Sakazuki, whose square face radiated authority. The Admiral acknowledged, his gaze sharpening upon noticing Ain behind Nochi. His expression more ferocious than usual, followed by a heavy grunt. Ain, hesitant to meet the Admiral's fierce eyes, lowered his head and softly greeted, "Good morning, Admiral." Sakazuki grunted again in a low tone, stating, "Nochi and I have matters to discuss. You may return." Ain exchanged a fleeting glance with Nochi, their eyes conveying a brief conversation before he hastily departed. Sakazuki entered the room, repeating familiar gestures as he slammed his hat onto the table and sank into the sofa. Observing the silent exchange between the two had irked him, compounded by other grievances that fueled his inner fury. "Nochi, I initially intended to commend you for your achievements in the East Blue. However, it appears you have inherited your father's shortcomings, ensnared by the complexities of romantic entanglements. Is such a trivial matter of love truly so significant?" Without waiting for Naka's response, Sakazuki continued, "I have already been informed of your appointment as a bodyguard for the world nobles. Although I wish to prevent you from encountering those so-called aristocrats and had declined their offers on multiple occasions, they remain insistent that you undertake this task. They claim it is due to your formidable strength and recent commendable reputation, thus making you indispensable. In my view, It is merely a ruse concocted by that woman. Having already ensnared one fool, she now seeks to ensnare you as well. Nochi listened in a state of confusion, utterly bewildered by the unexpected mention of a woman. Sakasaki, after a fit of anger, took a deep breath in an attempt to calm his inner turmoil, and said, "In any case, Nochi, heed my words carefully. Please continue." Nochi replied, "According to the information I have received, in 3 days you shall accompany the noble envoy as the captain of the guard to the kingdom of Claril. While the journey may not present any immediate dangers, it is imperative that you remember one crucial point, regardless of how the dragon people may approach you on that day. You must firmly refuse them. Under no circumstances should you engage with the world nobles beyond the scope of your mission. Do you understand?" Nochi nodded, sensing that Akainu's words today were disjointed and filled with an unmistakable fury, a demeanor that clearly did not reflect his usual composure. Nochi gathered the information and made a bold conjecture. "Uncle Sakaski, do you happen to know the world noble I am escorting this time?" Sakaski paused momentarily, then replied in a grave tone, "Just follow my instructions. Given your current level, knowing too much will only be counterproductive." "But General," Nochi countered, "having a bit more knowledge allows me to make more accurate judgments. Moreover, my current strength ranks me among the numerous naval officers. Though I am still far from your prowess, I possess sufficient capability for self-preservation. I have said it is not yet the time." Sakaski's tone brooked no dissent. Upon observing his resolute demeanor, Nochi chose not to inquire further, secretly resolving to remain vigilant regarding the noble identity from that world. The room fell into a prolonged silence. After a while, Sakaski took the initiative to shatter the stillness, asking, "Have you taken the naval hero Garp as your mentor?" "One might say so," Nochi replied candidly. "Diligently study under him. Do not let this rare opportunity slip away. If you can earnestly hone your physical skills to match that of Admiral Garp, then at that juncture, I shall divulge all that I know to you. Until then, focus on your training and refrain from indulging in fanciful thoughts." Sakaski advised with the patience of a benevolent father. Understood. Nochi seemed to grasp the situation. It was evident that the matters concealed by Sakaski were intrinsically linked to his father. Reflecting upon the earlier words of Garp, a bold thought suddenly struck him. Could there be more to his father's death than meets the eye? Perhaps for others, this leap of intuition might not come so readily. However, Nochi was a traverser, and while he might not possess complete knowledge of the secrets of this world, he was certainly well acquainted with many of them. Moreover, having indulged in countless dramas and novels in his past life, he had encountered an array of absurd plot lines. By piecing together the fragments of his memories, he was able to outline the general framework of the entire situation. The only lingering question that perplexed him was the identity of the woman mentioned by Akainu and what schemes she might harbor against him. Nochi had not even considered the possibility of a connection to relatives, for from Sakazuki's tone, it was evident that the woman was likely of noble lineage. How could his father, a mere naval officer, possibly be associated with the proud and self-important race of the celestial dragons? Sakazuki's mood seemed to have entirely settled as he inquired about Nochi's circumstances in the East Blue. Nochi was not foolish enough to divulge the complete truth, for instance. He concealed his exploitation of the naval system to earn bounties, as well as his cohabitation with Ein, all of which could incite Sakaski's ire. Essentially, in a mere 10 statements, truth and falsehood were interwoven, with 8 being genuine and 2 fabricated. Although Sakaski professed that he would not commend him, his demeanor unmistakably conveyed considerable approval. Truly, he was a talent nurtured by Sakaski himself. Aside from a few minor flaws, he was, on the whole, rather remarkable. After listening to Nochi's experiences over the past year, Sakaski reiterated his admonition, cautioning Nochi to avoid any close interactions with the celestial dragons. He insisted that all actions aimed at fostering such relationships must be firmly declined. Human beings, by nature, are filled with curiosity about what lies beyond their reach. Often, the more unattainable something is, the stronger the desire to grasp it becomes. Nochi, like many others, is no exception. He firmly believes that with his own strength and experience, he possesses the capability to tackle any challenge that arises, for as the saying goes, great skill engenders great courage. Moreover, throughout his life, he has often defied Sakarsky's authority. Time and again, it has been demonstrated that Sakarsky's views are flawed. It is only prudent for Nochi to embrace the essence of wisdom while discarding the dross. At long last, he has managed to bid farewell to Sakarsky. Nochi exhaled in relief and turned to behold yet another square-faced visage. It dawned upon him immediately, Shohei. When did you acquire the art of mischief? Nochi, it seems you harbor a certain trepidation towards him. Xiaohei, mimicking the demeanor of Sakazuki, tilted his head and performed a gesture he had learned from Ain. Ahem. Noki was simply a sight to behold, and it was hard to imagine that Sakazuki could display such an endearing pose. Should Sakazuki himself witness this scene, it would undoubtedly be the end of Little Black's life. Sakazuki's news arrived ahead of schedule. That afternoon, while Noki was training with Garp, he was summoned by Kazan, who relayed the arrangements that Akainu had previously discussed with him. In 3 days, Noki would assume the role of commander for 3 warships tasked with the protection of the celestial dragons. Among these, Naka's warship would be one, while the other 2 would be commanded by brigadiers from the headquarters. Kazan gathered Noki and the 2 other commanders for preliminary deployment discussions. As the saying goes, plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes, and ultimately, it would be Noki, the commander, who would decide the final arrangements. Nochi returned home and instructed Ain to notify Dashki and others to assemble on the warship the following day, to prepare for departure and gather the necessary provisions. He also briefed them on the precautions to take while escorting the world aristocracy. Life in the Navy grew bustling once again. During these 3 days, Noki steadfastly continued his training sessions with Kapu. Simultaneously, Noki began to take Xiaohui out for walks. In the presence of outsiders, Xiaohui maintained the appearance of a naval coat, revealing a different demeanor only when alone with Ain and Noki. This occurred on the eve of the Celestial Dragon's departure. Noki concluded his training and was once again led into the tea house by Admiral Garp. Garp, do you know who the woman mentioned by Admiral Sakazuki is? Garp replied, savoring the biscuit in his hand. Given that Sakazuki chose not to divulge this information to you, he must have his reasons. It would be wise for me to refrain from interjecting. So you do know? Noki pressed. Young Noki, you should comprehend that sometimes possessing too much knowledge is not advantageous. One must allow events to unfold naturally. If the time is not right, why exert pressure? Garp's tone shifted as he burst into laughter, adding, moreover, I had no intention of revealing anything to you. Oh? A mischievous smile graced the charming face of Nochi. Admiral Garp, do you recall the promise you made to me? You agreed that as long as I assisted you in training Ace, you would fulfill 2 of my conditions. It would not reflect well on a naval hero to go back on his word, would it? Damn it! Garp exclaimed, thumping his chest in frustration. How could I have miscalculated this? Noki lifted his cup of tea and took a sip, seemingly exchanging a precious condition for information that I would inevitably learn in due course. It felt somewhat unworthy, perhaps best left for another time. You clever little rascal, Garp said, casting a penetrating glance at Noki. You are far more astute than your father. The following day, at the port of Mariewa, a long crimson carpet extended from the sacred land all the way to the dock. Noki and the 2 colonels stood at attention on either side of the crimson carpet, awaiting the arrival of the world's aristocracy. Accompanied by a cacophony of footsteps, the traditional attire of the celestial dragons came into view. Indeed, it was a woman. Nosai observed the approaching figures out of the corner of his eye. A cadre of agents, clad in black suits, stood behind the celestial dragon. To Nosai's astonishment, this celestial dragon was devoid of any slaves, accompanied only by a singular maid, resplendently adorned in luxurious attire. Were it not for her proximity to the celestial dragon, one might easily mistake her for the daughter of an affluent family. The celestial dragon donned a layer of white veil, obscuring her features. Perhaps it was merely Nosai's imagination, but he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this woman, as if he had encountered her before. The celestial dragon gracefully stepped onto the opulent vessel, specifically outfitted by the world government, treading upon the crimson carpet. Noki and the 2 colonels hastily returned to their respective warships, issuing commands for departure. The 3 ships formed a triangular formation, encircling the vessel of the world government. The warship of Nosai sailed at the forefront. Dezaya gazed enviously at the imposing vessel behind him, exclaiming, Master, what an impressive ship. I once thought that the warships of our headquarters were already grand and formidable. Yet I had not anticipated that the vessels of the world's aristocracy would be even more magnificent, draped in a navy coat fashioned from dark fabric. Noki stood at the bow of the ship, stifling a yawn and admonishing, Do not present yourselves with such naivete. It is an embarrassment. Despite the low probability of encountering enemies during this mission, it is imperative that none of you exhibit even the slightest hint of complacency. The safety of the celestial dragons must be assured. Understood, responded Daski, Dezaya, and the others in unison. Admiral, Triana approached Noki, carrying a beautifully arranged platter of exquisite pastries. This is a cake I developed through extensive research on the culinary offerings of our headquarters. Please, indulge in its delights. Noki casually picked up a piece and swallowed it. relishing its delightful flavor. "Ein, you should have a taste too," he said, once again lifting a morsel to feed Ein. "It's delicious, Treyina. Thank you for your hospitality." Ein replied, bending down to affectionately pat Treyina on the head. Treyina puffed out her cheeks, exclaiming, "This is what I made for the esteemed major." Ein confidently responded, "Then it belongs to Nochi, and if he wishes to share it with me, I shall certainly partake." All right. Nochi sighed helplessly. "Tarina, you have done too much. We cannot consume it all. Let us share the remainder with others. But obey the command." "Oh." Tarina departed, her face a portrait of disappointment. Nochi entrusted Ein with the task of keeping watch as he retreated indoors for a brief slumber. Based on his estimation, this journey promised to be exceedingly tedious. Although it is often said that the safest endeavors are prone to unforeseen incidents, Nochi could not fathom who would dare to attack the celestial dragons. Even the four most formidable pirate factions, the Emperors of the Sea, seldom provoke the celestial dragons, let alone those of lesser stature. A grave situation has arisen. It is the pirate Grand Fleet. Ein hastily rushed into the captain's quarters, exclaiming, "Nochi, we are surrounded by pirates." Nuachi hastily rose from his bed, gently shifting the small black creature that lay atop him, and picked up the golden scale and the third-generation ghost cutter resting by his bedside. With a grave expression, he inquired, "What is happening?" "Initially, our voyage proceeded without a hitch, but suddenly several pirate ships emerged. We had thought they would merely pass by, deterred by the sight of the world government's flag. To our astonishment, they continued to converge, suggesting they are likely a group of pirates with premeditated intentions." Nochi swiftly approached the ship's cabin, only to discover that the surroundings were adorned with pirate flags from every direction. Ein, increasingly anxious, remarked, "Could it be that they are plotting to assault the celestial dragons, perhaps intending to kidnap them and demand a ransom from the world government?" Nochi shook his head, calmly analyzing the situation. It was inconceivable. If the sole intention was to acquire wealth, with such military strength, it would be far more lucrative to raid merchant ships, with significantly less risk involved. Furthermore, the route of our current voyage was known only to the officers directly participating in this escort mission and the upper echelons of the world government. Clearly, these pirates were well prepared, indicating that they were being manipulated by someone of considerable influence. As he spoke, black cannonballs hurtled towards the warship. "Nochi, what shall we do?" Ein drew 2 daggers from his side, leaping into the air to sever 4 cannonballs in quick succession. Upon surveying the condition of the pirate vessels, Nochi discerned that while there were numerous ships, they were predominantly small sailing crafts, with the occasional larger ship exhibiting remarkably feeble firepower. Conversely, the Navy possessed merely 4 ships, 3 of which were formidable warships manufactured by the headquarters, boasting impressive firepower. The government vessel, utilized by the celestial dragons, surpassed even the warships in size, resembling a fortress upon the sea. In terms of long-range combat, it was evident that they held an absolute advantage. Thus, in the absence of a thorough understanding of the enemy's capabilities, Nochi deemed it prudent to maintain a safe distance and leverage their superior artillery. Nochi immediately commanded, Ein, promptly informed the other 2 warships and the vessel carrying the world nobles to spare no ammunition and exert every effort to disrupt the enemy vessel's advance. "Understood." Ein replied without hesitation. Boom, boom. The sea erupted in a cacophony of cannon fire, smoke billowing into the air. Various pirate ships surrounded the Navy's ironclad defenses, launching relentless assaults but achieving little success. A bunch of useless fools. A towering man, wielding a long-handled broadsword and sporting a full beard, raised his robust right arm and struck the ship's railing with a resounding thud. "With so many of them, and they still cannot breach a few warships. It seems I must take matters into my own hands." This man was Karl Balvatize, known as the Heavy Sword, with a bounty reaching 20,000 berries. On the other 2 ships, a stout figure with a beer belly and a tall, one-eyed woman with long hair observed Balvatize standing at the bow, brandishing his great sword and cleaving through cannonballs as he led the pirate ships ever closer to the world nobles. Unwilling to be outshone, they too unleashed their full prowess. Thus, the 3 pirate ships surged towards the 3 warships from 3 distinct directions. As the enemy drew near, Nuachi bent his legs and leaped from the deck. Vaulting onto the pirate ship, Balvatize beheld a captivating beauty approach him, resting his large blade upon his shoulder with an air of disdain. With a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth, he derisively remarked, "Ah, worthless Navy, though your physique is lamentably lacking, your face is quite pleasing. If you surrender and willingly become my woman, I shall spare your life. What say you?" The depths of Naka's gaze were chillingly cold, instilling a shudder of fear in the pirates present. Yet, in stark contrast, Balvades not only remained unafraid, but was invigorated by the encounter. "I relish your haughty demeanor," he declared. "Come, allow me to take my time in molding you." Nochi remained silent, drawing forth the golden blade at his side, and unleashed a powerful slash with unparalleled speed, akin to a bullet discharged from a firearm. The towering golden sword aura emanated an unsettling chill reminiscent of the depths of the underworld. A bounty exceeding 200 million signifies that these pirates are not to be trifled with, each possessing formidable strength. Barvatius, renowned for his expertise with the blade, despite his imposing stature, exhibited extraordinary agility. Through the trials and tribulations of the New World, he had adeptly mastered both the armament and observation hockey, rendering him an exceedingly perilous pirate. A shiver coursed through Barvatius as he hastily raised his blade in defense. The overwhelming force of his opponent caused his arm to tremble involuntarily. Clang! As Nochi executed a swift strike, his technique remained unyielding. With a deft flick of his wrist, he transitioned seamlessly into another blow. Each clash of blades ignited sparks, and two distinctly different currents of sword energy surged outward, leaving behind deep, indelible gashes. What masterful swordsmanship! Balvades could no longer afford to underestimate him and summoned all his skills to defend himself. After enduring the grueling training under Garp, Nochi has not only enhanced his martial prowess, but has also achieved remarkable mastery over body techniques. Renowned for his speed, he now moves with an even greater swiftness. In the blink of an eye, Nochi has darted behind Balvades, brandishing his golden blade high before delivering a decisive strike. Balvades, a formidable man, gritted his teeth and withstood the blow, swiftly pivoting to retaliate with a powerful downward slash. This strike was unparalleled, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. The pirates watched in horror. Had they been in the line of that attack, they would have surely met a grim fate. In contrast, Nochi remained unflustered, effortlessly raising one arm to deflect the blow with his blade, while his other hand clenched into a fist imbued with imposing energy, aimed squarely at Balvades's abdomen. Thud! Balvades's face contorted in a terrifying grimace, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he cursed, "Damn it, take another hit." One hand pressed against his wounded belly. He raised the razor-sharp blade with the other. Nuachi pushed Jean Lin aside, a profound darkness enveloping his entire hand as he reached out to seize his opponent's blade. "Dark Devourer, how dare you use your hand to block my sword? It seems you have a death wish." Balvatius believed his adversary had lost his senses, underestimating him with an air of unwarranted confidence. However, to his astonishment, as he brought his weapon down, he discovered that the opponent's hand was even more resilient than the blade infused with his own domineering aura. Such a feeble presence of power. You would be better off meeting your demise. A murderous intent flickered in Nochi's eyes as he forcefully yanked downwards, causing the black mist to completely engulf the great blade. Balvatius, having lost his weapon, found his combat prowess diminished to a mere fraction of its former self. In a state of panic, he bellowed at the crew. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and assist me." Alas, it was too late. As his words faded, his head rolled away. "Captain, the pirates of the New World possess unwavering spirit, unlike those in the East China Sea, who would have quaked in fear and crumbled without their leader." In stark contrast, these pirates surged forward with renewed vigor, their eyes ablaze with fury as they charged at Nochi. Black Hand. Nochi commanded the dark mist to coalesce into a colossal hand, sweeping forward to seize a group of pirates, all of whom were consumed by the encroaching darkness. With 3 pirate ships leading the charge, the remaining pirates followed suit, launching themselves into the fray. In no time, Ein, Daji, Desaya, Bartholomew, Nami, and others joined the battle. Nochi cast a glance and noticed that among these pirates, around 10 possessed bounties exceeding 10 million, not to mention the recently encountered pirate with a bounty of at least 100 million. Who, pray tell, is this formidable figure with such charisma, capable of rallying so many to openly assault the world's nobility? Nochi had no time to ponder, as he discovered that pirates had boarded the world government ship, and agents from the P organization were already engaged in combat. Faced with the formidable pirates boasting bounties exceeding 100 million, they could at most hold their ground for a brief moment, utterly powerless to defeat them. Moreover, among the assailants were not only 2 notorious pirates with bounties in the hundreds of millions, but also several key combatants from smaller pirate crews, all eager to capture a celestial dragon and claim glory for themselves. The burly pirate, resembling a fierce polar bear, swatted aside the 2 agents standing in his way and charged into the celestial dragon's chamber. "Do not harm the young lady." At this critical moment, the celestial dragon's maid stepped forward resolutely, placing herself in front of the pirate. "You seek death, little girl." The polar bear pirate bared his sharp teeth and raised his massive paw, ready to strike. Bang! Iron block. The maid's eyelashes trembled slightly, reflecting the turmoil of fear within her heart. Yet, the excruciating pain she anticipated never arrived. Upon opening her eyes, she saw the breathtaking Navy officer she had encountered earlier standing before her, having intercepted the pirate's ferocious blow. Upon noticing Norki's arrival, the celestial dragon instinctively took a step forward, hesitated momentarily, and then withdrew, silently observing him. "To dare to harm the world's nobility, you possess quite an audacious spirit. Who exactly is orchestrating this from the shadows?" Nochi forcefully struck the cumbersome body of the polar bear, inquiring in a deep voice. "Do you believe I would divulge anything to you?" The polar bear roared loudly, fully aware that the individual before him posed a significant challenge. Thus, he resorted to a desperate tactic, calling out for assistance. "The celestial dragons are here. In that case, you are of no further use." Noki clenched his right fist, and tendrils of black smoke began to rise, the dark mist seething like flames, surging forward in an instant. "Dark fist, you truly are worthless, big bear," mocked the approaching woman as she derided her comrade who had been sent flying by a single punch. "Shut your mouth and help me take him down." The woman, also a user of a devil fruit, appeared to wield the power to manipulate wind speed as a swirling miniature hurricane coalesced in her palm. Reminiscent of the Rasengan from Naruto. Facing the encirclement of the two pirates, Noki remained calm and composed, one hand manipulating the dark waters while the other clenched into a fist, adeptly multitasking as he launched his attack. "What kind of power is this? Why has my ability faltered?" The woman, ensnared by the dark waters, was filled with terror as she attempted to withdraw her hand, only to be held firmly by the gravitational pull of the shadows. The polar bear staggered backward after receiving a punch from Noki, bewildered by the unexpected strength emanating from such slender arms and legs. "Prepare to meet your demise." With one hand, Nochi pressed down upon the head of the female pirate, creating a shadowy passage upon the ground. As he pushed and drew her in, he forcefully thrust her into the abyss of darkness. "This is not good." The polar bear, sensing impending doom, turned to flee. Yet, Nochi was not one to grant such an opportunity. In a flash, the dazzling light of his golden blade swept through the air, and the massive bear's head tumbled to the ground, blood staining Nochi's white shirt. Noki then focused his attention and scrutinized the celestial woman before him. He bowed respectfully and inquired, "Are you unscathed?" The celestial being shook her head and replied, "Thanks to your timely intervention, I am unharmed." Her voice was gentle and melodious, devoid of the arrogance typically associated with nobility in the ordinary world. "That is a relief. Please remain here patiently. I must attend to the remaining pirates." "Yes, please do," she responded. "We shall take care of ourselves." It is quite unimaginable for Nock to realize that among the celestial dragons, there exists an individual who is both understanding and empathetic. With the downfall of the three principal combatants, the remaining pirates were no longer a source of fear. Under the relentless efforts of the P Organization's agents and the Navy, the chaos was swiftly quelled. Dasky and her companions performed remarkably well, despite sustaining some injuries. Their impact was minimal. The two commanders and their subordinate Navy personnel were filled with trepidation and anxiously contacted Nock via transponder snail, inquiring about the course of action should the celestial dragons hold them accountable for their inadequate protection. Noki recalled her brief conversation with the celestial dragon. She did not seem to be the type to be unreasonable and tyrannical. One must not be deceived by the superficial appearances of situations, and he could not ascertain whether she was merely putting on a facade for his benefit. In any case, even if the world's aristocrats were to truly lodge a complaint, Nochi remained undaunted, for in such dire circumstances, ensuring the dragon people remained unscathed was the utmost limit of his capabilities. After all, the enemy vastly outnumbered them, each being formidable pirates who had conquered the first half of the Grand Line and even ventured into the New World. They were not easily subdued. Certainly, for someone of his considerable strength, akin to that of a vice-admiral, these pirates posed no significant threat. However, he was the sole powerhouse present, unable to be in multiple places at once. Following such an incident, the naval headquarters was thrown into chaos. According to protocol, whenever a dragon person is attacked, at least one admiral must be dispatched for their rescue. However, with the pirates now annihilated, there was no need for an admiral's intervention. The primary concern for the headquarters now was to ascertain who orchestrated this attack and what their intentions were. Nochi spared a few lives, imprisoning them and subjecting them to relentless interrogation. Regrettably, after several rounds of questioning, they consistently claimed that it was Balvatus, killed by Nochi, who had contacted them. As for who was behind Balvatus, they were utterly unaware. The pirates, lacking any utility, proved to be of no value. Nochi executed them all on the spot, then retreated to his room to reflect on the original plot that might be related to this incident. After pondering for a considerable time, he could only recall that in the original story, Don Quixote da Flamingo had abducted Tenryubito to attain the status of a warlord. However, Da Flamingo had been a warlord for many years now. This event was a relic of the past and evidently irrelevant to the current situation. Nevertheless, considering the extent of the situation, Nochi could think of no one else capable of such actions besides the omnipotent Da Flamingo. Lacking evidence and unable to report carelessly to headquarters, he decided to cease his contemplations. In the Holy Land, Mary Gios, within Panga City, the scion of the Don Quixote family lamented, "What kind of useless individuals have you recruited? I have provided you with ample funds, and yet you cannot even eliminate a defenseless woman. Ha ha ha. Do not be so hasty. I too did not anticipate that a newly appointed young admiral would be so formidable. I have prepared 2 contingencies since the first assassination failed. Let us see how the second unfolds. Humph. I hope you do not break your word. Otherwise, do you truly wish to kill me? Whoever I desire to eliminate shall meet their demise. Ha ha ha. I am genuinely frightened. Do not speak to me in such a condescending manner. Do not assume that your bloodline grants you parity with me. You are unworthy. Crack. How dare you hang up on me? A disgraced celestial dragon exhibiting such arrogance. Once that woman is dead, you will be next. Days later, in the Grand Line, in the early section, at the Kingdom of Clyrel, the docks were filled with people welcoming the arrival of the world nobles, adorned with banners and flowers in abundance. The King of Clyrel, accompanied by all royal family members, personally graced the port with their presence, underscoring the importance they placed upon this parade. Given the recent attack they had faced, security measures were exceedingly vigilant. Nochi is to follow closely by the side of the celestial dragon, ensuring her protection, and even accompany her into the royal palace for residence. The agents of the B.P. organization are severely diminished, their ranks greatly depleted, leaving Nochi as the most formidable presence among them. To guarantee the safety of the world's aristocrats, it falls upon him to take the field personally. With a beaming smile, the slightly portly figure of King Fry of the Kingdom of Clyrel stands erect, bowing gracefully in a gentlemanly manner. Esteemed aristocrat of the world, I am King Fry of the Kingdom of Clyrel. Your journey has been arduous, and we have prepared your chambers within the palace. Please, allow me to escort you to the carriage, where you may rest momentarily before I host a welcome banquet in your honor this evening. Thank you, replies the celestial dragon with a nod, as she steps into the carriage, assisted by her maid. Before his departure, Nochi sought out Ein and cautioned, I am concerned that there may still be individuals who pose a threat to the safety of the noble class. I kindly ask you to send a team to various locations on the island to discreetly position personnel in advance in case of any unforeseen circumstances. I nodded gently, reassuringly replying, Rest assured, Nochi, I understand. You must also take care. Indeed, Nochi subsequently followed the carriage into the resplendent palace of the Kingdom of Clyrel. When one speaks of the Kingdom of Clyrel, it is merely a modest nation among the many member states of the world government, lacking in various aspects of development. The last visit from the world aristocracy occurred over 2 decades ago, when the reigning monarch was not the current King Fry, but his late father, Freyo IV. In order to ensure the safety of the celestial dragons, Nochi was assigned to reside in a chamber adjacent to the quarters of the world aristocracy. Even so, he was prohibited from meeting with the celestial dragons unless absolutely necessary. At all times, agents from the P organization stood guard outside his room, maintaining a vigilant watch. With little to occupy his time, Nochi could only recline upon the soft and comfortable bed, indulging in deep slumber to recuperate his energy. The little black creature had adopted his fondness for sleep, curling up beside him and dozing off whenever Nochi rested. A resounding bang, bang, echoed. Though it remained uncertain how much time had passed, Nochi was awakened by the persistent knocking of several agents at his door. The Major General requests your presence. The world's elite wish to meet with you. To meet with me? Nochi tidied his appearance slightly and, under the guidance of the agent, entered the chamber of the celestial dragon. Despite being indoors, the celestial dragon remained clad in her traditional attire, adorned with a white veil that concealed her entirely. Could it be that she is unwell? Nochi was beset by such doubts. However, he quickly recalled that the celestial dragons typically possessed peculiar cleanliness obsessions, believing that any place outside the Holy Land, even the very air, was unworthy of their exalted status. The door closed, leaving only the celestial dragons, the maid, and Nochi within the room. Nochi stood tall, unwavering before the celestial dragons, refusing to show any sign of weakness. "What brings you to me?" he inquired. To his surprise, it was not the celestial dragon who responded, but rather the maid standing beside him. "Sir Major, first and foremost, I wish to express my gratitude for the life-saving favor you bestowed upon me a few days ago." Although Nochi had only glimpsed the maid from 2 angles, he still recognized that she was fundamentally not the same person he had encountered previously. Her face seemed hauntingly familiar. "Surely, you have already discerned the truth. Indeed, the one seated before you is not a genuine aristocrat of the world, but rather, it is I who hold that title." The female celestial dragon squinted her eyes, presenting a smile that was both polite and gracefully magnanimous. Nochi scrutinized the individual before him, noting the bright eyes and pearly teeth, standing gracefully, as if sculpted from jade. Even among the women he had encountered, her beauty and figure could be deemed exceptional. Judging solely by her appearance, she seemed to be in her 20s or 30s. Yet her demeanor exuded a remarkable maturity. What does this imply? It is quite simple. The identity of a celestial dragon is exceedingly conspicuous. I have many places in this nation that I wish to visit discreetly, and my noble status makes such endeavors rather inconvenient. Thus, I have instructed my maid to impersonate me, allowing me the freedom to traverse without hindrance. Since you wish to keep this a secret, why disclose it to me? Nochi's gaze remained fixed upon her. As a delicate woman navigating an unfamiliar land, I am bound to encounter difficulties. I have witnessed your prowess, Major General, and I find you to be remarkably dependable. Therefore, I hope you will serve as my protector during this clandestine excursion. Nochi shook his head. "I must decline. My duty is to ensure the safety of the world's nobility. Since you venture forth as a commoner, it falls beyond the purview of my responsibilities. Should you happen to perish outside, it would not be my concern. Regardless, with the world government's penchant for preserving its image, the true cause of your demise would likely be concealed, perhaps even replaced by a fabricated tale spun by your maidservant." The celestial dragons found themselves momentarily speechless. Sighing, "You bear no resemblance to him at all." Nochi's gaze sharpened, and he asked in a low voice, "You are acquainted with my father, Kudyliya Rogers, are you not?" The celestial dragon cast a glance at the grand entrance and replied quietly, "If you agree to protect me, I shall divulge all that you wish to know. However, I propose that you share your intentions first. This way, should you wish to withdraw later, I would have no means to hold you accountable." The celestial dragon hesitated, torn between the urge to reveal the truth and the fear of being overheard. Faced with Nochi's piercing eyes, he found himself in a precarious predicament. "How about this? If you escort me out of the palace, I will immediately clarify everything for you. Should you find my revelations unsatisfactory, you may simply abandon me without consequence." Nochi found the idea quite agreeable and nodded in affirmation. "Very well." Nochi escorted the celestial dragon woman out of the chamber, while the CP agents merely ensured the safety of the world nobles, posing no further inquiries as the two departed from the palace. "May I speak now?" Nochi inquired, glancing at the woman beside him, who appeared to be immensely relieved. "Well, let us first head to the CAF ahead." "Hey," without paying attention, Nochi found that the female celestial dragon had dashed out, leaving him exasperated. Is she truly a member of the world's elite? The two took refuge in a secluded corner of the establishment. "Here is the cappuccino you requested." Nochi placed a coffee cup before the female celestial dragon and kept a latte for himself. "Thank you," she said, cradling the cup with both hands. "Now, tell me, what is your true relationship with my father?" As for me, the female celestial dragon paused, her expression suddenly turning serious. "I am, in fact, your mother." As Nochi entered, the coffee splashed across the face of his adversary. Even if one were a member of the world's aristocracy, such jesting is utterly inappropriate. "My mother passed away long before my birth, and should you continue to insult her, do not blame me for showing no mercy." The female celestial dragon exclaimed anxiously. "But I truly am. Do not forget, you are merely a commoner now. It would be a trivial matter for me to end your life." Nochi possesses a set of principles, and without a doubt, the other party has crossed his boundaries, regardless of who it may be. No one is permitted to insult his loved ones. If one dares to act with such audacity, they must be worthy of it. As Nochi spoke, the dagger at his waist was nearly drawn. "Do not act impulsively. I truly am your mother. If you do not believe me, I shall explain it to you gradually. Speak. The tale unfolded gently from the celestial dragon. 22 years ago, your father, Rogers, served as the captain of the ship that protected me. Subsequently, after listening intently for a considerable time, Nochi finally grasped the situation. His father, 22 years ago, had encountered a woman who he could tentatively refer to as his mother, Anastasia, while serving as a bodyguard. A series of unforeseen events led them to become a couple, resulting in his birth. At that time, Anastasia was renowned among the celestial dragons for her exceptional beauty and was the daughter of a family patriarch. Consequently, numerous other celestial dragons sought to take her as their legitimate wife, even going so far as to arrange a betrothal without her knowledge. However, due to Naka's father, the engagement was forcibly annulled, leaving the other celestial dragons humiliated. A few of them pressured the world government to execute Rogers. But owing to Rogers' notable reputation within the Navy and Anastasia's persistent pleas for mercy, the situation eventually calmed down. As a bastard, Nochi could not be raised in the Holy Land among the celestial dragons and was instead taken into the Navy by Rogers. From that point onward, Anastasia never saw Rogers again until his demise. Nochi comprehended everything thoroughly. He understood why Sakasaki was so adamantly opposed to his interactions with women, why he repeatedly cautioned him to keep his distance from the celestial dragons, and why he believed that Naka's strength was still woefully inadequate. The death of his father, Rogers, was not the result of piracy. Rather, it was likely orchestrated by the world government in a sinister plot. Nochi recalled the words spoken at the Peach Bunny Garden. Every pirate and navy present perished, with not a single survivor. At that time, he found it peculiar. Achieving mutual annihilation on the battlefield is an exceedingly arduous task. What a remarkable coincidence it seemed, for everyone to have perished simultaneously. In retrospect, it appears that the celestial dragons harbored deep resentment towards his father and likely dispatched agents to strike him from the shadows. If this were indeed the case, his military career would probably have been confined to the rank of Rear Admiral within the Navy headquarters at most. For the admirals and fleet admirals are directly subjected to the dictates of the world government and the celestial dragons. Given his sensitive identity, it would be fortunate for him to have been spared. The notion of allowing him to wield significant power would be utterly implausible. After a prolonged silence, Nochi realized that his life goals and various plans would require significant adjustments. Although he did not possess many memories of his father, much of his life in the Navy over the years could be attributed to the foundation his father had established. This alone could not be overlooked. Vengeance was imperative. Nochi, may I address you as such? Anaxia grasped her cup tightly, her earlier seemingly poised demeanor concealing the turmoil of anxiety and fear within her. This day had been eagerly awaited for 2 decades. She yearned to meet her son, yet feared causing him unnecessary trouble. It was only upon learning of his formidable strength and solid foundation in the Navy that she dared to seek him out. She had once contemplated relinquishing her celestial dragon identity to live an ordinary life with Rogers, but he had advised her that her status as a celestial dragon was the best safeguard for both her and Nochi. She could never forsake it, for doing so would herald their impending doom. Nochi rose to his feet and sighed, expressing his lingering confusion regarding the bewildering romance between his father and the lady before him. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, it would be prudent for them to maintain a certain distance. Yet, despite this, he inquired, is it possible for you to spend just one day with me? This country held sentimental value as the place where he and Rogers had forged their bond. Could she accompany him for a leisurely exploration? Observing the glimmer of hope in Anna's eyes, Nochi felt his heart begin to soften. After all, this unfamiliar mother had made considerable sacrifices to protect him. Very well. Just for one day. By this time tomorrow, I must return to the palace. Yes, Anna exclaimed, stepping forward to embrace Nochi's head, tears of joy glistening in her eyes. After 20 long years, she was finally able to hold her son again. It's too late for today, let us find an inn for the night. I shall endeavor to secure a lavish and comfortable place. Nuachi allowed the other party to embrace him for a while before gently pushing them away. I have heard that the salary levels in the Navy are not particularly high, so you need not overly accommodate me. I am quite capable of managing. Generally, naval personnel are not particularly affluent, yet I am not an ordinary sailor. During his year in the East Sea, Nochi accumulated approximately 10,000 berries, which rendered him a relatively affluent individual. As he made his way in search of an inn, Nochi inquired with curiosity, in my recollection, the celestial dragons are typically characterized by their extreme arrogance and dominance. However, Based on your demeanor towards others, one cannot perceive the essence of a world aristocrat. Why is that? The reply came, perhaps it is because I am not entirely of this world. Nochi abruptly halted his steps. Princess Anastasia continued, Rogers often tells me this. He has taught me a great deal. By the way, Anastasia playfully winked, does not wish to establish a harem? A harem? Today. The influx of information has been somewhat overwhelming for Nochi. I can't help but wonder if his father is perhaps a time traveler. Years ago, Rogers entrusted me with the care of a young girl named Boa Hancock, indicating that she was to be your future wife. I diligently recorded his words, fearing I might forget. This was over a decade ago, when that young girl was mistreated under the auspices of the Holy Hand of Rhodes. I personally rescued her, treating her as if she were my own daughter. During the invasion of the sacred land, I intentionally allowed her and her 2 sisters to escape. We forged a pact. In gratitude for my kindness, she vowed to become my daughter-in-law. How astutely my father has planned. While he has yet to sort out his own affairs, he has meticulously arranged mine. Anastasia Palace further remarked that I have heard Nochi is already in a relationship. It seems that young Hancock may only serve as a concubine. No need for that. Nochi, with a sigh of resignation, thought to himself that he would pretend he had not heard those words. His wife's presence was sufficient with Justine around. Moreover, Boa Hancock, renowned as the Pirate Empress, posed a dilemma. As a member of the Navy, how could he possibly unite in marriage with a pirate? Even if she were one of the warlords allied with the world government, it was still out of the question. Anastasia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Nochi, I wish to meet your wife. That can certainly be arranged, but first, I will take you to a suitable inn. And then I will arrange for her to meet you. Excellent, Anastasia exclaimed, joyfully embracing Nochi at the waist. Nochi let out a helpless smile. His mother truly seemed a bit unreliable. Nochi, accompanied by Anasia, wandered through the city for a while before discovering a lavishly decorated hotel. Despite the exorbitant price of over 100,000 berries per night, she felt it was justified, considering she was his mother. Anasia, although a celestial dragon and accustomed to the finest luxuries, was aware of the concept of money. After all, 100,000 berries represented the monthly salary of the highest-ranking naval officer. As a mother, she had never provided much assistance to her son. So how could she justify spending the hard-earned money he had worked for? Thus, Anasia clung tightly to Nochi's arm, refusing to allow him to settle the bill. Nochi, let us find a more affordable place. I am accustomed to a life of luxury, but I yearn to experience a different way of living. With Anasia resolutely opposing the idea, Nochi ultimately abandoned the notion of staying there and sought out a simpler, clean, and tidy inn. Upon hearing that the price was significantly lower, merely a few thousand berries, Anasia finally agreed to the accommodation. Nochi meticulously arranged the affairs of his noble mother and, with a graceful stride, made his way to the military dock. Meanwhile, Ain had just prepared the bed in their room, ready to rest, when she was taken aback by the sudden entrance of her partner. Nochi, I thought you were at the palace. What brings you back? How are matters in the kingdom? Nochi promptly inquired about pressing concerns. Ain blinked her bright, expressive eyes and replied, I instructed Dasky and the others to remain vigilant in key locations, keeping a watchful eye for any suspicious individuals. So far, we have identified one potential threat to the celestial dragons. Who? Nochi asked, intrigued. Ain approached the table and handed him a dossier. The individual is named Gizes Bages, a champion fighter from a certain nation. Recently, he has been traversing various countries in search of worthy opponents to challenge. It is rumored that he possesses immense strength and often resorts to unscrupulous tactics to secure victory, having bested numerous warriors from different kingdoms. Oh, so it is him. Nochi holds a profound impression of Bayas. In the original work, the captain of the first crew of the Blackbeard pirates possesses a generous spirit, exuding an audacious confidence, although he often resorts to underhanded tactics such as ambushes during combat. He is, at heart, a person of integrity, demonstrating unwavering loyalty to those around him. This remarkable quality has earned him the esteemed position of being one of Blackbeard's most trusted subordinates, marking him as a person of great potential. Nochi initially believed that his subordinates were sufficiently capable. However, upon discerning the world government's stance towards him, he recognized the necessity of amassing strength and seeking out additional talent to further safeguard himself and ultimately fulfill his desire for vengeance. The power of an individual is inherently limited. To confront the world government in the future, he must not operate in isolation. As for the connections within the Navy, they may offer him some protection from being completely eradicated by the world government, potentially lending him assistance during his most perilous moments. yet they cannot guarantee support in all matters. Norki has no intention of leaving the Navy. However, he is acutely aware of the numerous inconveniences that accompany his position. Thus, he intends to use this time to devise a solution that allows him to remain in the Navy while also establishing his own foothold externally. Observing Norki lost in thought, Ayan curiously inquired, "Do you know this person?" Noki shook his head, expressing that it was his first encounter as well. "Ayan, allow me to take you to a certain place. We shall converse further en route." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ayan quickly donned his attire and followed Noki outside. "Noki, what on earth has transpired? Could it be that there is an issue with the aristocracy of the world? Regardless of the circumstances, I shall stand by your side." As Noki listened to Ayan's increasingly absurd claims, which nearly approached the realm of life and death, he promptly interjected, stating that while the matter was indeed significant, it was not as grave as portrayed. It was somewhat intricate, so allow me to elucidate the situation to you in detail. Nosai lowered his voice and leaned closer to Ayan's ear. Feeling the warm breath brushing against her, Ayan's fair complexion inevitably flushed a deep crimson. She endeavored to suppress her thoughts, focusing intently on Nosai's narrative. By the time they arrived at the entrance of the inn where Anasia resided, Nosai had nearly finished his account. "So, I am about to meet Nosai's mother." Ayan's heart raced, pounding like a startled deer. The typically composed girl was momentarily overtaken by a flurry of anxiety. No, absolutely not. I am not prepared for this," she lamented, having left without even applying makeup. Dressed too casually, and without a gift in hand, she could not simply face Nosai's mother like this. With that, she abruptly turned and fled. Nosai grasped her arm firmly, chuckling, all right. My Ayan is so beautiful that even without makeup and dressed in the simplest attire, she remains the most captivating sight." Upon hearing her beloved's praise, Ayan felt a surge of sweetness in her heart, yet anxiety lingered. After all, Nosai's mother was a member of the world's aristocracy. Would she look down upon her? Thus, Nosai insistently pulled Ayan to the door of Anasia's chamber. "Are you ready?" No. Let me think a bit longer about what I should say." Ayan found herself in a predicament akin to an arrow drawn taut, compelled to release. She had never anticipated such a scenario. After all, both of them were orphans. Who could have foreseen that Nosai would suddenly have a mother, and one of such high standing? "I'm about to knock," Nosai announced. "No, please, just a few more minutes. Just a final moment." Ayan's large, glistening eyes brimmed with tears, desperation almost overwhelming her as she clung to Nosai's arm, terrified that he might truly open the door. Nosai found Ayan's current demeanor both endearing and somewhat amusing, unable to resist playfully tapping her delicate nose. The hour approaches. I truly must open the door now." No, I haven't decided yet." With a soft click, the door swung open, not by Nosai's hand, but of its own accord. Princess Anasia, with a mischievous smile, observed the two entangled figures outside. "Nosai, is this your girlfriend? I have been listening from within for quite a while. How delightful." Ayan could scarcely fathom that her first encounter with Nosai's mother would unfold in such an embarrassing manner, leaving her utterly dazed and lightheaded. Had it not been for Nosai's supportive grip, she would surely have stumbled to the floor. Madam." After a moment of stunned silence, Ayan finally regained her composure. Princess Anasia scrutinized the lovely young lady before her, sensing an extraordinary compatibility with her son, reminiscent of the scenes she had shared with Rogers over 2 decades ago. "Come inside, please." Nochi gently guided Ayan into the room. Ayan sat on the sofa with great apprehension, scarcely daring to lift her head, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson hue, wishing fervently to vanish into the cracks of the earth. Anasiagong inquired, "Your name is Ayan, is it not? I have heard that you and Nochi have been acquainted since childhood." "Yes, we have played together since we were 3 years old." "So you are childhood sweethearts. When do you plan to marry, and do you have a preference for a boy or a girl?" Ayan's face reddened even further, nearly overwhelming her with embarrassment. Ahem. Taking the opportunity, Noki interjected to alleviate her mother's concerns. "Mother, you are aware of the circumstances we face. We have no intentions of marrying and starting a family until we resolve our current situation." "That is true." Princess Anaxia suddenly felt a wave of sadness, tears glistening in her eyes. "I fear I have burdened you both." Ayan quickly reassured her, "Aunt, please do not overthink it. We had originally planned to marry after some time." "You need not comfort me. I understand completely," Anaxia said as she wiped away her tears, her face brightening with a smile. "I am already quite happy today, not only having my son acknowledge me, but also meeting my daughter-in-law." "Aunt, Would you like me to share some stories from Naka's childhood? Yes, yes. I would love to hear. Noki, from a young age, has always been exceptionally clever. As I began to recount tales of Noki, he found an endless well of topics to discuss, while Princess Anaxia eagerly listened to her son's various experiences. Nochi quietly observed them from the side, occasionally amused by the mention of himself and Ein's conversation. The family continued their discourse deep into the night. The two women remained spirited, while Nock struggled against fatigue. Ein, you have work tomorrow, don't you? Perhaps we should rest for the night. My mother must be weary as well. I'm not tired at all, Nock, and aside, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. In the sacred land, I spent my days idly. I've rested enough, and I am not bothered by a little longer. Ein, eager to seize the opportunity to strengthen her bond with Nock's mother, interjected. As for tomorrow's guard duties, I have already arranged for Dasky and the others to handle it. Thus, there is little pressing work left. Let us converse with your mother a while longer. Very well, came the reply. Nosai attempted to maintain his composure for a while. However, with an average sleep duration exceeding 12 hours daily, how could he possibly endure? His eyes fluttered open for a moment before succumbing to slumber. Ian, concerned that he might catch a chill, swiftly covered him with a blanket. Anasia, gazing tenderly at Ian, smiled and remarked, with you by Nosai's side, I, as his mother, can rest easy. Thank you for the compliment, dear madam, Ian modestly replied, but the next words from Anasia immediately elevated her heart rate. However, I believe you are overburdened. Ian, perhaps you should find someone to assist you. I know a young lady named Boa Hancock who has promised to become my daughter-in-law. Why not invite her to help you? The infamous pirate empress. Ian had certainly heard of Hancock's renowned beauty, but she was astonished to learn of the connection to Nosai. Anasia's intentions were genuinely kind. Having lived among the aristocracy for so long, where polygamy was commonplace, she instinctively considered it a normal affair. Ian, however, did not share this perspective and began to worry that Anasia might harbor dissatisfaction towards her. The misunderstanding between the two women went unnoticed by Nosai, who remained blissfully unaware in the depths of his slumber until the following morning. Nosai led Ian out of the hotel, noticing her sullen demeanor, and inquired, "What transpired after I fell asleep last night?" Ian recounted the events concerning Boa Hancock to Nosai. Noki chuckled, "Ian, you misunderstand. For us, having multiple wives is rather excessive. However, in the realm of nobility, men with 8 or 9 wives are quite common. This is why she thought to seek assistance on your behalf. Her intentions were genuinely simple. She merely wished to help you, oblivious to the differing perspectives between the two of you. Indeed, Noki, you have a point," Ian muttered to himself, chiding his own foolishness for not considering this sooner, as he had been too consumed by jealousy the previous night. Nochi escorted Ian back to the warship, advising her to take care and rest. He then promptly returned to the hotel to revisit the illustrious Anastasia Palace. It was evident that the noble-born Anastasia Palace did not harbor as many thoughts as Ian had presumed. She merely believed that Ian's sudden reticence the previous night was due to fatigue. Nochi provided her with a brief explanation, and only then did Anasia realize her mistake in speech. In an instant, she felt a pang of guilt, for it was a rare occasion to see her daughter-in-law, and she had inadvertently caused her displeasure. Noki comforted her, assuring her that Ian actually held a fondness for her as an aunt. He praised her beauty, her understanding nature, and her ability to listen. Only then did Anaxia brighten with joy, leading Noki on a leisurely stroll as she recounted the charming ways in which his father had wooed her, and the places where their hearts had intertwined for eternity. Nuachi exhibited remarkable patience, spending the better part of the day accompanying her on a leisurely stroll. Suddenly, as they meandered through the streets, they came upon a grand arena. At the center of the stage stood a man, towering nearly 3 meters tall, with a robust physique reminiscent of an ox. His long purple hair cascaded down his back, and he donned a black tank top. Beside him lay several bags brimming with berries. "Who dares to challenge me? If you can defeat me, all this wealth shall be yours." Nosai had originally intended to seek out Giza's Bayas after escorting Anasia back to the palace, but he did not anticipate encountering him here. "Champion, Giza's Bayas." Noki turned to Princess Anasia and said, "Please wait here for a moment. I have some matters to attend to." "Are you going to fight?" she inquired. "Well, one could say that." Noki nodded in response. Princess Anasia gave him a thumbs up in encouragement, having witnessed Naka's prowess firsthand. He had managed to handle ruthless pirates with composure, and despite his seemingly simple and honest demeanor, she was confident that he would not be outmatched by her son. Nochi sprang into action, leaping onto the stage, standing with his hands behind his back, and boldly proclaimed, Come, let us exchange a few moves. You. Bagus guffawed, pointing at several imposing figures sprawled on the ground beneath the arena. Ha ha, look at those who have fallen. They're the defeated challengers. With your slender arms and legs, it would be wise to refrain from courting disaster. Naka's expression darkened. Before the fight even commenced, he proclaimed. Let me make myself clear. Should I defeat you, I have no interest in your money. I have other demands. If you agree, we shall commence the battle. Very well, Bagus replied, dismissing his opponent entirely. If you manage to best me, I shall acquiesce to any request you make. At times, an appearance that starkly contrasts with genuine capability can serve as a remarkable strategy for victory. Nochi had once bewildered many adversaries with this. Bagus proudly puffed out his chest, towering over the diminutive man before him, who was over a meter shorter, and declared, You may strike first. Very well, without a hint of hesitation. Nochi raised his right arm and unleashed a powerful punch. What is happening? The fist, which appeared several sizes smaller than his own, seemed to magnify infinitely in the eyes of Bagus, as a fierce gust of wind rushed towards him. Bagus attempted to evade by moving his legs. Yet an invisible force bore down upon him, as if he were bound by a colossal stone, rendering him immobile. Boom. The spectators were left in a state of astonishment. They beheld Bajis's massive frame being propelled away by Naka's seemingly diminutive fist, soaring through the air for several seconds before crashing down and creating a sizable crater in the ground. Bajis, known for his tough skin and resilience, had withstood a punch from Garp in the original tale and now found himself in a similar predicament. Dusting himself off, he glared at the man standing on the ring, his teeth clenched in determination. Nochi playfully beckoned him with one hand behind his back, saying, If you dare, come and continue the fight. Damn it. Byers became serious, casually picking up a nearby carriage and hurling it towards Nochi. Nochi executed a formidable blue slash, cleaving the carriage in two. Immediately thereafter, Byers launched a relentless barrage of wooden crates onto the arena. As Nochi observed the battlefield with keen intensity, his gaze remained fixed on Bagus. As he had anticipated, Bagus hurled objects in his direction, not with the intention of inflicting harm, but rather to obscure his line of sight, thereby stealthily approaching from behind to execute a surprise attack. Behold my strike, Bagus proclaimed, his fists clasped together and raised high above his head, summoning all his strength to deliver a powerful downward blow. In an instant, Nochi vanished from sight. With a single strike, Bagus caused the entire arena to collapse. Where has he gone? Just as Bagus lifted his gaze, an immense force suddenly struck the back of his head. A resounding crash echoed as Bajus's head was forcefully pressed into the ground by Nochi, blood oozing from his forehead, and the ground beneath him cracked under the pressure. Are you convinced now? Nochi inquired coolly, maintaining his grip on Bajus's skull. I yield, Bagus hastily replied, as Nochi released his grip. Bagus suddenly sprang to his feet, pivoting to deliver a powerful punch. You have fallen into my trap, he declared. In the realm of male combat, as long as one can still move, defeat is not an option. This is what you yourself proclaimed. Nochi, ever vigilant, focused his gaze and struck with determination, seizing the opportunity to practice his punches on the opponent, who served as a mere human punching bag. Nochi first raised his left arm to parry the attack, while his right hand clenched into a fist, gathering strength. Suddenly, he swung it with ferocity, striking directly at his opponent's abdomen. Bang! The sound of bones cracking echoed in the ears of the onlookers. Nochi showed no mercy with this punch, unleashing his full power, penetrating the opponent's skin to strike deep within. Bagus coughed up blood, his ribs shattered in an instant, and he collapsed, unconscious. Master, what are you doing here? Due to Bajus's suspicious movements, Ain had specifically arranged for Desire to observe him secretly. Desire watched helplessly as the fight unfolded, bound by orders that prevented him from intervening. Frustration welled up within him, and in a moment of distraction, Bagus was knocked down by Nochi. Nochi pointed to the bloodied Bagus, who was gasping for breath on the ground, and exclaimed, You have arrived just in time. Quickly, take him to the hospital and summon the finest physicians for his treatment. Ensure he is restored to his former state. The medical expenses will be covered from this. He picked up the bags of money that Bagus had prepared. Desire seemed to have stumbled upon a profound secret, exclaiming in astonishment, Master, could it be that you harbor some peculiar inclinations? Back in Roguetown, every time you nearly incapacitated Ace, you went to great lengths to rescue him, only to inflict severe injuries upon him again. Might it be that you possess an inherent tendency towards sadism? Nochi clenched his fists in anger, wishing he could deliver a punch as well, threatening, If you say another word, I'll have you sent to the hospital. Dazaya scratched his head and chuckled. I won't dare anymore. You lot, lift this fellow up. Dazaya commanded his naval subordinates. Once Dazaya and the Navy had departed, Anastasia approached Nochi with a look of surprise and inquired. Was that girl just now Nochi's secret lover? Of course not. She is merely my apprentice, he replied. Nosai gazed up at the position of the sun and remarked. It is time for you to return to the palace. Anastasia let out a wistful sigh. Indeed, I wish I could spend more time with you. There will be opportunities in the future. Sooner or later, we shall live together like an ordinary family, Nosai said with earnest seriousness. Roger said something similar. It is rare for you to echo his sentiments, Anastasia replied with a smile, stepping forward. Let us return to the palace. Indeed. Noki gazed at the resplendent silhouette of the Anasia Palace under the sun, silently resolving his determination. The two returned to the royal palace. Outside the room of the celestial dragons, several agents from the organization still stood guard. It appeared that the maidservants of the Anasia Palace were no strangers to the role of world aristocrats. Nochi heard that she attended a soiree and various events last night under the guise of Princess Anastasia, and no one questioned her identity. It seems that the bond between the two is indeed profound. Otherwise, Princess Anastasia would not have entrusted such a significant matter to her with such ease. Nochi observed as Princess Anasha, having received the permission of the world nobility, entered the chamber. He let out a long sigh of relief and retreated to his own quarters to rest. The Kingdom of Clyril had arranged a 3-day event, with tomorrow marking the second day, during which the king would invite Princess Anasha to witness a public performance in the kingdom's largest square. From a security standpoint, this event posed the greatest risk, for when the world nobility appeared in the square, she could potentially face threats from all directions. Noki personally took charge of the comprehensive security measures this time, including the arrangement of personnel, the orchestration of routes, and the strategies to be employed in the event of an emergency. The matter at hand pertained to the safety of his beloved mother, leaving no room for negligence. In truth, while the security of ordinary world aristocrats is indeed stringent, it pales in comparison to the measures adopted this time. There are two primary reasons for this heightened vigilance. Firstly, it is rare for the aristocrats of the ordinary world to face assassination attempts. The meticulously planned and premeditated attack that transpired a few days prior would be an inconceivable occurrence for them. Consequently, this time, there was an acute awareness that should the first assassination attempt fail, a second could follow, necessitating extra caution. More importantly, the aristocrats of other worlds do not possess a son who serves in the Navy. Despite meticulous preparations, Noki remained apprehensive that complications might arise on the day of the event. Thus, he sought out the head of the P organization to discuss a pressing matter. On the day of the performance, King Fry had prepared a grand platform in the square, atop which a viewing stand was constructed to provide the celestial dragons with the finest vantage point. The performance commenced swiftly, as hundreds and thousands of people gathered in the square, engaging in dances that celebrated their rich cultural heritage. Nosai, firmly gripping the hilt of the golden dagger, stood calmly at one side of the Anasia Palace, his senses alert and poised to unleash his formidable aura at any moment, keenly observing every movement around him. The preceding hour had unfolded seamlessly, until the intermission, when a sudden explosion erupted from the eastern expanse of the kingdom, followed swiftly by billowing smoke and flames leaping towards the heavens. In a state of alarm, Fry hastily dispatched the royal forces to extinguish the blaze. Ian, stationed at the entrance of the square, communicated with Nosai via a miniature telephonic insect, inquiring, "Shall we mobilize?" Nochi gazed into the distance, his slender brows slightly furrowed, and spoke in a deep voice. "No, I command everyone to remain in their positions. This must be a stratagem to draw the tiger from its lair. Furthermore, pay close attention to the next group of performers. The assassins are likely concealed among them, seeking an opportunity to strike." Understood. Ian grasped the significance of the Anasia Palace to Nochi and dared not to show any negligence. He led a contingent of over a dozen naval officers directly into the ranks of the performers for inspection. Remarkably, they uncovered several assassins hiding weapons. As the plot was revealed, those individuals, realizing their imminent demise, cast aside pretense and seized their weapons, launching an assault on the platform. Ian and his team clashed with them. These rabble were no match for the Navy. On a high-rise building outside the square, a man with a buzz cut and a particularly fierce countenance stood atop the tower, shaking his blade in frustration. Damn it, these arrogant naval fools. Relying on their abilities to bully others, they still fell for my ruse. He cursed. Now, if I can eliminate that celestial dragon, a fortune awaits me, and I shall serve under that great one. With a whoosh, the buzz-cut man charged towards the platform. Was he yet another notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million? Nochi immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of this individual and unsheathed his blade to confront him. Several agents clad in black formed a protective barrier around Anicia Palace, shielding the esteemed members of the aristocracy with their very bodies. How could it be that such prowess belonged to merely a fleet of rear admirals? The man with the crew cut grew increasingly alarmed, recalling the encounter with the green-haired man upon his arrival, and now faced with this excessively handsome figure. It was evident that none of them exhibited the capabilities one would expect from a standard rear admiral's unit. In a one-on-one confrontation, Nochi, leveraging his vastly superior strength, swiftly cornered the man with the buzz cut into a seemingly inescapable predicament. Just as he was poised to deliver the final blow to his adversary, an unforeseen event transpired. Doflamingo's unwavering confidence in the second assassination attempt did not stem from an enhancement in the team's prowess compared to the first. Rather, it was because, in this second endeavor, aside from one individual, all others merely served to divert the attention of the Navy and agents. From beginning to end, the genuine opportunity for a decisive kill was reserved solely for that one person. A faint gunshot echoed from a considerable distance. At this range, Nochi discerned the shooter's distance solely by the volume of the gunfire, determining it to be exceedingly far. Even the most skilled marksman he had ever encountered would be incapable of hitting a target at such a range. Yet, the trump card orchestrated by Doflamingo possessed such extraordinary prowess. The world's foremost sniper, capable of achieving what was deemed unattainable by ordinary eyes, could indeed accomplish this feat alarmingly. The bullet raced through Nochi at an astonishing velocity, heading straight for the forehead of Anicia. Nochi, aware of the insurmountable challenge before him, reluctantly resorted to the desperate measure of releasing dark waters, hoping to draw the bullet towards him. Yet, ultimately, he was a fraction too late. The bullet pierced through the head of the world noble, and crimson blood erupted forth. The world noble lay lifeless. From a distant high-rise, a man donned in a broad-brimmed black hat, with a patch covering his right eye and a long, slender face accentuated by a pronounced jawline, raised his rifle to rest upon his shoulder and coldly remarked, "Such is fate." Observing the situation had reached its conclusion, the crew-cut man, unwilling to further entangle himself with Nochi, feigned a strike before making his escape. Nochi stepped forward with a moonlit grace, his voice cold as he exclaimed, "You wish to leave after arriving?" The man with the buzz cut turned to defend himself. Under the radiant sunlight, the blade in Nosai's hand gleamed with a blinding golden light. With a swift stroke, he cleaved the man with the crew cut, severing him and his weapon in a single blow. Subsequently, Nosai hastened towards the source of the gunfire, never once glancing back at the lifeless celestial dragon. In this world, there exist but two marksmen capable of such a miraculous feat: Jesus Burgess of the red-haired pirates and the third captain of Blackbeard's crew, Venoka. Aware that the Navy and the Royal Guard would inevitably pursue the sound of gunfire, Venoka hastily descended from the high building, shouldering his rifle as he sprinted towards the docks. Upon finally reaching the seaside, he discovered that all the vessels at the pier had been destroyed. "This is bad." Venoka drew his weapon, pivoting to face the rear. It turned out that Nosai had anticipated he would not be able to catch up, recognizing the difficulty of finding someone in such a large town. Thus, he chose to wait at the nearest dock to the scene of the incident, enhancing his chances of capturing someone. "So, you are the sniper who just eliminated a world noble? Your marksmanship is impressive," Nosai remarked sincerely. Steadily aiming his gun at Nosai's head, Venoka replied coldly, "If a world noble has perished, your calm demeanor as a member of the Navy tasked with their protection is rather inconsistent with reason." Nochi replied in a deep voice, "Since you have already discerned the truth, it matters little to divulge it to you. The individual you have slain, a celestial dragon, is none other than the second princess of the Kingdom of Clyrel. At this moment, the one who must be most heartbroken is undoubtedly King Fry, who surely yearns to rend you limb from limb. It turns out that yesterday, the P organization proposed a scheme to release a decoy posing as a world noble, strategically positioned to attract the attention of any would-be assassins. Meanwhile, the true celestial dragons would observe the spectacle from a more secure location. However, the members of the P organization insisted that even a mere impersonation must be undertaken by someone of considerable standing, befitting the stature of a world noble. Ultimately, the selection fell upon the second princess. Yet, only Nochi and Fry were privy to the truth. The actual impersonator of the world noble was not the second princess at all. Fry, grieved for his daughter, sought out Nochi, imploring him for assistance in concealing the truth from the P organization, hoping he could discreetly replace the princess. Nochi regarded his method as a treacherous exchange of life for life. Although life is invaluable and all individuals are equal, since Fry had swiftly found a suitable replacement overnight and vowed to treat the substitute's family with kindness, granting them titles and privileges to be passed down through generations. And given that the substitute willingly accepted the role, Nochi decided to facilitate their agreement, granting them a personal favor. The kingdom of Clyril was home to masters of disguise, and the maid Fry had found bore a striking resemblance to the second princess. With the assistance of the disguise master, she was transformed to resemble the princess. Having spent considerable time in the palace, the maid was well versed in the manners of nobility and practiced diligently throughout the night, as long as she refrained from speaking. She could mimic the princess convincingly. Consequently, the entire event proceeded without a hitch. The organization led by Nochi would not idly seek out the remains of the deceased. This matter served as a perfect cover, allowing him to find some solace for his own conscience. "I see," Venoka murmured, lowering his head in silence for a moment before suddenly pulling the trigger. The swiftness of his aim took even Nochi by surprise. The observation of Noki's conqueror's haki is not merely for show. He anticipated the trajectory of the bullet and preemptively enveloped his face with haki, enduring a gunshot with fortitude. "Your marksmanship is commendable, yet it is confined solely to that skill. In all other respects, you are insignificant in my presence." Venoka's pupils constricted, and in the mere blink of an eye, Nochi had already arrived before him, delivering a powerful blow the size of a sandbag squarely to his face. Venoka was engulfed in darkness and succumbed to unconsciousness. Nochi gazed at the fallen Venoka on the ground, pondering to himself whether he had inadvertently consumed the dark fruit, thereby usurping Blackbeard's fortune. It was astonishing that the crew members who were once his adversaries now seemed to be delivered to him one after another. Was this not a clear indication of fortune favoring him? As for the myriad crimes committed by Purges and Venoka, one was notorious for his violent outbursts and reckless destruction of property, while the other had accumulated a considerable amount of bloodshed through numerous assassination missions. They appeared undeniably guilty of heinous transgressions. Nochi acknowledges a certain double standard regarding the disparity between talent and the ordinary individual. If the transgressions of these two were to befall an average person, that individual would undoubtedly face swift and severe consequences. However, being human, he cannot attain absolute fairness. He believes that both individuals possess the potential for redemption in the future. After all, they still have considerable room for development. Should they, under his guidance, engage in more virtuous endeavors, they might atone for some of their past misdeeds. Indeed, talent holds significant importance for him in the present. Nochi effortlessly lifted the body of Venoka, employing his lunar step to soar into the air. He had shown mercy moments ago, leaving Venoka merely unconscious, with no significant harm done to his physical form. Nochi directly escorted Venoka into the confines of his warship's brig, intending to deal with the affairs of the world's aristocrats before returning to address both him and Purges. Upon Nochi's return to the elevated platform in the square, he found Farai weeping bitterly over the lifeless body of the world's noble. Meanwhile, the agents of the BP organization stood nearby, their demeanor nonchalant, which only served to raise suspicion. Nochi approached the leader among the agents and remarked that he had dealt with the sniper. Did he reveal who was orchestrating things from behind the scenes? Nochi shook his head, stating that he had inquired, yet all had directed their blame towards their own comrades. The head of the agents bowed his head in contemplation. Given these circumstances, it was exceedingly perilous to allow the aristocrats of the world to remain in this nation. A swift return to the Holy Land was imperative. Nochi readily concurred, expressing his willingness to jointly propose an early return to the world nobility. "Thank you for your efforts," he added. The chief agent, fearing the repercussions from the world nobility should any misfortune befall them, realized that even if he were not executed on the spot, imprisonment would be his inevitable fate. Without further ado, the two embarked on their task, seeking out the palace of Anasia. Upon hearing her son's sentiments, Anasia promptly nodded in agreement. Thus, that very afternoon, the group hastily prepared their belongings and departed from the kingdom of Clyril, making their way back to the holy land of Mary Geos. During their voyage, Nochi arrived alone at the ship's confinement quarters. Purges, having spent merely a day recuperating in the hospital, was hastily transferred despite his grave injuries, though he had regained consciousness. Venoka bore only a few bruises on his face, faring considerably better than Bages. The latter was bound in plaster and bandages, leaning against the corner, vociferously exclaiming, "Hey, what on earth do you intend to do by locking me up in here?" Nochi found a chair and sat down in front of the two. Smiling as he inquired, "Do you recall what request I made to you before our confrontation yesterday?" Baez pondered for a moment, then grunted, "Indeed. A man must honor his bets. Very well, then, your request is to join the Navy and become my subordinate." "Absolutely not," Baez firmly rejected. "The Navy has too many regulations, and I cannot endure such constraints. Though the Navy is laden with rules, rules are but lifeless constructs. People are vibrant. Under my command. As long as you do not contravene the regulations I establish, I can turn a blind eye to other matters." Baez stared incredulously and asked, "What are your regulations?" "For instance, the indiscriminate destruction of property, as you did before, is strictly prohibited. As a member of the Navy, you may engage in combat and sparring, but you must ensure that civilians remain uninvolved." Baez vigorously shook his head. "Constraints on fighting are something I cannot accept." Nochi smiled gently and inquired, "Do you not wish to become stronger?" This piqued Bages's curiosity. "If you join the Navy, I can assure you that you will become exponentially more powerful, perhaps even dozens of times stronger than you are now." Bages felt a stirring within. Yet he found the proposition rather incredulous. "You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you?" he asked. "Let us make an agreement. If within 3 years of joining the Navy, your progress remains minimal, you shall be free to depart." "Agreed. It shall be so." Bages finally acquiesced. Nochi then turned his gaze towards the taciturn Vanoka. "Do you know why I spared your life?" Vanoka replied coolly, "You wish for me to join the Navy." "Indeed. You now face 2 paths. Either I execute you for the murder of a world noble, or you join me." Vanoka spoke with a weighty significance. "Are you not afraid that I might feign compliance and then seek an opportunity to escape or even to kill you?" Nochi's expression darkened, and an aura of lethal intent seemed to solidify within him, rendering the two individuals somewhat breathless. "You may certainly give it a try," he remarked. Vanoka let out a long sigh, reflecting, "Everything is but the hand of fate." Nochi concealed his murderous intent and smiled gently as he inquired, "By the way, who sent you to assassinate the celestial dragons?" Vanoka replied, "All I know is that the conditions laid out for me were that as long as a world noble falls by my hand, I would receive a substantial reward and the opportunity to join the Don Quixote family." Indeed, after hearing the account of 2 decades ago from the Anaxia Palace, Nochi had already unraveled the entire situation. It seemed that a certain celestial dragon harbored a grudge against the Anaxia Palace, leveraging connections to enlist Doflamingo's aid, intending to seize the opportunity during this outing to eliminate the Anaxia Palace. Nochi harbors no concerns regarding the safety of Anastasia Palace. As long as she returns to the Holy Land, the world government will undoubtedly ensure her protection. Anastasia Palace herself comprehends this truth, which is why, over the span of more than 2 decades, she has ventured outside the Holy Land only once. The entanglements surrounding Doflamingo are numerous, making it impossible to topple him in a short period. Nuachi resolved to temporarily set this matter aside, vowing to seek vengeance at a more opportune moment in the future. Nochi released Bages and Vanoka from their confinement, guiding them onto the deck and presenting them before Ein. These 2 would henceforth serve in the Navy, and Ein, I entrust you with assigning them their positions. "Oh, certainly." Ein was well aware of their backgrounds. One had recently failed in an assassination attempt on a world noble. Naka's audacity in recruiting them was indeed remarkable. "Admiral." Nami approached Nochi with a playful smile, her large, sparkling eyes twinkling as she extended her fair, delicate hands. She playfully rubbed her fingers together, suggesting that with the Navy's salaries now dispensed, perhaps it was time for your rewards to be distributed as well. Nochi extracted a stack of berries from the pocket of his black naval coat, casually tossing them to Nami. "This is all for you, along with a special reward. Keep up the good work." "Thank you, Major. I adore you," Nami exclaimed, joyfully cradling the money as she departed with a bright smile. Dasky, feeling somewhat shy, approached Nochi. "Major, I have encountered a bottleneck in my swordsmanship recently. I sought counsel from Sister Ein, but she could not assist me. I thought to seek your guidance. Why not spar with me using your Shigure at full strength? I wish to assess your current capabilities." "All right." Dasky promptly drew her sword, instantly entering a focused state, and struck down with all her might. Nochi unsheathed the 3rd generation of Guha and effortlessly parried the attack, commenting on the rapid progress made. Noting that a semblance of a swordsman was already taking shape. "Thank you for your praise, Major General," Dasky responded as she unleashed a flurry of strikes. Nochi astutely identified the shortcomings and underlying issues. Upon hearing this, Dasky experienced a moment of clarity, expressed gratitude, and hurried back to implement the insights. On the return journey, they encountered no pirates or other nefarious forces obstructing their path, and the group successfully arrived at the Holy Land of Mariehua. The highest-ranking member of the P organization, P0, personally came to greet them at the dock. Nochi gazed as Anasia entered the sanctuary under the escort of the agents, finally feeling a sense of relief. The escort mission was accomplished successfully. Nochi, accompanied by the two other brigadiers, returned to Marineford to report to Admiral Kazan. After reviewing the reports submitted by the trio, Kazan remarked, "Alas, you have all endured quite the ordeal." The two brigadiers extolled Naka's virtues before Kazan, expressing their gratitude for the Major's pivotal role in averting calamity. They humbly acknowledged, "It is rather embarrassing that we, who ought to be the Major's right and left arms, were unable to provide assistance." Nochi remarked, "This statement is erroneous. How could a single individual manage so many affairs? The tranquility of the world's nobility this time is indeed attributable to the diligent efforts of the entire Navy, each fulfilling their respective duties with utmost vigilance." Nochi is correct. Kazan scratched his head and said, "I shall bestow appropriate military honors upon all the naval personnel involved in this escort mission. However, we must not overlook Nochi's exceptional performance. Although you have only held the rank of Rear Admiral for a little over a year, your capabilities clearly surpass the insignia of your current rank. In a few days, I shall submit a request to Admiral Sengoku for your promotion to Vice Admiral, so be prepared. Congratulations, Rear Admiral Nochi." The two brigadier generals sincerely rejoiced for Nochi upon hearing this. Nochi did not refuse. He accepted with equanimity. If he could attain the rank of Major General, he would encounter fewer restrictions and enjoy greater freedom, allowing him to pursue more of his aspirations. Kazan instructed the two brigadiers to depart first, leaving Nochi alone. "Nochi, when did you first meet Princess Vivi of Alabasta?" "I happened upon her by chance during my return to headquarters in the East Sea. I rescued her from the clutches of pirates." "I see," Kazan continued. "The World Conference held every 4 years is about to commence. A few days ago, the King of Alabasta formally requested that you undertake the role of their guardian on the journey to Mariehua. Another escort mission?" Nochi felt a sense of helplessness. They likely wished to take this opportunity to express their gratitude for rescuing the princess. Moreover, even if you do not escort them, you must attend to the protection of other royals, a task that is inescapable. Kazan's tone faltered momentarily. After much contemplation, he finally spoke. "I hope you can travel to Alabasta in advance to assist me in investigating the circumstances of a certain individual." "Who?" "Nico Robin." Nochi felt a twinge of surprise. Kazan was actually going to share information about Nico Robin with him? Although he was well aware of those past events, his knowledge stemmed solely from memories of a previous life. Kazan had never divulged the slightest detail to him, and Nico Robin had become a lingering concern for him. The fact that Kazan could mention Robin in front of Nochi indicated that he regarded Nochi as his closest friend. The survivor from O'Hara? Nico Robin? Nochi feigned a look of confusion. "Indeed," Kazan replied, his expression unusually serious. "After ensuring they were alone," he continued, "a long time ago, I had a friend named Saul. The giant, Admiral Saul, who had once betrayed the Navy." Kazan exhaled a deep breath. "Yes, for certain reasons, I was compelled to end his life in O'Hara. What does this have to do with Nico Robin? When I arrived at O'Hara, it was Saul who was protecting the young Nico Robin. He sacrificed his own life to hold me off, ensuring the safety of that little girl." Nochi nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "I can roughly predict the outcome that follows. Given your deep sense of loyalty, you must have intentionally let Nico Robin escape, correct?" Kazan lifted his gaze to meet the gem-like brilliance of Nock's eyes and replied with a faint smile, "Ah, indeed, I did just that. In my view, Nico Robin has inherited the will of Saul. As a friend of Saul, it is my duty to assist in validating the correctness of this decision." "And what has been the result thus far?" "Not favorable. Nico Robin has perpetually led a life of wandering and betrayal among various organizations, all of which, without exception, have been annihilated. It appears that wherever she goes, disaster and chaos inevitably follow." Kazan furrowed his brow, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. "If she continues down this path, it is only a matter of time before I take matters into my own hands to bring it to an end." Nock's lips curled into a smile as he remarked, "Oh, come now, do I not know you well enough? A soft-hearted individual. You speak harshly but always show mercy in your actions." Kazan, resting his chin on one hand, replied with a hint of exasperation, Nochi, you may be exaggerating a tad. To speak candidly, I grasp your intentions. With some time remaining before the World Conference commences, I shall make my way to Alabasta as per the schedule. When the time comes, I will ensure that the rebellious young woman receives a proper lesson. Referring to Nico Robin as a girl may not be entirely appropriate, considering she is quite a few years your senior. Kazan interjected with a note of skepticism. Nochi chuckled, saying, "We are equals in age. How can you refer to her as a child? If I were to call her elder sister, it would create confusion." "Ah, do as you please. But I have not asked you to meddle with Nicole Robin. I merely suggested you investigate her. Should you find yourself in any troublesome situations, do not implicate me." Kazan replied half-jokingly. "Understood. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave." As Nochi exited the office of Kazan, poised to descend the stairs, Sakazaki approached with measured steps. "Nochi, I have heard of your return. Given the numerous unforeseen events during the escort of the world's elite, you must have had some interaction with that woman, correct?" Sakazaki wasted no time in getting to the point. Nochi instinctively wished to concoct a benign falsehood. Sikarsky appeared to see through his thoughts and, in a solemn tone, stated, "Let us speak candidly. I possess numerous means to uncover the truth." Nochi nodded helplessly. A surge of anger ignited within Sakazuki, his fists clenched tightly, causing the temperature in the room to rise abruptly due to the searing magma. "The Admiral." Nochi quickly glanced around, relieved to find no one else present. Sakazuki, realizing his indiscretion, reined in his powers and shot a fierce glare at Nochi. "You brat, follow me." Nochi followed into Akainu's office. Sakazuki opened a drawer, rummaged through it, and retrieved a yellowed envelope, which he handed to Nochi. "This was left for you by Rogers. He instructed me that if you were to meet that woman, you must present her with this letter. Have you perused its contents?" Nochi inquired as he began to unseal it. Sakazuki crossed his arms over his chest and replied in a low voice. "Do you take me for one of those petty individuals who pry into the secrets of others?" Nochi chuckled awkwardly, tore open the envelope, and unfolded the letter within, holding it in hand as he began to read. "Nochi, I am your father, Rogers. By the time you read this letter, I fear I may have been reincarnated into another world, perhaps even traversing dimensions once more. It is truly difficult to part. Alas, I must be the most pitiful of all travelers. I feel sorry for the system that has followed me, even in death. It must accompany me to self-destruction. To the first host I encountered in my lifetime, I sincerely apologize." Nochi selectively skips over a multitude of self-pitying remarks. "My son, you may find yourself puzzled upon reaching this point. The preceding words merely reflect your father's grievances and should not weigh heavily on your mind. The following message is of greater importance. Despite my shortcomings, I aspire to contribute something to you, my only son across 2 lifetimes. Thus, before my demise, I utilized all my assets to grant you a unique constitution capable of withstanding the powers of 2 different devil fruits. While it is indeed possible to harbor the abilities of 2 fruits, remember this crucial point. Never consume 2 fruits of the same type, as this will lead to complications. The exception lies in the dark fruit, for it is an anomaly. Theoretically, your constitution paired with the dark fruit allows you to harness the powers of all fruits. However, my son, the likelihood of acquiring the dark fruit is exceedingly low, and I shall say no more on that matter." As Nuachi read on, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It seemed that words of significance were scarce, while trivialities were penned with reckless abandon. He continued to peruse the letter. "Regarding your mother, you need not bear too heavy a burden. To put it plainly, the fault lies with your father. For I am inadequate. I do not expect you to accomplish what I was unable to achieve. In the past, my thoughts were rather simplistic. Yet the harshness of reality has proven otherwise. Perhaps I am simply too foolish. A once mighty traveler has now descended to such a dire fate. By the way, should you encounter difficulties with the world government in the future, feel free to seek assistance from Sakazuki. I once saved his life, and he still owes me a debt." While Sakazuki's demeanor may be somewhat ruthless, he can be relied upon when it comes to loyalty and righteousness. "I have many more words I wish to impart to you. But time waits for no one. I must lead my team into battle. Should I not return from this endeavor, consider this letter my farewell. If I do survive, you shall never lay eyes on this letter, for your father will surely pen a far better one for you. Have you finished reading?" Sakazuki inquired as Nuachi carefully folded the letter and placed it back in the envelope. "Indeed." Nochi nodded gravely. Sakazuki closed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. "Rogers left this letter precisely because he feared your impulsiveness. In hindsight, this letter appears to have had little effect on you, as you have remained remarkably composed. Truly, You are a testament to the Navy I have trained. Its impact has indeed been considerable. Nochi sincerely expressed his sentiments, realizing that his abilities were not merely as Sakazuki had described, but rather that he possessed a unique constitution that allowed him to consume 2 devil fruits. From the few words of Rogers, he also learned that his physique could synergize with the dark fruit to produce extraordinary effects. This revelation held immense significance for his future development. However, due to the scant information provided by Rogers, he needed to dedicate time to thorough research. Until he reached a definitive conclusion, it would be prudent to refrain from hastily consuming other fruits if he were to indulge. It should be those with considerable benefits and formidable powers. Sakazuki removed his naval coat, revealing a red shirt adorned with rose petals underneath, and spoke earnestly. Nochi, you have grown up within the Navy. It is your home. Do not abandon the justice you have upheld for years over trivial matters. You must contemplate what you truly need and desire. Uncle, rest assured, I will steadfastly uphold my duties within the Navy, now and always. Very well. Sakazuki extended his hand, gesturing towards a particularly striking potted plant within the office. In a few days, I will have someone deliver it to your home. For someone like you, fresh to the world and brimming with vitality, tending to plants is essential for personal growth and cultivation. I shall visit occasionally to inspect your progress. If it withers under your care, do not blame me for the consequences. Nochi let out a bitter smile, deeming it unnecessary. Furthermore, as an officer of this department, I often venture out on missions, making it quite challenging to tend to it. Sakazuki scoffed. Can you, a mere rear admiral, truly claim to be busier than I? I manage to care for it well enough. Why cannot you? If you still acknowledge me as your uncle, then heed my words. Understood. Nochi responded weakly. Sakazuki lowered his head in contemplation and then remarked, I do not oppose your association with that young girl, Ain. Upon careful reflection, I have concluded that she is quite different from the woman Rogers encountered in his time. Furthermore, she has provided you with considerable assistance in recent years. However, you are still young, at an age where striving and hard work should take precedence. It would be wise to set aside romantic entanglements for the moment. Nosai's expression was one of astonishment. It was indeed a remarkable advancement for Sakazuki to utter such words. Nochi nodded gently, signifying his agreement. Sakazuki imparted a few more words of admonition to Nochi before allowing him to depart. The hour was still early. Nochi turned and entered Garp's office. Garp had promised Nochi that whenever he needed, he could accompany him for training. Without a moment's hesitation, he took him to the training ground for a long-overdue sparring session. After their training, the two of them returned to the tea house for a leisurely chat. Nochi was well aware that Garp knew the truth of the matter. Thus, she did not shy away and directly shared the information she had acquired with Garp. Of course, this did not include the contents of Roger's letter. Garp laughed heartily, exclaiming, She still agreed to meet you. I knew you were a clever one. If it had been that rascal Rogers, he would have likely clashed directly with the world government. From the various contents of the letter, Nochi has come to the realization that his father is not a reliable person. The reason he has managed to cultivate relationships within the Navy likely stems more from the advantages of his fortunate circumstances and his fervent passion. What are your plans for the future, young man? Garp inquired further. Nosai chuckled helplessly, pondering what else could be done. He would continue his life in the military. For now, his strength was insufficient. As long as he was among the Navy, shielded by the venerable veterans like you, how could the world government dare to act against him? Indeed, Vice Admiral Garp grinned. Nosai, regarding the 2 conditions I owe you. You don't expect me to join you in rebellion, do you? Would you? Nosai replied with a charming smile, countering the question. That will depend on whether you can win my favor in the future, Garp said, grabbing a handful of senbei and popping them into his mouth. By the way, my son, Monkey D. Dragon, has been involved in revolutionary activities lately, aligning with your objectives. You might consider collaborating with him. The Revolutionary Army, Vice Admiral Garp? As a hero of the Navy, advising me to become an undercover agent is rather inappropriate. Isn't it? Indeed, it is rather inappropriate. So let us pretend I never mentioned it. You old rascal. Nochi accompanied Cap for a brief respite before taking his leave. Shortly after exiting the tea house, he passed by a restaurant where he encountered General Squirrel, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman. Nochi could vaguely recognize him. He appeared to be a high-ranking civil servant under the command of General He. Nochi, did you not go to escort the Celestial Dragon? When have you returned? Wushu was taken aback. His previous girlfriend had ended their relationship upon encountering Nochi. Consequently, he had made a conscious effort to avoid any meetings or dining arrangements during Nochi's presence. yet he still found himself unexpectedly confronted. Nosai soon realized the precariousness of the situation. He chuckled lightly. I just returned today. What a coincidence. However, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. He worried that if Westmouth's girlfriend were to hear him jesting, Westmouth would undoubtedly become irate. Therefore, Nosai dared not linger and hurriedly moved forward without looking back. After a few steps, a blue figure caught his eye. Ah, Nosai, is that you? What brings you here? I just visited your home and noticed you were absent. I assumed you had gone to train with Admiral Kapu, so I thought to buy some groceries and prepare dinner for you in advance. Ein approached with his long strides. The woman beside Westmouth chimed in with a smile. Haven't you all had dinner yet? Why don't we dine together? It is a rare opportunity to meet the esteemed Major General Nosai. No, Westmouth and Nosai exchanged glances, simultaneously wishing to decline. And then linked his arm with Nosai's, grinning. That sounds splendid. It has been quite a while since Nosai and I dined at the headquarters restaurant. We know of a lovely couple's restaurant. Let us go there together. Since Ein had spoken up, they felt compelled to acquiesce. Nosai could only cast a glance of you're on your own towards the dormouse. The dormouse, momentarily overwhelmed with mixed emotions, realized that there was no turning back and had to face the situation head-on. Fortunately, Nosai was accompanied by his girlfriend. For a man in a relationship, this served as a deterrent in the eyes of other women. The quartet entered a Western restaurant, a place Nosai and Ein had frequented numerous times before, the last visit being just days prior to Nosai's departure to Donghai. Although the establishment boasted a considerable price point, Nosai had now become something of a minor magnate, rendering such expenses trivial in his eyes. The dormouse and his girlfriend took a seat on one side, while Nosai and Ein sat opposite them. Noki handed the menu to the flying squirrel, allowing her to make the decision. In an effort to avoid drawing too much attention to himself, he chose to remain inconspicuous, responding with a simple nod and a soft as the standard reply. The flying squirrel, however, was quite decisive and swiftly placed her order. Nochi observed the woman across from him, a smile gracing her lips, and inwardly praised the meticulous preparation of Weasel, who had clearly mastered the culinary preferences of their guest. While awaiting the arrival of the dishes, Ein engaged in conversation with Weasel's girlfriend. Sister Faye, I have heard that you are a capable assistant to General He. You must be quite busy, he remarked. Oh, it's manageable. General He is far more adept than I. What takes me an entire day to review, she typically accomplishes in under half the time. It is truly admirable, Faye replied, her gaze shifting to the silent Nochi beside her. You must be quite familiar with Major General He, as I often hear General Ziyuan mention you. Noki feigned indifference, casting a glance at the dormouse. The dormouse immediately comprehended his unspoken message and remarked that Major General Tao Rabbit and Chief of Staff Crane had watched Noki grow up, though they shared no blood ties. Their bond was akin to that of siblings. Ah, that explains it, Faye mused, gazing at Noki's youthful visage, resting her chin on her hand with a smile. What a pity that I did not have the opportunity to see the young Major's childhood. Ein chuckled. Sister Faye, would you like to see them? I have quite a collection of Noki's childhood photographs. That sounds delightful. I shall visit your home in a couple of days. Thank you for your kindness. Not at all. Not at all. Nuachi listened to the conversation between the two women with a sense of gloom, wondering how the discussion had shifted to him despite his silence. The glances directed at him were as piercing as those of a predator. Noki blinked his eyes repeatedly, engaging in an ample exchange of glances with his companion, as if deliberating a strategy. The ultimate conclusion was that the sooner Noki departed from the dormouse, the safer he would be. Thus, finishing their meal promptly and departing was the way to go. When the dishes were finally served, Noki seized his knife and fork, ready to sacrifice his image for the sake of his brother's love, and voraciously polished off everything on his plate. I am full, he declared, while the other three had barely made a dent in their meals. Ein, under the impression that Noki was starving, picked up the menu once more, eager to order additional dishes. Noki grasped her hand firmly, her beautiful eyes glancing at the squirrel, then subtly gesturing towards herself. Oh, Ein seemed to understand. Setting down her utensils, she remarked in realization, Noki, I nearly forgot. Does Teacher Zephyr have something to discuss with us? Indeed, it appears rather urgent, the squirrel interjected. In that case, you should hurry along. There will be plenty of opportunities to gather again, so do not mind us. Faye nodded in agreement, stating, the matter at hand is of utmost importance. Then we shall take our leave, Ein declared, taking Naka's hand, as they passed the front desk. Noki initially intended to settle the bill, but hesitated, and ultimately chose to let the opportunity pass to the squirrel. Upon exiting the Western restaurant, Ain linked her arm with Noki's, resting her head upon Noki's shoulder, and curiously inquired, "Is there something you and the squirrel are concealing from Sister Faye?" Nosai shook his head and recounted to her the reasons behind the squirrel's breakup with his former girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Ain couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out to be such a trivial reason. In truth, Nosai and the squirrel general need not concern themselves too much. If two individuals genuinely cherish one another, how could they part ways over such a matter? It is likely that the squirrel general's ex-girlfriend merely concocted this excuse to facilitate their separation. Indeed, Noki had never contemplated this aspect. Having lived two lives, he had never deliberately studied the intricacies of a woman's heart. In his previous life, he was an unattached nobleman. And in this life, there was even less need for such study. Growing up alongside Ain, their thoughts were naturally in sync. As for other women, they were either elders or those who sought him for his physical allure, leaving him unconcerned about such matters. "Ain, you rushed off earlier. You must still be hungry. Let us dine at another restaurant," he suggested. Ain lifted her gaze, her eyes tenderly fixed upon Noki's face, and softly replied, "I know you are weary today, Noki, but I yearn for the dishes you prepare. May I?" "Very well, let us procure some ingredients and return home to create your favorite braised pork," Noki responded, playfully brushing Ain's petite nose, erupting into hearty laughter. "Be quieter. I do not particularly fancy such greasy fare," Ain retorted gently. By the time Noki had laid out a feast of fragrant dishes upon the table, the night had enveloped the sky, with only Ain and Noki present in the room. The little black fox, uncharacteristically shedding its naval coat identity, transformed into a pristine nine-tailed fox and leaped onto the dining table. Although it was an entity that did not require sustenance for survival, it possessed both touch and taste, unable to resist the allure of delectable aromas and flavors. Ain caressed the soft fur of the little black fox, relishing its delightful texture. Particularly, the nine tails swayed enticingly. Regrettably, each time she reached out, the little black fox reacted dramatically. Otherwise, she would have loved to hold it and indulge in a good petting session. Noki gazed upon the little black creature, contemplating, should it possess the ability to transform, the endeavor of establishing a new faction while remaining within the Navy would be effortlessly attainable. However, the Inu Nomi, mythical Zoan type, in the form of the nine-tailed fox was not the power he sought. He could not risk consuming it, knowing it might preclude him from acquiring other abilities. Noki was unwilling to take away the life of Xiaohei for this reason. Thus, the only course of action was to assist Xiaohei in developing his abilities, although there had been no precedent for the development of abilities without items. It had also been centuries since someone had consumed an item that granted the abilities of a phantom beast. Who could guarantee that this was impossible? Therefore, that evening, after dinner, Noki once again had Xiaohei undertake an experiment. However, regrettably, it proved to be in vain once more. What, then, went awry? As Nuachi pondered, he suddenly recalled a film from his previous life that revolved around the nine-tailed fox. In that cinematic tale, the nine-tailed fox transformed its appearance by donning a uniquely crafted skin. This notion sparked inspiration within him. If the essence of Xiaohei were merely an article of clothing, what if he adorned himself with it and instructed Xiaohei to conjure an illusion based on its usual transformations? Could success be within reach? Without hesitation, he decided to act. Noki instructed Xiaohei to don the appearance of a naval coat and subsequently encouraged it to attempt the use of illusion. Just as Ain emerged from the kitchen after washing the dishes, he beheld a figure within the room that bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. He approached and gently stroked its head, saying, "Xiaohei, enough of the antics. It is time to rest." Did it succeed? Ain. He observed his own pristine hands and the swell of his chest, though he felt no difference within himself to the eyes of an ordinary person. A transformation had indeed taken place. "Ain, I am Noki." Nochi spoke in Ain's voice. Ain's face flushed crimson as he exclaimed, "How have you transformed into my likeness? Please revert to your original form at once." Nosai discerned her thoughts at a glance and reassured her, "Fear not. Only the surface has transformed. The essence remains unchanged. It is not my desire to become Ain, but rather Little Black's ambition to do so. Ultimately, the control over this transformation lies with Little Black." "Oh." Ain exhaled in relief, only to suddenly realize and retort in frustration, "That is still unacceptable. The success of the experiment is indeed a cause for celebration. Nuachi still needs to experiment further with Xiaohei, since the illusion can change freely. Could it be possible to conjure a completely new persona based on the distinctive traits of different individuals? This seemingly straightforward application, given Xiao Hei's capacity for comprehension, proves to be exceedingly challenging to execute. In the days that follow, Nochi was preoccupied with only two matters: seeking training from Garp and returning to train Little Black. Unfortunately, neither endeavor yielded satisfactory results. The former was hindered by his current level, where further improvement proved challenging and required the patience to await a suitable opportunity. The latter's progress was undeniably sluggish. It is noteworthy that Bages frequently appeared on the training grounds, challenging the officers at the headquarters daily, often facing defeat with few victories, which were rarely commendable. Within a mere few days, Bages had gained infamy within the naval headquarters. Kazan also submitted a request to Admiral Sengoku for Nochi's promotion to Rear Admiral. Sengoku neither approved nor rejected the request, but chose to defer it for the time being. In his view, Nochi indeed possessed the qualifications and merits for such a promotion. During the protection of the world nobles, Nochi single-handedly defeated 4 pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million, ushering the East Sea into an unprecedented period of peace since the dawn of the Great Age of Exploration. His strength and achievements were beyond reproach. The only concern lay in his tenure. His initial promotion from a mere recruit to Rear Admiral had already stirred discontent among the officials of the world government. Now, merely a year into his role as Rear Admiral, promoting him to the Navy's 3rd highest rank, just below that of Admiral and Fleet Admiral, alongside his sensitive background, posed a potential issue. Admiral Sengoku, one of the few within the Navy privy to the true events surrounding Rogers, found himself vacillating between approval and disapproval, ultimately deciding to hold off on any decision until a later time, especially with the World Conference approaching. According to the agreement with Kazan, Nochi summoned his subordinates in advance and set sail for Alabasta. The journey was serene. The warship of Nochi has arrived at the port of Rapeseed Flowers. The royal affairs are now entrusted to your capable hands. Along the journey, Nochi has shared with Ein the mission assigned to him by Kazan. Upon hearing this, Ein couldn't help but reflect. Those illustrious figures within the Navy, renowned for their prowess, are often entangled in clandestine matters. Vice Admiral Garp has a grandson. Admiral Kazan has friends, and even the steadfast and principled Admiral Akainu conceals the truth for the sake of his brother. What appears to be a straightforward navy is, in reality, shrouded in intricate mysteries. Stepping gracefully like the moon, Nochi leaped toward the headquarters of Crocodile in the rain-soaked land. Upon hearing the news of the Navy's arrival, King Cobra of the Alabasta Kingdom promptly dispatched Princess Vivi along with the vice-captain of the Royal Guard, Belle, to extend a welcoming invitation, urging them to escort the officers to the palace for a meeting. Clad in an elegant white sundress, Princess Vivi arrived at the dock with poise and grace. Ein descended from the warship, accompanied by Dasky, Desire, and others. Vivi scanned the surroundings with her large, expressive eyes, but her gaze failed to find the person she sought. "Is Major Ein not here?" she inquired. "Nochi has some matters to attend to and has temporarily departed, but he will certainly return before the World Conference," Ein explained. "Very well." A flicker of disappointment crossed Vivi's eyes, yet her smile remained intact. "Then, Major Ein, please accompany me back to the palace. My father wishes to meet you." Ein nodded in agreement, stating, "It would be my honor to meet His Majesty." "Please, step into the carriage," Vivi said, leading Ein to a cart drawn by camels. While Dasky, Desire, and the others remained behind to command the fleet in readiness, Nochi moved with remarkable speed and soon arrived at Rainland. At this moment, Crocodile had been stationed in Rainland for approximately a year, and the casino had been partially constructed and was just recently inaugurated. Nochi casually approached an individual on the street, instructing Xiaohong to memorize his features. He then employed an illusion to disguise himself, boldly striding into Crocodile's casino. The identity of an ordinary person would find it challenging to gain access to the inner sanctum of the casino. With his keen powers of observation, Nuachi swiftly located a solitary staff member and, with an almost imperceptible speed, rendered them unconscious. He exerted just enough force to induce a brief slumber. Subsequently, utilizing Xiao Hei's illusionary magic, he ascended the staircase, masquerading as the incapacitated worker. Nosai, unfamiliar with the inner workings of the casino, could only navigate through chance, hoping for a stroke of luck. Should he be discovered, he remained unperturbed, for with the prowess of his accomplice, Xiao Hei, to safeguard him, no one could unveil his true identity. As Nuachi strolled along, a slightly magnetic female voice suddenly resonated from behind him, inquiring, "What brings you here? Have you won a grand prize?" Nochi turned around, his gaze falling upon a woman with sun-kissed skin, clad in high boots and a purple coat. This was none other than his target, Nico Robin. Robin had learned from the personnel in the control room that a certain staff member was behaving suspiciously, flitting about the casino like a headless chicken, prompting her to investigate. "Who exactly are you?" Robin inquired, her deep blue-black eyes fixed intently on Nochi, her arms appearing to sway casually yet poised to unleash her abilities at any moment. Nochi, with an air of mystery, declared, "I have come in search of you." "Nico Robin, just as that man foretold, you are indeed here. Who, pray tell, has sent you?" In an instant, Nico Robin unleashed her abilities. Her arms sprouted from Naka's shoulders and sides, attempting to throw him backward, yet they could not budge him. "Your strength pales in comparison to mine. I advise you to refrain from seeking futile endeavors, rebellious girl." In a fleeting motion, Nochi appeared before Robin, delivering a powerful punch that struck forcefully against his waist. Robin was sent hurtling backwards, crashing heavily against the wall. "Until we meet again." Nock glanced at the surveillance camera mounted on the wall, summoned his abilities, and swiftly departed. Shortly after, a man clad in an oversized black fur coat, a cigar clenched between his teeth, arrived at the scene. "What transpired here?" Robin, propped up by her aching body, replied, "It is likely an agent of the world government. His mastery of the six powers is remarkable. For reasons unknown, he could have easily killed me or taken me away, yet he refrained from acting." Crocodile furrowed his brow and spoke in a grave tone. "The world government's interest in you is not surprising. However, I did not expect them to come knocking so soon. They clearly disregard my authority. You are presently my subordinate." Robin had long accustomed herself to living in danger, yet this time she felt an unprecedented fear. She contemplated various possibilities, realizing that the only individual capable of locating her and mobilizing the forces of the world government was Admiral Aokiji from the Navy headquarters. Even Crocodile would likely struggle to protect himself from Aokiji's grasp. Robin understood deeply that Aokiji had been monitoring her for years. Had he ultimately decided to take action? "Boss, what shall we do now?" Robin suppressed the turmoil within her and forced herself to inquire with composure. Crocodile's expression darkened as he retorted, "Who do they think I am? They cannot simply come and go as they please on my turf. Immediately mobilize all members of the Baroque works in Alabasta and locate him. I intend to eliminate him with my own hands." "Understood," Robin replied, casting him a lingering glance. Crocodile continued, "By the way, the Navy personnel have just arrived in this nation. Let us suspend all operations of the Baroque works concerning Alabasta for the time being, to avoid unnecessary complications." Robin nodded gently, her mind heavy with concern as she departed. Crocodile watched her retreating figure, his expression growing more somber. "World government. Even you shall not hinder my path. I will surely find the ancient weapon Pluton and use it to vanquish all who oppose me." Meanwhile, on another front, Nochi had once again assumed a different guise, standing sentinel at the entrance of the casino. Nicole Robin, adorned with a violet denim hat, brushed past him, acutely aware of the gazes of those around her. Despite Naka's carefulness, he could not escape her perceptive awareness. Robin meticulously scanned her surroundings, suddenly quickening her pace. Upon witnessing this, Nochi followed suit. Robin led Nochi through the streets, meandering for over half an hour, making an extensive detour, until they reached the desert beyond the rain-soaked area. "Do not hide. I am aware of your presence here." Robin turned and spoke with a hint of indifference. Nochi clapped his hands and emerged from behind the sand dune, genuinely exclaiming, "Truly, you are the son of a demon. Such keen observation places you among the finest I have encountered." Robin's gaze fixed intently upon the man before him. "You must be the same individual who just infiltrated the casino, correct?" "Indeed." Nochi nodded in acknowledgement. Robin scrutinized him from head to toe, suspecting that this appearance was likely not his true identity. "If my conjecture is correct, you must be one of the naval personnel who arrived in Alabasta today." Nochi was slightly taken aback. "What makes you say that?" Upon witnessing the expression of his interlocutor, Robin became increasingly convinced of her own judgment. Initially, she had suspected him to be an agent of the world government, believing that his leniency towards her subordinates in the casino stemmed from a fear of Crocodile. However, he had numerous opportunities to either kill or capture her, but had refrained from doing so, indicating that such intentions were absent. Furthermore, considering the man he had previously mentioned, it must have been Admiral Aokiji. Since he was not an agent, the only connection to Aokiji could be the Navy. What a brilliant deduction. Nochi had no intention of deceiving her. He simply instructed Little Black to dispel the illusion, revealing his true form. "Do you recognize who I am?" In that fleeting moment of transformation, Robin was taken aback by his striking appearance. After a brief contemplation, she replied, "You are the esteemed Major Nochi, who once defended the East Sea and single-handedly vanquished pirates." "Indeed," he confirmed. "To be candid, Kazan is a dear friend of mine. During this journey to Alabasta, he specifically requested that I look after you." Nochi took a few steps forward. Robin hurriedly retreated, maintaining a cautious distance as she inquired, "What does it mean to look after me?" Nochi raised his hands in a gesture of reassurance, saying, "Do not worry. Had I intended to kill you, you would have perished long ago." Robin wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment, yet he maintained his vigilance without the slightest relaxation. Upon observing her unwavering demeanor, Nochi chose not to press further. He continued, "Throughout these years, you have wandered among various organizations, yet you have never settled down. Instead, you have repeatedly engaged in acts of betrayal. You must understand that bearing the title of the son of the devil carries weight. Having been affiliated with all these groups, each of which has met its demise, only serves to solidify your notorious reputation for bringing calamity upon others. Kazan, with his warm-hearted nature, is a dear friend who feels a sense of obligation to look after you. However, due to his position, he cannot draw too close, opting instead to observe you discreetly from a distance. This, in his view, is the best assistance he can offer. Do you truly believe that, with your abilities, you could have survived for so many years under the relentless pursuit of a Marine Admiral? Yet, your manner of interacting with others has raised concerns for Kazan. If you had merely settled within a particular faction, even if it were a nefarious one, it would indicate that you still possessed some semblance of humanity. However, you have failed to find that sanctuary. You inherently wield the power to unleash the world's most formidable weapon. If such power were entrusted to someone devoid of humanity, can you fathom the horrors that might ensue? This is the true reason why Kazan feels compelled to take drastic measures against you." Upon listening to Nochi's elucidation, Robin felt as though she had been struck by a revelation. Yet, given her circumstances, how easy would it be for her to find allies? Had she not pondered this herself? "What does this have to do with your so-called guardianship?" Robin inquired once more. Nochi replied with a faint smile, "Kazan is my friend. As an admiral, he is bound by the constraints of the world government, while I, a mere rear admiral, wield less power but enjoy greater freedom. Thus, there are matters he cannot address that I am able to assist with. This so-called guardianship simply pertains to helping you find a place where you can serve without the constant worry for your safety." Robin scoffed. "You make it sound simple. But where am I to find such a person?" Nochi maintained a smile and remarked, "Though distant as the horizon, it is ever so close at hand." "You speak of yourself? You are a naval officer. Should you shelter me, you would undoubtedly face expulsion from service." Noc shook his head, revealing the extent of his transformative abilities. "In this world, aside from you, there is but one individual whom I hold in the highest trust who is aware of my capabilities. With this knowledge, as long as you remain discreet, no one will uncover the true identity behind your support. With my clandestine backing and connections within the military, your safety is assured." Robin, ever astute, swiftly grasped his implication. "You intend to establish a faction under a false identity and seek my assistance in its management?" "That's partially correct. Given that an established faction is already before us, why would I need to create one from scratch?" Robin's eyes widened in astonishment, his lips forming an O shape. "You aspire to become Crocodile?" No. As far as I am aware, the Baroque works maintain exemplary confidentiality. To this day, you have been the one issuing tasks to the members, and apart from you, no one knows who the true owner is. In other words, you are the public face of Baroque works. Thus, should you choose to name anyone as the leader, provided they possess sufficient strength and status, the members will undoubtedly accept it as truth." Nochi inhaled deeply and spoke in a hushed tone. "I have a scheme that will ensure Crocodile's disgrace, causing him to lose his position among the 7 warlords. At that moment, I shall reveal my false identity to eliminate him, presenting his head to the world government in a bid to assume his place as the new warlord. By then, aside from you and me, no one will be aware that the Baroque works has changed hands." "What audacious thinking! Are you so certain that I will assist you? Do you not fear the possibility of this information being leaked? Since I dared to share this with you, I have prepared extensively for any consequences. Furthermore, have you not longed for a truly secure organization? As long as I am within the Navy, I will require your assistance in managing my influence, which naturally eliminates any reason to harm you. Moreover, I have no intention of departing from the Navy, indicating that your safety is assured. Our interests align perfectly. Is there a more fortuitous arrangement in existence? Do you have any reason to refuse?" Robin lowered her head, contemplating for a long while. "Very well, I shall assist you. Then let us toast to a fruitful collaboration. Nochi extended his delicate and pristine right hand. After a moment of hesitation, Robin ultimately chose to grasp it. Nochi led Robin to a different location, where he elaborated on his plans. Robin couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern for Crocodile, chuckling softly, "Major, you were truly cunning." A few days later, within the resplendent palace of Alabasta's capital, Alubarna, Princess Vivi greeted Nochi with grace, adorned in an exquisite gown. Upon hearing of Naka's return to the warship, she promptly summoned Ain, who resided in the palace, to invite him over via the transponder snail. This was a subtle strategy. Fearing that Nochi might decline the invitation, Princess Vivi ensured Ain was well treated in the palace, indulging her with delightful meals and drinks. Ain was Nochi's only beloved, and her words always held weight with him. "Your Highness, the arrangements for your journey with the King de Mariewa are set for the day after tomorrow. Is there a specific reason for my early invitation to the palace?" Princess Vivi's lips curled into a smile as she elegantly extended her arm, gesturing for him to enter. "Major, let us discuss this in detail inside." "Certainly." Nochi stepped into the palace as promised. Seated majestically upon the throne was a man with medium-length black hair, who radiated a benevolent and amiable smile. This must be Major General Nochi, indeed a striking figure. Despite his youth, he bears the considerable responsibility of a major general, with a future that knows no bounds. It is said that you guard the Eastern Sea, bringing unprecedented peace and tranquility to its inhabitants. Truly, a hero emerges in youth. Nochi bowed graciously, acknowledging the king's commendation. "Your Majesty, I merely fulfill my duties." Ain, also present within the palace, approached Nochi with a light step and smiled. "Nochi, His Majesty truly is a benevolent monarch dedicated to the nation and its people. During my recent days in the capital, I have witnessed the rich customs and traditions. The populace holds deep trust in His Majesty." As Ain spoke, he playfully winked at Nochi. Nochi soon comprehended that the other party sought his presence for a matter of significance, likely pertaining to the Baroque workshop. Princess Vivi, burdened by the worries of her nation, let out a deep sigh. "General, you are aware that the royal family of Alabasta has recently been ensnared by the machinations of unknown individuals. Although the populace continues to stand resolutely by our side, placing unwavering trust in us, I fear that if we allow this situation to persist, we may one day find that trust dissipated, plunging the entire nation into peril. Not long ago, you shared some insights regarding the Baroque workshop with me. Following your guidance, we have dispatched individuals to investigate for quite some time, yet our efforts have yielded naught. Might you be willing to divulge further information? Should you assist Alabasta in navigating this crisis, our royal family shall honor you as a benefactor for generations to come." Vivi was convinced that Nochi possessed knowledge of the truth. Even if he did not know everything, he must surely hold a significant portion of the information. A faint smile graced Nochi's lips as he stated, "I have already conveyed everything I know quite clearly." He paused momentarily before countering, "Your Highness, what do you believe I have been occupied with these past few days?" Vivian, perceptive to the underlying implication in Nochi's words, was suddenly overwhelmed with a profound sense of gratitude and shame. She felt grateful for Nochi's unwavering willingness to assist them, yet ashamed that she had ever doubted the integrity of Major Nochi. Surely, he must have invested considerable effort into matters concerning Alabasta. Otherwise, how could he have swiftly uncovered and resolved the situation? In conclusion, Your Majesty, I urge you not to concern yourself excessively with the existence of the Baroque Work Society. I can assure you, it bears no relation whatsoever to the scheme involving the dancing powder aimed at the royal family. As for the truth, you shall soon be enlightened. Please trust me," Nochi continued. Cobra and the officials from Alabasta were overjoyed. Given that the esteemed major had asserted such, I would like to express gratitude on behalf of the millions of citizens of Alabasta in advance. Vivian, the major has traveled extensively. Please escort him to his quarters for a well-deserved rest. I shall personally host a banquet in your honor this evening. There is no need for a banquet. As a member of the world government, it is my duty to safeguard Alabasta. Please allow me to remain in the palace for a couple of days, Nochi replied. Of course, you are most welcome to stay, Major. Should you require anything, I shall do my utmost to accommodate you, Princess Vivian stated, guiding Nochi and Ain through the corridors of the palace. Major, your chamber has been arranged adjacent to Sister Ain's for your convenience. At this point, Vivian felt her cheeks involuntarily flush. Unquestioned, then why not allow Nochi and me to share a room? We merely arranged an additional room out of courtesy. You are welcome to reside together if you wish, Vivian promptly replied. Nochi shook his head, indicating that 2 rooms would suffice. When it comes to slumber, a spacious bed is undeniably more comfortable. Moreover, as a spirited young man, it is challenging to resist the allure of a stunning maiden lying beside him. Typically, in their cohabitation, he would fall into a deep sleep before Ain would join him, preventing Nochi from engaging in any misguided antics while fully conscious. In contrast to Nochi's composure, Ain eagerly anticipated the day when they would marry, as Nochi had previously promised that they would wed once he achieved the rank of general. However, due to the circumstances surrounding Nochi's mother, that aspiration seemed increasingly unattainable, casting a shadow over their betrothal. I genuinely wished to marry Nochi sooner, to solidify their bond, thus ensuring he would belong entirely to her. Major General, this shall be your room. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me, said Vivi. Thank you. Your Highness, Nochi replied with a nod. Vivi hesitated momentarily, but her curiosity proved too strong to resist. Major General, have you truly resolved all the issues facing Alabasta? It cannot be said that they are all resolved just yet. However, as long as events unfold as I anticipate, Alabasta will rest easy after the World Conference. Nochi assured her. Is there anything we can do in the meantime? Vivi inquired promptly. Nochi gazed into her expectant eyes, pondered for a moment, and replied. As I previously advised, remain vigilant of Crocodile, yet refrain from taking any further actions. At this juncture, even the most naive could discern that Crocodile was undoubtedly the one behind the scheme to ensnare the Alabasta royal family with the dance powder. Thank you for your guidance, Major General. Please rest well. I shall not intrude any longer. Princess Vivi hastily departed to report the situation to King Cobra. Nochi and Ain entered the room. Alabasta truly lives up to its reputation as one of the foremost nations of the Grand Line. The opulent and exquisite decor of the room far surpasses that of Naki's accommodations in the Kingdom of Clairol. Upon entering, Nuachi was immediately captivated by the grand bed and, without hesitation, leaped onto it. The past few days had been consumed by the execution of plans, leaving him deprived of sufficient rest. Upon witnessing his languid demeanor, Ain could not help but smile tenderly. She gathered her legs and settled at the edge of the bed, offering him a soothing shoulder massage. Suddenly, a sound emanated from the small telephone bug nestled within Noci's coat. Ain assisted him in retrieving the diminutive device. Shall I answer it? Yes, please do. Nuachi, with his eyes closed, remarked, click. The telephone bug emitted a magnetic and alluring female voice. Boss, I have accomplished what you requested. Morgans has assured me that he will publish the news in the newspaper on time. He also mentioned that should any significant news arise in the future, I must collaborate with him. A woman. Ain immediately perked up, attentively listening, his massage movements gradually ceasing. Indeed, Nochi raised his head, turned over, and rested his head upon Ain's lap, murmuring as he drifted into slumber. In a couple of days, I shall escort the royal family of Alabasta into the Holy Land. Until my return, it would be prudent for us to minimize our communication, to prevent any unforeseen complications in our plans. How heartless of you, Major, Robin remarked from the other side, feigning a tone of melancholy. Ain's heart skipped a beat. Anyone who overheard such provocative remarks would undoubtedly misinterpret the situation. Yet, she was soon relieved to realize that since Nochi had allowed her to listen, nothing untoward had transpired. She must not fall prey to the schemes of another woman. Nochi dismissed Robin's words as mere background noise, stating that he had matters to attend to and would hang up the phone, promising to reach out later. Very well, boss. I shall await your summons. Came the reply before the line was abruptly cut. Nochi, who is that? I could not suppress his curiosity any longer. It is Nicole Robin. Nochi replied with a nonchalant tone. Indeed, she is Nicole Robin. I pouted slightly, a hint of jealousy creeping in. After all, Admiral Kazan had merely requested a check on her whereabouts, yet it seemed Nochi had taken it a step further. Nochi suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. Seeing his unusually serious expression, Ain became flustered, fearing that Nochi was angry, and exclaimed, "That was not my intention." Nochi reached out and affectionately ruffled her hair, speaking earnestly. Ain, you must comprehend the deep-seated enmity I harbor towards the world government. I have always been a person who avenges grievances and cannot simply endure in silence. However, my current strength is insufficient to shake the very foundation of the world government. Thus, I must become more formidable. And this pertains not only to personal prowess, but also to the establishment of a powerful force to bolster my endeavors. Although I possess extensive connections within the Navy, it ultimately serves as the weapon of the world government and cannot assist me in confronting them. Therefore, I must forge my own faction. While Nico Robin bears the title of the Devil's Child, There is no doubt that her abilities are unparalleled. As I lack the capacity to manage external forces while entrenched in the Navy, she is the most suitable candidate to become my representative, which is why I have chosen to collaborate with her. Sooner or later, I will openly declare war against the world government, and I hope, Ein, that you will stand by my side when that day arrives." Upon hearing his words, Ein beamed with a radiant smile, opening her arms to embrace Nochi tightly against her, exclaiming, "I understand now. I have long declared that, regardless of the circumstances, I shall accompany you, even if it means opposing the entire world." She felt elated that Nochi had confided such significant matters directly to her. Meanwhile, Vivi communicated Nochi's intentions to Cobra and the officials of Alabasta. "This is outrageous," the officials exclaimed in a fervor. The vice captain of the Royal Guard, Bell, eagerly volunteered, "Your Majesty, please allow me to lead troops to Rain Base and capture Crocodile." "Bell, do not rush," Cobra interjected, clasping his hands together as he calmly analyzed the situation. Crocodile is still recognized by the world government as one of the 7 warlords. And in the past year, he has aided the Royal Guard in repelling numerous pirate incursions, establishing a favorable image among the populace. Without evidence, acting impulsively would not only incite the ire of the world government, but could also precipitate a crisis of trust within our nation. Princess Vivi concurred, adding, "Indeed, esteemed uncles. Since Major Nochi has advised us against taking further action, perhaps we should trust his judgment. Major Nochi is a good person and would never deceive us." With reasoned discourse, the officials nodded in agreement. Bell gazed at the once mischievous princess now standing assertively beside Cobra, reflecting, "How time flies. The naughty little princess has truly grown up." 2 days later, the scene shifted to the Canola Flower Dock in Alabasta. Nochi led a formation of naval officers to welcome King Kudyliya and Princess Vivi aboard the warship. Bell and several guards accompanied them. Vivi happened to notice Bartholomew, who was staring at her with wide, bovine eyes. Startled, she paled in fear and sought refuge behind Kudyliya. As the recent wound on her face began to throb once more, Bartholomew scoffed, showing little interest in the woman. He reserved his apologies for his grandmother back home and for his esteemed seniors, Nochi and Ein. As for others, he couldn't care less. If given the chance, he would even relish another slap. Without further ado, Nochi commanded the warship to set sail towards the Holy Land. It was dinner time. Nosai and Ein accompanied Kabura and Princess Vivi to dine at the restaurant. Being of royal descent, the meal served was incomparable to that of an ordinary navy. Carmen, clad in a chef's uniform, stood upright and meticulously presented dish after dish upon the table. Kabura picked up a fork and casually speared a piece of meat, radiant in its crimson hue and resembling agate, before placing it in his mouth. "Ah, delightful. General Nosai, may I inquire what this dish is? I must confess, I have never tasted anything like it before." Nochi cast a glance at Carmen and decided it would be best for our chef to elucidate. Carmen, ever polite, addressed the king, "Your Majesty, this dish is known as braised pork, also referred to as dompa pork. It is crafted by cutting the pork into chunks, followed by the addition of fragrant scallions, ginger, and rock sugar among other condiments, and it is a culinary creation personally devised by the esteemed Major General." Princess Vivi expressed her astonishment. "The Major General can cook as well?" Carmen, filled with an inexplicable sense of pride, replied, "Not only can he cook, but he is also a paragon among chefs. I, once the finest chef in the Eastern Sea, willingly kneel at his feet." How impressive, Vivi thought as she glanced at Ein, who sat patiently beside Nochi, waiting. She mused, no wonder such a gentle and beautiful woman as Ein is infatuated with him. It turns out he is truly exceptional. The woman who marries him must be exceedingly fortunate. Cobra displayed keen interest in the other exquisite and aromatic dishes, posing numerous inquiries to Carmen, who patiently answered each one. In the kitchen, Trina toiled alone. Upon seeing Carmen return after such a lengthy absence, she complained. "Where have you been?" Carmen puffed out her chest proudly. "I haven't made an appearance in so long. Can't I say a few words to enhance my presence?" Trina scoffed. "What good does enhancing your presence do? You're destined to be a mere supporting character. Next time, I shall take your place." Carmen shot her a glare with her phoenix-like eyes. "How could you possibly surpass me? As long as the Major General does not establish a harem, you will remain in obscurity." Trina could not help but boast. "At least I can vie for favor with Colonel Ein. You have no affection for the Major General. Your presence is of no consequence." "You." Carmen inhaled deeply. "Let us take turns." "It is settled then." The days leading to the Holy Land were tranquil. Along the way, Vivi became acquainted with Desire, Yami, and the others, engaging in delightful conversations that quickly fostered friendship. Simultaneously, Vivi gleaned insights about the various roles aboard a warship from the women, expanding her understanding. Her previous visit to this vessel had been rather rushed, and her mind had been preoccupied with matters concerning her own country, leaving her unaware of these details. On board the warship, Yami served as the navigator. Her authority second only to Nochi and Ain during the voyage, making her an undeniable leader. Daski oversaw military affairs, jointly responsible for training and combat alongside Desire. The green-haired man who had previously attacked her was named Bartholomew, one of the ship's foremost combatants. Additionally, the scout, Van Oka, often occupied the lookout tower. Rarely seen for days, the burly Bagus was tasked with steering the ship. Everything was conducted in an orderly fashion, with clear divisions of labor. After a while, the warship of Nochi docked at a port facing the steep, reddish-brown cliffs of the continent. Countless journalists congregated here, reporting on the arrivals of various royal families from around the world. Nochi observed that, apart from the naval vessels and ships from various nations docked in the harbor, one particular ship stood out with its striking pink hue. The bow of the vessel was adorned with the head of a flamingo sporting red sunglasses. Royalty from different countries would board bubble pods from this ship to reach the Red Earth continent. That must be Princess Vivi, looking even more resplendent than during her last visit. The naval officer beside her is stunning as well. Do not speak so recklessly. Have you lost your senses? That is none other than Major Nochi, the one who has ruthlessly dispatched over 5,000 pirates. He's indeed Major Nochi. Nochi walked at the forefront of the group, leading Cobra and Vivi towards the boarding area of the bubble pod. Just as they were about to arrive, a man donning sunglasses and draped in a pink feather coat obstructed Naka's path. Cobra instinctively shielded his daughter, inquiring, "What brings you to us, Your Majesty?" The King of Dressrosa? It is widely known that the King of Dressrosa hails from a pirate background and is indeed a notable figure among pirates. Being one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Doflamingo grinned widely, chuckling ominously, "There is no need for Your Majesty to be anxious. I am here for this young Navy brother. You must be Kudyliya Nochi, a name I have long admired." On promptly stepped forward, his left hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of his sword, wary of any further actions from the man. "Lord Doflamingo, we are currently on a mission. Please do not interfere." Doflamingo, feigning innocence, spread his hands and smiled. "I have no intention of interfering. I merely wish to have a conversation with this young Navy brother." "Very well." Nochi furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice. "Ain, you shall be responsible for escorting the king and princess to the bubble pod. I shall engage in a brief conversation with the King of Dressrosa." "Very well, but Nochi, do exercise caution," Ain replied with a worried glance. "Hey, young lady, this is, after all, the territory of the world government. It is not as if I could devour him," he reassured her with a chuckle. "Rest assured, I will ensure he returns to you unharmed. You may proceed, and I kindly ask the King of Dressrosa to clear the way." "Of course." Doflamingo nonchalantly stepped aside. After watching Ain and his companions depart, Nochi turned to the man beside him, who towered over him. "Shall we converse here?" "Follow me," came the response. Doflamingo's sunglasses obscured his gaze, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. Nochi followed Doflamingo into a narrow alley, where a quaint safe stood, devoid of patrons. At the entrance, a woman clad in a maid's outfit, with flowing black hair, stood poised. Doflamingo instructed, "Do not allow anyone to approach this place." "Yes, young master. I assure you I shall not fail your expectations," the woman replied with a deliberate nod. Doflamingo then entered the establishment, casually pulled out a chair, crossed his legs, and gestured invitingly, "Please, take a seat." Nochi, with a commanding presence, surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of anyone aside from a few employees. "Doflamingo, we have never met. Why have you summoned me here? Spare me the pretense, little brat. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware. You have long since discovered that I was the orchestrator behind the recent attack on the world aristocracy. Oh no, I mean the mastermind behind the assault on your mother. How does it feel to learn of your true identity?" "I do not comprehend what you are saying," Nochi replied, his brow furrowed, the angles of his face reflecting a hint of coldness. Doflamingo, seemingly anticipating this response, chuckled to himself. "I was unaware of your true identity as well. But the fact that a mere rear admiral like you could defeat my subordinates has undoubtedly piqued my interest." The investigation yielded unexpected results. "You are indeed the child born to the head of the Constantine family 20 years ago." At this point, the situation had reached a critical juncture. There is no longer any need for Nochi to feign ignorance. Indeed, the intelligence network of the Don Quixote family is formidable, capable of uncovering even such matters. Hee. I have encountered both your parents. Apart from their physical appearance, you bear no resemblance to them in any other aspect. That aside, you have yet to respond to my inquiry. How does it feel to learn that you possess the bloodline of a deity? Nochi sneered. I cannot ascend to the status of a celestial dragon through this, nor have I ever enjoyed the illustrious prominence you possess. In that case, what use is this lineage? It brings no benefits, only an array of troubles. You speak the truth, Doflamingo replied, raising his leg to rest his foot upon the table. Do you wish to avenge your father? Nochi feigned ignorance, asking, Did my father not perish at the hands of pirates? It seemed you were unaware. No wonder. Allow me to unveil the truth. The true perpetrator behind your father's demise is, in fact, Don Quixote Doflamingo. At this pivotal moment, he abruptly ceased his discourse. Who is it? Nochi inquired with urgency. For now, I can only reveal that she is affiliated with the world government's P0, and she is not present in Mariawa. Should you wish to uncover further details, your sincerity shall dictate the extent of my revelations. Doflamingo displayed a sinister grin. What do you want me to do? I will never conspire with pirates. Do not be so hasty in your rejection. Why not hear me out first? Do you truly believe that your position within the Navy grants you absolute security? I know of your extensive connections. Most of the high-ranking officers at Navy headquarters are your acquaintances. Yet, do you genuinely think that if the world government sought your demise, they would spare you? Your father stands as the most compelling example of this. His refusal to adapt and his unwavering loyalty to the Navy ultimately led to his downfall. Nochi remained silent. Seeing that his words had taken effect, Doflamingo continued, I do not intend to urge you to abandon the Navy. I shall not interfere with the justice you hold dear in your heart. I merely wish for you to consider your own future while upholding the justice. Frankly speaking, we are both fallen deities, sharing a common plight, and it is only fitting that we assist one another. Nochi chuckled coldly once more. So you wish for me to act as an undercover agent and relay internal intelligence to you? Doflamingo flashed a grin, revealing his white teeth. Do you truly believe I would lack information? What do you mean by that? Nochi inquired, perplexed. You possess the powers of the string fruit, do you not? The records indicate it has the ability to absorb the powers of devil fruits. Currently, I have a buyer willing to pay a premium for genuine devil fruits. While I have methods to obtain them, the costs are exorbitant and the success rate insufficient. If we were to collaborate, I could provide you with intelligence on other users of powers, and in your capacity as a Navy officer, you could hunt for these fruits on my behalf. In return, I shall retain the superior fruits to build my own army, while the slightly inferior ones could be sold off. Within a decade, we would possess the strength to oppose the world government. Once the moment is right, together we can dethrone those celestial dragons in the Holy Land. In this manner, your vendetta for your father's demise would be avenged, and I could elevate you to the undisputed leader of the Navy. Together, we shall rule the world and become its sovereign, with wealth and beauty at your disposal. Is this not more appealing than languishing in the Navy? What a splendid vision. Nochi remarked sincerely. So, does this mean you have agreed to my proposal? Nochi shook his head, resolutely declining. Deep within, he silently expressed gratitude to Doflamingo for offering such astute counsel. Retaining his superior abilities while selling off the lesser ones to earn berries would not only bolster his own resources, but also foster closer ties with various powerful factions. What a splendid dual-purpose strategy. Such an excellent plan, of course, was meant for his own use. That ambitious fellow Doflamingo, if he were to follow his advice, might very well turn against him at some unforeseen moment. Moreover, allowing pirates to dominate the world could inflict immense harm upon it. A prospect that Nochi could not confidently endorse. In light of this, it would be far better for Doflamingo to bear that burden. As a time traveler, Nochi is profoundly influenced by the ideals of his past life and the principles of naval justice instilled in him in this lifetime. He possesses unwavering confidence, believing that even his worst efforts surpass the capabilities of the current world government. Just as Doflamingo began to express his ambitions, he was abruptly rebuffed by Nochi, who felt a surge of irritation, his brow furrowed and veins protruding. Why? Nochi replied softly, I have stated before that I shall never conspire with pirates. At the very least, the identity of Nochi must remain untainted. He is acutely aware that, in the present day, achieving the goal of overthrowing the celestial dragons is impossible without some entanglement with nefarious forces. As a naval officer, the only course of action he can take is to ensure that he acts in accordance with his conscience and inner sense of justice. Doflamingo gradually regained his composure. remarking that you are still quite young and impetuous, a sentiment I can comprehend. However, it won't be long before you seek me out on your own accord. Hee. We are destined to become excellent partners. Well, I shall await that moment with great anticipation. Doflamingo spoke no further and departed from the CAF. Nochi cast a glance at the few shop attendants, clearly discerning that they were subordinates of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Such a proximity to the sacred ground harbors influence? Truly. The Joker thrives in both the realms of light and shadow. Nochi returned to the thoroughfare, where she encountered a woman with flowing pink hair, delicately holding a slender cigarette. Noticing the silhouette of a man by the roadside, she hastened towards him. Is that you, Nochi? It's been such a long time. I've missed you dearly, Tina. Sister Tina. Nochi called out. Tina was his and Ein's senior. During Ein's time as a student, she also served as a teaching assistant. In a sense, she was Ein's instructor, while Ein was Nochi's mentor. Thus, Nochi boldly referred to Tina as his ancestral teacher. Have you completed the task of escorting the Alabastan royal family? Tina removed the cigarette from her lips and remarked that the Alabastan region had always been her domain. This time, however, it was seized midway by you. How do you intend to compensate Tina for this? Perhaps by preparing a meal for her? Nochi smiled sweetly and said, if you wish to savor the dishes I prepare, you need only to express that desire. There is no need for such pretenses. Oh, that won't do, replied Tina. You are already taken. And I certainly do not wish to be labeled as someone attempting to entice another man's affections by dining with you without cause. Why ever not? Ein, having completed his task, happened upon the two and cheerfully interjected, as long as Sister Tina is available, she is always welcome to visit Nochi. Should anyone dare to speak ill, I shall personally set the record straight. Nochi yearned to deepen his relationship with Tina, though not in an impure manner. Tina's jurisdiction lay near Alabasta, encompassing a significant portion of the Baroque Works territory. Should he ascend to become the mastermind behind Baroque Works, it was inevitable that he would extract information and intelligence from her. As for Ein, she would not hold back with Tina. In truth, there was no need for such restraint. At that moment, Dasky, Desire, and other naval officers trailed behind. Nochi cast a glance at them and said, Sister Tina, we shall return to headquarters to report. We shall see you at the base. Indeed, Tina replied. I will escort the royal members and then return to the headquarters to meet you. Nochi led the team towards the dock and quietly inquired beside him. Did Doflamingo trouble you just now? Nochi shook his head and replied softly that he merely wished to collaborate with me, to which I had already declined. Oh, Ein responded thoughtfully. Leaning closer to the man, she whispered, though I do not wish for Nochi to ally with the pirates, the influence of Doflamingo is undeniably formidable. If you were to partner with him, it would likely be more advantageous, wouldn't it? Nochi gently tousled Ein's hair and, while smoothing her silky locks, smiled faintly and said, You are correct. Thus, I shall indeed collaborate with him. However, it shall not be at this moment, nor with the Navy. Ein blinked her sparkling eyes, appearing to grasp the essence yet remaining somewhat perplexed. They returned to the headquarters. As usual, Nochi entrusted the management of the troops to Ein and first sought out Kazan to report. Ah, you have returned, Kazan remarked, lifting his eye patch and rising from the table. Stretching languidly. I have thoroughly investigated Nicole Robin. She has now allied herself with the Baroque Works. Kazan rested his chin on his hand, pondering. Baroque Works? That organization has quite significant ties to the warlord Crocodile, does it not? In reality, their connection is not as profound as it seems. The specifics will be revealed at the upcoming World Conference. It appears your journey has yielded many unexpected discoveries. Nochi maintained a calm demeanor and remarked nonchalantly. I merely had the fortune on my side. To be candid, the previous incident involving the dancing powder in Alabasta was orchestrated by Crocodile. He sighed. The system of the 7 warlords is truly unreliable. Kazan, with a hint of concern in his eyes, inquired closely, did Nico Robin partake in this matter? What are you referring to? Kazan's expression grew unexpectedly serious as he solemnly stated, the assistance provided to Crocodile in executing the dancing powder scheme. Not at all. On the contrary, it was precisely her assistance that enabled me to uncover the evidence and expose Crocodile. You know I possess a way with words. And after imparting a lesson of love to her, while she may not have fully turned over a new leaf, she has certainly attained a profound understanding. Kazan chuckled. Was it the kind of lesson of love that Vice Admiral Garp would provide? Certainly not. Do you perceive me as such a brutish individual? Ah, I heard that. I shall report this to Vice Admiral Garp and suggest he shows you what true brutality resembles during training. Hey, Kazan, you've gone too far. The two continued their conversation, with Kazan wisely refraining from probing into the specifics of Noki's relationship with Nico Robin. Understanding Naka's character, he placed immense trust in him. Decades earlier, the events in O'Hara had left Kazan questioning the essence of justice. Over time, he had come to grasp much, drawing inspiration from Noki. Justice, it seemed, was merely about acting with an untroubled conscience. Each individual harbors their own interpretation of justice, Akaina's absolute justice, Kazara's ambiguous justice, and his own laid-back version. This elusive concept of justice is indeed challenging to comprehend, making it difficult to ascertain which interpretation is correct. Perhaps, there is no definitive answer. As long as one believes in their actions and can pursue them with a clear conscience from beginning to end, that suffices. Why overthink it? Noki bid farewell to Kazan and sought out Garp for training, returning home only by nightfall. "You're back," An exclaimed joyfully. As Noki lifted his gaze, he discovered not only Ein seated in his home, but also a stunning woman with long pink hair and an alluring figure. "Tina, I thought you were arriving tomorrow," he remarked. "After escorting the royal members, I found some free time to drop by. Noki, you truly have become quite the busy individual. It's no wonder you've been absent for several hours. I've heard that Admiral Kazan has already submitted a request to promote you to the rank of Rear Admiral. You may soon become my superior," Tina exclaimed in astonishment. As a Major General, Noki lacks the authority to directly summon the colonels from the Navy headquarters. Should he ascend to the rank of Lieutenant General, the circumstances would indeed differ significantly. He would likely find himself grappling with the same overwhelming tasks as Kazan, inundated with paperwork and the management of numerous affairs. After all, a general primarily oversees officers of the general rank, while those beneath must fall under the command of subordinates. It is simply untenable for a general to handle every detail, as that would impose an excessive burden. Generally speaking, a lieutenant general serves as the principal delegate of a general's responsibilities, though exceptions exist, such as Admiral Garp, who commands such respect within the Navy that only Fleet Admiral Sengoku dares issue him orders, which accounts for Garp's seemingly idle days. Haha. Perhaps Sister Tina is trying to curry favor with me, her future superior? Noki laughed heartily. Tina gave a light snort, shifting her position closer to Ein. "What good would that do? You still heed Ein's commands," she scoffed. Upon hearing her words, a faint blush crept onto Ein's face. "By the way, Noki, Sister Tina and I have procured the ingredients. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Would it be too much trouble to ask for your assistance in preparing the meal?" Tina offered, rising to her feet. It seemed rather unreasonable to have Noki, who had toiled all day, cook for them. "Ein, perhaps it would be better if the two of us handled it." "That sounds good," the two women agreed, rising to head towards the kitchen. Noki shook his head, removed his coat, and hung it on the rack. Preparing a meal was hardly an arduous task. After all, it was a rare occasion for Tina to visit, and he could not allow her to leave disappointed. Tina, with a cheerful smile, remarked, "Then I shall trouble you, officer," observing the young couple entering the kitchen. She preferred not to be a third wheel and decided to patiently wait in the living room. Before long, an array of steaming, aromatic dishes was presented on the table. Ein and Tina sat together, while Noki took his place across from them. Nochi observed Tina, who was chatting with Ein and wearing a radiant smile, with a sense of reflection. After all, to others, Tina exuded an aura of aloofness akin to that of a high-cold goddess. Yet, it has been proven that most seemingly indifferent women harbor a warmth within, often reserving their fervor for those they truly cherish. By the way, Sister Tina, you have been patrolling the waters near Alabasta for quite some time. What are your thoughts on Crocodile and the Baroque works? Nochi inquired, picking up his chopsticks as he ate. Tina, relishing her meal, responded without a moment's hesitation upon hearing Nochi's question. "I have captured many members of the Baroque works. They are mostly second-rate pirates, not a cause for concern. As for Crocodile, he has devoted himself to managing his casino these past few years. And with his status as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, it would be unwise for me to interfere in his affairs." "I see," Nochi nodded, choosing not to broach the subject any further. Time slipped away in the blink of an eye. After dinner, Tina took the initiative to take her leave. "Thank you for your hospitality today, Nochi. Should you ever require assistance from your elder sister, do not hesitate to ask. Although my military rank and capabilities may not match yours, there are still ways in which I can be of service." Nuachi chuckled, eagerly awaiting Tina's words. "When the time comes, I shall not stand on ceremony. If trouble arises, you cannot simply shut me out." Tina, slightly irked, retorted, "What do you take me for?" Her irritation was palpable. "I was merely jesting. I am well aware of your character, dear Tina." With her arms crossed over her ample bosom, Tina turned her head and huffed. I am leaving now. You two enjoy your little romantic world. Nock returned to the dining hall once more. While Ian busied himself with clearing the table of dishes and utensils, Nochi approached her and gently picked up a plate, saying, I will be leaving Marinvondo for a while. Ian looked at him with curiosity. After a moment's contemplation, she surmised his intentions. Are you returning to Alabasta? Indeed. To ensure the successful execution of the plan, I must return there ahead of schedule. However, I hope Ian can keep this matter confidential, regardless of who inquires. Please do not reveal my whereabouts. I understand. When do you plan to depart? The sooner, the better. If all goes well, I intend to set off tomorrow morning. So soon? You have only just returned. Nochi wrapped his arm around her waist, and Ain leaned against the warmth of his sturdy chest. In recent days, as the power dynamics began to stabilize, he had indeed been preoccupied, often departing from the Navy. I shall entrust everything here to you. I will swiftly manage the situation over there and return to alleviate your burdens, he assured her. Ain inhaled the masculine scent emanating from him, finding comfort in it, and softly murmured, Nochi, you always paint grand visions, promising to share my worries, yet the affairs aboard the warship are predominantly managed by Nami and me. Where do you fit into this? Nochi found himself at a loss for words, as if there were a semblance of reason to the statement. Typically, unless faced with an exceptionally formidable opponent requiring his intervention, he appeared to have little involvement elsewhere. Ain shifted the conversation, continuing, Yet, you must return sooner rather than later. Although Nochi may not be actively engaged, he serves as the very cornerstone of the entire unit's morale, particularly mine. I am eagerly awaiting Naka's return to rejuvenate my spirits. Rejuvenate? In a moment of bewilderment, Chi found himself momentarily at a loss. He watched as Ian set aside his bowl and chopsticks, turned, and nestled his head into Chi's embrace, wrapping his arms tightly around his waist and inhaling deeply. Nochi raised an eyebrow and said with a hint of exasperation, Once again, is this something you've learned from Sister Peach Rabbit? I had no idea that there was a secret connection between you two. Ian pressed closely against him, and Nochi could distinctly feel the movement of Ian's lips. Well, the book states that men enjoy this, Ian mused. Does Nochi not share the same sentiment? I do indeed. Nochi confessed. Nochi let out a sigh and gently embraced the beauty in his arms. A night passed in silence. The following day, Nochi awoke early, preparing the necessary provisions. It was not until the afternoon that he quietly departed from Marinvondo, stepping forth under the moonlight. Given his physical prowess, it was impractical for him to journey continuously day and night directly from Marinvondo to Alabasta. However, by walking for a while and resting intermittently, he could manage to cover the distance over several days. In the home of Nochi, Ain held the life card bestowed upon her by Nochi as if it were a precious treasure, cradling it gently in her palms. As they moved forward, they deliberately exchanged their life cards, ensuring that even if separated by vast distances, they could always be aware of each other's circumstances and whereabouts. Days later, the World Conference commenced. Kings from major nations within the world government gathered as representatives, totaling a significant number. Cobra, the king of Alabasta, one of the foremost powers in the Grand Line, held considerable influence. The presidency rotated among them, and this time, I recalled that it was indeed my turn. Yes, indeed. The other kings echoed in agreement. Doflamingo rested his chin on his hand, a smile gracing his features as he observed the assembly. Now, esteemed kings, let us engage in a thorough discussion about this beautiful world. At that moment, a world government official entered the conference room. I apologize for the interruption, esteemed kings, but there is a matter that requires your immediate attention, particularly that of His Majesty the King of Alabasta. He gestured for his aides to present numerous copies of the day's newspaper to each king. The headline bore a striking photograph, prominently displaying Crocodile. Cobra, already aware of the truth, could not contain his fury upon seeing the published information. He rose indignantly, exclaiming, Crocodile has committed an unforgivable act by using dance powder in my royal capital of Alabasta to frame the Alabasta royal family. I demand that the world government revoke his title as one of the 7 warlords and dispatch forces to apprehend him. Yes, indeed, another king empathized. I have always opposed the system of the 7 warlords. How can pirates ever be deemed trustworthy? This situation only confirms my stance. It is only reasonable to abolish the entire system. The Assembly of Kings responded in agreement. Ahem, Doflamingo coughed twice to draw their attention, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, the system of the 7 warlords has endured for many years, and Crocodile's incident is singular. Let us not generalize based on one event. Furthermore, Even members of royal families can falter, let alone pirates. It is inevitable that a rogue among the 7 warlords may arise. In my view, it suffices to revoke Crocodile's title without abolishing the entire system of the 7 warlords. The kings nearly forgot that one among them was a current warlord. The words of the king of Dressrosa were not without merit. Cobra fell into silence. With Doflamingo present, the abolition of the 7 warlords system indeed seemed unattainable. Meanwhile, in another part of the Holy Land, within the corridors of power, the exasperation over Crocodile's actions was palpable. Although the 7 warlords system had long been contentious, it had not escalated to a national crisis. Now that his scheme had been unveiled, the overall reputation of the 7 warlords would surely plummet, consequently tarnishing the reputation of our world government. The elderly man with a mustache was the first to speak, his voice resonating with authority. The gray-haired figure adorned with a black hat solemnly remarked that it was imperative to immediately announce the revocation of Crocodile's status as a warlord of the sea and to disclose to the world that the world government had long been aware of Crocodile's schemes. The reason for the lack of immediate intervention was merely to prepare for his eventual apprehension, which was the most prudent course of action. The bald elder, clutching a saber, added that the Navy's forces were currently occupied with safeguarding the World Conference, rendering them incapable of pursuing Crocodile for at least a week. Indeed, we cannot afford any further complications at the World Conference. Otherwise, the repercussions for the world government's reputation would be even more dire. The golden-haired elder interjected. In light of this, our only recourse is to strip Crocodile of his title, and as for the rest, we shall await developments, he continued. We remain uncertain as to who exposed Crocodile's plans. I suspect that individual aims to take action against him. The elder with a long beard stroked his whiskers thoughtfully. You are correct. Dispatch the P organization to closely monitor the movements in Alabasta. If Crocodile is indeed defeated by someone, we might leverage that situation to our advantage. Well said. In the Grand Line, within Alabasta, amidst the rain, Crocodile clenched his fist in fury, the newspaper in his grasp crumbling to dust. At that moment, he resembled a furious lion, his former composure shattered. It must be him. Only he possesses the ability to completely disguise himself as me. How dare he betray me? This is unforgivable. I will kill him. Crocodile himself could not fathom why this individual had discerned his true identity. Yet, at this juncture, anyone would suspect betrayal from their own subordinates. Nico Robin observed him quietly, finally breaking the silence. Boss, this is not our primary concern. The world government has announced the cessation of all cooperation with you. You have reverted to the status of an ordinary pirate, and the bounty has already been issued. We may no longer have a foothold in Alabasta. Crocodile suppressed his rage, striving to maintain an outward calm. The efforts of a year could not be rendered futile. The plan to seize the Alabasta kingdom had failed, but that did not signify the impossibility of obtaining the ancient weapon Pluton. If the rumors circulating are true, then Pluton's whereabouts likely lie hidden within the palace of Alabasta. Miss All Sunday, accompany me to Alabasta. We must depart at once. Even if it means turning the palace upside down, I demand that you uncover any information regarding Pluton. Robin replied coolly, Boss, this endeavor may prove challenging. Without the protection afforded by your warlord status, the 600,000 regular troops of Alabasta will turn their sights upon you. Even if I summon all members of the Baroque works in Alabasta, we would still be no match for them. 60,000 troops? No matter how numerous the ants may be, they remain mere ants. Setting aside whether they can attack me, a wielder of nature's power, even if they could. A military force of 600,000 is insufficient to contend with just 2 individuals. At most, a mere dozen could engage us at once, and given our prowess, should time be on our side, eliminating them all would pose no challenge. You are correct, Robin said, a subtle smile gracing her lips, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her eyes. We must not delay, my dear boss. I am eager to uncover the historical text concealed within the palace of Alabasta. Cursed be it. Crocodile's resentment simmered, vowing that he would eventually rend that individual to pieces. Within the rain-soaked casino, the exposure of Crocodile's scheme had sent the citizens of Alabasta fleeing, many gathering to hurl insults at the establishment. The Royal Guard's vanguard, numbering in the thousands, had surrounded the casino, sealing it off completely. Crocodile and Robin slipped through a hidden exit of the casino, evading both the soldiers and the populace, and boarded a camel-drawn cart, hastening towards Albana. On the streets of Albana, the populace discussed Crocodile's misdeeds, their sharp, scornful remarks piercing the air. Crocodile clenched his fists, suppressing the fire of his rage. Once he acquired the information regarding the ancient weapon, Pluton, he vowed to slay every last one of these ignorant fools. Robin glanced back at Crocodile, draped in a gray cloak and trembling, finding the sight quite amusing. Maintaining her composure, she lowered her voice. "Boss, the palace lies ahead. Shall we charge in directly?" "Indeed. The only formidable figures in Alabasta are their two guardians. Now, only Wolf Jaka remains. Bell has accompanied that old rascal Kabura to the World Conference, and the rest pose no threat." "Understood." The guards stationed at the palace, upon observing the two suspicious figures cloaked in gray, swiftly positioned themselves with their pikes, declaring, "Do not approach. You are entering a restricted area." With her arms crossed, Robin summoned a slender arm to emerge from the shoulders of the guards, delivering a resounding slap to each of their faces. It was unfathomable that this seemingly frail limb harbored such immense strength, as several guards collapsed instantly. As the commotion drew the attention of other guards, Crocodile, having reached the palace entrance, saw no need for further disguise. He shed his ruse, transforming his entire arm into grains of sand, thrusting it forward to envelop the guards, siphoning the moisture from their bodies. In mere moments, the ground was littered with dozens of desiccated corpses, mere skin stretched over bones. "It's Crocodile," quickly informed Vice Captain Jaka. The guard recognized the newcomer, his face turning a ghastly white as he desperately rushed toward the palace. Crocodile transformed his arm into yellow sand, merging it with the earth to form a sharp blade, swiftly moving underground like a shark, and then emerging from the ground to sever the head of the guard who attempted to send a warning. "Let us proceed," Crocodile remarked, casting a glance at Robin with a cold smirk as he led the way toward the resplendent palace. The pair traversed a level lawn adorned with several beast-shaped stone statues. Crocodile paid no heed, believing that the whereabouts of the Pluton lay hidden within the palace of Alabasta. Just as they were about to advance further, a resounding and authoritative voice echoed, "Crocodile, do you still dare to enter the palace?" Suddenly, a throng of guards surged from all directions, surrounding Crocodile and Robin. "So it is you, Gaka," Crocodile said, looking up at the man in the black cloak standing upon a high platform. It appeared that during their approach to the palace, they had been discovered by patrolling guards. Aware of their inadequacy to confront Crocodile, they had promptly reported the situation to one of the two strongest individuals in Alabasta, Gaka. Gaka, wielding a long blade, leaped down to stand before Crocodile, declaring, "I have long desired to slay you, and since you have come to me, prepare to meet your demise." "Such arrogance," Crocodile scoffed, his arm transforming into a razor-sharp blade that clashed against Gaka's weapon. A tremendous sound resonated through the air. Gaka felt a jolt of numbness in his arms as he staggered backward several steps, astonished by the overwhelming force. Crocodile's smile twisted into a menacing grin as he raised his palm, gathering and swirling the yellow sand within. "Insects, behold what true power is." "Sandstorm." Crocodile unleashed a miniature tempest from his hand. As time elapsed, the storm erupted, increasing in scale tenfold, with yellow sand surging and dust swirling violently. Its might was sufficient to even displace the colossal stone statues, let alone the insignificant humans. One by one, the guards were swept into the storm under Crocodile's command. Gaka plunged his blade into the ground, gripping the hilt tightly, barely managing to remain upright. As the storm subsided, a multitude of guards fell from the sky, piling atop one another to form a small mountain of bodies. Within the entire palace, only Gaka remained capable of standing. Crocodile burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Is this truly the level of the Alabasta Palace guards? How utterly laughable! Impudent fool!" Gaka, his face flushed with rage, drew his sword and transformed into a black jackal using his Zoan abilities. His swordsmanship was sharp and precise, and in an instant, he severed Crocodile's head. "You foolish wretch." As the yellow sands swept and dispersed, Crocodile reformed behind Gaka, seizing him by the neck and lifting him effortlessly. "O guardian of Alabasta, reveal to me the location of the secrets hidden within the palace." "I shall never divulge that, you scoundrel." Gaka strained with all his might to break free. Yet Crocodile's strength exceeded his wildest imagination. "Is that so?" A sharp glint flashed in Crocodile's eyes. "Then prepare to meet your demise." Gaka's robust physique visibly withered, his eyes losing their luster, his body becoming gaunt. "Useless wretch." With a casual flick of his wrist, Crocodile cast him aside along with the fallen guards. "It seems we must exert ourselves to uncover the truth ourselves," All Sunday remarked, observing the incapacitated soldiers with a contemplative nod. Just as Crocodile was on the brink of entering the palace, another voice echoed from behind. "Hold on." Anger surged within Crocodile, veins bulging on his forehead. These insects were relentless. He turned to see that the newcomer was not one of the palace guards. This individual exuded an air of confidence, his physique robust, and an almost imperceptible aura of lethal intent emanated from him, instilling a sense of danger in Crocodile. "And who might you be?" Crocodile inquired with a furrowed brow, his tone low and threatening. The man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking calmly. "I am the mastermind behind your loss of the warlord title." A deep fury filled Crocodile's eyes. "So it was you who incited him to betray me?" Nochi immediately realized that Crocodile had misunderstood, thinking he had exploited the powers of the clone fruit. Rather than engaging in a futile argument, he decided to play along with the other's train of thought, responding, "Indeed. But merely possessing the ability is insufficient. Toppling you will not be so effortless." Crocodile grasped his implication and, with a low, furious growl, retorted, "Are you insinuating that there is a traitor amongst my Baroque works, when you have planted?" Nochi feigned confusion and retorted, "You certainly have a knack for self-aggrandizement. When did the Baroque works become your domain?" Crocodile, infuriated yet amused, replied, "The Baroque works was solely established by me. If it does not belong to me, could it possibly belong to you?" Nochi, adhering to the fundamental principle of striking at the heart, nodded and smiled, saying, "You are correct. The Baroque works is indeed under my influence." For a moment, Crocodile was bewildered, unable to grasp the insinuation behind his words. "What do you mean? Why has my organization become yours?" Naki's gaze shifted towards Nico Robin, who stood behind Crocodile. All along, in an effort to conceal her identity, she had entrusted the execution of tasks to her subordinates. Consequently, the members of Baroque Works recognized only her secretary, remaining oblivious to the true identity of their employer. This implies that prior to the revelation of her identity, Baroque Works could hardly be considered her domain. Rather, it functioned more as an organization led by her secretary, Nico Robin. Whoever held sway over Nico Robin was undoubtedly the rightful master of Baroque Works. Upon hearing this, Crocodile could hardly fail to grasp the implications. He turned, his eyes blazing with fury at the woman who wore a smile as she regarded him. "How dare you betray me?" Robin replied with a smile, "Boss, or rather, former boss, we came together solely for mutual benefit. My current employer offers more. Is it not permissible for an employee to change jobs? You seek death." Crocodile's arm began to crystallize, and he launched a fierce attack towards Robin. Where could one find such fortune? In a fleeting moment, he positioned himself before Robin. Raising his fist and channeling immense strength, he struck with a thunderous blow. Bang! Caught off guard, Crocodile was struck squarely, sent reeling several meters away. As he steadied himself and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, he remarked, "Impressive, young one, your mastery of hockey is commendable. However, to think you could vanquish me with such feeble strength is nothing but a delusion. Today, you shall all meet your demise here." Naki smiled faintly, beckoning with a finger and provocatively declared, "To kill you is as effortless as slaughtering a chicken." While his words may contain an element of exaggeration, it is undeniable that Crocodile, in every aspect, is indeed no match for him. From the portrayal in the original work, Crocodile's physical prowess can only be deemed mediocre. Aside from the narrative contrivance of being defeated by the unrestrained Luffy, his level of combat ability barely reaches that of a slightly inferior vice admiral. The reason Crocodile was able to make significant strides in the war on land, and even play a pivotal role in later events, overcoming Douglas Bullet, the right-hand man of the Roger Pirates, was solely due to his mastery of the Sansan fruit's powers. As a wielder of the dark fruit, Noki possesses the power of dark water, rendering him least fearful of adversaries who excessively rely on their abilities. Of course, this does not apply to Borsalino. Although many assert that he is reliant on his powers, Noki is acutely aware that the opponent's martial arts and hockey are formidable, perhaps even superior to his own. At least a year ago, disregarding the disparity in their ability development, Noki would not have stood a chance against the Yellow Monkey in terms of martial prowess and hockey. As for the present, Noki tentatively assessed that the gap between the two sides had considerably narrowed. "Well, my dear boy, I am eager to see how you intend to slay the fowl." Crocodile was thoroughly enraged. He immediately unleashed his signature skill. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he transformed one hand into four immensely sharp and colossal blades of sand, radiating an icy aura. Even steel would be severed under the force of this strike. The Desert Diamond Blade. What Noki is waiting for is his full-powered strike utilizing the fruit's ability. The tactics of Noki have always been to resolve battles as swiftly as possible, for delay may lead to unforeseen changes. It is widely acknowledged that individuals with extraordinary abilities possess a certain probability of awakening their powers when confronted with life and death crises. Though Nochi possesses greater strength than Crocodile, he cannot effortlessly overwhelm him in mere moments. Therefore, in order to swiftly eliminate his opponent with absolute certainty, Nochi must employ a cunning strategy. He deliberately provokes Crocodile. Fully aware that the ensuing attack, spurred by such verbal taunts, will be infused with rage, resulting in Crocodile's most formidable strike, an assault powered by his devil fruit abilities. Dark Water. A dark vortex emerged within Nochi's palm, rendering even the mightiest of devil fruit abilities powerless. Not even the Yellow Ape's light speed kick or Akainu's magma dog could withstand the force of the dark waters, let alone Crocodile's mere sand saber. Anyone witnessing their most formidable attack effortlessly neutralized by an opponent would inevitably feel a profound shock. At this moment, Crocodile bore this very expression. His eyes wide as he beheld his ultimate strike being effortlessly dismantled by Nochi amidst casual banter, leaving him utterly astonished. What is happening? Could this young man be an unparalleled master? The last person capable of such a feat was that old man, Whitebeard. In that fleeting moment of distraction experienced by Crocodile, Nochi propelled himself forward with a forceful push from his legs, employing the technique known as shave to appear before his adversary. With his right hand imbued with the essence of dark water, he seized Crocodile by the throat. Crocodile, a seasoned warrior of countless battles, immediately sought to escape the grasp of his opponent using his formidable abilities. Yet, to his astonishment, he discovered that his powers seemed to have vanished as if they had never existed at all. In a duel between equals, even the slightest misstep can determine the outcome of the battle. Within a mere handful of exchanges, Crocodile faltered twice, not succumbing to Nochi's strength, but rather to the intelligence and information Nochi possessed. As the adage goes, knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every encounter. Crocodile could never have anticipated that while he was entirely ignorant of Nochi, the latter had thoroughly assessed him. Nochi would spare Crocodile no chance of redemption. Drawing his golden blade from his side with his left hand, he infused it with his formidable haki and swiftly severed the enemy's throat. Perhaps fearing that Crocodile might possess the potential for resurrection, Nochi deliberately plunged his blade into him multiple times. Crocodile, with his piercing and fierce eyes, found himself inexplicably meeting his demise. Even in death, he could not fathom the reasons behind his swift defeat. Clap, clap. Robin bore witness to this spectacular battle, applauding Nochi in the background while flattering him. Boss, you are truly remarkable. Such prowess surely surpasses even that of the admirals. However, her flattery was not particularly astute. Nochi unleashed darkness upon the ground, drawing Crocodile's lifeless form into an endless abyss. In truth, he felt a twinge of pride within him. Even if the three admirals were to arrive, they could not have dispatched Crocodile with such swiftness, yet he had accomplished it. This demonstrated that combat relies not solely on brute strength, but also on intellect. Nochi approached Gaka, who had been drained of life by Crocodile, turned to Robin, and inquired, "Is there any hope for him?" After a moment of contemplation, Robin replied, "In theory, a person who has lost so much moisture for such an extended period should not survive. However, Gaka is undoubtedly one of the foremost warriors of Alabasta, and his vitality is likely far superior to that of an ordinary individual, so I cannot be entirely certain. Do you have any water with you?" Nochi, fully aware of Robin's cautious nature, understood that in preparation for Crocodile, she must have equipped herself with tools to counter him. From an unknown location, Robin retrieved 2 vials of clear water and tossed them to Nochi. "Do you intend to save him?" "In my view, his death would be far more advantageous to us than his survival. Indeed, no matter how ruthless you may appear, deep down, you still possess the essence of a Navy officer." Nochi remained silent as he uncorked the bottle, allowing the pure water to cascade onto the withered form of Jaka. Before my very eyes, Jaka's body began to swell at a visibly rapid pace. There was little more I could do. Whether he would survive now lay solely in the hands of fate. Robin, with her slender legs, approached Nochi, her captivating gaze sweeping over Jaka and the others. She spoke softly, "Boss, shall we return to the rain base? Once we spread the word of our victory over Crocodile, your ascent to the position of warlord will be nearly assured." "There is no need to rush," he replied. Nosai gazed at her smiling face and remarked, "It is a rare occasion to be here. Do you not wish to explore the historical manuscript housed within the palace?" Robin blinked in curiosity, her eyes fixed upon him. "Could it be that the boss knows where it is concealed? I possess an 80% certainty of locating it. As a time traveler, Nosai not only possesses remarkable talent, but also harbors a profound recollection of the plot of One Piece from his past life. He vaguely remembers the location of that enigmatic secret chamber within the royal palace." Nochi guided Robin to a level expanse of grass. a place she had once traversed with Crocodile. Robin, being exceptionally astute, immediately remarked upon the vast openness surrounding them. The historical manuscript lies beneath. Indeed, numerous statues adorned the vicinity, and among them, one concealed the mechanism to unlock a hidden door. Try pushing them all. One must surely be genuine. If all else fails, we shall force our way in. After all, it is just beneath us. Robin nodded, crossing her arms, and summoned her abilities. Suddenly, slender, delicate arms sprouted from each statue, and she began to push each one in various directions. To their delight, one statue yielded to her efforts, accompanied by the sound of whirring mechanisms. The secret door to the underground unveiled itself before them. However, Robin called out to halt them. Wait, could there be traps guarding the chamber below? Nuachi smiled faintly, acknowledging a semblance of progress, as he now exhibited concern for his superior. Fear not, I shall lead the way, even if there are traps ahead. They could not possibly harm me. I merely wish to avoid changing jobs so hastily. Robin followed closely behind Nuachi as they descended further. The chamber was dimly lit, suffused with dust, having lain in desolation for an extended period. Robin, well prepared, produced a match and ignited the lamp affixed to the wall. The space within the chamber was modest. After a brief walk, they arrived at their destination. A colossal square stone tablet stood resolutely upon the ground. Historical text. Robin quickened her pace, her eyes ablaze with fervor as she eagerly began to decipher the inscriptions upon the stone, only to be met with profound disappointment. For the information revealed was not what she had sought. Noki lifted his gaze to the obscure and perplexing script, then glanced at Robin's despondent expression. If I am not mistaken, the inscriptions surely recount the whereabouts of the ancient weapon, Hades. Robin instinctively wished to refute this notion. Noki continued, you need not respond. I am not currently interested in the Pluto. Should the need arise, I am more than capable of seeking out Pluto on my own. Robin found herself increasingly perplexed by her new employer and curiously inquired, do you know the whereabouts of Pluto? One might say I possess some knowledge, he replied. Now that you have perused this historical account and fulfilled your desires, let us return to the rainy land. Oh, Robin said, sensing his reluctance to elaborate. And she dared not press further. As Nochi ascended halfway, he suddenly halted, aware that guards were stationed outside the secret chamber, likely palace sentinels. Shall we make a direct escape? No, that would be unwise. The Baroque workshop must maintain its standing in Alabasta, and offending the royal family could lead to considerable complications. Liberation. Noki emerged from the shadowy abyss, holding the lifeless body of Crocodile by the neck as he stepped out of the chamber. Remarkably, despite the perilous circumstances, Jaka had survived and was now able to walk as if he were an ordinary person, a testament to the prowess of a Zoan fruit user. At that moment, he, accompanied by the few remaining guards from the palace, encircled the entrance to the secret room. Noki raised the lifeless body of Crocodile high and proclaimed, Deputy Captain Gaka, I am merely a passing bounty hunter from Alabasta. Crocodile has been subdued by my hand, and I implore you to grant me passage. Gaka, initially skeptical of Naka's claim, found the evidence of Crocodile's corpse undeniably convincing. Furthermore, he noticed the enigmatic woman who had appeared alongside Crocodile, reinforcing his belief that this man was no friend. In a cold tone, he retorted, what a farce. This is the royal palace. How could a mere passerby roam freely in such a sacred space? Moreover, the woman beside you is a subordinate of Crocodile, of which I have witnessed firsthand. Even if you have indeed slain Crocodile, it does not exonerate your identity. Noki furrowed his brow slightly and remarked coolly, this young lady is an undercover agent I dispatched to be by Crocodile's side. I am indeed not merely a passerby. You must be acquainted with Rear Admiral Nochi of the Navy, correct? We have struck a deal. The evidence of Crocodile's use of dance powder was uncovered through our joint efforts. He has requested me to remain in Alabasta to assist you in dealing with Crocodile. Should you doubt my words, you are welcome to inquire with him. I am here in the rain, ready to be approached at any time. Now, I kindly ask you to clear the path. Gaka, somewhat skeptical, weighed the formidable strength of the opponent against his own grievous wounds. To prevent further losses, he reluctantly allowed his men to part the way, permitting the two to depart. On the road, Robin, seated in the camel cart, inquired, are you not concerned that intertwining your current identity with your true self may lead to complications? Noki feigned confusion, inquiring what problems could possibly arise. My connections within the Navy are far superior to what you might imagine, setting aside whether individuals like Gaka would publicize this matter. Even if it were to become known worldwide, the Navy would not only refrain from suspecting me, but would also bestow commendations upon me. Robin, resting her chin on one hand and wearing a knowing smile, remarked, "I truly cannot fathom why, as a promising figure in the Navy, you feel compelled to venture out and establish a faction, becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea. I shall reveal that to you in due time. For now, it is best not to inquire about matters that do not concern you." Influenced by her surroundings, Robin's thoughts had always taken a darker turn, leading her to a certain speculation. Could it be that your family has been murdered, and as a member of the Navy, you are unable to exact revenge? Thus, you seek to build your own power in order to avenge your kin under a new identity? Nochi stifled a yawn, closed his eyes to gather his thoughts, and remarked, "Cease your wild speculations. I have my own plans." Robin, with a radiant smile, replied, "Boss, as your employee, I must understand your true intentions in order to serve you better." Nochi opened one eye and gazed at her, remarking with profound significance, "What you just said holds a measure of truth. You have indeed guessed correctly." Robin herself was astonished. If it were any ordinary foe, with his strength and ability to disguise, achieving a discreet revenge should be remarkably effortless. However, the great lengths he had to go through suggested that this adversary was likely far from simple. The identity of a Navy officer rendered direct action impossible. Thus, he was left with only 2 options, an official from the world government or another who shared his status as a naval officer. In his heart, Nochi was secretly astonished. Nicole Robin truly was a woman who had weathered numerous storms and emerged unscathed. Her wisdom was nothing short of cunning, almost devilish in its brilliance. Henceforth, he would need to tread carefully in her presence to avoid any potential pitfalls. The two returned to the rain-soaked streets, where throngs of people continued to gather outside Crocodile's casino. Nochi strode confidently towards the entrance of the casino, the lifeless body of Crocodile in tow. "Wait, isn't that Crocodile's corpse? When did he manage to escape? That individual has astonishingly slain Crocodile." The crowd and guards unwittingly parted to clear a path for him. Nochi and Robin successfully entered the casino. Thud. Upon witnessing Nochi casually discard the corpse of the boss, Crocodile, onto the ground, the staff believed they were to be killed alongside him and hurriedly knelt in supplication. "We are merely ordinary employees, entirely oblivious to Crocodile's malevolence. I have elderly relatives to care for and young ones to support. I came here to earn a living, having no connection whatsoever to Crocodile." Seeing the staff in a state of fear and anxiety, Robin stepped forward with a reassuring smile. "Fear not, everyone. This gentleman shall be your new employer henceforth. Due to certain circumstances, the casino will be closed for a few days. You may return home to rest, and when we reopen, I will summon you back." "Thank you, General Manager." The crowd exhaled in relief, casting a hurried glance at Crocodile's pallid visage before swiftly gathering their belongings and departing. Once the area was cleared of people, Nochi addressed Robin, requesting her to inform the members of the Baroque Works about his victory over Crocodile, ensuring that the news reverberates across the globe. "Understood." Robin acknowledged with a nod. As she walked a short distance, she abruptly halted, recalling that she must clarify who had vanquished Crocodile, and noted that he had yet to bestow a name upon his new identity. Let it be Culinary, Nochi decided, admitting that he was not particularly adept at naming. After all, Inira was far removed from the Sky Island, and it was unlikely he would descend from the heavens to accuse him of usurping another's name. "Culinary," Robin murmured to herself, before proceeding with her task. The Baroque Works exhibited remarkable efficiency within a mere 3 days. The news of Culinary's triumph over Crocodile had spread throughout the world. Simultaneously, his name became indelibly etched in the hearts of the Baroque Works members, for it was the name of their esteemed leader. Nochi is disinclined to emulate Crocodile, creating a faction shrouded in mystery, leaving his subordinates oblivious to whom they owe their allegiance. Such folly is indeed unwise. He ought to take a leaf out of Don Quixote da Flamingo's book. The influence of the Don Quixote family far surpasses that of the Baroque Works. Even the most menial of foot soldiers are well aware that they serve under da Flamingo. They heed no commands other than his, thereby achieving a remarkable degree of autocracy. Of course, Crocodile has his own dilemmas. According to his design, should everyone become aware that he is the leader of Baroque Works, his plot to assassinate the Alabasta royal family would be laid bare the very next day, revealing his duplicitous schemes. Nochi harbored no interest in ascending to the throne, thus alleviating any concerns associated with such ambitions. During this period, Jaka reached out to Kabura, who resided far away in the Holy Land, requesting confirmation regarding the veracity of what Culinary had mentioned about his collaboration with Major General Nochi. Kabura instructed his daughter, Princess Vivi, to inquire in Marin Vando. Although Nochi was absent, I grasped his partner's intentions and corroborated them. Kabura, a man of considerable wisdom, recognized that Nochi, in his efforts to aid Alabasta, likely had connections with certain underworld factions. He specifically instructed Jaka and the others to keep this matter confidential and to refrain from discussing it further. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news, the stars convened for discussion, unanimously agreeing that appointing Culinary to replace the position originally held by Crocodile would be the most effective means of erasing Crocodile's nefarious influence. Nochi had initially intended to wait for the news to spread before reaching out to the world government. However, they outpaced him and contacted him first. The world government had discovered that Nochi had taken over the casino belonging to Crocodile. Consequently, they directly called the telephone snail situated within the casino. "You must be Carl Enelu," came the raspy voice from the telephone snail. "Indeed, it is I. May I inquire as to who is speaking?" Nochi cast a glance at Robin, who was quietly listening beside him. "As an official of the world government, I shall dispense with pleasantries and get straight to the point. I am aware that you aspire to attain the position of a warlord of the sea, seeking to usurp Crocodile. It appears that the recent exposure of Crocodile's scheme bears your signature, does it not? The matter of Nork's assistance to Alabasta was only briefly discussed with Kazan. Aside from the royal figures such as Ein and Cobra, thus it is quite understandable that the world government remains uninformed." Nochi candidly acknowledged the truth. "How audacious of you to admit it. Are you not aware of the catastrophic repercussions this incident has wrought upon the world government? It was not I who incited Crocodile to conspire against the Alabasta kingdom. Logically speaking, I have rescued a member state of the world government, and you ought to express gratitude towards me. Thus, we have resolved to grant you an opportunity to receive such thanks. The world government intends to publicly announce that you were indeed poised to succeed Crocodile as the new Shichibukai. Your exposure of Crocodile and the subsequent defeat were all meticulously orchestrated by the world government. You merely complied with our directives." Nochi smirked. "What a clever scheme. In this way, the world government can effortlessly restore the reputation it lost just a few days ago, while simultaneously garnering a wave of commendation. You stand to gain quite a lot as well. Once you ascend to the status of a warlord, won't Crocodile's influence in Alabasta rightfully fall into your hands?" "Indeed." After a moment of feigned silence, Nochi remarked, "Since you have all meticulously devised your plans, I shall not disrupt your intentions. Let us proceed with the announcement you just suggested." Simultaneously, in Mary Geos, within the grand halls of Panga City, a dialogue unfolded among the powerful. Culinary had consented to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. According to intelligence, the woman under his command was none other than the elusive Nico Robin, whom we have been in search of. Allowing her to join the ranks of the 7 warlords may not be prudent, intoned the elder with a long beard. The elder with the mustache countered, "Nico Robin has aligned herself with nearly a dozen factions over the years. If her true intention were to liberate the ancient weapons, she would have acted long ago. Thus, she poses no immediate threat to us. Moreover, should we request Nico Robin from Culinary, he would certainly refuse. So why provoke unnecessary conflict?" His reasoning held merit. The priority now was to mitigate the repercussions of the Crocodile incident on the world government. The bald elder, gripping a katana, furrowed his brow, adding, "However, Culinary's willingness to harbor Nico Robin suggests he may harbor treasonous ambitions. We must remain vigilant." The elder with golden hair, arms crossed in contemplation, proposed, "Perhaps we should select a few capable agents to infiltrate Baroque works. If Culinary indeed harbors dangerous intentions, we should seize the opportunity to eliminate him and capture Nico Robin." "That makes sense," echoed the sentiments in Alabasta, amidst the rain. The phone bug was hung up. Nico Robin expressed her astonishment. "I initially thought persuading the world government would require considerable effort, yet it seems they so readily granted you the position of a warlord." Nochi pondered for a moment, and nonetheless, "We must remain vigilant. The world government excels at utilizing intelligence organizations to undermine their adversaries from within. While we cannot guarantee the absence of a single traitor within the entire organization, the future leadership must undergo rigorous selection and testing, ultimately requiring our mutual approval for appointments and dismissals." Robin inquired, "Does this mean that all senior agents within the Baroque works must be dismissed and reappointed?" "Not necessarily," came the response. "We need only to be cautious of the newcomers who joined after I became a warlord of the sea. Prior to that, Baroque Works was an obscure entity that the world government scarcely regarded, so it is unlikely that members of Organization P are present." "Understood." Robin nodded in agreement. Nochi reclined against the black leather chair, a space that had recently belonged to Crocodile, now wholly his. With the primary mission of the 7 warlords coming to a conclusion, it was time to shift our focus towards the enhancement of Baroque works. Oh, Robin listened intently. Nochi then remarked that the Baroque works, previously a criminal organization known for its rampant violence and plunder, had operated with impunity in the past. However, as its new master, he vowed to put an end to such practices. He insisted on establishing a strict code of conduct. No unauthorized looting would be tolerated, and any transgressions would be met with merciless retribution. Robin hesitated, expressing concern that this might prove to be quite challenging, as most members of Baroque works hailed from backgrounds as pirates and bandits. Prohibiting them from engaging in robbery, she argued, would essentially cut off their means of survival. Nochi spoke earnestly. I am, of course, fully aware of what you are implying. The indiscriminate imposition of such a stringent regulation is bound to invite criticism. Thus, I possess ample justification, as a recognized warlord of the seas by the world government. If my subordinates exploit this identity to engage in rampant destruction, it will undoubtedly compel the world government to disband us, ridding society of a menace. Therefore, my decree against arbitrary plundering is aimed at safeguarding the reputation of the warlords and maintaining disruptive behavior within the tolerable limits set by the world government to preserve the interests of the entire organization. His words held merit. However, the Admiral overlooked a crucial point. Pirates are not akin to the Navy. They do not heed reason, often valuing only personal gain. No matter how eloquently you speak, they will not listen if there is no profit to be had. Robin interjected with skepticism. Then let us bestow upon them monetary rewards. As the saying goes, it is not the quantity of soldiers but their quality that matters. There are far too many inept individuals swimming in the murky waters of Baroque works. Henceforth, the top 100 ranked members will receive a substantial monthly salary from the organization, with remuneration increasing for those who rank higher. As for those beyond the 100th position, provided they bear the banner of Baroque works and obey commands, they will also receive compensation for each task assigned by the organization. Those who disagree with this regulation are permitted to withdraw from the organization. After all, with the title of warlord at my disposal, I need not worry about attracting new talent. As for the specific ranking of abilities, I would appreciate your assistance in establishing it, with periodic revisions mandated. Very well, Robin responded, feeling the weight of her responsibilities increase significantly. Indeed, the Navy operates differently than criminal enterprises. Although she felt fatigued, she found herself wholeheartedly willing to follow someone like Nochi, as it instilled within her a profound sense of security. Furthermore, Nochi retrieved 2 fruits from the cupboard and, harnessing the power of dark liberation, transformed them into devil fruits imbued with demonic strength. These 2 abilities were extracted from 2 notorious pirates, each with a bounty exceeding 100 million, while he was safeguarding the Anasia Palace. One fruit, belonging to the Zoan type, grants the ability to assume the form of a polar bear, while the other possesses the power to manipulate the winds. Take them with you. They will serve well in nurturing your trusted subordinates in the future. Robin was taken aback, her astonishment evident, as Naka's actions shattered her understanding. How did you transform 2 ordinary fruits into devil fruits? Nochi smiled gently, stating that his ability possessed the power to attract the abilities of other devil fruit users. Upon vanquishing these individuals, he could absorb their powers and later resurrect the devil fruits when necessary. After all, Robin would eventually learn the truth, so revealing it to her in advance would be of no consequence. Isn't crocodile sand fruit also in your possession? Robin immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Indeed. Nock nodded in acknowledgement, yet it possessed an alternative purpose. Robin leaned closer, deliberately bending down to adopt a seductive posture. Boss, I am undoubtedly your most trusted confidant. Is there anything you cannot share with me? Nochi shook his head with a smile, saying, I never claimed I wouldn't inform you. This is precisely what I intend to discuss. Please, go ahead. Robin listened attentively. Regarding the primary shift in the operations of the Baroque works, it was revealed that during Crocodile's reign, the organization's tasks were predominantly associated with the Kingdom of Alabasta. I possess no interest in the Kingdom of Alabasta. Past missions should cease, and henceforth, the principal objective of Baroque works will be the search and hunt for those with extraordinary abilities. Do you wish to utilize your powers to seize the devil fruits? I will elaborate in detail shortly, so please pay close attention. Nochi disclosed a portion of his plans to Robin, while judiciously withholding certain details. Is that so? What an audacious notion indeed. However, I must inquire. Does the method you propose for acquiring the devil fruit abilities truly hold any merit? One cannot guarantee absolute success. It may merely present a chance of fruition. Nochi conveyed to Robin a method. When members of the Baroque works set out to capture abilities, they should prepare a sufficient quantity of fruit, as there exists a considerable likelihood that the devil fruit may attach itself to these fruits after the original wielder's demise. His assertion is not mere conjecture. It is grounded in precedent. In the original narrative, after Blackbeard ascended to the rank of emperor, he dispatched Burgess to Dressrosa to acquire the Nomi, only to be thwarted by Sabo, who intervened unexpectedly. Nevertheless, Burgess remained undeterred, pursuing Sabo with a sack of items in an attempt to reclaim the Nomi from him. This sack contained fruit. Although the principle behind this method is not explicitly stated, the fact that devil fruits can indeed reincarnate in fruits is indisputable. Thus, the notion of carrying a basket of fruit while hunting for ability users may seem somewhat absurd, yet it is indeed a viable strategy, albeit with an uncertain success rate. This method, while seemingly straightforward, has not been widely recognized. At least, the Navy has not employed it. Perhaps the world government believes that incarcerating ability users is a more secure measure, hence they have refrained from disseminating this approach. After all, the world government has consistently sought to maintain a balance among the various factions. It is reasonable that they would not want the Navy to acquire an excessive number of devil fruits, which could lead to an overwhelming increase in power. However, having spent considerable time within the Navy, Nochi understands that imprisoning criminals is not solely to prevent the reincarnation of abilities. There are numerous other underlying reasons as well. Despite pondering these matters, Nochi recognizes that they are not his concern, regardless of the machinations of the world government and the Navy. His objective remains clear: to capture abilities and assemble a formidable legion endowed with the true power of devil fruits to oppose the world government. Robin inhaled deeply. The volume of information she had acquired today was substantial. She needed to return and meticulously organize her thoughts before communicating this intelligence to the members of Baroque Works. At the very least, the method for capturing devil fruit abilities must not become common knowledge. A specialized team dedicated to hunting abilities could be formed, while others focus on gathering intelligence on ability users. Nochi lingered in the rain-soaked grounds for an additional 2 days. During this time, the world government publicly declared Karl Anil to be the new warlord of the sea, claiming all the credit for himself. The populace, upon learning the truth, extolled the actions of the world government with resounding praise. The casinos in the Rainy district reopened, capitalizing on the newfound fame of Karl Anil. Robin conveyed the new regulations set by Nochi to all members of the Baroque Works through various means. As anticipated, some individuals expressed dissatisfaction. However, the overall situation remained relatively stable. Nochi, under the guise of Karl Anirode, convened with several members of the Baroque workshop in Alabasta, aiming to fortify his standing and presence within their ranks. Everything is progressing steadily in a positive direction. Nochi calculated the time. The World Conference was drawing to a close, and it was time for him to return to the naval headquarters to prepare for the escort of Cobra and Princess Vivi back to their kingdom. It is rather amusing that within a mere month, he would traverse between Alabasta and the naval headquarters 4 times. Robin had prepared a private transponder snail solely for communication between the two, as a precaution. Everything was set in place. Nochi set off with confidence, treading the lunar path, holding the unerring compass that pointed towards the Navy headquarters, embarking on the journey home. It must be said that the prolonged and extensive practice of the lunar stride serves as an exceptionally effective form of exercise. Nock returned significantly faster than before, just in time to arrive at Marinfando a day before the conclusion of the global conference. Nuachi hurriedly made his way home. Ian must have expended considerable effort in concealing his whereabouts during these past few days. After all, based on his previous experiences, it was not uncommon for a naval vice admiral or even a general to come seeking him every few days. His sudden disappearance for such an extended period was bound to raise suspicion. As Nochi turned the key and pushed the door open, a familiar feminine voice echoed within the room. What should I say to you? Nochi is such a man who easily attracts attention. How could you not keep a watchful eye on him, allowing him to roam freely? Are you truly unaware of the treacherous nature of women outside? Ji Yuan. It's rare for Nochi to go out and enjoy himself. I can't possibly restrict him, can I? That would only make me seem petty. Un replied with a hint of a smile. Yet, you are his girlfriend. For him to venture out without your company while leaving you behind to clean up his mess, isn't that approaching the very definition of a scoundrel? Nochi, increasingly bemused by the conversation, cleared his throat deliberately to capture their attention. Ji Yuan. Are you speaking ill of me again? Seeing him swagger back empty-handed, Tao Ji Yuan's frustration boiled over, and she brandished a knife as she approached him. Ain was taken aback. Just days ago, she had mentioned Naka's outing to someone in her desperation to find an explanation. Initially, it seemed inconsequential. But the rumor eventually reached Cao Dao's ears, inciting her fury. She promptly rushed over to admonish Ain, coincidentally arriving just in time to scold Nochi as well. Nochi, unable to foresee the impending danger, was equally startled by the fierce demeanor of Cao Tu, who had unsheathed her blade. "Sister, what are you doing?" he inquired. "Humph. Are you truly so oblivious to your own foolishness?" She retorted sharply. "Let us speak frankly, have you been seeking companionship elsewhere?" Cao Tu's words dripped with disdain. "Nico Robin?" Nochi hurriedly shook his head, insisting that Ain could never disclose such confidential matters to Cao Tu. Thus, he vehemently denied, stating, "No, absolutely not." Cao Tu inquired, "So, you went on a journey without bringing Ain along?" "Me, traveling?" Nochi exchanged a glance with Ain, and they seemed to grasp the situation at hand. He turned and retrieved a black briefcase from the corridor, dramatically sighing, "Sister Ji Yuan, it was I who advised I not to speak to anyone. In truth, I ventured out to earn some money." The fortune within the case was derived from Ain's escapades at the casino, where vast sums, amounting to billions of berries, lay in the vault. He had returned with 100 million, intending to procure some fine gifts for Ain. Upon hearing visitors at home, he instinctively placed the money against the wall to avert any unnecessary misunderstandings. Given that it was the beloved Ji Yuan, and considering their brotherly bond, there was no need to fear her reporting him. It served well as a shield. Ji Yuan cast a glance at the briefcase, then turned back to scrutinize Ain. Folding her arms defiantly as she declared, well, you little lovebirds have conspired to deceive me. I should have known Nochi couldn't possibly be a scoundrel. Instead, he has flouted the rules to make some extra cash. Your audacity is impressive. If Sakaski finds out, he will surely strip you of your skin. What infuriates me further is that you managed to deceive even me." She held no doubts about the source of Nochi's wealth. Given his prowess, eliminating a few high-bounty pirates for profit was a trivial matter. Nuachi chuckled. "Of course I trust Sister Ji Yuan, but it is perhaps best not to spread such matters too widely. Next time, I shall certainly tell you the truth." "Next time?" Cao Tu raised an eyebrow. Nochi nodded earnestly and replied decisively, "Indeed." Cao Tu opened her mouth, rendered speechless, for she could not possibly go to Sakaski to lodge a complaint. She sighed in exasperation. If it were anyone else, they would certainly report you to Sakaski for a proper reprimand." At that moment, Ain affectionately embraced Cao Tu's arm, smiling sweetly. "Sister Ji Yuan is the best. Humph, I am no match for your husband. For him, you even keep secrets from me." Cao Tu feigned discontent, yet felt a sense of satisfaction within, for if she were in the same position, she too would choose to keep Naka's secret. Finally, Ain had grasped the essence of the matter. Were Nochi privy to Cao Tu's thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff. "You, a stunning beauty who has never been in a relationship. Where do you acquire such experience?" Nochi reflected for a moment, recalling that Garp had mentioned that Peach Rabbit had once been romantically involved with his father. Although Peach Rabbit had never confirmed it, her bashful demeanor at the time seemed anything but feigned. Thus, it appeared that Peach Rabbit was not a lifelong singleton. She had indeed experienced the heartbreak of being rejected by her own father. Initially, Peach Rabbit had come to educate the two, but with the truth laid bare, she felt no further need to linger, fearing she might become an unwelcome third wheel. Hastily, she excused herself under the pretext of pressing official duties. Ain let out a sigh of relief, apologetically saying, "I'm sorry, Nochi, I nearly got you into trouble." "Not at all," Nochi replied with a smile. "I mysteriously vanished from headquarters for several days without any assignments, especially during such a pivotal time as the World Conference. Your reasoning is among the few justifiable excuses." "Where did all this money come from?" Ain inquired, estimating that there was around 100 million berries in the suitcase. "I have taken control of Crocodile's influence, so his wealth naturally became mine. I casually retrieved 100 million berries with the intention of purchasing something nice for you." Ain felt a surge of joy and responded, "It's the thought that counts. As a Navy officer, there is little I require that demands such expenditure. It would be wiser to save it for future needs." Nochi nodded in agreement. He pondered for a moment. Generally speaking, women are fond of beauty, and clothing and cosmetics are their primary objects of expenditure. However, Ain, as a naval officer, has never placed much importance on such matters. Beyond the weapons that serve her closely, her financial outlay is limited to daily necessities. In Naka's presence, Ain embodies the essence of a delicate woman. All she desires is his companionship, and that is sufficient for her. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. Ain was the first to awaken from the bedside. glancing at the clock's hands. The time was just right, for today marked the day to welcome Cobra and Princess Vivi. Among others, back to Alabasta. Nochi must lead the fleet to the port of the Holy Land within the designated time. Aang gazed tenderly, gently caressing the cheek of the man beside him. Leaning closer, he whispered softly in his ear, "Nochi, it is time to rise." Nochi turned over, realizing that his sleep in Alabastan was far from the tranquility he experienced in his own spacious bed. For a moment, the thought of indulging in a few more moments of slumber crossed his mind. Ayan gently patted his back, and after considerable effort, Nochi reluctantly rose from his bed. His routine typically demanded a minimum of 12 hours of sleep each day. However, amidst the burdens of the rainy season, he had managed only around 10 hours. It was imperative that he swiftly recuperate the rest he had lost. Nochi casually freshened up, donned the navy coat of the little black entity, grasped the golden scale and the third-generation ghost cutter, and, accompanied by Ayan, set forth towards the warship at the dock. Dasky and the others had long been on standby here. Upon boarding the vessel, Nochi witnessed the warship immediately set sail, navigating along the red Earth continent towards the docks of St. Mary Joa. Upon encountering Nochi once more, Cobra cast a glance at the other naval officers, suppressing the words that nearly escaped his lips. The relationship between Major General Nochi and Culinary is best explored in private. Princess Vivi understands her father's concerns and refrains from mentioning Culinary's name, despite her keen desire to extract information from Nochi. As the king, Cobra finds it rather inconvenient to move about freely. Seizing an opportunity, Princess Vivi stealthily entered the captain's quarters. At that moment, the room was occupied solely by Nochi, who was changing into his night attire in preparation for sleep. Upon noticing Vivi's entrance, he inquired, "Your Highness, is there something you wish to discuss?" Vivi closed the door gently, took a deep breath, and replied, "I apologize for disturbing your rest, Major General. A couple of days ago, I came to visit, but you were unavailable. However, I heard from Sister Ayn that you are acquainted with the new warlord, Culinary, who defeated Crocodile." "I am acquainted," he responded. "What kind of person is he? Is he trustworthy?" Princess Vivi asked eagerly. The Baroque Works has no immediate plans to relocate its headquarters, and future interactions with the Alabasta royal family are inevitable. Nock must ensure that Culinary leaves a favorable impression in Vivi's heart. "Ah, Culinary." Nochi, with some reluctance, began to extol his own virtues. "He is of a similar age to me, possesses an upright character, and harbors noble ideals. Prior to becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea, we shared a long-standing friendship. Not only is he striking in appearance, but his strength is also exceptional, on par with my own. Based on my years of acquaintance with him, he is undoubtedly a man worthy of trust and reliance. With him in Alabasta, you can rest easy." "Is that truly the case?" Princess Vivi, placing her trust in Nochi, felt assured that his words were indeed accurate. "Naturally, I have never spoken a falsehood." Nochi thumped his chest in assurance. Yet, Princess Vivi, harboring some doubts, inquired further, "If he is such a good person like you, why does he not join the Navy and instead choose to become a warlord of the sea?" "Well, perhaps it is because he dislikes being bound by rules and prefers to act according to his own volition." "I see." Princess Vivi pondered this for a moment, but then felt a sense of unease. After all, the Baroque Works, as an organization under Crocodile, had previously committed numerous misdeeds. How could this be reconciled? Nochi patiently elucidated that the Baroque Workshop was initially established by Culinary in collaboration with Cloctal. Prior to my partnership with him, the Baroque Workshop remained under Cloctal's dominion. Now, with Culinary firmly in control, you may rest assured that it will soon evolve into a commendable organization dedicated to serving the nation and its people. This clarifies everything. I am grateful for your enlightening assistance, dear General. Princess Vivi expressed her gratitude with a graceful bow. Nochi extended his hand to assist her, assuring the princess, "There is no need for formalities. It is my duty as a naval officer." Princess Vivi hesitated for a moment before articulating her request. "I have one more favor to ask, and I hope that the esteemed Major General will grant it." "Please, go ahead. Could you facilitate an introduction to Lord Enel?" The royal family are apprehensive about visiting unannounced, fearing we may inadvertently cause offense." "No problem. I will inform him of your intentions beforehand. You may visit him without concern." Once again, Vivi bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Major General. Your kindness is beyond our means to repay. From this day forth, the Alabasta royal family shall honor you as a distinguished guest, and should you encounter any difficulties, we will do our utmost to assist." Your Highness is too kind. A radiant smile adorned the exceptionally handsome visage of Nochi. Fortunately, he had already crafted persuasive arguments to sway the royal family of Alabasta, enabling him to respond with eloquence. Upon her return, Princess Vivi promptly conveyed Nochi's words to Cobra. Just days prior, the news of Crocodile's audacious intrusion into the palace and his defeat of the royal guards had made Cobra acutely aware that although Alabasta boasted an army of hundreds of thousands, its elite combat strength was alarmingly deficient, posing a significant risk. One could only ponder, had Alabasta the likes of Major Nochi to safeguard it? Would Crocodile dare to set his sights on the kingdom? Since Nochi asserted that Enel was of comparable strength, should he be welcomed into the royal fold? Cobra cast a furtive glance at his daughter, resolutely determined. Even if Vivi harbored the slightest affection for Enel, he would undoubtedly strive to facilitate this union. Such opportunities were fleeting and would not present themselves again. Vivi, noticing her father's peculiar gaze, inquired with curiosity, "Father, why do you look at me so?" "Oh, it's nothing, nothing at all," Cobra replied. "I simply feel that you have grown, my dear daughter." "How swiftly time passes," he exclaimed. Vivi, interpreting her father's words as praise for her capabilities, lowered her gaze shyly and responded, "It is all thanks to you and the esteemed uncles." Cobra's expression grew even more peculiar. While he found no fault in Vivi's reasoning, the juxtaposition of her words with his earlier thoughts struck him as oddly disconcerting. After a period of navigation, the warship once more docked at the port of Canola. Gaka awaited at the quay, accompanied by a cohort of heavily armored soldiers. Cobra expressed his profound gratitude to Nochi for his arduous escort and asked, "Might you accompany me to the palace? I wish to host a banquet in your honor." Nochi shook his head in refusal, stating that it was his duty and that His Majesty need not concern himself. "There remain numerous matters within Alabasta awaiting your attention, so I shall not intrude further." Cobra signaled to Jaka with his eyes. Jaka promptly summoned men to bring forth a dozen large crates. Cobra smiled and remarked, "Mr. Nochi, these boxes are filled with the finest local delicacies from Alabasta. I implore you to accept them." "Very well, thank you." Without hesitation, Norki accepted the task and single-handedly lifted the heavy boxes onto the warship. In a matter of minutes, he completed the task with remarkable efficiency. Princess Vivi gazed at Norki, feeling an inexplicable sense of reluctance. This was certainly not a matter of love. Rather, Norki's actions naturally fostered a sense of dependence. It seemed unlikely that she would have the opportunity to see Major General Norki again. Vivi quickly shook off her thoughts and reached out to bid farewell to Norki, saying, "Major General, do remember to bring Sister Ain to Alabasta for a visit when you have the time." "Absolutely," Noki pondered privately. Alabasta was nearly half of his home now, and it seemed he would frequently find himself making trips here, whether for matters of significance or otherwise. The warship did not linger, but instead sailed directly away from the port. This, however, did not signify Noki's departure. That very night, in the stillness of the deepening darkness, he leapt from the warship, making his way towards Alabasta. The following day, Princess Vivi, bearing gifts, arrived at the casino amidst the rain. Robin, having received word early in the morning, awaited her arrival outside the casino. "Your Highness, welcome. Lord Inelo has prepared a sumptuous luncheon. Please follow me." "Thank you." Princess Vivi graciously curtsied and entered the casino with dignified poise. Rather than traversing through the main hall, Robin guided Vivi through a corridor that led directly to the casino's interior. Vivi recognized the woman before her. She had often seen her in the company of Crocodile, yet, uncertain of her connection to Inelu, she refrained from inquiring further. Upon entering a spacious dining area, a tall and handsome young man caught Vivi's eye. "Your Highness, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Carl Inelu." "Hello, hello." It is often said that one's perspective aligns with their path. At first glance, Princess Vivi perceived Inelu as a dependable individual, not solely due to his striking appearance but also because he exuded a presence reminiscent of Major Noki. As for Carl Inelu's visage, in his pursuit to create an image that aligned with his vision, Noki exerted considerable effort in training, shall we? The current appearance is a result of appropriate modifications based on his original visage. Indeed, these adjustments are merely slight alterations and do not constitute a complete change of face. Upon observing Princess Vivi's cheeks adorned with a faint blush, revealing a hint of shyness, Robin couldn't resist a playful smile and intentionally inquired, "Your Highness, isn't Lord Inelo quite handsome? Do you like him?" "Ah." Princess Vivi was taken aback, encountering such a challenging question right off the bat. This was her first meeting with Inelu. How could she openly declare her affection? Moreover, even if she did find him appealing, It was solely his appearance she admired. Princess Vivi prided herself on not being superficial, as she believed that one's character should determine her fondness, rather than mere looks. Undoubtedly, Lord Inilu was indeed strikingly handsome, embodying the extraordinary talents and beauty that Major Nochi had aptly described. Nochi cast a fierce glare at Nico Robin, urging her to refrain from causing trouble. Robin remained noncommittal. Vivi sat opposite Nochi, feeling somewhat anxious. With her head bowed and her cheeks flushed, she nervously clutched the hem of her dress, her carefully prepared lines on the tip of her tongue, yet failing to escape her lips. Noticing her anxiety, Nochi took the initiative to speak. "Your Highness, I presume you seek my counsel regarding the collaboration between the Alabastan royal family and the Baroque workshop?" "Indeed," Vivi promptly nodded, continuing. "The Alabastan royal family hopes to join forces with you to safeguard this nation. Major Nochi has informed me that you are a person of integrity, and we place our trust in him as well as in you. We sincerely hope you will accept this request." Behind them, Robin stifled a laugh, pondering whether Nochi was effectively giving himself a commendation. Nochi raised his wine glass before him, gently swirling it, and took a measured sip. Unhurriedly, he remarked, "I can collaborate with the royal family. However, considering the cautionary tale of Crocodile, I believe there exists a certain apprehension within the royal heart towards the Baroque Work Society." Before he could finish, Vivi interjected swiftly, "I assure you, the Alabastan royal family harbors no malice towards you, focusing solely on the nefarious deeds of Crocodile and his ilk." Nochi shook his head gently, addressing the princess. "Please allow me to finish my thoughts. It is not that I harbor distrust towards the royal family. Although the relationship sustained by mutual interests may appear fragile, it is, in truth, one of the most robust connections. Our Baroque workshop has selflessly safeguarded the realm for the crown, which inevitably raises suspicions. After all, as the saying goes, extraordinary circumstances often herald hidden motives. Therefore, I kindly implore the royal family to consider providing some financial support to the Baroque workshop. In the future, we intend to transform our operational model, and this endeavor will certainly require a significant infusion of capital. Relying solely on the casino and various minor tasks, it is unlikely that we can cover our substantial expenditures in a short span of time. It is well known that Alabastan is exceedingly affluent, and with the royal family's patronage, these challenges would be swiftly resolved." Upon hearing this, Vivi understood that the interlocutor was subtly requesting remuneration, and so she cautiously inquired, "What amount of funding do you believe would be appropriate from the royal family?" Nochi smiled as he opened his palm and extended his finger. Nochi, with a look of astonishment, elucidated, "There is no need for such extravagance. What I mean is that with each berry amounting to merely 6 billion annually, this should not be deemed a substantial figure considering the economic circumstances of Alabasta. With a population exceeding 10 million and a thriving national strength, even if each individual contributes 10,000 berries to the treasury each year, that would amount to a staggering 100 billion berries." Nochi indulged in a lavish meal at the restaurant within the headquarters, which cost approximately 10,000 berries, underscoring the substantiality of his financial resources. Vivi sighed in relief, acknowledging that this was indeed acceptable. "Please allow me to return and discuss this with my esteemed father, and I shall provide you with a prompt response." "Princess, since you're already here, why not savor your meal before departing?" "That seems reasonable," Vivi conceded, as it would be impolite to refuse Nochi's generous invitation. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the dishes presented before her were remarkably similar to those she had enjoyed aboard General Nochi's warship. Nochi aptly remarked that during my time studying culinary arts with him, I had truly grasped the essence of the craft. "Please, do indulge in the flavors, princess." "Oh, certainly," Vivi replied, delicately picking up her chopsticks. She carefully selected a succulent, juicy morsel and placed it in her mouth, savoring its velvety texture, rich yet not greasy. It was even more delectable than the dishes she had sampled aboard the warship. The meals on the vessel were prepared by Trayalana and Carmen, whose culinary skills, while commendable, paled in comparison to those of Master Nochi. In her moment of excitement, Vivi indulged in several more bites before realizing her breach of etiquette. With an air of contrition, she addressed Enel. "My apologies, Lord Enel." Nochi was perplexed, pondering what there was to apologize for. It was merely a meal, and if one enjoyed it, they should indulge. "Thank you, Lord Ainalu. I shall begin," she declared. Vivi admitted that her appetite had been captivated by the dishes prepared by Nochi. Robin, standing nearby, observed the two as they dined, her stomach grumbling in response. She too had tasted Nochi's culinary creations not long ago, and they were indeed delectable. Nochi cast a glance at Robin and suggested, "Let us dine together. After all, there are ample bowls and chopsticks." Robin, somewhat displeased, shot him a look and retorted, "Boss, it sounds as though you consider me superfluous." "That was not my intention," Nochi replied nonchalantly while continuing his meal. Robin quickly took a seat, refraining from further discussion, and joined the feast with chopsticks in hand. Once the three had satisfied their hunger, Princess Vivi felt so shy that she wished to bury her head in the ground. Before her arrival, Kabira had repeatedly reminded her to uphold decorum, yet the delectable dishes had awakened her inner tomboy. "Lord Inalu, there is no time to waste. I shall return to Albana immediately to convey your message to my father. Let us reconvene in a few days," Vivi hastily proposed, eager to take her leave. "Very well. Secretary, please see the princess off," the boss instructed. "Of course, sir," Robin replied as he escorted Vivi out of the room. A few women clad in maid outfits swiftly entered the room to tidy up the dining table. Nochi returned to his office. After a while, Robin came back, smiling. "My dear boss, you are truly captivating. Even the princess holds you in high regard, calling you Major Nochi with such affection. Now let us discuss the matter at hand." Nochi disregarded her words and said, "Help me find several pirates prowling the waters near Alabasta, with bounties exceeding 10 million. I am planning a trip to Impel Down and require a pretext for escorting prisoners." "What business do you have at Impel Down?" she inquired. "Do you truly believe there exists a place more teeming with exceptional individuals than the oceanic prison?" Nochi replied with a faint smile, posing a rhetorical question. Robin hesitated and cautioned, "Indiscriminate slaughter of prisoners is a grave offense. Even with the backing of an admiral, you would find no salvation if discovered. I have my own plans. Simply comply and locate them swiftly." "I shall depart today," he insisted. "So soon? If you leave, what will become of Princess Vivi?" After a moment of contemplation, Nochi remarked that the royal family of Alabasta would undoubtedly acquiesce to his demands. As for the remaining matters, whether he was present or not, they would be competently handled and entrusted entirely to Robin's management. Robin sighed, expressing her thoughts on Nochi's adeptness at delegating responsibilities, remarking that he had once again passed all duties onto her. She found herself somewhat regretting her decision to become his secretary. "When will you return from this journey?" she inquired. "There's nothing urgent, so it may take some time," he replied, suggesting they could remain in contact via phone at any time. "Very well. You certainly place a great deal of trust in me," Robin remarked, her expression somewhat peculiar. Nochi cast a penetrating glance at her, the unspoken question lingering in the air. "Indeed, one should trust those they employ. Then I shall not betray your confidence." After approximately an hour, Robin presented Nochi with a list detailing several pirates with bounties nearing 30 million, complete with their precise locations and crew information. Although the Baroque works lacked formidable strength, their intelligence capabilities were undeniably remarkable, particularly in the vicinity of Alabasta, where they excelled. Nochi neatly arranged the documents and tucked them into the pocket of his naval coat. With a gliding motion reminiscent of the moonwalk, he set off swiftly in the direction of the warship, guided by the instructions of the Ain lifeguard. To his surprise, it appeared that the others aboard the vessel had not noticed his departure, save for Ain, the captain, who often secluded himself in his quarters, rarely attended to matters on deck. Although his presence was not insignificant, the crew had grown accustomed to his frequent absences. Nochi commanded a change in course, deciding against returning to the headquarters for the time being, opting instead to capture a few pirates before making the journey back. His reasoning was impeccably articulated, cloaked in the noble guise of allowing the crew to accrue military merit. Typically, it was he who personally dealt with the notorious pirates, thus reaping all the accolades, leaving little for his subordinates. A group led by Dezea and Bagus, upon hearing of the impending skirmish, was filled with exuberance. Their concern for military merit was minimal. What truly mattered was the recent tranquility that had rendered them utterly bored, with their minds nearly overrun by tedium. After several days of effort, they successfully subdued the pirates. In an unusual turn of events, Nochi spared the lives of several pirate captains, reasoning that capturing them alive would yield greater military merit. The crew, witnessing their commander's selfless consideration, felt deeply moved. On their journey back to the headquarters, the warship passed by Gaia Island. Nuachi stood on the deck, gazing thoughtfully at the sky. After a while, he shook his head. The situation at the Baroque workshop has already been determined. Naka's attention shifted inward as he resolved to take this time to thoroughly contemplate the words of his father, Rogers. He held a disdain for ordinary devil fruits. aspiring instead to acquire a few exceptional abilities for experimentation. Among them, the Rumble fruit, reputed to be the strongest of the Logia type, particularly captured his interest. In Naka's perspective, the term strongest would be better replaced with most versatile, for it embodies a plethora of attributes including speed, power, regeneration, and intelligence. If Nochi were to choose but one ability, he would most likely select the Rumble fruit. However, having already consumed the dark fruit, he recognized that the powers of Rumble did not align with him. The primary detriment stemmed from the dark fruit's inability to allow for natural transformation. Nochi surmised that even if he were to ingest another Logia-type fruit, he would still be incapable of achieving that natural state due to the inherent characteristics of the fruit he had consumed. Thus, the loss of the natural transformation aspect of the Rumble fruit would significantly diminish its effectiveness. Rather than wielding a weakened ability, he preferred to seek out other fruits that could unleash their full potential, even if they could not rival the former. Consequently, Nochi was not yet inclined to journey to Skypiea. While he was determined to obtain the Rumble fruit, now is simply not the time. What Nochi desires now is to acquire the two formidable abilities possessed by the legendary figures within Impel Down. To eliminate them, Nochi requires the cooperation of one individual, the Warden, Shiryu of the Rain. At this moment, he is likely indulging in the indiscriminate slaughter of prisoners for his amusement, yet has not yet been reported by Magellan. Considering the passage of time, that moment is approaching. In the original narrative, Shiryu was sentenced to a death penalty with a 2-year reprieve. With only about 2 years remaining since Luffy set sail, Nochi must hasten his journey to Impel Down. Once Magellan ascends to power, his plans for murder will be utterly thwarted. Magellan's upright character is not one that can be persuaded to assist him in bypassing the rules. After several days of travel, the warship anchored before a heavily fortified stronghold, resembling a steel fortress. Major Nochi, what an unexpected visitor, greeted a striking blonde woman. Her hat tilted to shade her right eye, adorned with reddish-brown glasses. With a smile, she approached. You have always upheld a ruthless policy against pirates. What has prompted this change of heart today? I am merely assisting my subordinates in earning some military merit, Nochi replied, recognizing the woman as Domino, the vice warden of Impel Down. The current warden and director is Shiryu of the Rain. Would you care to come in for a moment? Ian is welcome to join as well, Domino invited with a cheerful demeanor. Nosai is acquainted with this group from the advancing city, long ago. They served in the navy of Marin Vondo, including Yuji Shilyo, with whom he shares a few fleeting encounters, thus considering them as somewhat familiar yet not intimate naval personnel. Domino stands as an exception. She is relatively close to Ein, having been his senior in school. And through Ein, she became acquainted with Nosai. Leaning against Nosai, Ein cast a sidelong glance at Domino, remarking on the peculiarity of inviting someone to sit in prison. If you don't wish to come, then so be it. I shall enjoy a moment of solitude with Major Nosai. It's remarkable how swiftly you've ascended to the rank of Major. When I first met you, you barely stood a meter tall, Domino said, gesturing to her knees to illustrate her point. Ahem. Since you have graciously extended your invitation, I shall gladly step inside, said Nochi. Ain cast a puzzled glance at her partner but ultimately chose to follow. Domino, whose primary responsibility was security, trusted Nochi and Ain due to their familiarity. And adhering to the principle of prioritizing personal connections over official duties, she allowed the two to enter without hesitation. They arrived at the office on the first floor. Nosai was pondering how to find an opportunity to be alone with Rain Shilyo when he noticed a man with a broad chin, casually smoking a cigar while sharpening a knife inside the room. Deputy Warden Domino, you have quite the audacity to bring someone in without permission. Director Shilyo. This is Major Nosai, a figure you should be familiar with. Shilyo's gaze lingered on the two exquisite blades at Nosai's waist, recognizing their formidable presence. Ah, young man. How proficient are you in the art of swordsmanship? Fairly competent, Nosai replied. Nuachi offered himself a candid evaluation. Xiao Liao's pupils constricted as he sheathed his sword and rose, proposing, it is a rare opportunity to encounter a swordsman. Shall we engage in a sparring match? Spending all day confined in this prison, my body is on the verge of rusting. Domino was taken aback and anxiously exclaimed, Director, your swordsmanship has always been lethal. How could Nuachi possibly withstand it? What if Xiao Liao interrupted with a cold snort, slightly raising his head, and with a wicked smirk, remarked, I am not forcing him. If he is afraid, then so be it. Nochi grasped the hilt of the golden scale sword, a mesmerizing smile gracing his lips. Such an opportunity was rare, and he was eager to witness the swordsmanship of the director of the advancement city. Fine, do persuade your man. Director Shilio's strikes are always aimed at vital points, and I have never seen anyone survive after he draws his blade. Fine, unwavering in her support for Nochi, smiled softly. I believe Director Shilio would not harm his compatriots, and moreover, Naka's swordsmanship is commendable. He may not necessarily be defeated. Shilio furrowed his brow, addressing Domino. Do not bring shame upon my advancement city. Understood, Shilio replied, stepping before Nochi and exhaling a cloud of thick smoke. Follow me, kid. Ein, witnessing this, was quite displeased. The director of the advancement city was rather discourteous. Very well, please lead the way, director. A hint of menace lay hidden within Naka's smile. Shilio escorted Nochi and the others to the elevator, arriving at the underground level of the Red Lotus Hell, where the corridors were spacious enough for two to engage in combat. Ein and Domino stood to the side, observing. Having spent an extended period in the dark confines of Advancement City, Domino paid little attention to the outside world. She had heard of Naka's exploits against infamous pirates in the East Sea, but the pirates of the East Sea were notoriously weak, no matter how many he defeated. It did little to substantiate his prowess. It has been more than a year since Nochi was promoted to Major General, and it seems unlikely that he could rival the director of the Advancement Bureau. In contrast to Domino's skepticism, Ein possesses unwavering confidence in Nochi. She is acutely aware of her partner's prowess in swordsmanship. It is no exaggeration to say that he has nearly reached the level of General Taodu Ziwan. Regardless of how formidable and ruthless Yushi's sword skills may be, they cannot surpass those of Taotu, who is renowned as the finest swordsman in the headquarters. Even if Nochi cannot match Shilio in combat, at the very least, self-preservation is assured. As Shilio slowly unsheathed his sword, the moment the blade emerged, a flash of crimson light dazzled the eyes of those present. Immediately thereafter, the palpable aura of murderous intent created an overwhelming pressure, causing Ein and Domino to feel a quickening in their breaths. Nochi swiftly removed his naval coat and tossed it to Ein, gripping the hilt of the golden scale blade tightly in his right hand. His exquisitely refined visage, at this moment, evoked an unsettling chill in those who beheld it. Two currents of murderous intent seemed to solidify in the air, clashing relentlessly and even stirring up gentle gusts of wind. Nochi could perceive that in the realm of lethal intent, Shiryu held an upper hand over him. However, this did not imply that he was significantly inferior to his opponent. Shiryu narrowed his eyes, suddenly launching an attack. His blade moved with fluidity and swiftness. As he stepped forward with his right leg, a chilling gleam sliced through the air, narrowly missing Naka's neck. A surge of alarm coursed through Ein as she realized that had Nochi reacted even a fraction slower, he would have surely met his demise. Domino grew increasingly anxious, fully aware that Nochi was no match for Shiryu. She contemplated intervening, but once Shiryu drew his blade, he would not relent easily. Throughout the entirety of Impel Down, only Vice Warden Magellan possessed the strength to halt Shiryu, yet he was currently on patrol, leaving his return uncertain. At the opportune moment, Nosai brandished his golden blade, delivering a formidable strike aimed directly at Shiryu's abdomen. With a swift elevation of his elbow, Shiryu redirected the tempest, successfully intercepting the blow. Quite intriguing. Nochi was inwardly astonished. His observation haki had been fully activated since earlier. However, he had failed to perceive even the slightest indication of Shiryu's recent attack. The essence of observation haki is to enhance all aspects of human perception. If someone of Naka's caliber could not sense it, it indicated that the opponent must possess a method to counteract observation haki. As he pondered, Shiryu shifted his stance, silently darting from another position, his cold blade raised high, accompanied by the crackling sound of sword energy akin to electric currents, striking towards him once more. Though Naka's mind wandered, his gaze never strayed from the figure before him. He promptly realized that the blade, glimmering with a golden hue, clashed heavily against Shiryu's storm of lightning. The collision of their haki unleashed a tempest of fierce winds. Following an initial miscalculated strike, Shiryu unleashed an uncountable flurry of slashes that surged towards Nochi like a torrential downpour. Nochi remained passively on the defensive, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon his opponent's movements. A sense of unease began to coil within Ein. She had evidently underestimated the caliber of Shiryu, a man truly deserving of his position as the director of the advancing city. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room of the advancing city, a tall man clad in dark, demonic attire watched intently a particular screen. How did Shiryu engage in combat with others? And why was he employing such brutal force? This cannot stand. I must intervene swiftly to avert any unforeseen calamities. Deputy Director, look. That individual actually retaliated, exclaimed a guard, pointing at the screen in astonishment. Oh? Magellan leaned in to observe, and indeed, it was true. Nochi discovered an exceedingly subtle opening in Shilio's defense, swiftly interrupting his opponent's offensive thrust, and subsequently seized the initiative for himself. One sword style, slash. Noci's gaze sharpened, as golden sword energy surged forth like a full moon towards Shilio. The resounding clash of metal reverberated throughout the prison, exuding an overwhelming aura that shimmered incessantly. Two figures, one crimson and one golden, were propelled in opposite directions, crashing to the ground. Shilio removed the cigar from his mouth, a malevolent grin spreading across his face. It had been years since he had felt such a rush of adrenaline. Let me see just how skilled you truly are. Here it comes. Nochi executed a wrist flip, slicing horizontally towards the void, only to find his blade clashing repeatedly with Shirlio's, igniting dazzling sparks. Shirlio's pace quickened, leaving Nochi increasingly overwhelmed. This was a predicament. Nochi relied on visual cues to assess the actions of others. Now that even vision eludes him, has he not become a lamb awaiting slaughter? Nochi propelled himself off the ground, unleashing one of the 6 forms known as shave, attempting to counter speed with speed. His strategy proved effective, successfully evading Shiryu's assault. The two transformed into distinct gusts of wind, weaving through the vast confines of the prison. Futile. Shiryu accelerated in an instant, the vivid crimson sword energy slicing through one side of Naka's garment. Had it not been for Naka's instinctive reflex to shift, it might have been his head that was severed instead. What a madman. Nochi realized that the opponent was indeed serious. He decided to hold nothing back, turning his body, gripping his knife with his right hand, and unleashing a punch with his left as a dense black mist surged and expanded. Black hand. Shilio halted in his tracks, unleashing a torrent of piercing sword energy towards the direction of the black mist, yet it merely stirred the waves of the darkness. As the hand formed from the black mist advanced relentlessly, Shilio adjusted his approach, launching a surprise attack from an unexpected angle that caught Nochi off guard. By the time Nochi redirected his blade for defense, it was too late. However, he had anticipated this moment. The blade of Jinlin was now shrouded in darkness. An abyss of black. Black slash. Nochi swung back fiercely, leaving a trail of darkness in the air. Shiryu, who had aimed a lethal strike at Nochi's vital point, was suddenly drawn by an overwhelming force, compelling him to alter his trajectory and instead strike at Jinlin. This maneuver relied on the gravitational prowess of the dark fruit, attaching darkness to the blade and forcing the enemy to confront him directly, while simultaneously restricting their movement. Disrupted by this pull, Shiryu's speed diminished considerably, and his elusive, peculiar slashes were entirely curtailed. After exchanging a few more blows, Shiryu coldly remarked, "You call this a duel between swordsmen? Using your abilities is hardly fair. How disappointing." Domino's eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to Ein and whispered, "That brat has struck gold. At such a young age, Nochi possesses this level of power. His future is boundless." Both women thought the contest had come to an end. However, Nochi astonished them by declaring, "The director is right. I have committed a foul. This time, I shall refrain from using my abilities, and we will compete anew." Domino tugged at Ein's sleeve, saying, "Your man is getting a bit too proud. Don't you think? It's quite evident to everyone that based solely on swordsmanship, Shiryu has the upper hand. Isn't he just asking for trouble?" With the confidence gained from the earlier bout, Ein's beautiful red eyes resolutely fixed on Nochi as she declared, "I believe in him." A twinge of jealousy flickered within Domino. Previously, she had felt a slight affection for Nochi's looks, but upon witnessing his prowess, she found herself deeply captivated by him. Perhaps influenced by the atmosphere of the prison, her admiration for the strong, especially the handsome, grew ever more profound. Though Nochi's charm was distinct, it mattered little as long as his character was that of a true gentleman. When searching for a partner, 3 key aspects were paramount: appearance, character, and strength. The pinnacle of beauty that is Nochi, whose prowess, even if it remains stagnant, rivals that of the captain of the advancing city. With a gentle demeanor intertwined with an unmistakable aura of authority, he embodies a perfect character. How could anyone possibly harbor disdain for such a person? All right, Shilio readily acquiesced. For Nochi's words resonated perfectly with his desires. Let us engage in this exhilarating encounter. He once again unleashed his enigmatic footwork, vanishing from Nochi's sight, leaving the observation of his observation hockey without a target. Nochi smiled faintly and, astonishingly, vanished alongside. Within the monitoring room, Magellan observed the duel between the two with great interest, recalling the man's identity, Kudyliya Nochi's son, truly a testament to the relentless passage of time. Suddenly, a low growl emanated from Magellan's stomach. He clutched his abdomen, his expression contorted in agony. "Oh no, I forgot to relieve myself after lunch. Clear the way. I must use the restroom." The guards, flustered, hastened to escort the deputy director to the lavatory. As a wielder of the poison fruit, Magellan possessed undeniably formidable powers. Yet the accompanying side effects were quite troublesome. His entire body exuded toxins, whether through sweat, saliva, or even exhaled breath. He was a walking hazard. Ordinary individuals needed to don gas masks in his presence, which was exceedingly inconvenient. Moreover, mealtime often resulted in him inadvertently consuming his own poison, confining him to a mere 4 hours of productivity each day, 12 of which were spent in the restroom, leaving only 8 hours for sleep. Where have they gone? Domino gazed blankly ahead, lost in thought. Nochi and Chief seemed to have evaporated from the world, neither sight nor sound betraying their presence. An was equally perplexed. From the recent battle, she discerned that Chief possessed an unusual footwork, enabling him to almost perfectly mask his sound and movement. Could it be that Nochi had mastered this skill as well? Remarkably, he seemed to have grasped it with just a glance. This was undoubtedly Nochi's style. His extraordinary talent was well known. Eventually, Chief emerged first, his prolonged high-speed movement having drained his stamina. "You little rascal, how did you manage this?" he exclaimed. "You have even learned my silent slash?" Nochi smiled as he approached Chief, saying, "Director, perhaps fortune smiled upon me, for I have unexpectedly uncovered certain patterns. Your swordsmanship is extraordinary, and I hold deep admiration for it." He finally comprehended why, in the original work, Chief of the Rain would consume an apparently inconsequential invisible fruit, deemed trivial by the powerful of the New World. The ability to become invisible, combined with the elusive silent strikes of observation haki, is unfathomably terrifying. Even when confronted by adversaries stronger than himself, Chief of the Rain could, through sheer surprise, vanquish his foes with this technique. Upon hearing his praise, Chief felt a twinge of discomfort. If he had emerged victorious, it would have been one matter, but having drawn twice and even slightly faltered, the compliments felt somewhat grating. "Humph." Chief, unable to maintain his composure, replied in a low voice, "Let us compete once more." Domino stepped forward, exclaiming, "Director, it seems rather inappropriate to have Major Nochi engage in combat upon his first visit to Impel Down without even having a glass of water." Chief cast a glance at Nochi, asking, "Would you like to tour my Impel Down?" Nochi nodded. Very well. I shall personally guide you around. After the tour, we shall resume our sparring." She had lingered in the advancing city for many years, having finally encountered a swordsman who captured his interest. He was reluctant to let him slip away so easily. Domino drew Ian closer and whispered, "Trust me. You certainly do not wish to witness the grim sights of the prison below. Let those two men explore on their own." Ian cast a glance at Nochi, seeking his counsel. Nochi gestured with her eyes for her to stay. Only then did Ian respond, "Very well. The long-awaited opportunity for Nochi to be alone with Chief has finally arrived." Domino has returned to the ground with Ian. Nochi followed Chief as they descended, bearing witness to the agonized cries and suffering of the pirates, tormented in their plight. Chief remained taciturn, leading Nochi through the frigid prison without uttering a single word. The extreme cold rendered this place devoid of surveillance mushy and guards. Nochi, ensuring that no one was around, spoke, "Director Chief, the aura of death surrounding you is so palpable. You must have slain numerous criminals, haven't you?" Chief abruptly halted his steps, turning back with a frigid expression. "What do you mean by that?" Nochi continued, "As fellow swordsman, I can sense the thick bloodlust emanating from your blade. It seems you partake in the daily ritual of shedding blood. To my knowledge, there are seldom death row inmates in Impel Down, which suggests that you may be indiscriminately executing criminals." Chief remained silent for a considerable time before responding, "You little brat, be mindful of your words. Speak only when you possess evidence." Seeing his expression, Nochi understood that it was tantamount to an admission. He remarked, "Indeed, I possess no evidence. Yet one cannot conceal the fire beneath the paper indefinitely. Your exposure is inevitable. If my conjecture is accurate, you have certainly hidden the corpse of the perpetrator. After all, in a city like this, where the means to dispose of bodies are scant, a sudden surge in prisoner fatalities would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. Concealment, then, is the most prudent course of action." Chief exhaled a thick plume of smoke and added, "You speak to me not with the intent of incrimination, but rather with some ulterior motive. Otherwise, you could have simply contacted Magellan to seek his assistance. there would be no need for this idle conversation. Nochi chuckled, acknowledging the truth in the words spoken. I propose a transaction. I shall assist you in disposing of the bodies, and in return, you will eliminate 2 individuals within the prison. Whom do you intend to kill? Shilio inquired with curiosity. Bondi Wald and Douglas Barrett. Shilio shook his head. The 2 you wish to eliminate are significant figures. As key subjects of observation within the prison, their sudden demise would undoubtedly prompt a thorough investigation from above. And so what? Nochi countered. I am confident that with our collaboration, we can execute this plan seamlessly. Shilio fell into silence once more. What is your motive for their assassination? To seize the demonic power that resides within them. Nochi is well aware of Shilio's temperament. To speak frankly, his promise may indeed carry greater weight. So it is, young one, your ambition is not to be underestimated. With a meaningful glance, Shilio continued, I can aid you. But I have a condition. Please, go on. I am aware of the strength of your connections. Within 2 years, I wish to be reassigned from the Push City. Regardless of where that may lead me, even if it means serving under your command, I would accept it. For to remain in this desolate place would signify the end of my life as I know it. Upon hearing this, Nochi felt a surge of joy. Perhaps it was indeed the reason he had seized Blackbeard's opportunity, as one by one, the crew members who were originally loyal to Blackbeard began to flock to him. Excellent. Nochi promptly agreed. Shiryu, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, exhaled a plume of smoke and inquired, So, do you have any plans? I have some ideas. But as you are the warden of Impel Down, there are many aspects that require your guidance. That is easily said. Nochi and Shiryu engaged in a discreet conversation for a while. By the time they returned to the office on the ground floor, the sky had darkened, signaling the arrival of night. In the lounge of the office, not only were Ein and Domino present, but Magellan had also made an appearance. Although his office was not located on this level, it was a rare occasion for guests to arrive, and he could not resist the opportunity to show his face. Upon seeing the 2 return, Domino reproached Shiryu, saying, Director, while it's understandable to indulge in a fight, there should be a limit. This is Major General Noki's first visit to Impel Down, and you have already put him to work. What a dreadful impression you must be leaving. Ein's gaze lingered on Nochi for a considerable time, and only when he confirmed that Nochi was unscathed did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. You must be Vice Warden Magellan, correct? As Nosai raised his gaze, he noticed that Magellan deliberately maintained a certain distance from the others, likely to shield them from the noxious fumes. Indeed, it is I. Magellan, a notorious lecher, is particularly fond of strikingly beautiful women. Whenever an attractive female inmate graced the prison, he would steal a few extra glances. Now, upon encountering the enchanting duo of Ian and Nosai, his eyes nearly bulged with delight. Truly a feast for the eyes. Ahem. Domino coughed deliberately twice. Only then did Magellan come to his senses, chuckling, Major Nosai. A tiger begets no dogs. In his prime, Rogers possessed remarkable prowess and faced few rivals. Now, at such a tender age, you wield the strength to contend with our director, Hilliu. Great achievements surely await you in the future. Hilliu, with a sullen visage, let out a cold snort. That was without my full strength, Magellan. Do you truly believe that if I were to exert myself, I wouldn't be able to subdue this young man? Nochi smiled faintly, acknowledging that Director Shilio had indeed shown him a measure of leniency. Otherwise, he would not be standing here at all. Magellan nodded in agreement, indeed. Just as he was about to continue his discourse, a tumultuous rumbling in his stomach interrupted him. I shall excuse myself for a moment. I must attend to the restroom, he declared, hurriedly clutching 2 rolls of toilet paper as he dashed into the lavatory. Domino turned to Nochi and suggested, General, why not stay the night with Ein? You may depart tomorrow. I shall prepare accommodations for you. In a fleeting exchange of glances between Nochi and Shirlu, a silent understanding passed, acknowledging the efforts of Deputy Warden Domino. Subsequently, Shirlu, with the thunderstorm blade in hand, settled onto the sofa, meticulously cleaning the knife with a cotton swab, remaining silent. The city prison was equipped with a reception room, yet it remained largely unoccupied, for the reason was quite simple. Who would willingly visit a prison without cause? Knowing that Nochi had not dined, Domino thoughtfully arranged for a meal to be delivered to his room. As Ein observed Nochi savoring his dinner, her eyes brimmed with deep affection. She stepped forward, extending her delicate, porcelain-like arms to embrace Nochi around the waist. As Nock indulged in his meal, curiosity sparked within him as he inquired, What is the matter? Nothing, Ein replied, resting his face against Nock's back, his lips twitching slightly. In the blink of an eye, Nock had acquired the prowess to rival the director of the Advancement Bureau, and it seemed that the rank of general was not far off. Nochi's expression was somewhat complicated. I comprehend your sentiments. Initially, I promised you that we would marry once I became a general. However, considering my current circumstances, as you are aware, I fear we must postpone that promise. Ain, driven by an impulse within her heart, tightened her embrace. We have cohabited for quite some time, and I have faith in you, Nochi. Given the significant changes that have transpired, perhaps we should reconsider our plans. Her complexion deepened in hue, radiating warmth. Nochi comprehended Ain's thoughts. Both were youthful individuals, brimming with vigor. According to his reasoning, they should first overthrow the world government before contemplating marriage, a task that, even under the most favorable circumstances, would require several years. Yet, he understood that plans seldom unfold without obstacles, despite possessing various advantages. He could not guarantee the overthrow of the celestial dragons within a decade. In 10 years, he would be in his 30s, while Ain would be nearing 40 indeed. A rather late stage in life. That said, as a wielder of the retrogression fruit, Ain had the potential for eternal youth, which rendered the prospect of turning 40 less daunting. However, considering their current state of daily intimacy, the thought of enduring 10 years apart seemed insufferable. For someone as passionate as Nochi, even 2 or 3 years of separation appeared nearly impossible. Nochi took a deep breath. Give me 1 year at most, Ain. Allow me a little more time to solidify my power. By then, I assure you, not only wedding bells, but if you desire a child, I shall fulfill that wish as well. Really? You mustn't deceive me, Ain replied, her eyes glistening with surprise. Her possessiveness stemmed from a profound insecurity. Nochi was simply too captivating to women. She genuinely feared losing him to another. Ain was acutely aware of the predatory gazes directed at her Nochi from women like Nicole Robin, Treyina, and Boa Hancock, among others whose names she couldn't recall. A single misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. Hence, she yearned for them to take decisive steps to solidify their bond. Believing that having a child would only strengthen their connection. I would never deceive you, he affirmed. Nochi spoke with a serious demeanor. Indeed, Ain, overwhelmed with excitement, planted several affectionate kisses on the man's face. Understanding Nochi's nature, she knew that words spoken in such a solemn tone would never be taken lightly. As the night deepened, Ain nestled within the warm embrace of the man, her entire form gently curled up, with her head resting on Nochi's strong yet gentle arm. A sweet smile graced her lips as she drifted into a remarkably peaceful slumber. Nochi glanced at the clock on the bedside, leaned down, and pressed a gentle kiss to Ain's forehead. Slowly withdrawing his arm, he descended from the bed, donned his navy coat, and quietly exited the room. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room beneath the city, Director Shilio's unexpected arrival astonished the staff stationed there. So late, what brings you here? They inquired. A flicker of lethal intent flashed in Shilio's eyes as he replied, You all may return to rest. I shall oversee matters here tonight. But that cannot be. Director Shilio, you ought to rest instead. We are accustomed to our shifts and can manage. Indeed, Shilio had frequently taken it upon himself to monitor the surveillance room, often visiting during midday or afternoon, but this was the first occasion he had come so late. His previous visits were primarily motivated by a desire to eliminate prisoners, deliberately timing his appearances during Magellan's restroom breaks or moments of respite to avoid detection. As for why he never chose to act at night, Shilio was astute. Even the simplest minds would recognize that nighttime provided the most opportune moment for nefarious deeds. He deliberately spread his actions across various times to avoid raising suspicion from Magellan and the guards. Are you defying my orders? Shilio said in an irrefutable tone, emanating an aura of menace that instilled fear in the hearts of those present. Of course not. We shall leave you to it, Director. The staff, keenly aware of Shilio's reclusive nature and his preference for solitude, retreated, knowing that he preferred to be alone in the monitoring room. They trusted him, believing that beneath his fearsome exterior lay a gentler heart, which was why he occasionally alleviated their burdens. After a brief interval, the door to the monitoring room creaked open. Shilio looked up at the newcomer and coldly remarked, You are late. Apologies, came the response. It was Nochi. We've encountered a minor issue. Let us depart at once. Very well. Shilio retrieved a set of keys from the pocket of his coat and secured the door to the monitoring room. With this, only the chief guard and Magellan could unlock it, ensuring that no one would discover the events unfolding in the depths of the prison that night. Together, Shilio and Nochi descended in an elevator that led directly to the subterranean depths, arriving at the dim, damp level where countless individuals, labeled as monsters or legends, were imprisoned in the most secretive floor of Impel Down, the 6th level. Nochi and Shilio simultaneously employed the techniques of silent steps and shave. Shilio advanced first, followed closely by Nochi as they stealthily approached the exterior of a prison cell. This cell was particularly unusual, for it did not contain a living being, but rather a massive block of solid ice. Encased within the ice was a man of formidable stature, adorned with a Viking helmet bearing broken horns, his fierce gaze brimming with wrath and animosity. This was indeed one of the individuals they sought, the world destroyer, Bondywald. Nosai nodded and extended his hand, unleashing a multitude of shadows that surged toward the icy foe. "Wait," Shilio exclaimed, drawing forth Thunderstorm, his aura brimming with lethal intent. An opportunity to eliminate such a prominent figure was rare and should not be squandered. With a flash of crimson blade light, the massive ice split in two, and the portion encasing Bondywald's head tumbled down. Nuachi, feeling rather speechless, remarked, "Director Shilio, his blood has frozen into a solid block. If you wish for your blade to taste it, you shall have to wait until the ice has melted." Shilio, maintaining a stern expression, offered no reply. Nuachi momentarily disregarded him as the ground was shrouded in darkness. He activated the hidden pathways of the shadows, enveloping Bondywald's entire being within the abyss, along with the latent powers contained within him. "Is this sufficient?" "Yes, it will do. Let us proceed to the next cell." The two exited the prison chamber. From the pitch-black bars opposite, 2 or 3 pairs of bloodshot eyes emerged. "Good heavens, what have I witnessed? The esteemed director of the prison is indiscriminately slaughtering the inmates. If we were to reveal this to that little brat Magellan, you too would become one of us, wouldn't you?" "Ha ha." She left no time for delay. As those individuals attempted to amplify their voices to relay the news, their heads fell to the ground before they could utter even half a sound. Naki silently unleashed the hidden pathways of darkness, collecting all the bodies to assist Shiryu in obliterating any traces. The two then swiftly moved on to their next target, a solitary cell. Within, the occupant was bound to the wall by numerous thick iron chains and high-purity sea prism stone, rendering him immobile. Sensing the presence of others, he abruptly opened his eyes, and the demonic gaze he possessed caused even Naki to gasp in astonishment. It was none other than Douglas Bullet, the right hand of the Pirate King. Observing Naki's expression, Shiryu sneered with disdain. Is this mere child so easily frightened by such a level of power? It is merely respect for strength. I have heard tales of him challenging the Demon Slayer order single-handedly. Though ultimately defeated, he inflicted considerable losses upon our navy. His crimes are deserving of death 1,000 times over. This man, I shall personally eliminate." As Nochi spoke, he drew the golden-scaled blade from his side. Perhaps due to the surrounding darkness, the blade emitted not a glimmer of light. Barrett watched as Nochi approached, his eyes ablaze with a crimson hue. A formidable aura surged from within him, causing the chains that bound him to tremble. In a raspy voice that resonated like a demon's, he challenged, "Boy, do you wish to kill me? If you possess the courage, release me, and we shall settle this once and for all. Do you not feel a twinge of shame for resorting to such despicable means to achieve victory?" Noki smiled faintly. Indeed, Barrett's strength is undeniably formidable, rivaling that of the 4 emperors, without even considering the protagonist's aura from the original work's theatrical adaptation. Yet, he is merely a brute, with a simplistic mind and robust physique. Do you take me for a fool? Why would I resort to perilous means when there exists a simpler, more effortless approach? Barrett gritted his teeth. A true warrior ought to confront their opponent with honor and clarity. Your reluctance to engage in battle with me signifies your acknowledgement of my superiority. Death does not frighten him. What terrifies him is the notion of perishing in such a cowardly manner. Barrett harbors an obsession to surpass the Pirate King, Gold. Roger. Should he meet his end here, his entire life would be rendered a resounding failure. He is unwilling to accept such a fate. He cannot bear the thought of concluding everything in this manner. Noki candidly acknowledged, "You are right. At this moment, I am unable to defeat you. But what does it matter? As long as I can eliminate you, that is sufficient." No. Barrett of the Essence Book Pavilion exerted all his strength, desperately trying to break free from the chains. However, the iron chains and sea stone, meticulously crafted for him, were not merely ornamental. He could only watch helplessly as the sharp blade drew closer and closer to his head. Thud. Barrett's massive head tumbled to the ground, crimson blood gushing from his neck, resembling a miniature fountain. This scene stirred something within Noki. He envisioned a day when he would triumph over one or even several adversaries more formidable than Barrett himself. Standing atop the pinnacle of the world, Shiryu, puffing on a cigar, quietly observed this spectacle. Although he yearned to experience the thrill of slaying such a powerful foe as Barrett, he ultimately chose to grant this opportunity to Noki. Perhaps this was the wager he had placed. Shiryu sensed that the youth before him would one day unleash a tempest of chaos. Of course, this did not imply that Shiryu had come to endorse Nochi. The term hopeful would be more fitting. At present, Nochi was still unworthy of his acknowledgement. Nochi, well-versed in the art of darkness, devoured everything belonging to Barrett. Subsequently, he accompanied Shiryu to the advancing city. As previously mentioned, the extreme cold here renders the telephone bugs incapable of survival. Thus, this floor of the prison is the most loosely guarded. The corpses left by Shiryu's indiscriminate slaughter of inmates are concealed in this place. Nochi gazed upon the mountain of corpses before him, some decapitated, others missing limbs. Their dismembered bodies strewn haphazardly across the ground. The blood had not dried. Instead, it had frozen into solid blocks due to the frigid temperature. Director Shiryu, forgive my candor. But the act of slaying pirates is not what terrifies me. Rather, it is your excessively grotesque methods of murder that are alarming. If this continues, you are bound to develop severe psychological issues. Shiryu smirked and replied, were you to spend over a decade in a lightless prison, your mental state would likely not be superior to mine. No simmering. The environment profoundly influences an individual's emotions. Each day, one is subjected to the anguished and grotesque visages of criminals, while the ears are assailed by piercing and shrill cries of lamentation and abuse. In such a milieu, aspiring to be a normal person is indeed a formidable challenge. Nochi, fully aware of his own culpability, chose to remain silent. He conjured darkness to create a black hole, efficiently erasing all the bodies in one fell swoop. Director Shiryu, my heartfelt gratitude for tonight, he remarked, offering a respectful nod. There is no need for thanks. Our partnership is merely a transaction for mutual benefit. You remember the terms you agreed to. Within 2 years, I must depart from this sunless realm of spirits and shadows. Rest assured, I shall fulfill that promise. After a brief moment of hesitation, Nochi spoke. Director, it would be prudent for you to exercise a bit of restraint lately. Although we have obliterated all conceivable evidence, Magellan will undoubtedly harbor suspicions regarding your involvement. I would rather not see you imprisoned before I have the chance to transfer you. Shiryu turned his head with an air of defiance, presenting Nochi with the back of his head, and replied in a deep voice. You are not in a position to advise me at this moment. Focus on safeguarding your own interests. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Nuachi let out a silent sigh. Realizing that he was indeed a source of concern, it seemed necessary to prepare for the endeavor of extracting him from his cell. The two parted ways at the entrance of the surveillance room. To maintain the fabled, Shiryu had promised the prison guard to oversee the surveillance room, a commitment that required him to remain until the shift changed the following morning. Nochi, with the stealth of the shadowy figure and the silence of a phantom, returned to the reception room on the ground floor without drawing any attention. In her slumber, Ain sensed the subtle movement on the bed, opened her eyes to glance around, and upon confirming that Nock was still by her side, she wrapped an arm around the man's waist and smiled before drifting back into a peaceful sleep. The following morning, Nock guided Ain in bidding farewell to Domino. Shiryu, however, remained absent, still seated in the monitoring room. Not long after Nochi departed, Shiryu completed his shift and retreated to the office to rest. Meanwhile, on the 6th underground level, the guards were conducting their routine inspections when they discovered that 3 inmates had vanished without a trace from their cells, including 2 notorious criminals of considerable stature. This alarming news swiftly reached Magellan, who promptly summoned several personnel from the monitoring room to inquire about the situation. The disappearance of 2 high-profile convicts was a grave concern. While their demise could be rationalized, their escape would yield catastrophic consequences. The 6th level of Impel Down was of utmost importance, and there were indications of foul play. Should the truth remain undiscovered and the situation continue to evolve unchecked, it would not be long before more prisoners went missing, which was utterly unacceptable. Deputy Warden. The monitoring room last night was overseen by Shiryu, not us, the guard reported candidly. Shiryu. Magellan furrowed his brow, an ominous premonition growing stronger within him. I understand. You may return to your duties. Magellan took the elevator to the 1st floor and knocked on the door of the warden's office. Domino, witnessing the scene, remarked, Magellan, the warden has just returned and is resting inside. Perhaps it is best to wait until later. That is unacceptable. This matter is urgent and must be addressed immediately. Magellan's expression was grave. Domino noted, having seldom seen Magellan so earnest. After a moment, Shiryu opened the door, his demeanor displeased. Magellan, what is it that you require? Are you not aware that I am resting? Warden, there has been a troubling frequency of inmate disappearances in recent times, and last night. Two significant criminals, Bondi Wald and Douglas Barrett, vanished. I have been informed that you were overseeing the monitoring room last night. Did you notice anything unusual? Magellan inquired. Shiryu, having anticipated his intention, feigned deep contemplation before ultimately shaking his head. No, everything appeared normal in the monitoring last night. Magellan's tone grew serious. Warden, surely prisoners cannot simply vanish into thin air? A glint of menace flickered in Shiryu's eyes. Magellan, are you questioning me? Be mindful of your position. I am the warden of this impel down. I do not mean to offend. I merely seek clarity, Magellan retorted, standing his ground. Shiryu, displaying a sinister grin, said, Since you, Deputy Warden, harbor suspicions towards me, I hereby assign you the responsibility of investigating this matter. During your inquiry, you may search any part of Impel Down. Should you fail to uncover the truth, be prepared to face the consequences. Understood. Magellan accepted the command without hesitation. Shiryu felt invulnerable, as all evidence had been thoroughly obliterated by Nochi. As long as he kept a low profile for a few days, Magellan could turn the city upside down and uncover nothing. Should the investigation yield no results, Shiryu would have ample justification to undermine Magellan's authority. The disappearance of two notorious criminals was sufficient to alarm the naval headquarters, with the warlord fully endorsing Shiryu's decision to allow Magellan to investigate the matter. In all honesty, when juxtaposed with the menacing Shiryu, the warlord placed greater trust in the diligent Magellan. Bondi Wald and Douglas Barrett. The warlord pressed his forehead, hoping they were dead. Otherwise, the sudden emergence of two legends would spell significant trouble. The city was abuzz with unprecedented activity. Ironically, the individuals responsible had returned home, soundly asleep. Having not rested well the previous night, he planned to recuperate before dedicating himself to researching his abilities. Iron, on the other hand, had no time for rest. She first assisted Nochi in tidying up the room, then pruned the potted plants given to him by General Sakaski, and subsequently drafted various reports that required submission. Once these tasks were completed, it was time for dinner, prompting her to rush out to procure ingredients before bustling about in the kitchen. Although Nochi was an excellent cook, it was not feasible to rely on him every day. Sister Yuan had once stated that to conquer a man, one must first win over his stomach. While Iron may never reach Nochi's culinary prowess, the sentiment behind her efforts was of utmost importance. Nosai awoke to find Ein diligently occupied, and he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Although Ein possessed a few minor flaws, she had always proven to be reliable when it truly mattered, which is precisely why Nosai felt compelled to share many significant plans with her. Nochi stretched languidly, realizing it was time to attend to serious matters. Presently, within his realm of darkness, he possessed three formidable devil fruit abilities: the Paramecia-type fusion fruit, the Momo fruit, and the Logia-type sand fruit. Long before, during his time in Roguetown, Nochi had contemplated liberating the powers of the devil fruits within his own body. However, he hesitated, fearing the potential of overwhelming his physique. Having learned from Roger's letter that he possessed the unique constitution to wield two devil fruit abilities, he believed his father would not lead him astray. Consequently, Nochi resolved to take a bold step. He selected the Paramecia-type fusion fruit ability and directly unleashed it from his dark domain into his own being. Yet, he was not reckless enough to release it all at once. His audacity was rooted in a foundation of caution. After a brief wait, Nuachi let out a sigh of relief. He did not erupt with rage, but rather felt as if something had indeed been added within him. Nochi recalled that the fusion fruit possessed the remarkable ability to merge and enhance any inorganic material, bearing a striking resemblance to the glutton fruit. He casually picked up two ordinary pens, and an image of a precious fountain pen flashed in his mind. Instantly, a mysterious purple crystalline substance began to flow forth, gradually enveloping everything. As the substance dissipated, a brand new black fountain pen materialized before Naka's eyes. In the original narrative, Barrett was able to utilize this ability to construct a submarine laden with weapons from scrap metal and rubble. Thus, Naka's creation of a single pen pales in comparison. Nuachi once again attempted to summon darkness from his right hand, engulfing the pen in a shroud of shadow. Only after this act did he ascertain that he had acquired two distinct abilities. However, returning to the earlier inquiry, what precisely did his father's mention of utilizing all abilities entail? Nosai pondered for a moment, to delve into the nuances of language. It is noteworthy that Rogers explicitly employed the term use in his correspondence, which merits further contemplation. Generally speaking, the notion of acquisition is often associated with abilities, as it implies a permanent possession. In contrast, use suggests a more transient engagement. Furthermore, his physique is only capable of withstanding the powers of 2 types of devil fruits, a limitation that is presumably fixed and will not alter regardless of the presence of the dark fruit. Considering these points, along with Noci's understanding of the dark fruit, which absorbs all forms of power, including that of the devil fruits, one can draw significant conclusions. Nochi seemed to have grasped the concept. After consuming the dark fruit, he found himself possessing an infinitely vast realm of darkness within. This space not only had the capacity to absorb everything from the outside world through its shadowy mist, but it could also extract the alcohol coursing through his veins and mitigate the injuries he had sustained. Thus, what would transpire if he were to harness this ability to absorb the demonic power that resided within him? Without hesitation, he resolved to act. With a conjecture, Nochi harnessed the power of the dark fruit, initiating the absorption of the demonic energy within him, much like he had absorbed damage previously. This process transpired with remarkable swiftness. Nochi suddenly opened his eyes, and all sensations related to the fusion fruit within him had, at that moment, completely vanished. Noci couldn't help but feel like a genius for effortlessly deciphering his father's riddle. However, the notion of utilizing his full potential left him somewhat disheartened. He had initially anticipated being able to harness several abilities simultaneously. Nochi even contemplated utilizing the abilities of the fusion fruit to transform into a giant akin to Barrett from the original work, while simultaneously employing the powers of the Momo fruit to amplify his techniques manifold. What formidable might that would possess! Alas, it was not to be as he had wished. Nochi once again unleashed the power of the fusion fruit within himself. In contrast to the fleeting enhancement provided by the Momo fruit, he deemed the fusion fruit to be of greater utility. With this ability, he could forge formidable weapons that far surpass those of the current era. Doflamingo, who manipulates the arms trade within the black market, might provide an opportunity for him to insert himself into that arena. Therefore, Nock planned to first explore the capabilities of the fusion fruit. It has been previously noted that the fusion fruit shares similarities with the Bari fruit, both possessing the extraordinary ability to upgrade and reconstruct matter. The Bari fruit stands out primarily due to its unique capacity to enable its user to consume other users, thereby acquiring the demonic powers of those devoured, a seemingly insurmountable advantage. Nochi harbored reservations regarding the singular reliance on the abilities of the. Having perused the original work, he was aware that those consumed by the wielder of the retained their consciousness, not entirely succumbing to the control of the user. It was akin to the user riding upon another's existence. Should the synergy between them prove insufficient, it would not only yield no advantages but also expose oneself to vulnerabilities. In any case, he remained skeptical of this ability. Nochi pondered deeply over the Thun fruit, casting a glance at the small black figure beside him. Inorganic matter. Although the little one's attire was not inorganic, he possessed the ability of the dark fruit, enabling him to bestow the powers of a devil fruit upon inorganic substances. Then, by harnessing the power of fusion, what would transpire if he were to amalgamate the inorganic entities endowed with such diabolical strength? As Nochi delved deeper into his thoughts, he recalled that the fusion fruit possessed a technique allowing one to merge with created substances and exercise complete control over them, should his hypothesis prove viable. Merging with weapons or armor imbued with various devilish powers would essentially grant him access to multiple demonic abilities. As long as the objects did not possess the traits of the Zoan-type powers, they would lack independent will, remaining entirely under his dominion. Surely, this method would be far more convenient than the capabilities offered by the Munch fruit? Nochi made another attempt. He unleashed the powers of the Momo fruit and the Sha fruit into 2 inorganic objects, then utilized the force of fusion to amalgamate and recreate them, transforming them into the form of a short blade. Nochi grasped the short dagger in his hand, and after a considerable time had elapsed without any unusual response, it appeared that he had succeeded. Suppressing the excitement swelling within him, Nochi endeavored to merge the blade with his very essence. However, at this juncture, he encountered failure. He nearly overlooked the fact that in the original tale, Barrett was indeed an awakened being, and the ability to integrate matter with oneself was likely a power bestowed only after one had awakened. Upon this realization, Nochi felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, extinguishing his fervent enthusiasm in an instant. The awakening of a fruit is profoundly contingent upon opportunity. Even with his remarkable talent, after consuming the dark fruit for over a year, there had been no sign of awakening whatsoever. Calming his emotions, Nochi shook his head and smiled. In just a brief hour, his progress could indeed be deemed extraordinary. After all, matters of significance often require their own time to unfold. and no amount of haste would alter that truth. Nochi allowed darkness to engulf the newly forged dagger, rebinding the powers of two malevolent entities. "Darling, it's time for dinner," Ain said, tying her apron and smiling as she opened the door to the room. "I'm coming." Nochi took a deep breath and stepped out of the room. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. It is calmness and composure that truly pave the way to resolving problems. Regarding the awakening of the fruit, which is somewhat akin to going with the flow, it is best to set it aside for the time being. Continuing to develop his forces according to the meticulously crafted plan, and seeking training in hockey and martial arts with Garp is of utmost importance at this juncture. After all, Kaido has previously stated that one cannot dominate the world solely through the powers of the devil fruit. It is only through hockey that one can rise above all. This assertion does not entirely dismiss the value of devil fruit abilities. Rather, it emphasizes that while such powers are indeed significant, hockey holds an equally esteemed position in assessing a formidable warrior. Recently, Nochi has accomplished a series of significant tasks, and with so many generals in the headquarters, it would be unreasonable to solely exploit his labor. Consequently, he has found himself with rare moments of leisure. Seizing this opportunity, Nochi has dedicated himself to training with Garp, while also investing his spare time in researching the fusion fruit. Out of the 24 hours in a day, after accounting for 12 hours of sleep, he devotes the remainder entirely to enhancing his strength. Anyone who hears of this would undoubtedly commend his remarkable diligence. Nock took Ain to the renowned weapon shop in the headquarters, where he spent a considerable sum to purchase over a dozen exquisite blades. Upon returning home, utilizing their combined strength, they forged two short swords of quality rivaling that of renowned blades, which he presented to her as gifts. At first, Ain found it hard to believe that Nock had unknowingly become the unprecedented wielder of two devil fruits. It was only after witnessing it with her own eyes that she was compelled to accept the truth. No wonder Nock possessed such extraordinary talent. It was likely intricately linked to his unique constitution. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Nock's martial arts and body techniques have shown considerable improvement, and his foundational mastery of the fusion fruit has reached an exceptional level. One day, after completing his training and bidding farewell to Garp, he noticed a familiar figure on his way home. "Major Nochi, greetings," exclaimed the man, whose face was adorned with a piece of beef patty. He was tall and robust, wearing a pair of black sunglasses, with a warm and amiable smile gracing his features. "General Veer, what brings you back to headquarters?" Nock's gaze fixated on the man, a glimmer of lethal intent flickering in his eyes. Virgao was an undercover agent planted within the Navy by Don Quixote da Flamingo. Over the course of several decades, he ascended from a mere pawn to the rank of Vice Admiral. Presently, he serves as the highest commander of a certain branch along the first half of the Grand Line. Nochi had once contemplated revealing his identity, however. Due to a lack of evidence, he was compelled to feign ignorance of the truth, outwardly treating him merely as an ordinary naval officer while secretly remaining vigilant. "Nochi, have you forgotten? You should refer to me as Mr. Valgo." Valgo pretended to display displeasure, but then, with a friendly smile, remarked, "Our G5 branch of the Navy is set to appoint a new base commander, and I wish to take a shot at it. Thus, I sought out Admiral Sakaski to request his recommendation before the Marshal of the Warring States." G5 branch. Nachi's eyes lit up. What a splendid place it was. The sole branch base of the Navy in the New World, it operated under a principle of relative neglect, given that much of this territory was dominated by pirates. As long as they remained loyal to the Navy and refrained from heinous acts, the headquarters turned a blind eye to their unruliness and brutality. It was a realm where authority felt distant, and orders from above were often disregarded. In recent days, Nochi had been so preoccupied with enhancing his abilities that he had overlooked such a critical matter. If he could ascend to the position of base commander at G5, it would be quite the opportunity. Not only could he leverage the reputation of the Seven Warlords to cultivate his own influence, but he could also forge a navy that answered solely to his command. Furthermore, as the highest authority at the base, he would enjoy the freedom to depart at his leisure without the need for pretexts. He must seize such a fortuitous chance. From an ethical standpoint, Nochi could not allow Virgao to become the commander of G5. A pirate in a position of such power could wreak havoc on countless innocent lives. "Ah, what a splendid place indeed, General Virgao. I hope you achieve your desires," Nochi thought, his words betraying a different sentiment. Virgao offered a resigned smile. While others might flaunt their disdain, he dared not provoke Nochi, a notorious figure with connections. "Please, call me Mr. Virgao," he said. Nochi casually exchanged a few words with Weirgao before finding an excuse to depart. Once the other had walked away, he swiftly made his way to the naval headquarters fortress via an alternate route. Nochi forcefully pushed open the door to Kazan's office, rapping his knuckles against the desk, thereby rousing the drooling Admiral Aokiji, who had been dozing off with his head tilted back. Kazan lifted his eyemask to reveal one eye. And among the few individuals bold enough to address him in such a manner within the headquarters, he inquired, "Nochi, what brings you here?" Nochi pulled out a chair and sat down with a casual demeanor, an action that seemed somewhat incongruous with his appearance. "Kazan, the G5 branch has changed its base commander. Yet you didn't even inform me? How ungrateful of you." Kazan scratched his head in frustration and replied, "It seems that the change of the base commander for G5 has little to do with you. Setting aside your qualifications for the position, you have never shown any interest in such matters before." "Well, you do have a point," Nochi conceded. Suddenly, the conversation took a sharp turn. "However, Kazan, I aspire to compete for the position of commander of the G5 branch base. Could you assist me in devising a strategy? The selection for the commander of the G5 branch base is to be recommended by the three of us, the admirals. Initially, I had no candidates willing to be transferred to G5 and intended to cast my vote for the other two admirals. Since you have expressed interest in this position, it would not be appropriate for me to recommend you. Nevertheless, G5 is not an ordinary branch. As the sole naval base in the New World, its significance is paramount. And thus, only those with the rank of Vice Admiral may be eligible for nomination." Kazan patiently elucidated. "I recall that you submitted my application for promotion to Vice Admiral quite some time ago. Has there been no resolution after all this time?" "Indeed," Kazan replied, resting his chin on his hand and letting out a long yawn. "I wonder what Admiral Sengoku is thinking. He neither accepts nor rejects it. And since the application was submitted, there has been no response." Nochi was reluctant to concede, boldly asking, "Could we make an exception this once?" Kazan shook his head, responding, "Alas, the regulations are in place, and given the gravity of this matter, it seems unlikely. However, it is not entirely without recourse. If you can persuade another admiral, the two of us could jointly present our suggestion to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and it may be feasible." Persuading another was indeed a challenge. Sakazuki, wishing to avoid any semblance of favoritism, would undoubtedly decline his request. Thus, the options were dwindling. A lewd smile emerged on Nuachi's face, as seeking assistance from that old fellow was no easy task. The following day at noon, Nochi, holding the exquisite tea he had specially purchased, knocked on the door of Admiral Borsalino's office. "Ah, is that you, Major Nochi? What brings you here?" Borsalino's gaze subtly swept over the item in Nochi's hand as he cheerfully lifted the steaming cup of tea and took a sip. "Ha, Admiral. What kind of relationship do we share? Surely, I can visit you without any particular reason." Nochi's face radiated with a brilliant smile, which would have undoubtedly stirred emotions in an ordinary person. However, the yellow monkey maintained his usual demeanor, his eyes betraying not a hint of emotion. As he presented a gift, "This is a selection of tea I specifically purchased for you, my esteemed elder." Nochi placed the tea bag down. The yellow monkey leisurely opened it, inhaling its fragrance. "A fine offering indeed. How generous of you, General. I am truly flattered. This must surely be worth several months of your salary." "Nonsense, my esteemed friend," replied the general. "A mere few months' wages pale in comparison to the profound friendship we share. Akin to the flickering glow of a firefly competing with the brilliance of the moon, utterly insignificant. One must bow beneath the eaves. It is only natural. When Nochi has a request, one must choose words that will please the other party. So it is, the yellow ape seems to have a sudden realization. Since Major Nochi has expressed it this way, I would not want to undermine your graciousness. I do indeed have a fondness for this tea. Next time, do send an additional 8 or 10 bags. After all, we are friends, and I shall gladly accept." Upon hearing this, Nochi's lips twitched involuntarily, forcing a smile. "You are quite right. I shall deliver another 10 bags to you tomorrow. The price for these 10 bags amounts to over 10 million berries. Had it been a year ago, he would have been driven to financial ruin." Borsalino feigned a sigh, lamenting, "My digestive health has been poor of late. I often find myself lacking appetite and unable to eat. With age, numerous ailments have begun to plague me." Nochi instantly discerned the other's thoughts, inwardly cursing the old fellow's shamelessness, as he had accurately anticipated that Nochi would acquiesce to his request. With a cordial demeanor, he suggested, "How about I prepare a few appetizers for you? You are always welcome to visit my home at your convenience. Or I could bring them to you once they are ready." The old man replied, "It would be better for me to pay you a visit." but I feel rather embarrassed to trouble you. Haha. Nochi presumed that Kizaru would make further demands. However, Borsalino swiftly changed his tone, stating that friends should assist one another. I have long been indebted to you, my dear boy, and I cannot bear to impose further. Is there anything you require of me? Fortunately, Kizaru understood the principle of moderation, and the conditions presented remained within an acceptable range. Nochi cleared his throat. And you would not have mentioned it, but I had almost forgotten. It appears there is indeed a trivial matter requiring your assistance. Oh, recently. The G5 branch has undergone a change in its commanding officer, and I believe that the G5 branch, situated in the New World, is a formidable place teeming with powerful pirates, making it an excellent venue for honing one's skills and promoting justice. Thus, I wish to recommend myself for consideration. However, the regulations stipulate that only officers of the rank of Rear Admiral are eligible to participate, and alas, my military rank falls short, leaving me quite distressed. Oh, Kizaru feigned surprise, noting that it is rare for a major general like Nochi to express such lofty ideals of sacrificing oneself for the Navy. As an elder statesman of the Navy, I find myself somewhat inspired. So you. Nochi assumed he had succeeded. Kizaru, with a smile, simply replied, I shall not assist. Nochi was filled with confusion, pondering whether the old man intended to take advantage of his previous promises without any intention of reciprocation. Huang Yuan, holding a cup of hot tea, remarked, with your strength and achievements, attaining the rank of Major General would be more than sufficient. Why trouble an old man like me to pull strings? However, Kazan had already submitted his application for Naka's promotion to Major General to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Yet there had been no response thus far. Nochi sighed. Huang Yuan then countered, has Fleet Admiral Sengoku explicitly refused? Nochi shook his head, not at all. To neither refuse nor agree is tantamount to tacit approval. You meet with Admiral Garp daily. Surely it would be a simple matter for him to whisper a few words into the ears of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, providing a gentle reminder. Is that feasible? Among the veterans of the Navy headquarters, Nochi shares a tenuous relationship with the warring states, compounded by their reputation for possessing a strategic mind. Thus, Nochi refrains from engaging in frivolous antics before the commander, often harboring a sense of apprehension and reverence. Huang Yuan once again adopts a nonchalant stance, as if to say, I offer you a suggestion, yet the specifics of your actions rest solely upon your own discretion. Very well, thank you, General. Nochi took a deep breath and departed from the office. As for the various demands he had just promised to Huang Yuan, he merely dismissed them with a few words, harboring the illusion that he could manipulate him effortlessly. How naive. Thus, during the training session that afternoon, Nochi has submitted his application for promotion to the rank of Major General to Garp. Garp, with a clear understanding, realizes that Sengoku's reluctance to elevate Naka's position stems from a fear of scrutiny from the world government. What a farce. Nochi possesses both merit and strength. After all, he personally trained his disciples. Anyone who dares to question his qualifications is merely belittling him. Garp, ever astute, recalled that he still owed this young man 2 requests. Grinning broadly, he proposed that should Nochi fulfill one of those requests, he would ensure the promotion order to Rear Admiral would be issued by tomorrow. Nosai clenched his teeth, torn between the desire to protect his child and the necessity of ensnaring the wolf. Becoming the leader of the G5 branch was of paramount importance for his future. After all, having exhausted his card, Garp still owed him a favor. Thus, he resolved to make the sacrifice. A promise made is a promise kept. Ha, young one. Await the good news from this old man. Garp bellowed, striding away with confidence. This time, it should be smooth sailing. Nock once again visited Kazan's office, elucidating his circumstances and urging him to submit his name ahead of the deadline. Observing Nock's fervent desire to become the base leader of the G5 branch, and piecing together information from the previous days, Kazan could subtly infer the intentions of his counterpart, but chose, without a hint of hesitation, to feign ignorance. It was evident that Garp, being an old comrade of Sengoku, proved to be quite effective. Through his diligent persuasion, Sengoku ultimately affixed his seal to Nock's promotion application. Thus, from this day forth, Nosai is no longer the youngest Major General in the headquarters, but has ascended to the rank of the youngest Lieutenant General. Upon the announcement, the entire headquarters was abuzz with excitement. Numerous officers acquainted with Nosai hurried to extend their congratulations. Once again, Nochi showcases his culinary skills, treating everyone to a sumptuous feast. Meanwhile, within the fortress of the Navy headquarters, 3 admirals engage in a discussion regarding the final candidate for the commander of the G5 branch. Sakasuke speaks first, asserting that Nochi, being newly promoted, possesses limited experience. Although his strength is commendable, he pales in comparison to Veer in terms of experience. Therefore, I believe Veer is far better suited for the position of commander of the G5 branch. As Nochi's relative, even if he wishes to support Nochi, he must voice the opposite to avoid the appearance of favoritism among the three present, which would certainly lead to mockery of the Navy's upper echelons. Kazan counters, Sakasuke. You underestimate Nochi. Despite his lack of experience, his ability to manage people and navigate social situations may not be inferior to that of Veer. As the commander of such a unique branch as G5, it is paramount that subordinates willingly submit, and I believe Nochi is more than capable of fulfilling that role. Borsalino observes the seemingly opposing yet actually aligned duo, and, recognizing that siding with either would be inappropriate, proposes a compromise that would offend neither party. We are the Navy. After all, and merit is paramount within the ranks. I suggest we have General Veer and Major Nochi engage in a public sparring match at headquarters. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the victor shall assume the position of commander of the G5 branch. This way, we eliminate any suspicion of impropriety in this selection process. Let each rely on their own abilities. Sakasuke nods emphatically, stating, I concur. Indeed, I agree as well, adds Borsalino. While appearing impartial, the three admirals are acutely aware that, although Nochi may be slightly inferior in certain aspects, his raw strength surpasses that of Veer significantly. It is essentially a predetermined outcome. As the meeting of the three admirals concludes, the news swiftly reaches Veer, informing him that he is to report to the training ground tomorrow to compete with Nochi for the position of commander of the G5 branch. Veer is astounded. The position he believed was securely within his grasp has suddenly slipped away. Unbeknownst to others, he is well aware of Nochi's formidable connections. This match is likely the result of the admiral's prior arrangement. Veer clenches his fists, the veins on his arms bulging as his muscular frame swells with determination. It seems they have concluded that I cannot surpass Nochi. I shall witness just how formidable that young upstart truly is. As an undercover operative, he typically refrains from showcasing his full strength, fostering a perception of mediocrity. In truth, his capabilities far exceed what he has thus far revealed. His mastery of both the two-color hockey and martial arts has reached an exceptionally high level. Even when facing seasoned vice admirals such as Weasel, Fire Mountain, and Ghost Spider, he is confident in his ability to emerge victorious. The G5 branch is vital to Doflamingo's future endeavors. Doflamingo has repeatedly urged him. It is imperative to secure this position. He cannot let down Doflamingo's expectations. Thus, even at the risk of revealing his true strength, Veer is determined to defeat Nochi tomorrow. Upon receiving the notification, Nochi fell into deep contemplation, fully aware of the formidable prowess possessed by Virgo. In the original narrative, Virgo effortlessly bested Smoker, who had already ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral and left Trafalgar Law severely wounded. Were it not for the exceedingly abnormal abilities of the Op no Mi, which could even disregard the slashing of hockey, Smoker and Law would stand no chance against Virgo. Lacking the cutting capabilities of the Op no Mi, Nochi could only engage Virgo in a direct confrontation, relying on physical combat against physical combat, swordsmanship against staff techniques, and hockey against hockey. After all, Virgo was not a devil fruit user. Thus, the advantages of the dark fruit against a master of his caliber would yield minimal benefits. While the combined fruit might offer some assistance, Nochi was reluctant to reveal his secret of being able to consume two devil fruits. Even within the confines of the Navy headquarters, where his connections reach the heavens, Nochi possesses a commendable level of confidence. Having trained under the esteemed Captain Garp for an extended period, should he find himself bested in the realms of martial arts and hockey, it would not be a source of shame. After all, Captain Garp would share in that embarrassment. The formidable Ghost Bamboo Veil. As I ascend to the rank of Rear Admiral, I find myself in need of establishing my authority, and you shall serve as the perfect example. Suddenly, a vigorous series of knocks echoed through the air. I set aside the unfinished report in her hands and gracefully strode forward, her long legs moving with elegance. The blue and white short skirt fluttered gently in the breeze as she hastily opened the door. Captain Garp, are you here to see Nochi train? Please, come in and have a seat. Allow me to prepare a pot of tea for you. Recently, Garp had become a frequent visitor to Nochi's home, dropping by from time to time. After all, Nochi required the assistance of his beloved Iron Fist to enhance his training. And since Garp's path to the training grounds conveniently passed by Nochi's residence, he could easily escort him along. Besides, there were opportunities to snag some snacks or tea from Noki's home, or even enjoy a meal together. What could be more delightful? Garp waved dismissively. No need for such formalities, young lady. Simply summon that rascal Noki. Understood. Please hold on a moment. Fine, determined not to delay. Turned back only to find Noki emerging on his own. Garp's voice was notably loud. There was no need for intermediaries when the conversation could be clearly heard from within. Captain Garp, Nochi greeted with a smile. Well, Nochi, are you ready for today's beating? Garp chuckled, cracking his knuckles, and turned to stroll down the street. Nuachi let out a helpless smile, quickening his pace to catch up. And the two walked in silence. Curiosity suddenly piqued. Noki inquired, Admiral Garp, have you heard that I am to engage in a sparring match with General Weir tomorrow? Ah. I have indeed heard, but what of it? Garp replied, nonchalantly picking his nose with an air of indifference. Are you not concerned that I might lose? Garp erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, ha ha ha. My boy, are you lacking confidence in my prowess or in your own? Does this imply that victory is assured for me on the morrow? Not necessarily, he continued. I have encountered General Weir before. He has been with the Navy for quite some time. His martial skills and hockey are considered top tier among the admirals. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, you should emerge victorious. However, should you make a significant blunder, losing would not be unexpected. Garp strode forward with a commanding gait, continuing his remarks as he walked. Nuachi nodded thoughtfully and inquired. I have been pondering a question lately. You once mentioned that each individual excels in different martial arts. Although my primary focus has been on boxing, I feel that my proficiency in boxing is comparable to that of other martial disciplines. What do you believe is my strongest suit in martial arts? Kapu glanced at him and replied, Indeed, your abilities across various domains are remarkably balanced. In my many years as a Navy officer, I have never encountered someone with such a well-rounded development. If I were compelled to identify the martial art you excel in the most, it would likely be the iron block. Iron block? Nuachi was taken aback. It is famously known as the divine technique of the Pirate King, an illusion that deceives the user into believing they can withstand their opponent's attacks. Of course, Nuachi understood that this was merely jest. The practicality of iron block is quite significant, as he often employs it, especially when he finds himself at the mercy of Kapu's blows. While it may not completely absorb the impact, it certainly alleviates the pain. Yes, precisely, the iron block, Kapu continued with a grin, revealing his gleaming teeth. He raised his fist, which was as large as a sandbag, and chuckled. Under my esteemed tutelage, it is also the technique you utilize most frequently. As they say, practice makes perfect. All right, I comprehend, Nuachi responded. Nochi had no desire to continue listening. He feared that the old man, caught up in his enthusiasm, might intensify the training regimen today and deliver a thorough beating. A heavy iron block, after all, was not entirely out of the question. Nochi gradually fell into contemplation. Let it be an iron block. The ability to prevail is the true measure of skill. In essence, Noki, although harboring a modicum of apprehension towards Wiregale, does not regard him as a formidable adversary. Thus, he contemplates testing his recent advancements in martial arts and domineering presence against this adept practitioner, reserving his full strength as a last resort. The day of the sparring session arrived swiftly. The previous day, Admiral Garp had shown leniency, ensuring Noki was granted ample stamina and time for rest and preparation. The training grounds are teeming with spectators, all eager to witness the clash between Noki and Wiregale. Wiregale enjoys a certain degree of popularity and respect within the military, while Noki has recently been bestowed the title of youngest Rear Admiral. Everyone is curious to see what kind of fierce sparks will ignite between these two. For the ordinary sailors, who are often burdened with the weight of their duties at headquarters, the opportunity to steal a moment to observe a thrilling contest under the pretense of gaining combat experience is too tempting to resist. Except for those particularly overzealous individuals, most have managed to carve out time to attend. Go, Master. Desaya, Nami, and Dasky arrived early at the venue. Bartholomew, accompanied by his entourage, unfurled a banner proclaiming, Senior Noki, we are your steadfast support. Brothers, let the cheers resound. Join me in rallying for Senior Noki to triumph over that buzzcut. Traina and Noki's numerous admirers from the headquarters echoed the chants. In stark contrast, Ein remained unusually quiet, discreetly positioned in an inconspicuous spot, clutching a water bottle, a towel, and a small medical kit, fully aware of what Noki truly required. Several officers from headquarters on leave also made their presence known, including Peach Rabbit, Ji Yuan, Weasel, Dalberman, Fire Mountain, and Tina. Notably, Admiral Kazuru has also arrived, taking on the role of a fair referee for the event. Noki gazed at the distant figure of Veer Gao. Expressing his apologies, I regret my inability to maintain discipline, and I hope you can understand if I have inadvertently offended you. It is of no consequence, Veer Gao replied, now disinclined to dwell on trivial matters. He believed that once he vanquished Noki, everything would return to its rightful course. With one hand casually tucked in his pocket, the yellow ape raised his other hand to check the time. It seems the moment has arrived, General Noki and General Veer Gao. Shall we commence? Veer Gao, with his hands clasped behind his back, wielded a slender bamboo staff, his robust chest thrust forward, exuding an air of unwavering confidence. I am prepared at any moment. Noki stood with his hands behind his back, a shimmering golden-scaled creature hanging at his waist. I feel the same way. Very well, let the battle commence. The yellow ape squinted and chuckled, and in the next instant, he transformed into a beam of light, retreating to a distance of 100 meters. Veer let out a low grunt, taking the initiative to move. He wielded a bamboo staff, its dark haki enveloping his azure form, sweeping outwards with the ferocity of a fierce tiger, instantly raising a cloud of yellow sand across the arena. Shave. Nosai swiftly appeared beside Veer Gao, his small fist brimming with formidable power, as a dark aura reverberated ominously. With a solid punch, he struck forcefully at his opponent's abdomen. Veer Gao, having anticipated the attack, had already enveloped himself in his aura to withstand the impact. He then deftly swung the bamboo stick in his hand, delivering a swift and overwhelming blow. This time, Nosai chose not to evade. Under the influence of his murderous intent and the oppressive aura, his fist seemed to magnify severfold, colliding directly with the bamboo stick. Veer Gao's brow furrowed slightly. This young man indeed possessed some strength, yet it was far from sufficient. Veer Gao reduced the force of his strike slightly, taking advantage of Nosai's momentum to retreat a few meters. The bamboo stick, guided by his right hand, began to spin increasingly faster, resembling a miniature vortex. In the blink of an eye, the bamboo stick was unleashed with tremendous force. Its accumulated centrifugal energy combined with its inherent strength and the hardness of the aura, resulting in an overwhelming attack. Even the onlookers, such as the groundhog and the blazing mountain, couldn't help but furrow their brows. There was no doubt that they too would not guarantee a successful defense against such a move. The critical factor was the swiftness and magnitude of Veer Gao's strike. Should one be unprepared to endure this blow, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tao Tu Yuan's right hand instinctively reached for the famed sword, Jean Piro, as she recognized the perilous nature of the attack. If Nosai could not withstand it, she would have to intervene immediately to halt the battle. As Noki stood resolutely, facing the oncoming strike of the bamboo staff, he did not flinch. Instead, he straightened his posture and declared, "Iron block, shield." He braced himself for the impact. The assembled generals gasped in astonishment. Deep within, Veer Gao felt a growing disdain. Indeed, the audacity of youth knows no bounds. Even the finest steel would succumb to my attack with ease. With a resounding clash of metal, a powerful gust of wind swept through the area. Ain clutched her cup tightly, her furrowed brow betraying her anxious anticipation. Doberman marveled. So this is the renowned technique of Veer Gao, the ghost bamboo. Truly, seeing it in action exceeds all hearsay. Its might is far greater than the rumors suggest. Hua Xiaoshan chuckled heartily. Yet, in the end, Naka's iron block proved superior. Tao Tu Yuan discreetly released her grip from the hilt of her dagger, acknowledging the growth and strength of her younger brother. It seems she must now come to terms with it. Impossible! Veer Gao exclaimed in disbelief as he surveyed the site of his assault. While it had indeed inflicted some damage, it had failed to budge Noki in the slightest. Nock gritted his teeth. He had long since grown accustomed to such levels of pain. Seizing the fleeting moment of his opponent's distraction, he struck without hesitation, landing a powerful punch squarely on the face. Vargo reacted swiftly, raising his arms to defend himself. Yet he was still pushed back several steps, acknowledging that he had underestimated his adversary. Noki undoubtedly stands as the most exceptional talent within the Navy in recent years. Given time, he is destined for greatness. However, it is still too early for such conclusions. With an air of dominance, Veer boldly removed his upper garments, revealing his well-developed physique, which elicited gasps of astonishment from both men and women present. Notably, the single women were particularly captivated, while Noki possesses charm. Veer's muscular build is undeniably impressive as well. Moreover, Noki is already taken, whereas Veer remains unattached. Bartholomew, witnessing the wavering resolve of those around him, spat in disdain, exclaiming, "How superficial! They cannot even make Nochi budge an inch. What is there to command?" Desire concurred, "Indeed, indeed. Our master is the finest." Nami and Dasky deliberately distanced themselves from Desire, feeling that standing beside her drew too much attention. Veer enveloped himself in the armor of Haki, presenting the formidable image of a powerful warrior. In an instant, his figure vanished, as Naka's observation of the formidable color of observation unfolds. The injuries sustained within his body have been significantly absorbed by the darkness, although it pales in comparison to the regenerative abilities of the Zoan-type awakening. It surpasses the speed at which Doflamingo heals himself with his strings. Iron block fist, finger gun stab. Nochi and Veer Gao struck simultaneously, their fingers and fists colliding fiercely in midair. The resounding force echoed throughout the arena. This young man's punch possesses considerable power. Veer Gao, wary of a prolonged standoff, swiftly retreated, employing his speed to wield a bamboo stick around Nochi, launching a series of rapid assaults. Each strike lacked immense strength, yet the frequency was astonishingly swift. Nochi, balancing on one leg, accelerated the flow of blood within his body, enabling him to move while maintaining his iron block stance. Meanwhile, his other leg spun like a propeller, allowing him to pivot with precision. Seizing the opportune moment and angle, he delivered a swift strike against Vergao's bamboo stick. Bang! Vergao momentarily lost his footing, the force of the impact propelling him backward. Despite being fortified by his armed Haki defense, he still experienced a palpable sting from the blow. However, such a degree of force was far from sufficient to vanquish him. Vergao wielded the bamboo stick with one hand, striking back fiercely while simultaneously throwing punches toward Naka's face. Nosai stood resolute, clad in iron, wielding his formidable might in both hands to counter the ferocious blows. The pace of their exchange escalated, becoming increasingly frenetic and intense. The onlooking naval officers, whose martial prowess was somewhat inferior, could scarcely discern the movements of the two combatants. All they could perceive were the cacophonous clinks of metal clashings, reminiscent of a blacksmith laboring fervently at his forge. Squirrel, observing the exquisite display of martial skill between the two, furrowed his brow, remarking that it was no surprise that Nosai, with his peculiar talent, had reached such heights. However, Vergao appeared to be far more formidable than the rumors suggested. Peach Rabbit pondered momentarily, acknowledging that Vergao had indeed attained a status rivaling that of an elite rear admiral. Even if Squirrel were to engage, he would likely find himself at a disadvantage. The term elite referred specifically to renowned figures like Squirrel, Fire Mountain, and Doberman. Among rear admirals, there existed a hierarchy of varying degrees. Although Peach Rabbit and Kaki Chihiru held the title of rear admiral, they possessed the exceptional distinction of being candidates for the rank of admiral, their strength surpassing that of the elite rear admirals by a significant margin. Squirrel, upon hearing this, could only manage a wry smile. After years of service, he could accept that Vergao had surpassed him in strength, yet the fact that Nosai, at such a tender age, had already eclipsed the realm he had toiled a lifetime to attain was truly disheartening. The clash between Nochi and Vergao can be described as a battle of sheer intensity. It is either Vergao delivering a series of punches to Nochi or Nochi retaliating with powerful strikes against Vergao. When it comes to their physical techniques and levels of dominance, the two are nearly evenly matched, with Nochi holding a slight advantage, albeit marginal. The tempestuous kick, Ramph, is executed by Vergao, who unleashes a blue slashing attack. Teki no KS. Nochi leaped off the ground, spinning at high speed, utilizing centrifugal force to deliver a powerful kick. Finger gun, thrust. Vergao extended his index finger and thrust it forward. Iron block, wheel. Nuachi raised his fist and brought it crashing down. The breathtaking and intricate maneuvers of the two combatants enthralled the spectators outside the ring, filling them with excitement and fervor. The intense and indecisive clash within the arena provided them with an unparalleled viewing experience. When would they themselves be able to attain such a level of martial prowess? Finger gun, Yellow Lotus. With his left index finger bent, Veer unleashed a rapid succession of thrusts, moving with such incredible speed that phantoms trailed behind his strikes. Each thrust quicker than the last, striking with an erratic precision. Iron block fist, finger gun spot. In a remarkable display of ingenuity, Nochi enhanced his gunplay by incorporating the use of iron blocks, unleashing a rapid barrage of shots with his fingertips directed forward. The sharp sounds of da echoed as countless projectiles sliced through the air. Unlike Nochi, Vergao lacked the ability to recover swiftly. This exchange of injuries, where both parties were solely focused on offense, was decidedly disadvantageous for him. Even with his formidable haki for defense, the adage that even a drop of water can wear away a stone held true, especially against the forceful thrust of Nochi. Ugh! Weirgao coughed up a mouthful of blood, being the first to withdraw from the fray. Confusion clouded his mind as he pondered why, despite the similarities in their physical prowess and haki, he bore numerous wounds while Nochi remained unscathed. Surely, even with his proficiency in iron blocks, this was utterly absurd. Strikingly, Nochi appeared to be in greater distress than he was. Little did Weirgao know that Nochi was simultaneously replenishing his energy, gaining the upper hand in this war of attrition. Gasping for breath, Weirgao felt the toll of prolonged use of haki weighing heavily upon him, prompting him to relinquish the armored coating as he reached for his bamboo stick once more. He needed a moment to recuperate and restore his haki. Upon observing the adversary's evident state of vulnerability, Nochi discerned that this was the opportune moment to strike decisively. Without hesitation, he charged forward with a clenched fist. In response, Weirgao resorted to his familiar technique, twirling his bamboo staff and unleashing his signature move, Demon Bamboo. Perhaps due to a decline in stamina, the potency of this attack was somewhat diminished compared to previous attempts, yet it remained formidable and should not be underestimated. Nochi eagerly anticipated close combat, yet Weirgao repeatedly exploited the advantage of his long bamboo staff to maintain distance, engaging in a back-and-forth exchange that spanned dozens of rounds. Seizing the moment to conserve his energy, Weirgao once again donned his full combat gear, stubbornly refusing to believe that the fruits of his years of rigorous training could be eclipsed by a mere upstart. In the blink of an eye, the struggle between Nochi and Weirgao had persisted for several hours. The prolonged battle had led to waves of spectators shifting in and out of the arena. Weirgao's chest heaved with exertion, drenched in sweat, while Nochi, though panting heavily, appeared in a considerably better state. What to do? The two adversaries stood locked in a tense standoff, with Weirgao acutely aware that if this continued, defeat was inevitable. That insufferable brat had inherited his father Roger's combat prowess, surpassing it in a manner that was nothing short of monstrous. Nochi, weary from the relentless struggle, recognized that the situation was already determined. Even if he were to continue to engage in physical combat, his victory would merely be perceived as a narrow triumph over a first-rate general, eliciting only begrudging admiration from others. Yet, Nochi aspired for far more than mere acknowledgement. He yearned to leverage the opportunity presented by Weirgao to establish his name in a resounding manner, altering the prevailing perceptions of favoritism in the minds of the populace. After all, he had ascended to his current status through sheer merit. Perhaps, indeed, it was not solely due to his capability, but certainly his strength constituted the predominant factor. Nochi unsheathed his golden blade from his side, its ebony aura entwined around the glimmering golden edge. Weirgao paused momentarily, caught up in the fray. He nearly forgot that Nochi was, in fact, a master swordsman. This implied that his opponent was now prepared to unleash his full prowess. Impossible, absolutely impossible. At just over 20 years of age, he had honed both his martial and swordsmanship to such an extraordinary level. Such talent could only be likened to the innate monstrosities like the current four emperors, Kaido, and Big Mom. Nochi moved with a rhythmic swiftness, his footsteps rapid, yet eerily silent to the gathered crowd. At first, Weirgao was oblivious to the gravity of the situation, raising his bamboo staff to his chest, nerves taut and poised for action. It was only as Nochi accelerated further, vanishing as if he had evaporated from existence, that Weirgao recognized the horror of this technique. Undetectable, the gazes of Wussmouse, Fireburn Mountain, and Dao Berman met in a moment of shared understanding. Tao Ziyuan's beautiful eyes widened, lips slightly parted, her astonishment evident upon her charming visage, reminiscent of Shiryu's silent onslaught. He had even mastered Shiryu's signature move. General Wussmouse, feeling a twinge of jealousy, scratched his head in frustration. Dao Berman, with a hoarse voice, mused that given Shiryu's aloof nature, Nochi must have learned it on his own. Fireburn Mountain, cigar in mouth, chuckled, recalling how he and Wussmouse had once sought to challenge Shiryu to learn this very technique, only to be soundly beaten without success. The difficulty of the move was compounded by Shiryu's deliberate concealment of its secrets. Listening to the discourse of her esteemed seniors, Tina lit a cigarette and remarked that the outcome would soon be determined. Weirgao, risking the depletion of his imposing aura, hastily summoned his Busashoka haki to envelop his entire being. If Naka's haki was weaker than his own, he would be unable to breach his defenses. He aimed to seize this opportunity to swiftly identify any flaws in Naka's swordsmanship, lest he be exhausted to death. However, Virgao underestimated his adversary. The formidable synergy of Norki, combined with his unique strikes, renders the unraveling of his armament color a task of effortless ease. Thus, it unfolds. As Nochi swiftly advanced, memories of the battle tactics employed by Kudyliya in the city surged through his mind, unexpectedly manifesting from an angle that was exceedingly cunning and nearly impenetrable for Virgao to defend against. Nochi brandished the shimmering blade, positioning it horizontally by his side, and softly spoke near Virgao's ear, executing a silent strike with his one-sword style. Virgao's pupils dilated, and in the next instant, a golden slash traversed his waist, leaving behind a vivid crimson mark. The yellow ape, feeling rather bored, found a spot to sit and trim his nails. Upon glancing up, he noticed a glint of the blade reflected off his orange-tinted sunglasses. Quite impressive, he mused, though it did take a tad longer than I had anticipated. Virgao's eyes turned a deep crimson as he gritted his teeth and swung a bamboo stick towards Nochi, who lingered in midair. Iron block. Nochi braced himself against the onslaught, swiftly stepping into the void, accelerating in an instant, his figure gradually becoming ethereal before vanishing once more. Virgao, consumed by rage and humiliation, found it intolerable that after years of arduous training, he was bested by a mere boy. Although this boy was indeed extraordinary, Virgao's disdain only grew. The bamboo stick spun within his palm as he forced himself to attain tranquility, preparing to unleash his observation haki. Even if his opponent moved undetected, any attempt at an attack would surely leave traces. To everyone's astonishment, Nochi abandoned his slicing strike and instead conjured 4 dark whirlpools around Virgao. Black hole. What is this? Virgao felt the pull of 4 distinct forces converging upon him, immobilizing him against his will. Such feeble attempts would never bind me. With a surge of strength, Virgao pushed against the pull, advancing towards Nochi. Yet, with each step he took, he found himself ensnared by a black substance beneath his feet, akin to sinking into a quagmire, making his progress increasingly arduous. Nochi, with his sword at his side, smiled faintly. General Vir, you have offended me. Prepare to meet your end with a single strike. Vir felt a chill at his throat and, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, saw the sharp blade of Nochi's sword poised before him. Even a mere inch closer